Yu accidentally arrived in the primordial world, in this perilous primordial world. Yu carefully planned and strategized with her foresight, step by step, leading the primordial world to become the Hongmeng Great World, leaving behind her own legend. Chapter 1. Pangu opens the sky. Author's note. This is my first book, and the beginning might not be well written. If you don't like it, you can start reading from the volume of the Witch and Lich Tribulation, where the female protagonist is transformed and come into the world. The author really likes the primordial world and wants to give it a different ending, so there will be many changes. Those who are strict with the lore should be cautious. There is a CP, 1v1 with the male and female protagonists both remaining pure. If you don't like it, please don't enter. Chaos. Before chaos was opened, the world was a void, everywhere was dark, and time and space had no meaning here. Not knowing how long had passed, Yu also floated in this endless chaos for an unknown time. She didn't know how long she had been asleep. Since the car accident, when Yu woke up, she found herself here. Yu's current state is very strange. There are no physical objects, no entity. Others cannot see her, although she hasn't encountered many people, but she can see others. She can barely be considered a spirit or a ghost. She doesn't know what to do. Perhaps when she wakes up again, she can go to where she is supposed to be. Until one day, the great Tao is above. Today, there is the mighty demon god, Pangu, performing the act of opening the sky, achieving the realm of the great Tao, as witnessed by the great Tao. Hearing this declaration, Yu suddenly realized that she had come to the primordial world. Chapter 2. Unknown ahead. But the newly opened heaven and earth lacked supporting objects and seemed to have a tendency to close. Pangu couldn't bear to see this newly born heaven and earth destroyed in an instant, so he gently struck the Pangu axe, transforming the axe blade into the Pangu banner, the axe, back into the Taiyi diagram, and the axe handle into the chaos bell, used to suppress the fortune of heaven and earth. He transformed into a giant towering high, supporting the heaven and earth, separating them. For every foot the sky rose, Pangu grew a foot. For every inch the earth sank, Pangu grew an inch. Time slowly passed. And Yu didn't know how long she had been watching from the side. She wanted to help Pangu, but now she could do nothing. She could only watch. She clearly knew Pangu's fate. Looking at Pangu's towering figure, Yu couldn't help but sigh. Why do you sigh, friend? You can see me? You are formless and shapeless, which is indeed miraculous. Pangu continued. The vastness of chaos has many places I have yet to understand. I have never encountered a situation like yours. With the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Green Lotus both being treasures of chaos, I can vaguely sense a thing or two. Chaos Pearl? The Great Tao has 50 parts, the heavens have 49, and humanity escapes one. And the Chaos Pearl is that one. Though I cannot see you, I do not know your origin, nor do I know your name. But since you possess the Chaos Pearl, you must be a person of great fortune. Meeting you is indeed a stroke of luck. When Yu just woke up and said her name was Yu, Pangu interrupted her. You need not tell me your name. Now is not the time. Yu wanted to continue asking, but a feeling in the dark stopped her, making her abandon the thought. Yu changed the subject and asked the question she had always wanted to know. Is it worth it? Is all that you are doing worth it? Pangu laughed heartily. Where the Tao is, my heart longs for it. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. But you will die, Yu wanted to say. But she couldn't utter a sound. It was as if something was blocking her throat, and she couldn't make sound. Having lived in chaos for these years, Yu wasn't living in vain. She knew a bit about what she should understand, but of course, there was much she didn't know. This was the great Tao stopping her. Yu fell silent. Seeing Yu silent for a long time, Pangu continued, You have survived the great tribulation of opening the sky. In the future, you will surely have a great fortune and great achievements. You jest. I don't even have a physical form now. How can I talk about fortune? You need not worry. The timing has not yet come. Here it comes. Pangu shouted loudly. In the chaos, terrifying tribulation thunder was accumulating, with thunder roaring, lightning flashing, and purple-black lightning rolling in the clouds. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The newly born world must go through trials. Pangu turned to look at Yu. Friend, I shall go. After saying that, Pangu faced the tribulation thunder alone. The surging thunderstorm struck Pangu. Yu felt her heart tighten. Fortunately, Pangu endured it. In an instant, purple energy came from the east and brilliant light filled the sky. Golden lotuses surged from the earth. Celestial sounds echoed, and endless auspicious scenes presented themselves, celebrating this newly born world. Yu hurriedly floated in front of Pangu. Looking at the fainting Pangu, a drop of clear tears fell, followed by large drops of tears falling like they cost nothing, nourishing this newly born land silently. Friend, are you still there? I've always been here. Yes, I've always been here like a rootless floating weed in the endless chaos, not knowing where to go, not knowing what to do, and even less knowing the meaning of my existence. However, from the conversation with Pangu just now, she felt that she must have some mission. But what could it be? Xingyu felt that her path ahead was filled with fog. Chapter 3. Entering the Primordial World. Friend, it's good that you are here. Pangu's breath was weak, and his life was constantly fading. Xingyu could clearly feel that Pangu was about to return to chaos like the other 3,000 chaotic gods and demons. In the end, Pangu fulfilled his own Dao while sacrificing himself. But in the last moment of his life, Pangu gathered his final strength into a beam of light and infused it into Xingyu's body. This world, please take care of it, my friend. You may also choose treasures in the primordial world. When the dust settles, your doubts will all be resolved. Do not be afraid. I will help you. Then, with a weak yet firm voice, he issued his final warning and instruction to the newly born world. I have opened this world. Though my body perishes, I hope future generations will cherish this land and protect all living beings within it. Oh, not let evil and darkness erode this pure land. You must uphold a heart of justice and promote the virtue of kindness. Pangu's body gradually merged with heaven and earth. His hair turned into the stars and the sea. His eyes became the sun, moon, and stars. His blood flowed into rivers and seas. His muscles became fertile land. His bones formed towering mountains. His spine became the Unzao mountain, supporting heaven and earth, and his navel turned into the blood sea of the underworld. In the end, Pangu completed his grand act of creation, merging his life into this brand new world. From then on, all things in the world could grow and reproduce. The great Tao appreciated Pangu's merit in opening the sky and bestowed upon him immense merit. The Pangu's primordial spirit left his body and divided into four, merging with the pure essence of heaven and earth, each carrying away half a layer of the merit from the creation of heaven and earth. 3 of the primordial spirits headed towards the Kunlun mountain in the primordial chaos, followed closely by the postnatal merit treasure, the heavenly and earthly profound. Yellow Linglong Pagoda transformed from one layer of creation merit. They would later become the Pangu Sanqing, the celestial determined saints. The remaining primordial spirit lingered in place for a long time, and then, as if sensing something, suddenly flew towards Qingyue. The primordial spirit instantly merged into Qingyue's body. Qingyue was momentarily stunned and lost consciousness. The moment Qingyue lost consciousness, 13 drops of Pangu's essence blood slowly rose around Pangu's heart. Pangu's heart absorbed one layer of creation merit, transforming into an ancient and majestic hall. The 13 drops of essence blood shared 2 layers of creation merit. After infusing the creation merit, the blood emitted a faint golden light, exuding a sense of divinity that inspired reverence. Each drop of essence blood contained the power of a strong law, with a powerful aura and deep pressure, the last drop even possessing the law of strength from the great god Pangu. The last drop of essence blood, like the primordial spirit of Pangu, also merged into Qingyue's body, while the remaining 12 drops of essence blood flew towards Mount Buzhou. Around Pangu's heart, the remaining 3 layers of creation merit did not dissipate, but transformed into gentle rays of light, scattering across every corner of the primordial land. These merits nourished all things in the world like spring rain. Wherever they touched, the grass and trees instantly became lush, flowers bloomed in competition, releasing enchanting fragrances. The once dry rivers flowed with clear water again, and the barren deserts sprouted tender green shoots. At the same time, Qingyue's body was enveloped in a layer of mysterious light, her consciousness drifting in chaos. The Pangu primordial spirit and essence blood that merged into her seemed to be undergoing a wonderful fusion with her soul, gradually reshaping her body, primordial spirit, and meridians. She could feel her strength continuously increasing, and her understanding of the laws deepening. Qingyue transformed into a point of light, slipping into a fragment of chaos floating in the East Sea. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler transformed from one layer of creation merit, followed closely behind. As she left, Qingyue instinctively took away most of the treasures formed from the shattered chaos green lotus, as well as the lotus seeds. Thus, Qingwei would commence her journey in the primordial world. Chapter 4 Chapter 1 Silently Developing 1. No one knows how long it has been, but Qingyu has awakened. After waking up, he began to examine himself. He is a fusion of pure qi and Pangu's essence blood, 100 authentic Pangu. To his surprise, there are actually 8 spiritual treasures within his primordial spirit. Curious, Qingyu summoned these 8 spiritual treasures. He saw a ruler emitting mysterious light, which was the Hongmeng measuring ruler, seemingly capable of measuring everything between heaven and earth. There is also a pearl, radiating a mysterious aura, as if containing endless energy, able to conceal the secrets of heaven. This was the Chaos Pearl. The ancient and heavy essence of all things transformed from a lotus leaf of the Chaos Green Lotus and the fragments of a Chaos Divine Demon-S spiritual treasure, with text flickering softly upon it, capable of probing all things in the world and discerning the secrets of heaven. The Hunyuan umbrella was originally a Chaos spiritual treasure of a certain Chaos Divine Demon, but unfortunately, it was damaged in the great calamity of creation, downgraded to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. When a Hunyuan opened, the umbrella's surface shimmered with colors, capable of shielding the secrets of heaven, with astonishing defensive power. Even below the quasi-saint level, it could not be broken. The Baiyun hairpin was transformed from a petal of the Chaos Green Lotus, beautifully shaped, emitting a soft glow, possessing healing powers and capable of resisting soul attacks. The 9-treasure colorful cloud garment was light and ethereal. When worn, it could conceal one's aura and enhance fortune. Chapter 5 Chapter 2 Silently Developing 2. As Ruoxin stepped out of the protective island formation, layers of mist enveloped the island behind her, instantly making it disappear from sight. There was no aura at all, only the vast sea. Ruoxin extended her divine sense, but could perceive nothing. If she had not just come out from inside, she would hardly believe that there had once been an island here. Ruoxin casually chose a direction and flew toward the land. The East Sea was vast and boundless, immensely treacherous. Numerous beings with higher realms than Ruoxin's were everywhere. Several times, Ruoxin nearly got caught up in battles between demonic beasts. If it weren't for the aid of precious treasures, she didn't know how many times she would have died. Ruoxin flew for an unknown period. Despite some setbacks along the way, she successfully reached the shore. Upon stepping on a land, she saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, black calamity energy obscuring the sun. Lingering for a long time, the earth was devastated, with ruins everywhere and ferocious beasts rampaging, howls echoing incessantly. A surge of compassion arose in Ruoxin's heart. She saw in the distance a ferocious beast chasing a few untransformed rabbits. With swift movements, Ruoxin killed 2 ferocious beasts, causing chaos in the area. With the death of the 2 beasts, a surge of merit flowed into Ruoxin's body. Her mind instantly became clear, and her realm rose to the mid-stage of celestial immortal. Chapter 6 Chapter 3 Silently Developing 3. Ruoxin stayed on the East Sea coast for several days, occasionally dealing with a few ferocious beasts. Her combat experience continued to rise, perhaps due to the remoteness of the East Sea. The ferocious beasts that came here were not strong, and their numbers were few. Continuing to stay would be of no benefit to her cultivation. So she quietly approached the center of the primordial world. Ruoxin was a clone of Qingyu. Everything Ruoxin saw, there was clear to Qingyu. At the same time, she felt extremely happy about her own caution. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how she would die one day. Qingyu was not foolish enough to try to save the world. However, she could still do her best to hunt some ferocious beasts. With the rampage of the ferocious beasts, it naturally caused dissatisfaction among many powerful beings in the primordial world. If this continued, a great war would inevitably break out among them. This would be the first great calamity of heaven and earth after the creation, the calamity of ferocious beasts. Qingyu understood very well that with the current strength of her clone, she could only be cannon fodder if she went there. So she decided to let her clone take advantage of the chaos to gain some benefits, namely merit. Now that the heavenly Dao was not present, the merit gained was still from the great Dao. Later, when the great Dao withdrew and the heavenly Dao controlled the primordial world, it would not be so easy. The merit of the great Dao was incomparable to the merit of the later heavenly Dao. With a thought, Ruoxin transformed into an old Taoist with white hair and beard, calling himself the Taoist of heavenly mechanism. Ruoxin found the nearest high mountain and waited quietly. When the calamity energy of heaven and earth reached a certain level, the time had come. After repeatedly sensing the changes in the heavenly mechanism, Ruoxin maximized the functions of the Hunyuan umbrella and the 9-treasure colorful cloud garment to conceal the heavenly mechanism. She used her magical power to make her voice spread thousands of miles away. I am the Taoist of heavenly mechanism. By coincidence, I have discovered a trace of heavenly mechanism. The ferocious beasts in the primordial world are rampant, harming living beings and destroying the earth's veins with deep sins. From this day forth, anyone who slays ferocious beasts will receive merit rewards. As soon as the words fell, a golden cloud of merit appeared in the void. Qin Yu collected the cloud of merit and immediately left the place. The news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and almost the entire primordial world knew about it. Of course, it also caused quite a stir. However, these were not important to Qin Yu. The situation she wanted had already been achieved. Merit is a good thing. Who wouldn't he want it? Anyway, I have told them the method to obtain merit. Whether they do it or not is their business. After all, no one is forcing them. If there are those who overestimate themselves and rush to seek death, it has nothing to do with me. Naturally, some powerful beings wanted to investigate the origins of the Taoist of heavenly mechanism, but unfortunately, the heavenly mechanism was chaotic, and nothing could be investigated. In the primordial world, Yujing Mountain, Hongjun Taoist sat quietly on a mat, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, 4 figures appeared in front of Hongjun's mat. They were the Yangmei Taoist, Yin-Yang Taoist, Qian Kuan Taoist, and demon ancestor Luo Ho. After everyone had gathered, the most irritable Luo Ho spoke first. "Hey Hongjun, you called this old ancestor. What is the matter?" Hongjun opened his eyes and looked at the crowd, saying, "Recently, a Taoist of heavenly mechanism has emerged in the primordial world, proclaiming that killing ferocious beasts can earn merit rewards. This has caused quite a stir. I wonder how you all view this matter?" The Yang-Mei Taoist spoke first. This Taoist of heavenly mechanism is quite interesting. Being able to conceal the heavenly mechanism shows some skill. The Yin-Yang Taoist stroked his beard and said, "Now that the ferocious beasts are rampant, this move can indeed provoke the hearts of the people in the primordial world to eliminate the ferocious beasts, which is beneficial to the primordial world." The Qian Kuan Taoist nodded slightly. "But we don't know what the purpose of this Taoist of heavenly mechanism is. Could it be that there are ulterior motives?" Demon ancestor Luo Ho snorted coldly. "What does it matter what the purpose is as long as it gives this old ancestor a chance to kill a lot?" Hongjun Taoist's gaze was deep, and he said slowly, "Regardless of his purpose, the problem of ferocious beasts is already serious. Triggering a calamity is only a matter of time. We need to plan early to avoid being caught off guard." After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought, each calculating their strategies to cope, and a plot regarding the future direction of the primordial world quietly unfolded in Yujing Mountain. Chapter 7, Chapter 4. Journey to Buzhou Mountain. 1. Since Ruoxin, disguised as the Taoist of heavenly mechanism, spread the word that killing ferocious beasts could earn merit, the entire primordial world erupted. Along the way, Ruoxin could see teams hunting ferocious beasts everywhere. There were the 3 brothers of Huang Tian, Song Tian, the ancestors of the Yuan Feng, Zulong, Shi-Lin clans, and other unknown loose immortals. On this journey, Ruoxin continuously changed her identity, navigating through the murky waters while following various hunting teams to slay ferocious beasts, seizing opportunities to deal a few finishing blows. Most of the teams she joined were composed of loose immortals, and for a time, no one noticed her true identity. One day, she followed a team led by a tiger demon to hunt down a ferocious beast. Ruoxin had randomly chosen this team, not expecting that they would pass through the Unzao Mountain. Unzao Mountain is one of the oldest and most mysterious existences in the world. It has witnessed countless changes over the ages and carries the unspeakable mysteries and powers of heaven and earth. The mountain is rugged with strange rocks and hanging pines, and every inch of land seems to contain endless stories and legends. A layer of mysterious aura lingers in the air, sometimes transforming into wisps of mist, sometimes morphing into strange shapes of light and shadow, evoking a sense of awe in people. Deep within Unzao Mountain lies a chilling, yet supremely dignified power. The pressure of Pangu. This pressure is not merely a simple force, but a shock and reverence that comes from the depths of the soul. With each step forward, One could feel Pangu's grand and majestic aura circulating around them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble slightly, as if recounting the earth-shattering events of Pangu's creation of the world. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed dramatically, sometimes howling with fierce winds, other times flashing with thunder and lightning. The sharp bolts of lightning, like the giant axe in Pangu's hand, sliced through the sky, shining with a heart-pounding radiance. The wild winds swept through the mountain sands and stones, producing howling sounds as if Pangu were roaring in his slumber. All living beings in the surroundings, whether birds, beasts, or plants and trees, appeared particularly small and fragile under the cover of Pangu's pressure. Birds and beasts instinctively circled around Unzao Mountain, not daring to approach easily. Only those with great powers, possessing supreme magical abilities or treasured artifacts, could venture in to explore, and the deeper they went, the heavier the Pangu pressure became. To this day, no one has been able to reach the summit of Unzao Mountain. The small team Ruo Xing was with also planned to bypass Unzao Mountain. However, while others feared Pangu's pressure, Ruo Xing was unafraid. She carried the aura of Pangu, so entering Unzao Mountain was just a minor issue for her. With this in mind, Ruo Xing quietly left the team and headed towards Unzao Mountain. Upon entering Unzao Mountain, at first, the Pangu pressure had little effect on her, but as she ventured deeper, the pressure gradually intensified. Although Unzao Mountain had Pangu's pressure, it also contained many spiritual roots and treasures. Ruo Xing endured the pressure, scavenging along the way. She was not like the future Western duo of 3 inches of earth. When collecting spiritual roots and plants, she selected those that were mature and had high years. For those that were small and insufficient, she left them behind. Ruo Xing also collected some seeds, wanting to see if she could grow them herself. Throughout the journey, Ruo Xing's harvest was plentiful. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a spirit herb radiating with colorful light came into view. This herb was a 5 elements gathering spirit herb, capable of gathering the surrounding 5-element spiritual energy, nourishing the earth's veins, and was one of the 9-tail materials for refining the 9 turns golden pill. Ruo Xing eagerly stored this herb, carefully placing it into a specially crafted box for holding medicinal materials. This was a box Ruo Xing had specifically refined, capable of preserving the medicinal power of its contents for a long time. After securing the herb, Ruo Xing slowly approached the interior of Unzao Mountain. Chapter 8. Chapter 5. Journey to Unzao Mountain 2. Since Ruo Xing entered Unzao Mountain, Qingyu had stopped her cultivation, keeping a close watch on Ruo Xing's movements within the mountain. At this moment, Ruo Xing discovered a primordial grand formation and immediately sat down to meditate, sensing the flow of spiritual energy and the layout of the formation. The primordial wilderness was timeless, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Ruo Xing and Qingyu had both meditated for 1,000 years. This millennium of meditation provided Ruo Xing and Qingyu with a profound understanding of the primordial grand formation. Just as she thought she was on the verge of comprehending it, the formation suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, and a powerful force knocked her back several feet. Ruo Xing steadied herself, surprised. It seemed this grand formation held deeper mysteries. Ruo Xing sighed inwardly, realizing that she had been too complacent on this journey, naively thinking she could obtain treasures within based solely on her own abilities. What she had understood was merely the surface layer, while the depths were infinitely changeable. Unfortunately, her current incarnation's cultivation was too low, and she could not perceive the boundless mysteries within. It was futile. All things in the world have their fated moments. Spiritual objects await the right timing to emerge and cannot be forcibly taken. If one were to break the formation by force, not only would they fail to obtain the spiritual object, but they would also invoke the wrath of heaven and earth. Since she had discovered this grand formation, it was likely that the treasures inside were also fated to be with her. She decided to return when she had grown stronger. After taking a deep look at the primordial grand formation, she walked away after a long while. The further she went in, the heavier the Pangu pressure became, causing Ruo Xing's body to tremble uncontrollably. Her legs felt as though they were being crushed by immense boulders, making every inch of movement incredibly difficult. Her knees gradually bent, as if she were about to kneel completely at any moment. Ruo Xing's face flushed red. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down her forehead, and her breathing became rapid and heavy, as if an invisible giant hand were tightly gripping her throat, forcing her to exert all her strength with each breath. The clothes on her body rustled under the pressure, as if they would be torn apart at any moment. Blood streaks appeared on her body. The azure cloud hairpin on her head continuously emitted a shimmering green light, healing her wounds, only for them to reopen repeatedly, constantly tempering her body. With an indomitable spirit, she persevered, instinctively covering her chest with her hands, tried to alleviate the suffocating pressure that felt like a mountain pressing down on her. The veins under her skin bulged, clearly visible, and her heart raced as if it would burst from her chest. Her vision began to blur, darkness swirling before her eyes, and her consciousness gradually started to dissipate. Besides the howling wind, she could hear her heavy heartbeat and rapid breathing. The shadow of death loomed over her like a dark cloud, pressing heavily on her heart. She felt as though she had reached the end of her life, on the verge of being completely crushed and dissipated by this panga pressure. Fortunately, the azure cloud hairpin continued to heal Ruo Xing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. This incarnation's magical power had been exhausted and had reached its limit. Continuing upward would damage her foundation. Although the pangu pressure was terrifying, it was also a rare method for tempering the physical body. Ultimately, this incarnation's strength was too low. Even though she had released all the pangu aura within this body, she could only stop at the foot of the mountain. Qingyu sighed inwardly, regretting the situation and planning to have her incarnation return first. Ruo Xing gritted her teeth, holding on to the last bit of her consciousness, and turned around, intending to retreat. However, just as she turned, a mysterious force erupted from Unzao Mountain, striking her directly. The azure cloud hairpin flashed with light, attempting to resist. But this light passed straight through the hairpin, reaching Ruo Xing's primordial spirit. On the other side, Qingyu also felt the impact. Qingyu felt a wave of dizziness. Darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. The strand of primordial spirit that Qingyu had sent out returned to her body. After an unknown amount of time, Qingyu slowly awakened, discovering herself in a chaotic space. This place was filled with a dense panga aura, and her incarnation had vanished, leaving only her spirit drifting. Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed in her ear. "Little friend, long time no see." Chapter 9, Chapter 6. Goodbye Pangu. A huge and blurry figure slowly appeared before him. Qingyu focused and realized it was Pangu. "Pangu, you're not dead," Qingyu exclaimed. The space suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Qingyu thought to herself, "Why does this sound like I'm wishing for Pangu to die? If he can't speak, just don't say anything. Pangu wouldn't crush me, would he?" Qingyu's heart screamed in panic. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at Pangu. But not knowing what to say, she could only awkwardly smile. Pangu smiled slightly, his expression carrying the calmness of someone who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. "It's all right, I know you mean no harm." Qingyu quietly raised her eyes, and seeing that Pangu bore no resentment, she dared to meet his gaze. Pangu exuded an ancient and majestic aura, as if he carried the mysteries of the universe's birth. Though his form was illusory, every subtle movement seemed to contain the great power of creation. A sense of reverence surged in Qingyu's heart, and she respectfully bowed deeply to the remnants of Pangu's soul. "I have met the great god Pangu." Seeing Qingyu bowing, Pangu smiled slightly and said, "Little friend, no need for such formalities. The great god Pangu blesses all beings with kindness and benevolence, and as a junior, I must harbor a heart of reverence. One must not indulge in personal desires and act recklessly due to the great god's generosity and kindness." Upon hearing this, Pangu's face broke into a flower-like smile, his eyes turning into crescent moons as he looked at Qingyu and couldn't help but reminisce, his voice carrying a hint of joy. "Ah, recalling the first time I met little friend, it feels just like yesterday. But who would have thought in the blink of an eye, little friend has become so powerful?" Qingyu blushed fiercely at the compliment, her head unconsciously lowering, her hands nervously tugging at the corner of her clothes, not knowing what to do. Seeing her like this, Pangu felt even more delighted. "Little friend, your arrival here is also due to our fate. Today, allow me to impart some teachings. Is that all right?" Qingyu quickly agreed. Of course, a fool wouldn't refuse. This is Pangu, who is going to impart teachings to me. Thus, Pangu sat cross-legged and began to teach. His words flowed like a gentle stream, yet contained endless wisdom. He spoke of the birth of the universe, the evolution of all things, and the true essence of cultivation. Qingyue listened intently, each word shining like brilliant stars, illuminating the darkness on her path of cultivation. Sometimes, Qingyue would pose questions, and Pangu would patiently answer. Even if Qingyue's questions were quite peculiar, Pangu would meticulously explain. As Pangu taught, Qingyue was entranced. She listened and took notes, afraid to miss a single word. As the teaching progressed, Pangu waved his hand, and a package radiating strange light appeared before Qingyue. This package contains items beneficial for your cultivation. I hope you can make good use of them, Pangu said. Qingyue gratefully accepted the package, her heart filled with joy. After the teaching ended, Pangu's figure gradually became more illusory. Great God, Pangu, are you leaving? Hey, little friend, they say all good things must come to an end. I am but a wisp of lingering thought, destined to return to where I belong. But don't worry, we will definitely meet again in the future. Just take care of yourself and be happy. After giving Qingyue one last look, he said, the path of cultivation ahead still requires you to explore on your own. With that, he completely dissipated in that mysterious place. Chapter 10. Chapter 7. Returning to Yingzhou Island. Major revision. After Pangu disappeared, Qingyue also left that mysterious place. When Qingyue opened her eyes again, she found herself no longer on Mount Buzhou, but back on Yingzhou Island. If it weren't for the package in her hand, she would have thought everything that just happened was just a dream. Qingyue tightly clutched the package in her hand, her heart full of emotion. She couldn't wait to see what good things Pangu had given her. As she opened the package, a ball of light leaped out, hovering before Qingyue. The ball emitted a soft glow, mysterious and exuding a faint sense of oppression. With a gentle tap of her fingertip, the light ball immediately entered Qingyue's primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is an absolutely secret and crucial domain. It is not only a place for storing spiritual power, but also the resting place for a cultivator's soul power. Once the primordial spirit is damaged, one may face a regression in cultivation, never able to progress again. At worst, one could explode and die, with their soul scattered and their existence erased. However, Qingyue believed that the great god Pangu had no reason to harm her. If he wanted to kill her, he could have done it with a single slap when they first met. There was no need to wait until now, and besides, her flesh and blood were all given by Pangu. She was a pure descendant of Pangu, and had no reason to harm herself. Qingyue released her primordial spirit, allowing the light ball to merge into it. In an instant, countless pieces of information surged into Qingyue's mind like a tide. Various laws and principles intertwined and spiraled in her sea of consciousness, openly revealing their mysteries to her. She felt as if she were immersed in a vast galaxy, witnessing the birth and extinction of stars. It was as if she were walking on the river of time, feeling the trajectory of all things birth and death. Those profound truths of the great Tao were not forcibly instilled, but flowed into her blood and primordial spirit like gentle spring rain. This sensation was wonderful and comfortable, and Qingyue unknowingly became immersed in it, practicing diligently. Under the nourishment of this power, Qingyue's primordial spirit continued to grow stronger, surrounded by a faint golden halo. The spiritual energy around her gathered towards her like rivers flowing into the sea, forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy above Yingzhou Island. The little light ball also visibly solidified quickly. What Qingyue did not notice was that at the moment she accepted the light ball, an invisible thread of causality connected her with a mysterious existence in the chaos. As Qingyue immersed herself in her cultivation, she remained unaware of how much time had passed. Although she still hadn't transformed, the benefits she gained from this cultivation were considerable. Her primordial spirit became even stronger, and her understanding of the great Tao deepened further. She also gained a deeper understanding of alchemy, artifact refining, formations, and talismans. The spiritual plants on Yingzhou Island grew wildly under the rich spiritual energy, with spiritual herbs covering the ground and spiritual fruits hanging from the branches. If it weren't for Qingyue's current strength being insufficient to comprehend the deeper laws, she would have wanted to continue cultivating indefinitely. Chapter 11. Chapter 8. Suddenly becoming a little rich woman, then she went to check the other items in the package. In the package, a seed emitting a strange glow lies quietly. Under the perception of her primordial spirit, Qingyue suddenly realizes that this seed is the legendary world tree seed, surrounded by a faint halo, as if containing endless vitality and mysteries. The light shimmers like flowing stars, gently flickering as if to tell the ancient stories of the universe. According to the records in the inherited memories, the world tree takes root in the chaotic void, with enormous roots like a winding giant dragon, delving into the unknown darkness to draw endless energy from the chaos. Its flourishing branches stretch out in all directions, supporting the worlds within the world tree. Every leaf of the world tree sparkles with a strange radiance, varying in size and shape. Some resemble brilliant stars, radiating dazzling light. Others are like agile spirits, their glow gentle and lively. These leaves contain the primordial power of chaos, and whether used for alchemy, artifact forging, or array formation, they have extraordinary effects. Unfortunately, what she holds is merely a tiny seed. Qingyu tightly grips the small seed, her brow furrowed, her face filled with conflict. She wants to cultivate the world tree, but the records in her inherited memories contain only fragments, and there is no mention of how to plant the world tree. Faced with the seed in front of her, not knowing where to start, Qingyu carefully stores the seed, planning to study it slowly in the future. Accompanying the seed is a fragment of the creation jade plate. This fragment is undoubtedly of utmost importance. It is the largest piece of the creation jade plate, about 1/3 the size of a complete plate. The jade fragment emits a gentle and holy glow, its intricate patterns engraved with 3,000 laws of the great Tao, depicting the magnificent scenes from the birth of the universe. Each pattern flows with mysterious power, as if it has accumulated endless wisdom and strength over the river of time. What surprises Qingyu the most is that the treasures she searched for with her clone are actually all in this package. Although the treasures given by the Panga god are delightful, the treasures she obtained herself bring her even more sense of achievement. Qingyu originally thought that her primordial spirit's return meant the treasures collected by her clone were lost as well. She was looking forward to transforming soon to search for them, but unexpectedly, the situation turned around and her treasures returned. Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "The Panga god is truly considerate." Qingyu happily counts her treasures. Currently, she has chaotic spiritual treasures, Chaos Pearl, Creation Jade Plate Fragment, Broken, Chaos Spiritual Roots, World Tree Seed, Innate Supreme Treasures, by Yun Hairpin, Creation Cauldron, All Things Classic, Top Quality Innate Spiritual Treasures, Hong Yuan Umbrella, Qian Kuan Mirror, 9 Treasures Colorful Cloud Clothes, Postnatal Merit Treasures, Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, Top Quality Innate Spiritual Roots, 12-Petal Pure World, White Lotus, Enlightenment Tea Tree. No top quality innate spiritual treasures yet. Top quality innate spiritual roots, 5 elements gathering spirit grass. No medium or low quality innate spiritual treasures for now. The various ores and materials collected are countless, along with the contributions from the chives. After all, the heavenly machine Taoist kindly share the methods to gain merit with you all. So, when you slay fierce beasts to gain merit, isn't it reasonable to collect a little interest? Once again, thanks to the contributions of the chives, hoping they will continue their efforts to eliminate fierce beasts. Summary: this trip was fruitful, but she lost a clone. Qingyu instantly became rich, feeling pleased in her heart. She then plunged back into her cultivation, looking forward to transforming soon. Chapter 12, Chapter 9, The Fierce Beast Catastrophe, comes to an end. 1. In the northern part of the wilderness, immortals and fierce beasts are embroiled in a chaotic battle. The sounds of shouting and killing shaking the heavens, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and the earth stained red. On the battlefield filled with blood and slaughter, the beast emperor's expression is grim, staring intently at the 3 people opposite him. Hongjun, Young Mi, and Luo Ho join forces to restrain the beast emperor Shun Ni and his personal guard, preventing him from splitting off to support the other fierce beasts. Yin Yang and Qian Kuan lead the scattered immortals, while the ancestors of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans guide their respective clansmen to restrain the 4 great fierce beasts and their armies. Yin Yang and Qian Kuan set up the Yin Yang Qian Kuan 8 trigrams array, and once established, layers of mist rapidly envelop the surrounding area for thousands of miles, with massive meteors continuously falling, killing many fierce beasts. Although the former chaos could disrupt the order of heaven and earth, it could not exert its power within the array, relying only on its strong physical body to barely hold on. Ultimately, due to exhaustion, it was slain. The fierce beast army, led by chaos, also fell into disarray within the array, with fierce beasts colliding and trampling one another, and amidst the chaos, scattered immortals continuously slayed fierce beasts. The fierce beast army led by Taiyi is fiercely clashing with the ancestral dragon. Taiyi opens its massive blood-red mouth, swallowing countless dragons in one breath. Chapter 13 Chapter 10 The fierce beast catastrophe comes to an end, too. The wind howls, and there's a chilling atmosphere in the world. Hongmeng stands tall, radiating a brilliant light that contains endless power, as if capable of tearing apart the void. Yang Mei's gaze is resolute, with the willow branch in her hand emitting a cold glow, ready to face the imminent fierce battle. Luo Ho is surrounded by surging demonic energy, like a black tide, exuding a chilling aura. Shen Ai is enveloped in strange and intense resentment and hostility, an aura that can directly strike at the primordial spirit and destroy the sea of consciousness. It is also very troublesome. Once entangled, it is difficult to escape. Shen Ai's sharp fangs glint with a cold light, and the scales on its body shimmer with a metallic sheen. Ordinary attacks only spark futilely against it. It stands thousands of feet tall, with strong and powerful limbs, and every step it takes causes the earth to tremble, leaving deep marks. Facing such a troublesome Shen Ai, Hongmeng, Yang Mei, and Luo Ho have no choice but to abandon their previous prejudices and work together to fight against it, constantly maneuvering from a distance. Shen Ai is also hindered by the three before it, unable to easily break free. The battle momentarily falls into a stalemate. On the other side, after dealing with the four great fierce beasts, Yin Yang and Qian Kuan go to support Hongmeng, Yang Mei, and Luo Ho, while the remaining scattered immortals go to eliminate the fleeing fierce beasts. Chapter 14 Chapter 1 The calamity reignites the wilderness does not keep track of years. It has been tens of thousands of yuan meetings since the fierce beast catastrophe, and after the catastrophe ended, the great Dao withdrew, and the heavenly Dao emerged to manage the wilderness. During these millions of years, Qing Yu has been in closed-door cultivation without the slightest slackening. Yet she is still not transformed. All these years, she remains a glowing orb, bouncing up and down on a white lotus, as if venting her dissatisfaction. Yingzhou Island comes with a formation that isolates heavenly secrets, but does not affect the inhabitants' ability to investigate the outside situation. Qing Yu feels that it is relatively safe outside, and it's time to go out for a stroll, or she might start a mold and grow mushrooms. Qing Yu creates a puppet. This puppet can share the perspective of its master. It has a simple self-awareness and is obedient and sensible. The only downside is that it wasted a lot of materials for Qing Yu to finally create this one. Qing Yu's little treasury suffered a heavy blow. Qing Yu internally wails. Is it easy for me to go out? Those were all materials I painstakingly collected, and now they're gone. Looking at her empty materials, Qing Yu can only silently comfort herself. I'm not transformed yet. Those materials aren't needed, so it's not painful. Not painful. Not at all. Chapter 15. Chapter 2. A chance encounter with Tontian Changsho and Qingyue hurriedly arrived on land. Along the way, they stopped frequently to enjoy many beautiful sights. Although the scenery was lovely, their pockets remained empty, with nothing but a dragon's corpse. Qingyue thought that this situation was not sustainable, considering the treasures on Mount Buzhou, and suggested that Changsho go treasure hunting there. On the way to Mount Buzhou, they passed the territory of a lion-tiger clan, which was also a large clan and surely had many treasures. Looking at their empty pockets, Qingyue felt a surge of excitement. She picked a tree branch and casually plucked a handful of leaves. After lightly blowing some fairy energy onto the leaves, they came to life. In the bamboo forest, swaying in the wind, the leaves floated into the lion-tiger territory, hiding among the ordinary leaves. Quietly and stealthily, they were hard to detect. Some leaves drifted down with the wind and accidentally landed on the heads of lion-tiger cubs. Others fell to the ground and were inadvertently stepped on, becoming embedded in shoe soles. Still, some leaves danced in the wind, passing by more than 10 people. Through these leaves, Qingyue gained a clear understanding of the situation in the lion-tiger clan. The clan's treasure vault was located in an inconspicuous pit at the easternmost edge, guarded by dozens of people, all at least Taiyi golden immortal level, with some great Luo golden immortals watching over it. Chapter 16. Chapter 3. Traveling together at this moment. Changsho was holding a freshly caught tiger carcass, staring intently into Tong Tian's eyes. Their gazes met, and for a moment, an invisible tension filled the air. Changshu furrowed her brow slightly, while Tong Tian tightened his grip on his sword. After a brief moment of eye contact, they both read the same desire in each other's eyes, a covetousness for the treasures within the cave. After a moment of silence, Tong Tian broke the stalemate. "It's a fateful encounter, my friend. Why don't we explore together and split the treasures we find?" Qingyue thought for a moment and found the suggestion agreeable, nodding slightly. Just as Changshu Qingyue was about to enter the cave, Tong Tian stopped her. "My friend, wait." Changshu looked back at Tong Tian in confusion, waiting for him to elaborate. "There's a hidden great formation here. If we rush in, we might alert the snakes. It would be better to break the formation first and then divide the treasures." Looking at the unremarkable cave, Changshu couldn't see anything unusual. Since she didn't understand, she decided to find someone who did. The person opposite her, who came to share the treasures, must have some skill. But it turned out that this person was not just skilled, he was exceptionally talented. Chapter 17, Chapter 4, Treasure Hunting. Changshu Qingyue and Tong Tian embarked on a long journey to Mount Buzhou, traversing towering mountains and admiring the grandeur of nature. After years of flying, they finally arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Gazing up at the majestic mountain, Changshu Qingyue couldn't help but think of Pangu. She respectfully bowed 3 times to Mount Buzhou. Seeing her actions, Tong Tian was puzzled and asked, "Changshu, what are you doing?" Looking at Mount Buzhou, "I thought of the great Pangu, who opened the heavens and birthed all things, so I offered my respects." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian felt a twinge of guilt. As one who was transformed from Pangu's original spirit, he had not come to pay respects to his father for so many years. It was truly inappropriate. With that thought, Tong Tian knelt down and respectfully bowed 3 times to Mount Buzhou. After paying tribute to the great Pangu, the two continued towards the mountain. Due to Pangu's immense pressure, they could only walk. Along the way, they walked in silence. Under Changshu Qingyue's subtle guidance, they arrived in front of a large array. The items inside were shrouded by the formation, making it impossible to see their true nature. Chapter 18, Chapter 5, Turning Danger into Safety. As they ventured deeper, the pressure from Pangu grew heavier, and the treasures became more abundant. Stopping and starting along the way, they collected many high-grade spiritual roots and plants. Changshu Qingyue felt that being with Tong Tian had brought her good luck. She remembered the days right after leaving Yingzhou Island when they hadn't found any treasures, not even a trace. Now, following Tong Tian, her pockets were bulging. She couldn't help but wonder what treasures they would encounter next. Thinking of this made Changshu Qingyue even more excited, and even Pangu's pressure couldn't dampen her lighthearted steps. One day, the two reached a valley filled with thunder and lightning, with fierce winds raging. Upon a closer look, they discovered that the valley nurtured a top-grade innate spiritual root, the wind and thunder immortal apricot. It was said that this wind and thunder immortal apricot possessed immense power. If consumed, it could not only greatly enhance a cultivator's strength, but also allow them to comprehend the profound mysteries of wind and thunder, unleashing devastating powers in battle. Changshu Qingyue, with her solid understanding of the Tao, calculated that the wind and thunder immortal apricot had not yet reached maturity. Within 100 years, it would absorb enough wind and thunder power from the heavens and earth, and when the fruit matured, it could be easily harvested. Chapter 19, Chapter 6, The Two-Part Ways. The two divided the immortal apricots completely. Looking at the remaining wind and thunder immortal apricot tree, Qingyue wanted to show kindness. Throughout this journey, Tong Tian had taken great care of her, and she truly considered him a friend. Thinking that Tong Tian had worked hard, she decided to let him have it. However, Tong Tian refused. Seeing Qingyue's puzzled expression, Tong Tian explained, "The ley line power of a blessed land can only sustain one top-grade innate spiritual root. Since Kunlun Mountain has the Huangzhong Li, we cannot take the wind and thunder immortal apricot tree." Changshu Qingyue nodded in understanding and stored the wind and thunder immortal apricot tree in her sleeve. Since she had taken the wind and thunder immortal apricot tree, she handed the corpse of Qiongqi to Tong Tian, who accepted it without hesitation. In his mind, he thought about using Qiongqi to create a large formation when he returned. Furthermore, after the recent battle, Tong Tian's state of mind had changed, and the bottleneck in his cultivation had loosened. He urgently needed to enter seclusion to break through the bottleneck. After accepting Qiongqi's corpse, he planned to return to Kunlun Mountain to enter seclusion. Changsho Qingwei felt a bit reluctant, but did not stop him. As Tong Tian was leaving, she firmly stuffed several immortal apricots and a drop of 3 lights divine water into his hands. I don't have many good things. Take more of these apricots back to share with your brothers. Keep this 3 lights divine water with you. It could save your life in a critical moment. Remember to stay safe on your journey and avoid getting involved with the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Chapter 20. Chapter 7. Returning to Ingzhou Island at Mount Buzhou. In the ancestral witch hall, the 12 ancestral witches were drooling, crowding together, all eagerly staring at Emperor Jiang, their eyes occasionally glancing at the item in his hands. They were unsure how to eat it, as it was their first time encountering such food. Seeing the eager expressions of his younger siblings, Emperor Jiang felt it was his duty as the elder brother to set an example. He carefully examined the peculiar stone in his hand. The stone itself was inedible, but the thick juice inside should be edible, right? It must be said that Emperor Jiang was indeed insightful. He scooped out a large spoonful with his hand and put it into his mouth. The remaining 11 ancestors looked at Emperor Jiang with curiosity, observing his expression. Seeing that Emperor Jiang was fine, they confirmed that it was indeed edible. Is it delicious? Zhu Rong asked first. Emperor Jiang had already been conquered by the deliciousness from earlier. As he chewed, the tender dragon meat spread in his mouth, as if every fiber was dancing on his tongue, awakening his taste buds to this ultimate delicacy. The rich sauce, combined with the plump mushrooms, unleashed a bold and fragrant flavor that burst on his palate, with a salty and savory taste spreading from his tongue to his heart, marking a perfect conclusion to this exquisite taste experience. Chapter 21. Conflict escalates on the way back to Ingzhou Island. Changsho Qingwei passed by the territory of the Lion-Tiger clan again. He was curious about what had happened after he and Tong Tian left, and whether they had resorted to the same tricks again. The leaves returned to the territory of the Lion-Tiger clan. The caves that had been burned down had been rebuilt, but upon closer inspection, there were still traces of the fire. Changsho Qingwei hid in a large tree, secretly observing the movements of the Lion-Tiger clan. At the lair of the Lion-Tiger clan's leader, Lion Lai, he would never forget that day. After all, who could forget the day their territory was burned, they lost a competition, had to bow to other beasts, and then had their treasure trove stolen? It would infuriate anyone to the core. Fortunately, no clan members had sacrificed their lives in that strange fire. The current leader of the Lion-Tiger clan, Lion Lai, could only comfort himself with that. However, over the years, he had never given up searching for the little thief who set the fire and stole the treasure. But to no avail. Finding that thief and tearing him to pieces had almost become Lion Lai's inner demon. Lion Lai had considered that the Qilin clan might be behind it, but after the competition ended, Ling Yuan swore to the Heavenly Dao that the Qilin clan had not done it. Under the witness of the Heavenly Dao, the Qilin clan was innocent and without issue. This left Lion Lai, who had wanted to use this as an excuse, with nothing. Chapter 22. The 3 clans at war. 1. Changsho had a difficult return to Ingzhou Island. Fortunately, Changsho's puppet body was strong enough, allowing him to escape under the Grand Dragon's command. This puppet body of Changsho was truly a sight to behold, covered in hideous scars and burnt marks. The formation that was originally used to conceal it had long since failed, revealing a bumpy metal shell. In some areas, it had even cracked open, exposing the intricate internal circuits and mechanical structures. Worse still, many parts of this puppet had gone missing during the battle, making its body seem incomplete. The lack of some key parts made movement extremely difficult, with every action accompanied by creaking sounds, as if it could fall apart at any moment. But fortunately, the critical core remained intact, allowing Changsho's puppet to hold on until now. Since the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had established their respective scales, feathered, and beast clans, the friction between the 3 clans had deepened. Each clan was expanding its territory, and the members of the 3 clans could not get along, leading to constant friction at their borders. Small fights occurred every 2 days, and larger ones every 3 days. At this time, only the patrolling members of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were present at the border, while other races had fled far away, fearing for their safety. Chapter 23. The 3 clans at war. 2. In the Grand Hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace, there was a magnificent throne upon which the Grand Dragon, in the guise of a middle-aged man, sat. The Grand Dragon stood tall like a pine, his body lines smooth and natural, with every movement appearing elegant and composed. He exuded an indescribable aura of dominance, not derived from external power and authority, but from the deep-seated confidence and majesty within him. His entire being radiated an imposing presence that commanded respect without anger. His eyes were deep and piercing, while the Grand Dragon's gaze swept through the hall. All the dragons below were too frightened to raise their heads. His movements flowed like water, each gesture revealing the might and authority of a king. The Grand Dragon cast a casual glance at the dragon sons and grandsons below, nonchalantly asking, "How is the preparation going?" The Grand Dragon's eldest son, Yinglong, replied first. "All preparations are complete. We are just waiting for father to give the order to set off." The Grand Dragon nodded, revealing no signs of joy or anger. He looked at Yinglong, his most favored son. After a while, the Grand Dragon said to Yinglong, "You will stay behind at the Dragon Palace during this battle. Do not set foot outside." Chapter 24. The Three Clans at War 3. At this time, Yingzhou Island had undergone a great transformation thanks to the tireless efforts of Changsho Nyoma. Spirit plants were everywhere, and spirit fruits were abundant. Various spirit vegetables and fruits were harvested in succession, filling the warehouses on Yingzhou Island to the brim. The landlord Qingwei was very happy and continued to instruct Changsho Nyoma to work. Fortunately, Changsho was a puppet. If it were a normal person being ordered around by Qingwei like this, they would have fled overnight. Qingwei estimated that the time for the Three Clans' Great War was nearing. In this war, the three clans were bound to suffer heavy losses, and after the battle, there would be barely 1 in 10 survivors among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Qingwei secretly thought that since you all will be dead anyway, dealing with so many corpses would be troublesome, polluting the environment and affecting the aesthetics. It would be better for me to help you out. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, immediately sending Changsho to the battlefield to collect corpses. After all, Qingwei had not yet transformed. The bodies of the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins were all treasures. Their bones were incredibly hard, suitable for refining powerful magical treasures. Their fur was soft and smooth, perfect for making luxurious robes. And their inner Dan contained boundless spiritual energy and essence, which could be refined into pills that would greatly enhance one's power, potentially breaking through bottlenecks and reaching higher realms. Chapter 25. Dialogue between two. None of this mattered to Changsho Qingwei. Ever since Changsho arrived on the battlefield, Qingwei shared his perspective immediately. Looking at the countless dragon, phoenix, and Qilin corpses, Qingwei's eyes sparkled. If she had been able to transform, she would have rushed over immediately. Changsho transformed again into an old Taoist with white hair and beard, cautiously wandering along the edge of the battlefield, searching for suitable prey. Suddenly, an injured Qilin charged toward her direction, followed by an angry giant dragon. Changsho Qingwei's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. She seized the moment, casting an illusion to confuse the injured Qilin and cleverly diverting the giant dragon. She quickly stored the Qilin in her spatial magic treasure, and Changsho Qingwei was overjoyed. Next, she continued searching the battlefield, profiting immensely, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with delight. Every move she made was observed by Hongjun Daoist. Hongjun Daoist traveled, and along the way, witnessed the suffering of the beings in the Hongmeng world, unintentionally arriving at the battlefield of the three clans. To his surprise, he saw a puppet on the battlefield of the three clans. Yes, Hongjun immediately recognized that Changsho was a puppet, and when he calculated with his fingers, he found he could not discern anything. Chapter 26. The End of War. Repair. This great battle lasted for hundreds of yuan meetings. The duration of the war was too long. Qingyu had lost the initial enthusiasm for collecting corpses and closed the share perspective with Changsho, allowing him to adapt on his own while she focused on her cultivation. Changsho lingered at the edge of the battlefield, diligently collecting corpses, purifying the resentment and malevolent energy before finally storing them in his sleeve. The movements were seamless, clearly practiced many times. As Changsho purified the resentment and malevolent energy, strands of merit flowed into Qingyu's body. Unfortunately, Qingyu had already fallen into deep seclusion and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. This battle was extremely brutal. The blood of the three clans flowed like rivers, staining the mountains and the earth. Every inch of land was covered with casualties, broken dragon horns, scattered phoenix feathers, and severed Qilin hooves, all witnesses to this cruel war. Many powerful figures from the three clans fell, and countless lives were lost in the flames of war. The world was desolate. As the members of the three clans continued to fall, the calamity energy in the world gradually dissipated. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin also regained clarity. However, at this moment, they were all battered and bruised, breathing heavily. The massive body of the ancestral dragon was covered in broken scales, blood oozing from its wounds and dyeing the ground beneath it a deep red. Each breath came with painful gasps. The once mighty dragon aura had weakened due to its injuries. Chapter 27. Encountering the demon clan at the moment the calamity energy dissipated. Changsho decisively escaped from this place of trouble, instantly appearing thousands of miles away. He hid millions of miles away, but continued to observe the situation of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans from the shadows. Now that the calamity energy had dissipated, the heavenly secrets became clearer. After some calculations, the final result was exactly the same as the story of the primordial age. Back then, the three clans of dragon, phoenix, and Qilin arrived with tens of millions of their kin, their grand procession blocking out the sun, and all clans submitted to them. Yet when they departed, less than 1 in 10,000 of their kin remained, burdened with karma, and their ranks were sparse. Who would have thought that the once dominant three clans of the primordial age would end up in such a situation, leaving people feeling deeply regretful? The dragon clan slowly disappeared into the clouds, heading towards the four seas. The phoenix's cries grew fainter as it returned to the southern immortal volcano. And the Qilin also dragged its slow feet, vanishing into the depths of the earth. Seeing the sparse departure of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, Changsho returned to the battlefield to assess the situation. However, upon seeing the countless bodies of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans on the ground, even Changsho, a puppet, felt greatly surprised. With a dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans so wild in their actions, leaving their kin's corpses exposed in the wilderness? After all, they had fought valiantly for their clans. Were they just going to abandon them like this? Chapter 28. Difficult escape seeing this. The demon general Ing Sha flashed a look of surprise, but then greed quickly returned to his expression. There was some skill here, but you still can't escape today. Saying this, he formed hand seals and summoned a massive shadow of a demon to pounce at Changsho. Changsho quickly suppressed the resentment and malevolent energy within him, channeling his spiritual power and activating the Thunder Spirit Pearl, unleashing powerful lightning strikes towards the demon shadow. The power of lightning has a particularly restraining effect on evil spirits, and under the lightning attack, the demon shadow instantly vanished. The demon general Ing Sha widened his eyes, unable to believe what was happening before him. How could this be possible? The demon general roared in anger, drawing his dual axes and charging at Changsho. Changsho also summoned the primordial measuring ruler to defend. Seeing the primordial measuring ruler in Changsho's hand, Ing Sha's eyes went wide. His attacks became even more ruthless and merciless, each strike aiming for a fatal blow. Countless spells clashed, and magical artifacts collided, producing a series of thundering booms. Although Changsho had many treasures, the demon clan's Ing Sha was highly powerful and experienced. If it weren't for the Bai Yun hairpin continuously healing Changsho's injuries, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Changsho not only had to fend off Ing Sha's attacks, but also guard against sneak attacks from demon soldiers. The resentment and malevolent energy within him were also stirring restlessly, making the situation extremely unfavorable. Chapter 29. Refining the Heart. 1. After regaining consciousness, Changsho dragged his broken body back to Yingzhou Island. Upon returning to Yingzhou Island, he found that Qing Yu was still in seclusion. Changsho did not disturb her and automatically went to tend to the spiritual plants and fruits on the island. The Bai Yun hairpin on his head continued to shine brightly, constantly repairing Changsho's core. What Changsho did not know was that the resentment and malevolent energy within him had silently infiltrated Qing Yu's body, intending to control her. While Qing Yu was cultivating, her consciousness suddenly arrived at a strange place. Here, is you? Why are you still here? Hurry up, we're going to be late for class. Okay, I'll be right there. Qing Yu instinctively blurted out. The one calling Qing Yu was a long-haired girl named Chu Ying, her university roommate. Looking around 17 or 18 years old, with round big eyes, a petite nose, and rosy lips, adorable and lively. She was also very energetic. Seeing Qing Yu moving slowly, she grabbed her and ran to the classroom. Qing Yu followed the girl to the classroom, where they had a painting class. The teacher was a charming lady in her late 20s. After class, they went to the university cafeteria to eat together. The cafeteria was spacious, with many delicious foods. The prices were reasonable and very friendly. Chapter 30, Refining the Heart. 2. Before Qing Yu's eyes, an incredibly familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Ying. Memories of her and Ying slowly replayed in Qing Yu's mind. They studied together, played together, ate together, and gamed together. Bit by bit, these memories appeared in Qing Yu's mind. She thought she had long forgotten everything from the past, but the reality proved she had not forgotten. They had merely been hidden in the depths of her memory. Yet she had never forgotten. Ying looked at Qing Yu with her big, pleading eyes and said, "Don't go, please don't go. Yu, can we stay together forever?" Ying slowly approached Qing Yu, looking at the face that was identical to Ying's. Qing Yu felt immense pain in her heart. Her eyes gradually moistened. Their former friendship had been so pure and beautiful, but sadly it was long gone. Qing Yu lived in a family that favored boys over girls. Back then, she was not called Qing Yu, but Zhao Di. Being a girl, she was not favored by her family and had endless household chores from the moment she could remember. "You dead girl, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry back and get to work." She had heard such words countless times. Washing clothes, cooking, washing dishes, sweeping the floor. She took on almost all the household chores, while her brother did nothing. Chapter 31. All Parties in Action. 1. Qing Yu felt very puzzled. She had been cultivating diligently on Yingzhou Island. So how could she have encountered that disgusting thing? She was determined to investigate thoroughly before entering seclusion again. After some investigation, she found that it was the resentment and malevolent energy from the corpses of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans that Changshu had brought that was causing trouble. This resentment and malevolent energy had developed a certain consciousness after being nourished by the boundless resentment and malevolent energy of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. However, the Heavenly Way did not allow their existence. They originally wanted Changshu's body. But Changshu was a puppet, and these entities could not reside in a lifeless object. Their series of small actions would only cause Changshu more injuries. Since they could not occupy Changshu's body, they lay dormant in the dark. They should have seen themselves in their untransformed state, wanting to devour themselves, but they were protected by the merits of Pangu left behind. Naturally, this attempt failed. However, this entity was not discouraged and tried to tempt them into becoming addicted to illusions in order to control them. As a result, this entity was sent away by a sword condensed from the merits of opening the heavens. For safety, Qing Yu decisively learned the secret texts given by Taoist Hongjun and personally eliminated the resentment and evil energy from Changshu. Although the bodies of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin brought back still retained a considerable amount of resentment and evil energy, it was not enough to be feared after that entity was sent away by Qing Yu. Chapter 32, Chapter 6. All Parties in Action. 2. The four of them discussed how to deal with the Zhuxian sword array against Luo Ho. The four Zhuxian swords are Zhuxian sword, Luxian sword, Xianxian sword, and Juexian sword. The combination of these four swords forms a Zhuxian array, which is said to be unbreakable by anyone but the four saints. The Zhuxian sword glimmers with a cold light, exuding a sharp, killing intent. It is extremely sharp and can easily cut through all things in the world, whether it is a sturdy treasure or a powerful body under the Zhuxian sword. They are as fragile as thin paper. If the sword bearer possesses sufficient strength, wielding the Zhuxian sword can cause the heavens and earth to tremble and space to shatter, bringing catastrophic disaster to the enemy. The Luxian sword emits a chilling, bloody aura. Once summoned, it will unleash a bloody storm, erasing life like ants wherever it points. Its unique magic can disturb the enemy's mind, causing opponents to fall into fear and chaos, thus losing their combat ability and becoming easy prey for the sword wielder. The Xianxian sword is filled with strange powers. It can create all kinds of illusions and traps, confusing the enemy's senses, leading opponents into dire straits without their knowledge. When the enemy steps into the traps set by the Xianxian sword, it is like being stuck in a quagmire. The more they struggle, the deeper they sink, ultimately being devoured by the power within the sword. Chapter 33, Chapter 7. The Battle Between Dao and Demon. 1. Time slowly passed. The moment the Zhuxian four swords were born in Luo Ho, the calamity energy in the world suddenly surged, reaching a new height. Both Luo Ho and Hongjun knew that a battle between them was inevitable. It would be a fight to the death. One day, the four of them arrived at Shumi Mountain and found Luo Ho sitting alone in front of it, seemingly waiting for a long time. Luo Ho laughed wildly, surrounded by raging demonic flames, with the Zhuxian four swords orbiting around him, exuding a chilling aura. Hongjuan's expression was serious, and behind him, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qian Kuan stood in formation, each holding a treasure, ready for battle. Hongjun, today is your day of death, Luo Ho shouted, wielding the god-slaying spear and charging towards Hongjun and the others like a shooting star. Hongjun raised his hand, and a purple sky thunder met him, colliding with the god-slaying spear and exploding with brilliant light. Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qian Kuan seized the opportunity to attack, with Yin Yang summoning the Taiyi diagram, Qian Kuan summoning the Qian Kuan Ding, and Yang Mei wielding the Hollow Willow, all launching their attacks at Luo Ho. Luo Ho summoned the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus to defend. The two sides fought fiercely, with treasures flying everywhere and demonic light intertwining with celestial light. The battle intensified, shaking the heavens and earth. Chapter 34, Chapter 8, The Battle Between Dao and Demon 2. Luo Ho was well aware of their intentions. Since he dared to burn his demonic essence, he naturally had ways to recover it. The resentment and evil energy at the foot of Shumi Mountain erupted completely, crazily gathering around Luo Ho to replenish his lost demonic essence. For ordinary immortals, this resentment and evil energy would be something to avoid, but for demons, it was a tremendous supplement. Hongjun and Yang Mei could not let Luo Ho recover. Yang Mei's original form was the space demon god, who had survived the great calamity of opening the heavens with a trace of true spirit, falling onto the Hollow Willow in the Primordial and transforming to escape the identity of the chaotic gods and demons, settling down in the Primordial. As a former space demon god, Yang Mei's mastery of spatial laws was unmatched. Yang Mei quickly sealed off the space around Luo Ho, preventing the resentment and evil energy from continuing to flow towards him. Hongjun also wielded the Panga banner, attacking Luo Ho repeatedly. After Yang Mei sealed the space, Luo Ho's speed of recovering demonic essence slowed significantly, but he remained calm. With an angry shout, the demonic light around him flashed, and he forcibly distorted parts of the sealed space using his demonic powers, allowing a small amount of resentment and evil energy to continue flowing towards him. Facing Hongjuan's Panga banner attack, Luo Ho wielded the god-slaying spear, fiercely clashing with it, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with every strike. Chapter 35. Chapter 1. Hongjun becomes a saint. Several tens of thousands of yuan meetings have passed since the battle between Dao and Demon. Qingwei has been quietly cultivating for several tens of thousands of yuan meetings. One day, a sudden wave of pressure spread throughout the entire primordial world. Qingwei was awakened from her cultivation, and before she could react, saw purple qi rising from the east, with clouds of rosy light filling the sky, auspicious clouds everywhere, and fragrant breezes wafting through, as golden lotuses burst forth from the ground, accompanied by ethereal sounds of the Tao spreading across the primordial. High above the 9 clouds, I sit on the lotus. Outside the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the respected teacher. The leader of the Xianmen, one breath transforms into Hongjun. I am Hongjun, today I become a saint. 10,000 years later, I will preach in the purple cloud palace. Those with fate may come to listen. So soon, Hongjun has become a saint, and I have yet to transform. Qingwei felt a sense of urgency. Hongjun's preaching was a great opportunity that she must not miss. Moreover, after Hongjun's preaching, he would distribute treasures at the Funbao Cliff, and she must have her share of those treasures. Qingyue's transformation was relatively difficult due to her high starting point. Fortunately, she was already on the verge of transformation. Qingwei was confident that she could successfully transform within 5,000 years. She immersed herself in intense cultivation again. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and the small light orb transformed into a 15 or 16-year-old slender blue-clad girl. Chapter 36. Chapter 2. Competing for the lotus seat, cultivation. As soon as the two entered the purple cloud palace, they focused their attention on the 6 lotus seats in front. The 3 lotus seats at the front were occupied by the 3 pure ones. Jane and Junyi looked over, and the 3 pure ones emitted pressure at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Jane and Junyi smiled lightly, and shifted their gaze. The three pure ones are one entity. Offending one is equivalent to offending all three. Jane and Junti would not be so foolish, especially since each of the three pure ones had the strength of the late stage of the great Luo, golden immortal, and the leader, Laozi, possessed peak strength, along with the heavenly Linglong Xianhuang pagoda, making them even harder to deal with. Jane's gaze slowly moved towards Nuwa, who was seated behind the three pure ones. Seeing this, her brother Fuxi, sitting behind Nuwa, displayed his brotherly affection, releasing his mid-stage great Luo golden immortal strength, discreetly taking out the Fuxi Qin. Nuwa was not to be outdone, also unleashing her late-stage great Luo golden immortal strength, as the brother and sister duo glared at Jane and Junti, as if to say, "Dare you try anything?" Noticing that this brother and sister were not to be trifled with, Jane and Junti shifted their gaze to Hongyun, who was next to Nuwa. Hongyun was a well-known good person in the Primordial, widely making friends, charitable, and often giving away the spirit treasures he obtained. Such a good person was rare in the Primordial. Chapter 37, Chapter 3. Heading to Buzhou Mountain, this preaching session would last 3 times, each lasting 3,000 years, with intervals of 10,000 years, totaling 9,000 years of preaching. Those who could come to the Purple Cloud Palace are all fated individuals. The first lecture will start with the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal to solidify the Tao foundation for everyone. Hongjun Saint sat on a high platform, radiating an enigmatic and unfathomable light. His voice was calm, yet contained endless majesty as he slowly began to expound on the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His voice flowed like a babbling brook, yet resounded like a great bell, conveying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, reaching the ears of all present. Everyone listened intently, not daring to show any sign of negligence. The saint's teachings were naturally extraordinary. The ground was adorned with golden lotuses, celestial sounds echoed, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Sacred light flickered, and mysterious runes emerged, intertwining in the air to form scenes of mystery, showcasing the chaotic state of the universe at its inception and the marvelous process of the evolution of all things. Below the platform, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and others were immersed in the teachings of the Tao ancestor, comprehending the profound truths of the great Luo Golden Immortal's path. Qinghua also listened attentively, feeling that every word contained infinite mysteries, as if opening a door to a new world. She was entranced, her soul resonating with the Tao's sound. Chapter 38. The gourd incident. The two shabby figures from the west saw everyone heading towards Buzhou Mountain and followed along, hoping to gain some benefits. Upon seeing the 7 gourds on the gourd vine, Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled. The west is barren. These 7 gourds are fated for us. Having said that, he attempted to forcibly pick the gourds. The crowd glared at Zhuan Ti in anger. Tong Tian was the first to step forward, loudly proclaiming, "These gourds are not yet ripe. How can you take them by force?" Emperor Jun and Taiyi stood by coldly, saying, "The west barrenness has nothing to do with these gourds. Do not cause trouble." Zhuan Ti, undeterred by the crowd's criticism, was about to take action when Nuwa intervened. With her brows slightly furrowed, she said, "Dao brother, such behavior is truly unbecoming." Laozi leisurely spoke. "Things from the east naturally belong to the east." Hongyun, sensing the tense atmosphere, intended to mediate but was held back by Zhen Yuanzi. Jane observed the situation around him, realizing staying was useless. He forcibly dragged the unwilling Zhuan Ti away. Not long after the two left, all the gourds on the vine ripened. The moment the gourds on the vine fully matured, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Chapter 39. A journey to Kunlun Mountain. Inside the cave, the 4 were seated facing each other. Just as Tong Tian was about to ask a question, Laozi preemptively spoke. "Dao friends, how about we discuss the Dao?" Qinghua nodded in agreement. In an instant, the sounds of Dao flowed through Kunlun Mountain, accompanied by myriad extraordinary phenomena. Laozi's red, clear energy and auspicious clouds appeared, with 3 flowers manifesting above his head, blooming in 9 grades, and the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity combining to bloom in 27 grades, circling and rotating above Laozi's head, revealing his understanding of the way of non-action. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi were not to be outdone. Yuan Shi's purple clear energy and auspicious clouds emerged, with 3 flowers appearing above his head. also blooming in 9 grades, and the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity blooming in 27 grades, transforming and illustrating Yuan Shi's understanding of following the heavenly way. Tongtian's green, clear energy and auspicious clouds appeared, with 3 flowers manifesting above his head, similarly blooming in 9 grades, and the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity blooming in 27 grades, the flowers transforming unpredictably, expressing Tongtian's insights and seizing the opportunities of heaven. Qingyue followed suit, manifesting the phantom of Pangu, with 3 flowers appearing above her head, blooming in 11 grades, and the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity blooming in 33 grades, complementing each other and describing Qingyue's understanding of the way of balance. The 4 different paths confirmed each other, allowing the 4 to gain a deeper understanding of each other's Tao and a more profound comprehension of their own. Chapter 40. The second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace time passed unnoticed, and it was soon time for the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. Qingyue, along with the 3 pure ones, headed to the Purple Cloud Palace. At this moment, the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace had not yet opened, and many beings were seated outside waiting. Qingyue could clearly feel that after Hongjun Saint's teachings and years of secluded cultivation, everyone's strength had significantly increased. Niua's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Fuxi had entered the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Kunpeng had also reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Renowned figures such as Mingyi Ancestor, the Queen Mother of the West, the Duke of the East, Hongyun, Zhen Yuanzi, and others had all reached the late stage or peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Emperor Jun and Taiyi had not seen each other for a long time, and upon this meeting, they were surrounded by Baizhe, Failian, Ghostcar, Jiao Ying, Shangyang, Baifeng, Lu Wu, Kaiming Beast, Qinyuan, Jimeng, Ying Zhao, and many other great demons, seemingly indicating that Emperor Jun was the leader. Moreover, their strength was quite impressive. Emperor Jun was at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Taiyi at the perfection stage, and the other great demons had also reached the mid or late stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, not much inferior to the top powers. Shihi and Changshi, the 2 sisters, had also reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 2 sisters frequently glanced at Emperor Jun and Taiyi, who smiled back upon seeing them, exchanging meaningful looks. Chapter 41. A joint journey to Buzhou Mountain. After the lecture ended, Qingyue and the 3 pure ones left the Purple Cloud Palace with a new little sister. The 3 pure ones naturally cherished Qingyue, inviting her to live in Kunlun Mountain. Qingyue declined, as it was her birthplace, and she felt somewhat reluctant. However, she promised to visit her brothers often. Initially saddened by Qingyue's refusal, the 3 pure ones felt better upon hearing that she would frequently visit, though they were still somewhat unwilling. On the way, Qingyue said, "Brothers, I have just taken form, and I wish to travel through the wilderness for a while, so I won't be accompanying you." Yuan Shi frowned and said, "Although the calamity is past, the wilderness is still not peaceful. Sister, you have just taken form, and your powers are still shallow. Traveling alone is too dangerous." Laozi also advised, "Indeed, sister, why don't we accompany you on your travels? It would be good to have someone to look after you." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's eyes lit up, clapping his hands and saying, "This plan is excellent. I also want to see the wonders of this wilderness." Qingyue originally intended to venture out alone, but seeing the concerned expressions of her 3 brothers warmed her heart, and she nodded in agreement. "Then I will trouble my 3 brothers." Chapter 42. Constructing Yingzhou Island after obtaining the spiritual treasure. Qingyue parted ways with the 3 pure ones and returned to her birthplace. The first thing Qingyue did upon returning to Yingzhou Island was to refine the island's protective formation. Yingzhou Island was Qingyue's birthplace, and having cultivated the formation under Tongtian's guidance, she successfully refined the protective formation and completely took control of the entire fairy island as her Tao ground. From then on, everything on the island was under Qingyue's control. Currently, she was situated on Yingzhou Island, one of the 3 immortal islands. Qingyue intended to claim the other 2 islands as her own. Just one Yingzhou Island was as large as the Milky Way, so the other 2 islands must also be substantial. She knew she couldn't completely refine the protective formations of the other 2 islands right away. Qingyue temporarily set this aside, planning to wait until after the 3rd lecture to proceed, as Hongjun Dao Ancestor's teachings were very important. Now that Ingzhou Island completely belonged to her. Having experienced the rough cultivation environment of the three pure ones, Qingwei considered herself a refined little fairy and was determined to properly beautify her Dao ground. At the very least, she couldn't be a cave dweller on a mountain. No, she meant a cave dweller on an island. For the next period of time, Qingwei instructed Changshu to tidy up her dojo. Chapter 43, Chapter 9, The Troubles of Yuan Shi, Cultivation Without Time. In this time of less than 10,000 years, many events occurred. First, Emperor Jun Taiyi joined forces with Beis, Failian, Guiche, Zhouing, Shangyang, Bifang, Luwu, Kaming Beast, Qinyuan, Jimeng, and Zhao, and a group of great demons to establish the demon clan. Dong Wangong was not to be outdone, establishing the Zifu Immortal Court in the Eastern Sea Zifu continent. The Heavenly Dao recognized their actions and bestowed a large amount of merit. Now, Emperor Jun Taiyi had become a quasi-saint of the Zhani corpse. With the other great demons not one below the late stage of the Luo Jingxian, and Dong Wangong was close to the perfection of the Luo Jingxian. As the time for the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace approached, after this period of cultivation, Qingwei also reached the perfection of the Luo Jingxian. After stabilizing her cultivation, Qingwei immediately set off for the Zixiao Palace. Qingwei arrived a bit late. The main gate of the Zixiao Palace had already opened, and after greeting Yaotai Haoyan, who was guarding the gate, Qingwei walked in. Since the Zixiao Palace is a saint's dojo, everyone sat down quietly to meditate upon arrival, not uttering a word. Upon seeing Qingyue's arrival, the 3 pure ones nodded in acknowledgement. Qingwei also smiled back. Glancing at Nuwa, who was sitting behind her, Qingwei nodded and smiled to express friendliness. Chapter 44, Chapter 10, The 3 Lectures at Zixiao Palace. As time passed, the 3,000 guests at Zixiao Palace took their seats one by one, quietly waiting for the saint to appear and expound on the great Tao. Of course, the duo from the west was still the last to arrive. Qingwei couldn't understand. She knew they were far away in the west, but couldn't they set out earlier? What harm would it do to leave ahead of time? They always arrived last, making it seem as if we were specially waiting for them. Qingyue's impression of the duo from the west was not very good. Once everyone was present, the figure of the saint appeared on the high platform to give the lecture. The people below all stood up and saluted in unison. We pay our respects to Daozu. Hongjun Daozu nodded in response. Everyone took their seats again. In the final lecture, Hongjun Daozu explained the way of the saints. With heavenly flowers and golden lotuses erupting from the earth, purple qi came from the east, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. The sound of the Tao resonated, instantly transforming the entire Zixiao Palace into an ocean of endless Tao and myriad imagery. The 3,000 guests came to listen to the Tao and instantly entered a state of meditation, then began to comprehend the great Tao. However, the way of the saints was quite obscure and difficult to understand. Many immortals frowned in confusion. But those who could come to the Zixiao Palace all had a sincere heart towards the Tao. Even if they didn't understand, they remembered Daozu's words. Waiting to slowly comprehend them after their cultivation improved in the future. Chapter 45, Chapter 11, Division of Saint Positions. Hongjun then looked at Nuwa and said, Nuwa, in the future, you will have a great opportunity and merit to achieve sainthood, and you will be my inner disciple. Do you agree? Thank you, Master, I am willing. Nuwa quickly replied. Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. The map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball were both top-grade, innate spirit treasures. The map of mountains and rivers is vast and contains a complete world within. The red embroidery ball can determine the marriage of heaven, earth, and humanity in one's throne. It carries infinite power, making it difficult for enemies to resist. I shall bestow them upon you today. After saying this, a strand of primordial purple qi entered Nuwa's primordial spirit, and the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball were received by Nuwa. Thank you, Master. Nuwa also knelt in gratitude to Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun Daozu reluctantly shifted his gaze to the duo of Jane and Juini, feeling quite conflicted, and then quickly moved his gaze away, remaining silent for a while. Seeing that Daozu had accepted the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, the other immortals present also realized that Daozu's disciples corresponded to the people on the lotus seats in front. The primordial purple qi was a necessary condition for achieving sainthood. Those with primordial purple qi, such as the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, were destined to become saints. Wouldn't that make the rest of them like ants, unable to turn the tide? Chapter 46, Chapter 12, Division of Treasures. Hongjun took one last look at everyone, whose myriad forms of life were just that. Considering they at least called him teacher, Hongjun's heart softened. I will merge with the Tao. The spirit treasures I collected and refined in my early years are of no use to me now. I will place those spirit treasures on the treasure division cliff outside the Zixiao Palace for you all. After he spoke, the figure of Hongjun Daozu disappeared from the Zixiao Palace. Upon hearing this, the immortals were extremely excited, each displaying their abilities and rushing towards the Zixiao Palace's exit. Qingwei had not yet reacted when she was pulled away by Tong Tian, who was closest to her, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the treasure division cliff. Brothers and sisters, hurry up, I will hold them off. Tong Tian said, then unleashed the sword array of the immortal slaying, firmly guarding the path to the treasure division cliff. Tong Tian's actions naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the other immortals. Dong Wanggong said, Tong Tian, I command you as the foremost male immortal of the primordial wilderness to let us pass immediately. Tong Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, ignoring Dong Wanggong, who was acting like a clown. Seeing how Tong Tian disregarded him, Dong Wanggong was furious and devised a plan. Tong Tian, the Daozu is benevolent and has distributed treasures to us. Why do you obstruct us? Is it not disrespectful to Daozu? Tong Tian cast a disdainful glance at Dong Wanggong and said, Master did bestow treasures upon you, but he didn't say when to distribute them, how many or how many pieces. Moreover, in the primordial wilderness, treasures belong to those with virtue. If your strength isn't sufficient, naturally, you won't obtain any treasures. Chapter 47, Chapter 13, Returning to Zixiao Palace. Laozi's Taiyi diagram is the most powerful defensive treasure among the three great treasures of the opening of the heavens. The Taiyi diagram enlarged several times, with the yin and yang fish rotating on it, as countless attacks fell upon the Taiyi diagram, which remained unaffected, firmly blocking the path to the treasure cliff. Just as Laozi was doing his utmost to block the immortals, Taiyi, relying on the power of the chaos bell, forcibly broke through the obstruction of the Taiyi diagram and charged towards the treasure division cliff. However, Yuan Shi swung the Panga banner, unleashing a blade of qi that stopped Taiyi. Taiyi, blocked by Yuan Shi's blade of qi, couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger as the chaos bell buzzed, emitting a powerful wave of energy, wanting to break through again. Just as the tension escalated, Laozi shouted loudly, In 20 breaths, we will allow you to pass. So be patient. Upon hearing this, although the immortals were reluctant, they could do nothing against Laozi and Yuan Shi and had to wait passively. Taiyi, unwilling, wanted to fight again but was held back by Emperor Jun. The time Laozi and Yuan Shi used was only about 10 breaths. 20 breaths was more than enough for Tong Tian. The 20 breaths had passed. Laozi put away the Taiyi diagram, and Yuan Shi also retracted the Panga banner. Seeing this, the immortals could no longer contain themselves and surged towards the treasure division cliff like a tide, including the duo from the west who had just arrived. Chapter 48, Chapter 14, Listening to the Lecture at Zixiao Palace. Qingwei calculated that now the 3,000 years of lectures had only been about 2,700 years, with another 300 years left. Qingwei wanted to continue listening, and besides, she still had many questions that needed to be answered by Hongjun Daozu. Thus, she politely declined Huda's kindness. I'm sorry, Sister Huda. I just finished listening and have some insights, so I need to enter seclusion to break through. I can't go this time. Qingyu noticed that Ho-Tu's expression was somewhat lost, and then said, When I have time, I will definitely visit the ancestral witch hall on Mount Buzhou in person. I hope Sister Ho-Tu won't mind then. As soon as Ho-Tu heard this, she immediately smiled and repeatedly said, I won't mind. I'm so happy that my sister can come. Then it's settled. You must come when you have time. Qingyu nodded in agreement. Ho-Tu left happily, already eager to tell her brothers and sisters this good news. As she walked, Ho-Tu kept looking back at Qingyu. You must come. I will be waiting for you on Mount Buzhou. Qingyu politely smiled and watched Ho-Tu leave. When Ho-Tu's figure completely disappeared, Qingyu felt a little wistful, not knowing when she would have time in the future. Just as Qingyu was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Little sister, we have been waiting for you. Chapter 49. The future path time flew by, and 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had gained considerable understanding of various laws, especially Qingyu, under Hongjun's intentional or unintentional guidance. Her understanding of the laws was the most profound. Qin Yu felt that Hong Jun seemed to want her to walk the path of primordial unity. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Laozi was the first to pose a question. May I ask, Master, which is stronger, primordial unity or a saint? In Hongmeng, a saint's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible, and can draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao. So naturally, saints are strong. But in the chaos, primordial unity is the strongest. Yuan sure. Master, is there a limit to primordial unity? There is no numerical limit. And all 3,000 great paths can prove primordial unity. Tong Tian. Can primordial unity and becoming a saint be cultivated together? Primordial unity is a realm, while a saint is a fruit position. One could be a saint by proving the path of primordial unity, just without the Hongmeng purple energy. And the primordial spirit is not entrusted to the heavenly Tao. Above the great Luo golden immortal is the primordial golden immortal, which is a quasi-saint. Beyond that is the primordial great Luo golden immortal, which is a saint. Above that is the primordial Taiyi golden immortal, which is the realm of the heavenly Tao. Above that is the primordial Wuji golden immortal, which is the realm of the great Tao. As for the subsequent realms, I do not know. After the three corpses merge, one can walk the path of primordial unity. Each corpse entrusts a part of its own emotions, and if one is not complete, it is difficult to walk the path of primordial unity. Chapter 50, Journey to Yingzhou Island, Cultivation. As soon as Qin Yu exited the Zixiao Palace, she saw the three pure ones waiting at the entrance. I kept my brothers waiting. The three pure ones replied, It's nothing. Yuan sure, little sister. What are your plans next? If not, how about we go to Kunlun Mountain and discuss the Tao together? I appreciate the kindness, second brother, but I have a feeling I need to return to the Taoist temple on Yingzhou Island for closed-door cultivation. So I may not be able to discuss the Tao with you all. That's fine. Since you want to enter closed-door cultivation, let Tong Tian accompany you back. 1. To ensure your safety. 2. Tong Tian's mastery of formations is quite remarkable, so let him reinforce the protective formation around Yingzhou Island. Yuan sure said. Qin Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Having third brother's assistance is wonderful. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Little sister, don't worry, I've got this. Before leaving, Qin Yu gave a sound stone to Laozi and Yuan sure. And of course, Tong Tian had one too. Little sister, what is this? Tong Tian asked curiously while looking at the crystal-clear stone in his hand. It's a sound stone. Qin Yu then explained to the three pure ones how to use the sound stone and the events that occurred. Upon hearing about Qin Yu's actions, the three praised her wisdom for coming up with such a method. Chapter 51. The Journey to Penglai Island. Little sister. Take third brother to the core of the island's protective formation. Third brother will help you upgrade it. No need to rush, third brother. Tong Tian looked at Qin Yu with confusion on his handsome face. Qin Yu opened her lips and slowly said, My Taoist temple is one of the three immortal islands formed from fragments of chaos, Yingzhou Island. The protective formation on Yingzhou Island has already been refined by me, along with Penglai and Fangzhang Islands. I have already sensed the positions of the other two islands, but I was previously busy listening to the Tao. After finishing listening to the Tao, I returned to consolidate my cultivation, which is why I haven't gone there. Now I want to refine the protective formations of all three immortal islands and establish a formation of the three talents based on the protective formations of the three immortal islands. Tong Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this. Little sister's idea is very ingenious. The three talents formation composed of the three immortal islands complements each other, integrating offense and defense with unparalleled power. With such an idea, third brother will definitely assist you. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, and she gracefully bowed. Then, I will trouble third brother. Let's head to Penglai Island first. After saying this, the two performed their escape techniques, transforming into two streams of light and heading towards Penglai Island under Qin Yu's lead. Chapter 52. The test. Third brother, the core of the formation is inside. There are my opportunities there, but it is also very dangerous. You wait for me outside. I have the innate 5 directions flags and other treasures for protection, so nothing will happen. Qin Yu said seriously. Tong Tian frowned tightly and resolutely said, Little sister, how can I let you take risks alone? I will go with you. I won't let you be in danger. Qin Yu wanted to persuade him again, but Tong Tian's attitude was firm. With no other choice, the two stepped into the palace together. As soon as they entered, a powerful suction force surged from within the palace, pulling Qingyu deeper inside. Surrounding light and shadows flickered, and countless strange runes appeared. When Qingyu woke up again, Tong Tian's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Qingyu was extremely worried and searched for Tong Tian's whereabouts. No need to look, he is not here. Qingyu quickly looked towards the source of the voice and saw a child, whose lips were red and teeth white, looking very cute. However, Qingyu did not dare to be careless because she couldn't see through the child's cultivation and felt a strong sense of danger. Qingyu instantly heightened her vigilance. Fortunately, Qingyu had already activated the innate 5 elements great formation when she entered, protecting herself. Knowing that Tong Tian was not here, Qingyu felt slightly relieved. Chapter 53. The Ownership of Penglai Island. Young friend, watch closely. The old Taoist skillfully demonstrated the 3 great divine powers, time-cutting, time domain, and inner and outer time techniques. While explaining, the old Taoist performed the divine powers. Time-cutting can slice out a time segment from a certain moment, forming an independent time area where one can freely change the flow of time. When cultivated to perfection, one can sever the connection between oneself and the river of time, thus no longer bound by time and freely roaming the heavens and earth. As he spoke, a phantom of the river of time appeared behind the old Taoist, who freely walked within it, unrestrained. The time domain construct a time range centered on oneself, where the rules of time are dominated by oneself. In an instant, a hazy halo spread out from the old Taoist center, and everything around seemed to slow down. As for the inner and outer time techniques, they allow one to form a difference between oneself and external time. If one's time is faster, one can complete a large amount of cultivation in a short time. If slower, one can evade rapid attacks from the outside world. Just as the old Taoist finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on his body, sharply contrasting with the time flow of the surrounding environment. Qingyu watched in astonishment, her eyes filled with admiration and desire, eager to learn these magical divine powers. Chapter 54, Chapter 20. The Broken Sword. After leaving Penglai Island, the two arrived at Fangzhong Island, perhaps due to being part of the 3 Immortals Islands. Fangzhong Island shares many similarities with the protective formations of Penglai Island and Yingzhou Island. Qingyu, who had already successfully refined the protective formations of the 2 islands, was very familiar with the formations on Fangzhong Island. She volunteered to break the formation. Tong Tian allowed her to proceed. Silently, he took out the Qingping sword, its blade reflecting Tong Tian's determined eyes. Tong Tian gently caressed the Qingping sword, his gaze fixed on Qingyu, and his heart softened. Regardless of the outcome, I will protect my little sister. Drawing on her understanding of the protective formations of Penglai Island and Yingzhou Island, Qingyu carefully observed the formations on Fangzhong Island. She successfully identified the weak points in the formations. Qingyu quickly formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Mysterious runes flew from her fingertips, merging into the protective formation of Fangzhong Island. Just as Qingyu thought she was about to succeed, the formation suddenly flashed with a strong light, and a powerful force rebounded her away. Tong Tian immediately caught the flying Qingyu. Caught off guard, she fell into Tong Tian's warm embrace, and listening to the powerful beating of his heart, her face flushed. Chapter 55, Chapter 21. The 3 Talents Formation. Tong Tian took out the Qingping sword, and Qingyu also took out the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. The two stood back to back, resisting the attacks of the sword formation together. Both of them had treasures to protect themselves, and no matter how fierce the sword formation's attacks were, they couldn't be harmed for the time being. However, this was only temporary. Qingyu ultimately suffered due to her limited time in the world and lack of combat experience. She sustained numerous injuries, and if it weren't for the series of powerful treasures like the Hongyuan umbrella, the Biyun hairpin, and the Sanguang divine water, along with Tong Tian's protection, she would have died countless times already. Tong Tian also faced a lot of hardships due to Qingyu's troubles. Seeing this, Qingyu felt very guilty. Tong Tian didn't feel that way. It was only natural for an older brother to protect his younger sister. However, noticing that Qingyu's mood was somewhat low, he frowned and became quite displeased, as being distracted at a critical moment was a taboo. Tong Tian's tone became stern. Focus, little sister. His voice immediately snapped Qingyu out of her self-reproaching emotions. It turned out that Qingyu had inadvertently fallen into an illusion within the sword formation when she saw Tong Tian getting hurt and felt guilty. Thankfully, Tong Tian woke her up in time, Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing his little sister awaken in time, Tong Tian's expression softened slightly. However, he clearly noticed Qingyue's shortcomings and intentionally released a few not-so-strong sword blades for Qingyue to practice with. Chapter 56 Chapter 22 Closed-Door Training. After discussing the three talents formation, Qingyue decisively transferred the control of the protective formations of the three immortal islands to Tong Tian. After all, it was best to leave professional matters to professionals. Qingyue knew her own capabilities. After taking over the control of the protective formations of the three immortal islands, Tong Tian left Yingzhou Island and positioned himself in the central void of the three immortal islands. This location was equidistant from the three islands, allowing him to observe their situations simultaneously while conveniently channeling spiritual energy and arranging formations. Then, he began to lay out the three talents formation based on the protective formations of the three immortal islands. Holding the Qingping sword, 24 Dinghai divine pearls surrounded him, continuously gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tong Tian formed hand seals, and as he recited incantations, intricate formation runes emerged one after another. A brilliant light shone above the three immortal islands, and the runes of the protective formations constantly changed, recombining and rearranging. With Tong Tian's manipulation, the tip of the Qingping sword pointed to the sky, drawing upon the power of the stars, while the primordial five directions flag rotated around Tong Tian, continuously attracting the power of the five elements. The two merged together and infused into the protective formation. Tong Tian's body radiated with dazzling light, and his magical power continuously flowed into the formation. The originally separate protective formations of the three immortal islands began to respond to each other, gradually forming a massive three talents formation. With the final hand seal completed by Tong Tian, the three talents formation was successfully established. Chapter 57 Chapter 23 The 33 heavens. They were about to enter the cave designated for closed-door training. Tong Tian stubbornly struggled again. Second brother, I just got back. Perfect timing. Settle down and go into closed-door training. Second brother. Tong Tian wanted to say something more, but Yuan Shi's sharp gaze immediately swept over. Tong Tian was frightened and immediately shut his mouth. Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian with a half-smile. Have you improved your cultivation? Have you slain the three corpses? Have you unified the three corpses? Have you refined the primordial purple qi? Have you become a saint? Tong Tian replied, none of those. Yuan Shi's cold and handsome face broke into a slight cold smile. None of that? Then hurry up and go cultivate. Look at your little sister. She's in closed-door training and won't come out until she reaches the next realm. What about you? All you do is play outside every day and don't take cultivation seriously. Tong Tian, who had just returned, felt wronged. He was unwilling, protesting against the unfairness. But he was ruthlessly suppressed by Yuan Shi. Watching Yuan Shi pull out the three treasures Jade Rui and the seemingly out-of-nowhere coiling dragon crutch, Tong Tian silently held back his words, lowering his head and no longer speaking. Seeing Tong Tian finally being obedient, Yuan Shi discreetly retracted his spiritual treasure. Observing Tong Tian, Yuan Shi began to advise, Tong Tian, don't always think about playing outside. If your cultivation hasn't improved, you should reflect on yourself. Have you been diligent in your training these years? Have you earnestly listened to the teachings of your master? Have you practiced well according to what your teacher taught? Have you properly entered closed-door training? Look at your little sister. That's what it means to be single-minded in pursuing the Tao. Chapter 58 Chapter 24 Establishing authority. When treasures manifest, there will surely be strange phenomena. With such a huge commotion, this treasure must be comparable to innate supreme treasures. Thinking of this, Dong Wanggong's eyes flashed with intense greed. If it weren't for fearing that the increasingly terrifying thunder would harm him, he might have already rushed to seize it. Kunlun Mountain. The three clear ones were also interrupted in their discussion by the rumbling thunder. The three calculated together, but due to the innate restrictions, they could only vaguely deduce that this object was closely related to the future development of the Hongmeng world. They were very curious and decided to wait until the thunder calamity ceased before heading to investigate. 3 immortal islands. Because Qingyue had completely sealed her 5 senses and set up layers of formations to block external disturbances, she was completely unaware of what was happening. Wuzhuang Temple. Han Yun looked curiously at the endless calamity thunders in the sky, while Zhen Yuanzi looked worried and furrowed his brows. In the North Sea's beaming palace, Kunpeng greedily stared into the distance, his calculations laid bare in his eyes. Powerful beings across the Hongmeng were eagerly watching, secretly paying attention, hoping to share in the spoils when the treasure emerged. On the other side, Dijuan and Taiyi, who were enduring the thunder strikes, were having a rough time. The manifestation of the 33 heavens must come with strange phenomena. Dijuan and Taiyi realized that to completely occupy the 36 heavens, they must endure all the trials of the thunder calamities. Otherwise, the innate restrictions would be reactivated, and they would forever be unable to possess the 36 heavens. Chapter 59, Chapter 25. The beginning of the heavenly court. The Eastern King was in a state of disarray, his luxurious attire tattered, his expression filled with unwillingness and anger. He opened his eyes wide in anger and shouted, "This battle is merely due to your good luck. I am the head of the primordial male immortals, personally appointed by the Dao ancestor. How could I fear you? All immortals, obey my command and take them down together." It was no longer a one-on-one duel. It was about to turn into a group fight. However, behind the East King were a group of low-powered water immortals, each with their own thoughts. They were merely following the East King for protection and to covet the luck of the Purple Mansion Immortal Court. And naturally, they would not fight hard for the East King. The East King shouted for a long time, but the immortals behind him seemed to be deaf, remaining unmoved. The East King was furious. Observing the scene, the various powerful beings secretly mocked the East King's clownish behavior. In contrast, the outstanding performance of the brothers Dijuan and Taiyi, in turn, garnered goodwill for the demon race. Hearing the East King's words, the demons behind Dijuan rolled up their sleeves, waiting for Dijuan's command to show their skills and teach the East King a lesson. Especially Taiyi, who was constantly rubbing the chaos bell at his waist, ready to strike. But after waiting for a long time, they saw no actions from the immortals behind the East King. They were all puzzled, not understanding what trick the East King was trying to play. Chapter 60. The birth of the shaman in the 36 heavens. Each heaven is vast and boundless. The higher the heaven, the denser and purer the spiritual energy, which can accelerate the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Some heavens contain special spiritual objects, treasures, and spiritual lands. For example, some heavens have spiritual herbs and elixirs that can enhance magical power, while others have mysterious formations and relics that assist in breaking through realms. Since Dijuan obtained control of the core of the 36 heavens, he knew there were many resources inside, but upon seeing them with his own eyes, he found even more than he had imagined. So many resources could quickly increase the demon race by thousands of great Luo golden immortals. The quasi-saints could also increase by dozens, no, hundreds. However, if these resources could be used to strengthen the demon race and establish the demon heavenly court, it would allow them to manage the order of the three realms. Collecting the luck of the three realms, he and Taiyi would have a chance to attain sainthood. After all, not becoming a saint would ultimately mean being an ant. This saying has been deeply engraved in the hearts of every traveler in the mortal world. Dijuan was inherently restless, and after witnessing the demeanor of the leaders of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans on the Sun Star, a seed of ambition was planted in his heart, hoping that one day he could achieve great deeds like them. Chapter 61. The conflict between shamans and demons. With the rampant slaughter by the shaman clan, the demons on Mount Buzhou were dwindling. Some unfortunate demons were exterminated by the shamans, while others had entire clans wiped out, with only 1 or 2 lucky demons escaping. More were leading their clans to relocate. The number of demons decreased, while the shamans increased. As the demons on Mount Buzhou were nearly extinct, the shamans had to go further to capture demons. Then even the more distant demons fled, and the shamans kept going farther to hunt and kill demons. The living space for the demons was continually squeezed by the shamans, causing widespread dissatisfaction among the demons. Those demons reported layer upon layer until the matter reached Dijuan. Upon learning of this, Dijuan was furious. He was already overwhelmed with the establishment of the heavenly court, and now the shamans dared to provoke them like this. Dijuan was angry, but the heavenly court was being established and could not do without the demons. Therefore, he sent the idle Taiyi, who had actually been cultivating and not working, to teach the shamans a lesson, letting them know that the demon race was not to be trifled with. Taiyi accepted the order and immediately used the golden crow transformation technique to head to the shaman territory on Mount Buzhou. From millions of miles away, Taiyi saw the shamans brutally slaughtering the demons, blood splattering everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. Chapter 62. The Establishment of the Heavenly Court 1. After a moment of contemplation, Dijuan called upon Fushi, Bays, and other great demons to discuss countermeasures together. Once all the demon leaders were present, Taiyi detailed the events that had transpired. After hearing this, all the demons were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could rush in and annihilate those shamans immediately. Dijuan made a gesture for them to calm down, and the demons below finally quieted down. Fushi, with a human head and a serpent body, transformed into human form and appeared as a tall, handsome Taoist with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in a bagua robe. Fushi stroked his beard and spoke first. The ancestor shamans act so recklessly. If we do not retaliate, how can the dignity of the demon race be preserved? Bays transformed into human form, appearing tall and graceful, exuding wisdom with every gesture, resembling a refined scholar. Bays nodded in agreement with Fushi's view and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "However, the ancestor shamans are not weak, and they have the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets. We do not know their details and must not act rashly." Dijuan's gaze swept across the various, uniquely shaped, great demons below, all of whom were suppressing flames of anger in their eyes. Dijuan felt the same. Note, except for Bays and Fushi, who completely transformed into human form. The other great demons retained some features of their demon form, such as tails, ears, horns, etc., after transforming into human form. Chapter 63. The Establishment of the Heavenly Court 2. Within 100 years, the small demons sent to the shaman territory gradually returned with news, and Dijuan and others gained a clearer understanding of the situation with the shamans. Additionally, during this time, the demon race's youths had been practicing day and night. Their morale high, and their forces strong, waiting for the right moment to strike a heavy blow against the shamans. Soon, the 100-year period arrived, and the heavenly court was festively decorated, bustling with activity. The entire 36 heavens were immersed in a celebratory atmosphere. Various powerful beings came in droves, presenting gifts and expressing their congratulations to the heavenly court. The sound of ceremonial officials calling out was incessant. Even some powerful beings who did not come sent gifts, such as the 3 clear ones from Kunlun Mountain. Of course, there were also very special cases where no immortals could be found and their whereabouts could not be deduced. Yes, it was our Qinghue. The fairy Qinghue is the direct disciple of the Dao ancestor, and she can attain the Dao without the Hongmeng purple qi. Dijuan intended to establish a good relationship with the Dao ancestor's disciple and specially sent Bays to Kunlun Mountain to invite the 3 clear ones, while also inquiring about the whereabouts of fairy Qinghue's dojo. The 3 clear ones expressed their intention to focus on closed-door cultivation and could not attend, but they did send a gift. As for Qinghue's whereabouts, the 3 clear ones were very taciturn and did not mention it at all. Chapter 64. The war between shamans and demons. Dijuan stood at the forefront, with Taiyi, Fushi, Niuhua, and other demons beside him, followed by Bays, Feilian, Guiche, Jing, Shanyang, Bifang, Luwu, Qinyuan, Jimeng, Yingzhao, and many other great demons. The time had come. The heavenly Tao is above. I, Dijuan, the innate being of the sun star, feel the chaos and disorder in the primordial world. Thus, I established the heavenly court in the 36 heavens, acting on behalf of the heavens to maintain stability in the primordial world, manage the order of the primordial world, and guide the beings of the primordial world. I hereby proclaim myself the heavenly emperor, appoint my brother Taiyi as the eastern emperor, confer Fushi as the Shihuang, Niuhua as the Niuhua empress, and appoint Bays, Feilian, Guiche, Jiuying, Shanyang, Bifang, Luwu, Qinyuan, Jimeng, Yingzhao as the 10 great demon saints of the demon race, using the innate treasure, the chaos bell, to suppress the luck of the demon court. All beings with fur, horns, wet eggs, and spiritual herbs can enter my heavenly court. May the heavenly Tao witness this. The heavenly Tao accepted Dijuan's oath, and Dijuan's voice was transmitted throughout the primordial world by the power of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing that Dijuan and Taiyi had established the heavenly court, the 12 ancestor witches hurried to the ancestor witch hall. They gathered once again to curse Dijuan and Taiyi's 2 mixed feather birds. Those 2 mixed feather birds of Dijuan and Taiyi. Do they not look at their own bird-like appearances? How dare they attempt to act on behalf of heaven to manage the primordial chaos? Zhu Rong, filled with anger, slammed his fist onto the stone table, causing it to shatter into pieces instantly. Chapter 65. The 12 Capital Heavenly God Killing Formation on the way. Di Jiang carried Zhu Rong, and Zhu Jiuyin carried Gong Gong to prevent them from fighting again and delaying their journey. Even though Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were being carried, they were not at peace, glaring at each other with such intensity that they were nearly cross-eyed. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin ignored them and led the other ancestor witches towards the peak of Mount Buzhou. The other witches went about their business. At the peak of Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestor witches solemnly announced the establishment of the witch clan to the Pangu Father God. Pangu Father God above, Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestor witches and a descendant of Pangu Father God, feel the chaos and disorder of the primordial chaos. Therefore, I lead the other 11 ancestor witches to establish the witch clan on Mount Buzhou to manage the primordial chaos on behalf of Pangu Father God, maintain stability, manage order, and guide the beings of the primordial chaos. With the ancestor witch hall suppressing the fate of the witch clan, all descendants of Pangu Father God may join our witch clan. The witch clan will take on the responsibility of managing the world of the primordial chaos. May the Father God witness this. In an instant, a powerful, ancient, and profound force surged from the ground, which was the lingering will of Pangu Father God recognizing the witch clan. A vast amount of earthy yellow merit light spread out, merging into the bodies of the 12 ancestor witches, significantly enhancing their strength and clarifying their understanding of their laws. Chapter 66. Chapter 32. Qin Yu emerges from seclusion with Taiyi's order. The surviving demon soldiers retreated like a tide, quickly disappearing into the sky, leaving behind a somewhat empty expanse of the sky. The 12 ancestor witches turned pale as paper, their bodies swaying unsteadily. They had relied on their immense ancestral witch power to support the formation while fending off the demon race's frenzied attacks. Although the 12 ancestor witches used the 12 capital heavenly God killing formation from their inherited memories to repel the demon race, it was their first time using it, and they were not very skilled. Their current strength could not sustain the long-term operation of the formation, and such high-intensity energy consumption was difficult for even the ancestor witch bodies to endure. The 12 capital heavenly God killing formation in the high sky dimmed after the 12 ancestor witches operated it with all their strength, the formation patterns flickering uncertainly. As the demon race retreated, the 12 ancestor witches could no longer hold on, and the formation suddenly dissipated. The 12 ancestor witches swayed and fell heavily from the sky. Dust rose from the ground, and each ancestor witch created a massive pit upon landing, shaking the earth 3 times. The surrounding witch clan citizens gathered around, looking at the exhausted ancestor witches with expressions full of worry and respect. The first confrontation between the witch clan and the demon race came to a close. Though the 12 ancestor witches had repelled the demon race had paid a heavy price. Chapter 67. Chapter 33. Visiting the witch clan, Qin Yu woke up after a day and night had passed. She shook her slightly dazed head and took a moment to regain her clarity. If she hadn't known that she had inadvertently signed a symbiotic contract with the seed of the world tree, confirming that it wouldn't harm her, she would have risked damaging her primordial spirit to drive that damned seed away. Looking at her somewhat unstable cultivation and damaged meridians, she swallowed a drop of the 3 light divine water to repair her meridian injuries. Qin Yu immediately sat down to consolidate her cultivation. However, as she began to cultivate, her face darkened like water. Qin Yu clenched the edge of her clothes tightly, biting her lower lip in anger and frustration. She sensed that half of the magical power she had painstakingly cultivated was being drawn by the world tree without her realizing it, turning into nutrients for its growth. That damned world tree! Qin Yu glared angrily at the sapling of the world tree on her left hand, cursing in frustration. How could she bear to give half of her hard-earned magical power to the world tree? She was filled with both pain and anger. Qin Yu glared at the sapling of the world tree in her primordial spirit, trying to stop it from continuing to absorb her magical power. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Chapter 68. Chapter 34. Meeting the ancestor witches, Qin Yu followed the great witch Kwa Fu to the Hotu tribe, where Hotu had long been waiting. When Hotu heard that a friend was coming to find her, she was slightly taken aback, as she had no friends in the primordial chaos. When she heard the little witch say that she had invited that fairy to visit the witch clan on Mount Buzhou, she remembered her own invitation to Qingyu. Thinking of Qingyu, Ho-Tu immediately used her fastest speed and returned to the Ho-Tu tribe. Seeing that familiar figure, Ho-Tu recognized it as her sister Qingyu and excitedly ran forward to greet her. Upon seeing Qingyu, a bright smile instantly spread across Ho-Tu's face as she quickly approached and took Qingyu's hand, saying cheerfully, "Sister Qingyu, long time no see. I've been waiting for you to come. The scenery of Mount Buzhou is truly unique. Since you are here today, you must take a good look around." Qingyu felt Ho-Tu's warmth and kindness and smiled in response. "Sister Ho-Tu, your enthusiasm makes me feel honored. I've just emerged from seclusion and came to see you. I hope you won't blame me for coming unannounced." "No blame, no blame. Your arrival is a great thing." Chapter 69, Chapter 35, Zhu Rong watching her older brother Di Jiang chatting and laughing with Qingyu, her younger sister warmly welcoming Qingyu, and her gentle and friendly second brother Zhu Jioyin. Zhu Rong felt her worldview had been severely impacted. "Brother, what's wrong with you? When did you become so eloquent? Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, I intuitively feel that your words sound very nice, something I never hear normally." Zhu Rong couldn't help but think that her brother usually only shouted or yelled or used his fists. She quickly stopped that terrifying recollection, and her second brother was surprisingly so friendly and even smiled. "Second brother, wake up. You don't usually act like this." Second brother, Zhu Jioyin, does smile, but it's always a cold and eerie smile. When he smiles, I feel a chill run down my spine, not knowing which unlucky fellow will catch his eye. "You little sister, something's off. I am your brother, your real brother. Why don't you treat me like this?" Zhu Rong felt very sad and disappointed. Looking at the fruits on the table, Zhu Rong felt even more upset. She was not a rabbit demon. She was the noble fire ancestor with Zhu Rong, and she wanted to eat meat. Zhu Rong cast longing glances at her dear older brother, second brother, and little sister, signaling that she wanted to eat meat. But there was no response, as they completely ignored her. Chapter 70, Chapter 36. Not here to be a cook with the two troublesome elements gone. And since Qingyu had a good impression of the witch clan, she got along very well under Ho-Tu's intentional guidance. During this time, Zhu Jioyin wanted to invite Qingyu to join the witch clan, but Qingyu firmly refused. She did not want to be involved in the calamity. How many people had a good outcome after entering the calamity? The ancestor witches were very disappointed, but did not press the matter. Their attitude towards Qingyu was not as warm as it had been at first. Ho-Tu's attitude towards Qingyu remained unchanged, and Qingyu preferred to spend time with this understanding big sister. She silently decided that if it didn't endanger her in the future, she would definitely try her best to help. Under Ho-Tu's mediation, the ancestral witches and Qingyu jumped back to the previous topic. To celebrate Qingyu's arrival, Di Jiang ordered the witches below to prepare a bonfire party. Qingyu was very interested in this. With Di Jiang's command, the witches began to prepare. Soon night fell, and a roaring bonfire burned in the open space, illuminating the excited faces of the surrounding witch people. The witch people brought out the monsters they had just caught today and started barbecuing. Qingyu watched as the witches directly put the killed monsters on the fire, without plucking feathers, removing internal organs, or getting rid of the fishy smell. Seeing Qingyu's changing expressions, Chapter 71, Chapter 37, Understanding the Heart's Way. For a whole day and night, Qingyu did not leave the iron pot. During this time, the witch clan was worried that there wouldn't be enough food and kept hunting monsters, so the ingredients in front of Qingyu increased instead of decreasing. Qingyu was also getting anxious. They transformed the large iron pot into a hot pot, stretching 3 kilometers long. They prepared a hot pot base, insisting on plenty of spicy peppers, wanting it to be extremely spicy, saying, "Let's see if I can make you guys spicy to death." Since the ancestral witches didn't eat vegetables, Qingyu didn't want to waste food either, so she processed the mountain of monster corpses and threw them all into the pot, making it entirely meat with no vegetables in sight. Soon, the domineering and spicy aroma filled the entire witch tribe. The ancestral witches were attracted and quickly finished the last bite of food in their bowls. They had learned their lesson. If they didn't finish, Zhu Rong would help them finish it. Zhu Rong not only ate quickly, but was also fierce when snatching food and very protective of it. Even when beaten, he still wouldn't let go of the food in his bowl. Once, Zhu Rong, not knowing what gave him the courage, even tried to snatch from his elder brother's bowl. Surprisingly, he actually succeeded. In the end, he was chased and beaten by his elder brother Di Jiang. yet he still tightly held onto his bowl. Soon, all the ancestral witches gathered around Qingwei. Chapter 72, Chapter 38, Farming. Taiyi was originally an ordinary little witch in the witch clan. There were tens of thousands of little witches like him. He came to attend the bonfire party, but unexpectedly tasted such delicious food. Soon, Taiyi began to feast with his little witch friends. Since the witch clan preferred meat and showed no interest in the green grass, even the greediest Zhu Rong picked out the grass to eat only the meat. Taiyi accidentally ate a piece of grass again and, wanting to spit it out, found that the grass contained pure vitality. He swallowed it in one bite, and a surge of pure vitality gathered in his body, making Taiyi pleasantly surprised. So he began to pick the grasses that the clan members disliked to see if different grasses could also provide him with pure vitality. During this time, he received looks from his clan members as if he were a fool, but Taiyi didn't care. He kept trying various grasses and observing changes in his body. After countless attempts, Taiyi discovered that various grasses could provide vitality, each offering different effects. After tasting different grasses and absorbing their pure vitality, with the favor of the Panga god, he broke through and became a great witch. His breakthrough caught the attention of the ancestral witches. Chapter 73, Chapter 39, Breaking Destiny. During the time Qingwei lived with the witch clan, she not only taught them how to farm, distinguish between weeds and vegetables, how to start a fire and cook, but also how to refine oil and salt, make sauces, and a series of life skills. During this time, she continuously brainwashed them about not casually starting wars that would destroy the primordial world. Of course, there were also those who were disobedient. Yes, I'm talking about you. Ancestral witches Zhu Rong and Gonggong, you pair of silly deer. These two were among the main culprits that caused the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, naturally receiving Qingyue's focused attention. Although they were disobedient, Qingyue accurately grasped their lifeline. First, she emphasized that the primordial world created by the Pangu Father God must not be destroyed, then threatened them with delicious food, and finally encouraged the other ancestral witches to communicate with them kindly. The two were finally trained by Qingyue to become obedient little sheep. Thus, after 1,000 years, at the moment of success, Qingyue used the 9 heaven Shirong on her body to improve the land of Buzhou Mountain, leaving behind a large number of seeds, pots, bowls, and various seasonings. Finally, she bid farewell to Sister Hudu and hurried off. If she stayed any longer, she would go crazy. After 1,000 years of interaction, Qingyue also clearly understood what kind of race the witch clan was. The people of the witch clan could learn to fight easily, but when it came to everything else outside of fighting, they were clueless. It was truly a waste of such a good physique. Chapter 74, Chapter 40, Meeting Dijuan and Taiyi. One day, after Qingyue had just left Buzhou Mountain and was traveling around, she suddenly remembered the famous Luo Bao Gold in later generations and headed towards Wui Mountain. As she walked, Qingyue felt a surge of energy ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Dijuan and Taiyi. Taiyi saw Qingyue and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Without saying a word, he rushed forward and engaged in a battle with Qingyue. Taiyi was clad in golden battle armor, with the true fire of the sun burning all over him, holding the chaos clock, its bell ringing loudly and shaking the surroundings. Qingyue, in her flowing blue attire, wielded a purple lightning whip, surrounded by the innate 5 elements formation made of the 5 directions flags, with formidable defensive power. The two exchanged fierce blows. Difficult to determine a victor. Taiyi did not expect that this previously obscure Qingyue would be so powerful. Always fond of sparring with experts, Taiyi began to pay more attention to Qingyue. Qingyue's time with the witch clan was not spent in vain, with the 12 ancestral witches sparring with her in turns. She had gained rich combat experience, sharp vision, and countless innate spiritual treasures, making her quite difficult to deal with. Dijuan observed the battle between Taiyi and Qingyue from below. Seeing that neither side had the upper hand, his eyes flickered slightly. Taiyi stopped, not wanting to be rude. Chapter 75, Chapter 41, Heavenly Marriage. After the Kunlun Mountain Protective Formation was activated, Qingyue, Dijuan, and Taiyi stepped in together. The 3 Pure Ones had already been waiting in front of the 3 Pure Ones Hall for a long time. Tong Tian was extremely happy to know that Qingyue was coming and had been waiting at the door early. However, upon seeing Taiyi beside Qingyue, he suddenly felt uneasy for some reason. He had previously thought Taiyi suited his temperament very well, but now found him to be quite annoying. No, How could I think this about my friend? It must be an illusion. Yes, definitely an illusion. Tong Tian closed his eyes and opened them again, only to see Taiyi standing next to Qingyue, making him feel even worse. The old man calmly watched the three come together and waved to Qingyue, signaling her to come over. Qingyue understood and hurried over. Yuanshi smiled warmly at Qingyue, but was not so friendly towards Dijun and Taiyi. Thank you both for escorting my sister to Kunlun Mountain from so far away. On another day, the three of U.S. brothers will personally go to the heavenly court to express our gratitude. The sky is getting late, so if you have no business, please leave early. Yuanshi's words were a blatant dismissal. Dijun was slightly taken aback by Yuanshi's impolite attitude and pulled the impulsive Taiyi. Chapter 76, Chapter 42, The Marriage of Heaven. After Dijun and Taiyi left, Laozi looked kindly at Qingyu and said, "Little sister has arrived. Stay in Kunlun Mountain for a while." He then turned to Tong Tian and said, "Tong Tian, didn't you specially build a palace for little sister? Take her to have a look and see if she likes it." "All right, big brother." After saying that, Tong Tian led Qingyu inside, saying, "Little sister, come. Third brother will take you to see your palace." Third brother tells you, "That palace is beautiful. Everything inside is." The voice gradually faded away until it disappeared. Only Laozi and Yuanshi were left in place. Once the two had walked far away, Yuanshi couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, why did you agree to that Dijun guy?" Laozi replied, "Dijun Taoist came personally, and he was once a classmate. We can't be too disrespectful. Besides, this time Dijun and Taiyi have escorted little sister to Kunlun Mountain. It wouldn't be proper for us to refuse his invitation." Laozi sighed slightly and continued, "The current situation in the wilderness is complex. The demon clan's power is vast, and we have not yet achieved sainthood. If we become enemies with them, it will not benefit us." Yuanshi remained silent for a moment and slowly nodded, agreeing with his brother's words. Not to mention Dijun and Tai. "Do you still remember what our master said to us when we left?" Chapter 77, Chapter 43, Tour of Heaven. Tong Tian noticed the envy flashing in Qingyu's eyes and solemnly promised, "In the future, little sister's wedding will definitely be even more grand and magnificent. I will invite master to personally officiate for little sister." After hearing this, Qingyu's cheeks turned red, and she angrily pinched Tong Tian's arm. Tong Tian frowned in pain. "Little sister, be gentle. Don't really pinch your third brother to death." Before Qingyu could reply, Yuanshi spoke first. "Well done, little sister. This little rascal, Tong Tian, is always acting inappropriately. He should be taught a lesson." Tong Tian looked bitterly at his second brother and pleaded, "Second brother, what did I do wrong this time? Please make it clear." "Oh, have you forgotten what you just did?" Tong Tian thought hard, but couldn't figure it out. "I hope second brother will elaborate." Seeing Qingyu present, Yuanshi secretly transmitted a message to Tong Tian. "You dare to encourage little sister to marry early and fall in love early. That is your mistake." Tong Tian immediately shouted, "Unjust, I didn't." "Did you? Do you want me to help you recall?" Under Yuanshi's threatening gaze, Tong Tian remembered what he had just said to Qingyu. He turned it over in his mind, but couldn't find anything that suggested little sister should marry early or fall in love early. Chapter 78, Chapter 44. The heavenly court is bustling. On the other side, ever since Qingyu left, the three pure ones were in a state of panic. Tong Tian was the first to notice that little sister was missing and immediately became anxious, with the formation shielding their divine sense. Tong Tian could only keep searching with his eyes, trying to find Qingyu's hidden figure. But after searching all around, he found nothing. Tong Tian immediately informed Laozi and Yuanshi. Laozi frowned deeply and said worriedly, "There are many people in the heavenly court today. I hope nothing has happened to little sister." Yuanshi also looked anxious and echoed, "We must find her quickly." As he spoke, he was about to start searching, but was stopped by Laozi. "Wait a moment, big brother." Laozi gently stroked his beard and said, "The control core of the 36 heavens is indeed Jun Daoist's hands. Rather than searching aimlessly, it would be better to ask Dijun Daoist for help. It would be quicker." "All right, big brother, second brother, we will go find Dijun Daoist immediately." Yuanshi, who usually disliked demons, also nodded in agreement to find Dijun for little sister's safety. Meanwhile, Dijun, who was being thought of by the three pure ones, was currently enjoying a feast with the other immortals, laughing and chatting. Seeing the scene made Dong Wanggong jealous and resentful. When he saw Dijun now with a beauty in his arms while he himself was rejected in his proposal to marry Shi Wangmu, he felt even more unwilling. Chapter 79, Chapter 45. Nuwa creates humans. Sister Nuwa, have you considered that the problem may lie with your materials? The materials have a problem? Nuwa furrowed her beautiful brows. Looking quite puzzled, Yu slowly explained to Nuwa, Sister Nuwa, things that can give birth to life are not ordinary materials. And objects that can create life are also not commonplace. Why not try using a different material? Upon hearing this, Nuwa Slame Wei too, her eyes filled with contemplation. As she thought, she began to switch to different materials to mold new clay figures. The survival time of the clay figures varied. Some lasted for over 10 days, while others only lasted a few breaths. The clay figures Nuwa molded filled the palace, but none satisfied her. With a troubled frown, Nuwa looked at Yu beside her and casually asked, Junior sister, I know of many rare materials, but I still don't know which one is suitable. Do you have any different insights? Of course, if you don't know, that's fine. Nuwa asked this casually, not expecting that her junior sister, who was not skilled in this field, would have any profound insights. Nuwa was confident in her own mastery of creation, claiming that except for their master, no one in the wilderness could compare. However, she did not expect that this junior sister, whom she had hardly seen, would indeed give her a big surprise. Extra, Xianqing's original world journey in the wilderness. 1. One day, a colorful light suddenly appeared in the sky above Kunlun Mountain. Endless rosy clouds accompanied by purple qi stretched for 30 million miles, and the stars in the sky sparkled brilliantly. The qilin brought auspiciousness, and the dragon and phoenix sang in harmony, with countless rare flowers and exotic grasses blooming in competition. Furthermore, a large amount of rich and pure, innate spiritual energy instantly filled the entire Kunlun Mountain. This innate spiritual energy had not existed since the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, and now the wilderness only contained acquired spiritual energy. On Kunlun Mountain, the Saint Yuanshi immediately sealed off the entire Kunlun Mountain, but it was already too late. A lot of innate spiritual energy had leaked out. Saint Yuanshi quickly calculated with his fingers while rushing to the place where the phenomenon occurred. In an instant, he arrived at a spiritual pond. This spiritual pond was also the place where they, the three pure ones, were born. After they took shape, the water in this pond had already been completely consumed, yet now it was full and crystal clear. Since becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao, Yuanshi's emotions had become more indifferent. However, when he looked at the children playing and frolicking in the spiritual pond, he felt an inexplicable closeness and affection. This feeling was both inexplicable and natural. Yuanshi's fingers had already left shadows, and he could only deduce that it was related to Tong Tian. Extra, Xianqing's original world journey in the wilderness, too. Xianqing followed Laozi the Saint into Shouyang Mountain, where the scenery was serene and beautiful, with rare flowers and celestial herbs everywhere, and mist swirling like a fairyland. As they entered Shouyang Mountain, a figure in a moon-white long robe, Xiandu, appeared at the entrance of the 8 Scenery Palace, waiting for his master and junior brother. Xiandu stood tall, with a stern face and deep-set eyes, exuding an aura of transcendence. This was also Xianqing's first time seeing Xiandu. Upon seeing Laozi the Saint, Xiandu immediately came forward to greet him. He bowed and said, Disciple Xiandu pays respects to master. Laozi the Saint gently nodded, signaling Xiandu to rise. As Xiandu stood up, he saw the 3 or 4-year-old baby on Laozi's green bull, who was Xianqing. Laozi's bull had only ever carried Laozi himself. Xiandu was also very curious about Xianqing's identity. Knowing that Xuandu was curious, Laozi, the sage, did not keep him in suspense and said, Xuandu, this is the child of my 3rd disciple, my own nephew, and also your junior brother. He will be staying at Shouyang Mountain for a while, so you must take good care of him. Yes, master. Upon hearing that it was his own junior brother, Xuandu felt delighted, as there were only himself, the master, and a cow at Shouyang Mountain, which felt a bit too lonely. Chapter 82, Chapter 46. Enlightening the human race, Nuwa becomes a sage. Boundless sacred might enveloped the wilderness. At that moment, all beings in the wilderness understood that the second sage of the wilderness had been born. They immediately bowed and said in unison, We congratulate Lady Nuwa on becoming a sage. May she have an everlasting holy life. However, Nuwa's sacred might had no effect on Qingwei, who remained standing in place. Qingwei thought that Nuwa, her senior sister, had intentionally bypassed her with a sacred might, which was why she could not feel it. In fact, it was her good master, Hongmeng, who had done it. Qingwei was mistaken. I, Nuwa, today create humanity and become a sage. I will establish the New Huang Palace in the chaos beyond the heavens, and 10,000 years later, I will preach to all sentient beings in the New Huang Palace. Anyone with faith can come to listen to the teachings. Furthermore, humanity is created by me, and within 10 Yuan meetings, no one of any race may infringe upon humanity. After Nuwa returned, she looked at Qingwei, who was still standing, her eyes flashing with complex emotions such as entanglement and envy. After a moment's hesitation, Nuwa finally spoke. Junior sister Qingwei, my senior sister creates humanity and will go to the chaos beyond the heavens to establish a teaching ground. The newly born humanity is still too weak. I hope junior sister can help take care of them. Qingwei readily agreed. Even if Nuwa did not ask, she would take extra care due to their shared humanity in her past life. Nuwa was delighted in her heart and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, junior sister, for your righteous assistance. With you watching over humanity, I can rest assured. Chapter 83, Chapter 47, Nuwa's Request. Qingwei, dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe and wearing a white jade lotus crown, gracefully stepped into the Nuhuang Palace. A wisp of creation aura from Nuwa guided Qingwei to her seat. Next to her were the three brothers of the three purities. Qingwei greeted each of the three brothers in turn. The three purities nodded in response. After not seeing Qingwei for many years, Tong Tian was even pleased to chat with her. However, before they could exchange a few more words, it was time for the sermon. Sitting high on the platform, the sage Nuwa exuded a pure and mysterious aura. Upon seeing the sage Nuwa's arrival, everyone below bowed in greeting. We have seen the sage Nuwa. Everyone need not be overly formal. Please sit. Nuwa looked at the gathered immortals and gently spoke. I, Nuwa, am skilled in the path of creation. So most of what I will talk about this time will be the way of creation. If you're not interested, you may leave now. I will not make it difficult for anyone. Not a single person in the crowd intended to leave, for while they had come to hear the sage Nuwa's teachings, the main reason was to learn how to become a sage from her. Without becoming a sage, one would remain as an ant. Who would willingly become an ant? Nuwa was aware of the thoughts of the crowd, but she did not care. Chapter 84, Chapter 48, The Great Battle Against the Chaos Beasts. Ever since returning from the New Huang Palace, Qingwei had been restless. What could be troubling her senior sister Nuwa so? This was also the first time Qingwei had seen the dignified and beautiful Nuwa behave so out of character. However, no matter what the matter was, Qingwei knew it must be complicated, possibly hiding great secrets and terrors. The waters of the wilderness were deeper than she had imagined. Nevertheless, since Nuwa had requested her to protect Fushi, she would do her best. Forget it, she decided not to think too much. The most important thing now was to improve her strength. In the wilderness, it was always about whose fist was bigger, who had the right. She aimed to elevate her longevity to the realm of the perfect Luo golden immortal and leave the affairs of humanity to that longevity. Qingwei left the ancestral land of humanity, planning to close herself off on Yingzhou Island after collecting treasures. Qingwei proceeded towards Wui Mountain, seeking the fabled falling treasure money. Halfway there, she suddenly felt her own chance. Following the guidance, she arrived at an unknown immortal mountain. Stepping onto the immortal mountain, she saw mist swirling, with spiritual energy overflowing. Following that mysterious feeling of opportunity, she walked along a winding stone path, with strange flowers and grasses emitting extraordinary light on either side. Chapter 85, Chapter 49, Meeting Yangmei. When the last chaos beast was exterminated, Qingwei still did not let her guard down, keeping her gaze forward. Little girl, you don't have to wait anymore. There are no chaos beasts left. Qingwei looked towards the source of the voice and saw a space rift opening, from which a blue-clad old Taoist emerged. It was indeed Taoist Yangmei. Younger generation has met you, great sage Yangmei. Little girl, how did you recognize me? Qingwei smiled slightly and said, I heard that the great sage's mastery of the space path is unparalleled in the wilderness. Just now, the emergence of that space rift was so natural and without flaw. Apart from the great sage, I can't think of anyone else who could achieve such a feat. Yangmei stroked his beard and laughed. You are indeed a clever girl. How do you compare me with your master Hongmeng? Qingwei smiled slightly and replied, My Master-S path is different from the one you excel in, so it is not appropriate to compare. However, in my heart, my Master-S great path is unfathomable, possessing supreme wisdom in enlightening sentient beings and establishing rules. As for your mastery of the space path, great sage, it stands alone in the wilderness, which I greatly admire. Hearing Qingyue's words, Yang Mei laughed heartily. What a clever and articulate girl. Your words are impeccable. Chapter 86, Chapter 50, Falling Treasure Money. Qingyue, dressed in plain clothes, lightly stepped into Wui Mountain. The clouds and mist in the mountain swirled, resembling a hazy painting. In a deep valley, Qingyue sensed a strange energy fluctuation. She focused her gaze and followed the sound, seeing two groups of primordial indestructible spiritual light swirling in midair. These two groups of indestructible spiritual light must be the future Shaosheng and Xiaobao. Seeing this spiritual light moving exceptionally, exuding an aura of wisdom, Qingyue felt a surge of excitement. Why not show a bit of kindness and collect them in advance to serve as the guardians of the island, thus avoiding the suffering of being conferred as gods in the future? Qingyue formed a seal with her hands, and a gentle light emanated from her palms, slowly enveloping the two groups of spiritual light. The two groups of spiritual light seemed to sense that Qingyue meant no harm and no longer struggled, obediently being collected into her sleeves. Having gained two new young attendants, Qingyue was in a very good mood, a soft smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. You will be my island attendants from now on and cultivate with me. These two groups of spiritual light had limitless potential. If nurtured carefully, they would surely become qualified helpers. Qingyue continued to explore deeper into the valley and encountered a primordial great formation. Inside the formation was a top-grade innate spiritual root, the Dahongpao tea tree of Wui Mountain. On top of the tea tree, the golden light shining was the falling treasure money she had been longing for. Chapter 87, Chapter 51, Golden Pill Great Path. Elder brother is very optimistic about humanity, Laozi said with a smile. Isn't little sister the same? The two exchanged a knowing smile, and everything was left unsaid. Thus, Laozi settled down among humanity, followed closely by that young boy. This boy was later accepted as a disciple by Laozi and named Xuandu, who would become the great master Xuandu in later generations. Qingyue has resumed her life of teaching and resolving doubts among the human race. Originally, she had Changshu to help share the burden. But ever since Laozi spotted Changshu, he has been fixated on him as if he had discovered a rare species, making Changshu feel quite uncomfortable. Consequently, Changshu bid farewell to Qingyue and left. Upon learning this, Laozi expressed his regret, saying if Yuanshi had seen Changshu, he definitely wouldn't have let him leave easily. Qingyue smiled but remained silent, constantly thinking to herself, if second brother Yuanshi finds out, he will surely dismantle Changshu to see how it's done. With Changshu gone, Qingyue took on the heavy responsibility of teaching the human race alone, imparting knowledge on medicine, agriculture, pottery, and some basic arithmetic, among other things. One day, while explaining the methods of arithmetic to everyone, Qingyue had a sudden inspiration and left a problem for them to solve. Chapter 88, Chapter 52. Accumulating Virtue. Qing used Chaos Pearl and Primordial Umbrella activated simultaneously, concealing all the heavenly secrets of this space. She then fully revealed everything that had happened that day to Laozi. Seeing that Qingyue had completely concealed the aura of the wooden house, Laozi knew that his younger sister was about to tell him something significant, and he immediately sat up straight. After listening, Laozi lowered his gaze in contemplation, lost in thought. After a long while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly spoke. I understand my sister's intentions, but I must attain sainthood. Why? Qingyue blurted out. Laozi looked toward the west. Brother is worried about those two in the west. Their character is well known among all beings in the wilderness. If they were to attain sainthood before us, it would be good for the west, but for the east. As he spoke, Laozi sighed again. Hearing this, Qingyue fell silent as well. Noticing Qingyue's troubled expression, Laozi comforted her, saying, Don't worry, little sister. Both second brother and I have the merit of opening the heavens. The heavenly Tao cannot easily move against us. Qingyue nodded gently. Although she still had worries in her heart, she understood her brother's good intentions. Laozi saw that Qingyue still looked troubled and got up to embrace her. Qingyue also held on to Laozi, choking back tears as she said, but I'm afraid that you will end up like Sister Nuwa, or even worse. Chapter 89. Chapter 53. Seeking Hutu Laozi continued. The merit of opening the heavens is our life-saving talisman, not to be easily moved. During this time with the human race, you can travel and accumulate merit while also honing your character. Perhaps you might find an opportunity to sever the third corpse. Yes, brother, Yuanchi replied. Yes, brother, Tongtian echoed. The three then discussed other matters that need not be disclosed to outsiders. Qin Yu entrusted the affairs of the human race to the three purities and returned to Sanxian Island to enter seclusion. Surrounded by the chaos jade butterfly, she evolved the 3,000 Great Tao. The two indestructible spiritual lights she obtained also floated beside her, and Qin Yu hoped that these two indestructible lights would absorb the Tao essence she emitted, allowing them to quickly take form. Unbeknownst to her, two faint remnants of souls, nearly undetectable, entered the two indestructible lights from both sides, merging with the unknown spiritual light. After years of hard cultivation, Qin Yu's 9 revolutions mysterious Yuan skill reached the 7th revolution, and her cultivation reached the peak of the primordial golden immortal. She was only one step away from perfection. Yet Qin Yu always felt something was lacking. She understood that it was her state of mind that wasn't quite there, so she decided to go out and travel. During the time Qin Yu was in seclusion, significant events unfolded in the wilderness, such as the 2 great battles between the witch and demon clans, the heavenly court's destruction of the Purple Mansion Celestial Court, and the birth of Emperor Jun's 10 sons, the birds. Chapter 90. Chapter 54. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Qin Yu's thoughts were racing. The most crucial task now was to help Sister Hutu establish the 6 paths of reincarnation and awaken the earth path. Qin Yu directly addressed the Mingi, saying, Mingi Dao friend, my sister Hutu and I have come to request the use of this Netherblood Sea. I hope you will grant us this. Upon hearing this, Mingi's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched, suppressing his anger. However, neither Qin Yu's backing of the Tao ancestor and the 3 purities nor Hutu's backing of the witch clan were easy to deal with. Mingi looked at the 2 before him and suddenly smiled, saying to Qin Yu and Hutu, of course, but what's in it for me? Seemingly fearing they wouldn't understand what he wanted, Mingi continued, what I seek in this life is the same position. Yet I have always lacked the foundation of the Great Tao. I've heard that the Hongmeng Taoist of Wuzhuang Temple possesses it. If you 2 could exchange that for me, I would willingly hand over the Netherblood Sea, without complaint. For Mingi, whether they agreed or not posed no harm to him. If they agreed, he would gain a piece of Hongmeng purple qi without lifting a finger, providing an opportunity to attain sainthood. What harm would it be to give them the Netherblood Sea? If they refused, it would also allow them to realize the difficulty and retreat. He had been managing the Netherblood Sea for many years, and the Blood Fiend 9 Nether Great formation in his hands was not merely for show. Chapter 91. Chapter 55. Laozi and Yuanchi achieving sainthood when Hutu attained sainthood. An endless saintly might enveloped the wilderness, announcing to all beings that another saint had been born. All beings knelt and worshipped Lady Hutu. Naturally, Qin Yu did not, as Hutu could not bear to see her do so. The newly established 6 paths of reincarnation still required Hutu to guard it. And, as she also needed to awaken the earth path, she could not return to the witch clan. Thus, Hutu entrusted Qin Yu to inform the other ancestor witches of her situation. Qin Yu agreed, and for the sake of Hutu's safety, she gave Hutu the reincarnation umbrella. Hutu was initially against this, but under Qin Yu's persuasive words, she eventually agreed. This was a chaos spiritual treasure in the entire wilderness. Perhaps only the chaos jade butterfly held such status. Although the reincarnation umbrella had consumed a significant amount of reincarnation energy due to the construction of the 6 paths of reincarnation, rendering it somewhat dimmer, it remained a genuine chaos spiritual treasure. Hutu was deeply moved, feeling that Qin Yu had helped her and the witch clan so much, while she and the witch clan had never done anything for Qin Yu. To compensate her beloved younger sister Qin Yu, Hutu waved her hand and gave Qin Yu the positions of the Tao Masters of the Heavenly Path and the Mortal Path. Since the underworld served the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutu also had a portion of control over it. She returned all her control over the underworld to Qin Yu, believing that the underworld was established by her younger sister Qin Yu, and these matters should also belong to her. Chapter 92. Chapter 56. 5 Saints in a Day in the West. the two sages of the Western teaching, Zhuanti and Jin, felt inspired upon seeing Laozi and Yuanshu establish their teachings and attain sainthood. They followed suit and established the Western teaching in the Western lands. I am Jin Zhuanti. Today, I establish the Western teaching in the West to educate the beings there with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal merit golden lotus. I suppress the fortunes of the Western teaching. May the heavenly Tao witness this. The heavenly Tao responded by bestowing merit. However, the West was impoverished, and the merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao was limited, enough for only one person to attain sainthood. Seeing this, Zhuanti and Jin's faces darkened. Yet they had to confront this harsh reality. As the heavenly Tao's merit dwindled, Jin stopped absorbing it. He vowed to the heavenly Tao, "If I attain the supreme Bodhi and achieve true enlightenment, my dwelling will be filled with immeasurable and inconceivable merit." Zhuanti, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "Master brother, what is the meaning of this?" Jin sighed and replied, "The merit is only enough for one to attain sainthood. You should quickly absorb it without worrying about me." Jin finished speaking and continued to swear to the heavenly Tao, "Today, I establish the great vow of 48 to the heavenly Tao." Zhuanti was moved in his heart, and after hearing Jin's words, he understood that Jin was trying to borrow merit from the heavenly Tao. His brother's idea was bold and crazy, but this was his brother, someone he had grown up with since childhood, supporting each other. Chapter 93. Chapter 57. A ray of hope. Tong Tian heard that Qingyue had sworn to establish the underworld and guessed that she must be dealing with underworld affairs after just establishing it. He then headed to the blood sea of the netherworld. As a result, he encountered a familiar immortal. No, a familiar puppet. Looking at the nearly 100-year-long longevity that had disappeared, Tong Tian felt a wave of emotion. He thought longevity had unfortunately perished since he hadn't seen him in the Zixiao Palace, and he had been sad about it for quite a while. Unexpectedly, longevity was not an immortal, but a puppet, which he failed to see back when he had a shallow cultivation. Longevity was working in the underworld, which must be related to Qingyue. Tong Tian asked Longevity about Qingyue's whereabouts. Longevity straightforwardly informed Tong Tian that Qingyue had gone to the ancestral witch palace on Buzhou Mountain, and Tong Tian hurriedly went to Buzhou Mountain, completely unaware of Longevity's outstretched hands trying to stop him. Longevity, the top puppet of this generation. As a puppet, I have to do the work of hundreds of people. When will someone come to help me? I feel like I'm about to collapse. Meanwhile, Qingyue had just arrived at Buzhou Mountain when she was approached by 11 ancestral witches, all searching for Hutu. Upon seeing Qingyue, they immediately asked about Hutu's situation. Qingyue, worried that they might not understand, explained everything in detail, piece by piece. Chapter 94, Chapter 58. Secrets of the Heavenly Tao. Qingyue couldn't figure it out. So she took out the Book of All Things, which could explore all things in the world, past, present, and future, and perceive the secrets of heaven. Qingyue hoped to find clues from it, as long as she silently thought of the question she wanted to ask and then opened the Book of All Things. The answers would appear. Qingyue silently pondered her questions about the heavenly Tao and slowly opened the Book of All Things. The pages glimmered, and rows of mysterious texts emerged. Qingyue focused intently, and it detailed the operational rules of the heavenly Tao, its manifestation in the world, and its connections with various beings. However, there was a cryptic passage that made Qingyue frown. Just as she was about to delve deeper, the Book of All Things suddenly shone brightly. The pages flipped rapidly, and finally stopped at a blank page. Qingyue was startled and asked again, but there was nothing. She closed the Book of All Things and fell into deep thought. Could it be that she touched upon some forbidden matter, or was this a warning from the Book of All Things? From the Book of All Things, she learned that the heavenly Tao is formless and intangible, representing the supreme rules of the primordial chaos. The operation of the heavenly Tao follows certain patterns, acting according to rules. It explicitly stated that the heavenly Tao operates only according to rules, an unconscious order. Chapter 95. Chapter 59. Calculating. Hongyun, Qingyue, and Tong Tian returned to Buzhou Mountain riding the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. Upon returning, they happened to catch mealtime. The ancestral witch Di Jiang invited them to eat hot pot, and the base for the hot pot was provided by Qingyue to Di Jiang. Di Jiang initially wanted to keep it for himself to enjoy slowly, but as soon as he took it out, it was sniffed out by Zhu Rong. who had a keen sense of smell. Zhu Rong was someone who couldn't keep his mouth shut once he found out. The other brothers and sisters would soon know too. To maintain his image as an elder brother, Di Jiang tearfully contributed half of the hot pot base, publicly claiming it was given by Qingwei. Since Qingwei had also provided hot pot base to the witch clan before, the other ancestral witches didn't suspect anything and happily took the hot pot base to prepare for the feast. Di Jiang, this is given to me by Qingwei. Not for you guys. Damn Zhu Rong, I'll punish you to eat vegetarian for 100 years. Zhu Rong, who loved meat. No. Di Jiang never suspected that Qingwei providing so much hot pot base meant she wanted him to share it with the other ancestral witches. Full of questions, Di Jiang thought. Isn't this all for me? He forgot that the ancestral witch palace might really not be able to think of it. That said, Tong Tian and Qingwei enjoyed a hot pot meal together on Buzhou Mountain. Chapter 96. Chapter 60. Hongyun's Death. 1. The coexistence of the witch and demon clans was something the heavenly Dao was very unwilling to see. In the eyes of the heavenly Dao, both the witch and demon clans were too powerful, which was not conducive to the stability of the primordial chaos. After all, the primordial chaos had previously experienced the devastation of the Beast Emperor, the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin, and the destruction caused by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Especially the demon clan Luo Ho, which had destroyed more than 90% of the spiritual veins in the West, severely damaging the primordial chaos. With these typical examples, the heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos was determined not to let the witch and demon clans continue to grow stronger. Hongjun, as a Taoist, understood the thoughts and ideas of the heavenly Dao clearly, but he was currently in a precarious situation himself and could neither manage nor dissuade it. In Hongjun's view, the world of the primordial chaos should be one where 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. The heavenly Dao, day by day, thought about suppressing this and that, wiping out all the strong ones or controlling them, leaving only the ordinary ones. Would that benefit the primordial chaos? The entire world of the primordial chaos should have more strong beings, with various races developing and progressing together, which would be the right way. But the heavenly Dao, for the sake of stability, was determined to eliminate those unstable factors. It was good that the heavenly Dao was devoted to the stability of the primordial chaos. But the thoughts were too extreme and radical. Chapter 97, Chapter 61. Hongyun's Death. 2. Zenyuanzi felt something was wrong and immediately went out to search for Hongyun. He took out his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, also known as the Earth Fetal Membrane, to communicate with the Earth Veins and locate Hongyun. Zenyuanzi discovered that one area of the Earth Veins was sealed off, and he immediately used his great supernatural powers to escape into the sealed space. At this moment, Hongyun was fighting against 3 opponents. Although he had the cultivation of severing 3 corpses, the great array of stars created by Emperor Jun continuously pressured his space. And Taiyi's Chaos Bell was extraordinarily powerful, while Kunpeng's attacks were lethal. Even though Hongyun possessed the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, he was still at a disadvantage against their siege. If it weren't for Hongyun's superior speed, he would have already become a soul under the hands of Hongmeng and the others. Looking at them, Hongyun said, Emperor Jun, Taiyi Kunpeng, the 2 from the west owe me a great cause and effect. Aren't you afraid that the 2 saints from the west will come to trouble you? Kunpeng laughed wildly and said, Oh, really? Then why haven't they come to save you yet? Emperor Jun coldly replied, Hongyun, you might as well surrender. They won't come. To be honest, the secrets of this space have long been disturbed. No one will come. Chapter 98, Chapter 62. 10 suns rising together after the primordial purple chi disappeared. Emperor Jun also considered making a move against Tong Tian. However, Tong Tian was not only a direct disciple of the Dao ancestor, but his elder brothers were also saints. And Emperor Jun could not find Tong Tian's whereabouts, so he could only helplessly give up. Now, Emperor Jun had only one path left: to imitate the ancient methods of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, gathering the luck of the entire primordial chaos to attain sainthood. The demon clan had already completed half of this process. If it weren't for the witch clan, Emperor Jun would have already led the demon clan to unify the primordial chaos and would have long become a saint with Taiyi, instead of being subordinate to others. This primal chaos is the world of the demon race. Di Jun has indeed sought the assistance of the Saint Nuwa for the demon race. But Nuwa has refused to meet, claiming that she is being punished by the heavenly Dao and cannot leave the Nuwa Palace. Dijun does not believe it. It's too coincidental. After all, during the early days of Nuwa's sanctification, the situation was very favorable for the demon race. As long as Nuwa intervened slightly, the witch race would be no threat at all. However, Nuwa absorbed the fortune of the demon race, and just when the demon race needed her most, she offered no help at all. How could Dijun not be angry? Yet, to avoid offending Nuwa, Dijun still has to provide the demon race's fortune to her. If it weren't for Nuwa's brother Fushi being around, Dijun would even suspect that Nuwa had long since betrayed the demon race. Chapter 99. Chapter 63 Punishment of the Golden Crows 1. 10 golden crows emerged from the Sunstar and headed towards the Primal Land. Jane and Junti watched as one golden crow after another descended into the primal chaos, carefully shielding them from the heavenly secrets so that no one would notice. The 10 golden crows radiated intense heat, each resembling a small sun. They spiraled wildly in the sky, instantly turning the originally azure sky into a fiery red. With 10 suns rising, the earth seemed to be placed in a giant furnace. As the golden crows approached Mount Bujo, trees rapidly withered, igniting fierce flames and turning to ashes. The ground cracked from the high temperature, creating deep chasms that seemed bottomless. Rivers evaporated rapidly, drying up completely, and aquatic creatures like fish and crabs perished in droves. The scorching sun burned every life on the ground, leaving the primal land in utter silence, filled with sorrow. This also brought endless karma to the demon race. The formation on 3 Immortal Island could shield heavenly secrets, allowing the island to experience perpetual spring. But the temperature of the 10 golden crows was too high, far exceeding the limits of the formation. While cultivating on 3 Immortal Island, Qingyu felt a wave of heat. Startled, she quickly used her magical power to sense the outside world, and upon seeing the tragic state of the primal land, her beautiful eyes widened, filled with heartache and anger. Chapter 100. Chapter 64 Punishment of the Golden Crows 2. When the 4 arrived, they saw Qingyu sitting on a stone bench, leisurely brewing tea, clearly having waited for a long time. Dijun, Shihi, and Changshi's expressions darkened as they focused intently on Qingyu. Only Taiyi looked at Qingyu with a complex expression, filled with nostalgia, apology, and joy at seeing her again. Dijun asked in a deep voice, Fairy Qingyu, have you seen my 10 children? Qingyu raised her jade hand to hold the teacup, her slender fingers appearing even more translucent under the sunlight. Qingyu gently sipped her tea and replied, I have seen them. The 4 were overjoyed to hear this, but before they could celebrate, Qingyu added, They are my captives. Of course I know. Shihi and Changshi, the mother and aunt of the 10 little golden crows, glared at Qingyu, ready to rush forward and kill her if it weren't for the little golden crows in her hands. Dijun's expression was also very grim as he coldly said, Fairy, could you spare them for the sake of the demon race? Qingyu put down her teacup and calmly replied, I cannot. Dijun suppressed his anger and questioned, May I ask how my 10 children have offended you? Qingyu looked at her fingers, her voice icy cold. Dijun, do you know that the 10 suns are wreaking havoc in the primal chaos, causing immense suffering? They are burning the earth with true solar fire, which has cracked the ground, dried up rivers, and withered plants, leading to countless creatures dying unjustly. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 101. Chapter 65 Ascending to Sainthood. Dijun then smiled and cupped his hands towards Qingyu, saying, Then I must trouble you, Fairy, to discipline my 10 useless children. After saying this, Dijun left with Taiyi, Shihi, and Changshi. After Taiyi left, he took a deep look at Qingyu. Qingyu wanted to reach out to stop them, but they had already transformed into golden light and disappeared. Qingyu, wait. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Your children are still in my hands. Aren't you afraid I might kill them? Dijun was indeed unafraid, as all the great powers of the primal chaos had closed their doors, fearing being involved in the calamity. Only Qingyu, with her concern for the world, intervened to stop the golden crows and brought down heavy rain to restore life to the earth, showing her great compassion as a fairy. Moreover, the connection between Dijun and the little golden crows was merely severed, not lost. If it were lost, it would mean the little golden crows were dead. Currently, the bloodline connection of all 10 golden crows still existed, and Dijun speculated that Qingyu must have used some method to shield the bloodline connection between them. Qingyu did not directly kill the little golden crows while they were causing chaos in the primal chaos, but instead locked them up. Dijun should actually thank Qingyu. If the little golden crows had really gone to the witch race, his children would definitely not survive. Chapter 102. Chapter 66. The Catastrophe of the Human Race. 1. Under the manipulation of the heavenly Dao, the conflict between the witch and demon races intensified. Every day, there were several battles, large and small. As the ancestral witch, Hotu naturally stood with the witch race. Although she was forcibly confined in the 6 paths of reincarnation by the heavenly Dao, she could still help the witch race in other ways. Hotu gave birth to a primordial spirit and used it to communicate with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although she did not find a method for the ancestral witch to give birth to a primordial spirit, she deduced that as long as the witch race and the human race combined, it could give birth to a witch human with the witch race bloodline in the majority, or a human witch with a human race bloodline in the majority. She sent this news to her subordinates, urging the great witch to rush back overnight to inform her elder brother, Dijiang. The witch race had suffered several times due to the lack of primordial spirits and naturally understood the benefits of having one. Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin immediately decided to abduct human women. As the saying goes, born from worries, die in comfort. The 10 Yuan meetings mentioned by the Saint Nuwa had long passed, due to the protection of Qingyu and the 3 pure ones. The human race had been living a peaceful and carefree life, completely lacking a sense of crisis. Faced with the sudden abduction by the witch race, they had no means to resist. Although human cultivators fought desperately, they could not compare with the witch race in terms of cultivation time or physical strength, and countless cultivators perished at the hands of the witch race. Chapter 103. Chapter 67. The Catastrophe of the Human Race. 2. While Qingyu was focused on purifying the calamity energy, a powerful force suddenly attacked from behind, catching her off guard and causing her to sway. It turned out to be Zhu Jiuyin arriving, his scarlet eyes fixed on Qingyu, and his attacks relentless. Qingyu's heart sank, and she took out the Hongmeng Liantian ruler to block Zhu Jiuyin's attack with one hand. With the other, she aimed to purify the calamity energy on Dijiang. However, as Qingyu was distracted by the battle, the calamity energy on Dijiang began to surge uncontrollably. Qingyu decisively stopped the purification and struck fiercely at Zhu Jiuyin with one palm, which was swift and accurate, causing Zhu Jiuyin to stagger back repeatedly. Then, she quickly used the Hongmeng Liantian ruler to strike Dijiang, hitting him squarely and knocking him onto Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin was knocked unconscious by Dijiang. Qingyu then summoned the creation cauldron and knocked Dijiang unconscious as well. Both had calamity energy within their bodies, and Qingyu aimed to save them. To prevent any further disturbances from the ancestral witches, Qingyu's gaze turned cold as she lightly scolded, and her hands quickly formed seals. In an instant, the primordial 5 directions banner soared into the sky. The 5 banners intertwined with light, rapidly forming a great array of the 5 elements, firmly trapping Zhu Jiuyin and Dijiang within. The 12 Hingjing Shrubin slowly flew out, hovering above the Great Formation. Chapter 104. Chapter 68. Human Race Catastrophe. 3. The 3 ancestors understood that the human race was suffering this calamity because they were simply too weak. If it weren't for the presence of Saint Qingwei, the witch clan wouldn't care about the feelings of the human race, let alone offer an apology. As for forgiveness, even the 3 ancestors of the human race could not forgive those who had been deeply harmed. However, this calamity also planted a seed for the human race to grow stronger, foreshadowing their later rise as the new protagonists of the world. Swearin stepped forward and, with a softened expression, said, "We, the human race, accept this sincerity from Lord Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestor witch. We are also willing to accept the apology from the witch clan." Seeing that the 3 ancestors of the human race accepted the apology, Zhu Jiuyin was pleased with their understanding and continued, "We, the witch clan, deeply regret our previous actions. As compensation, we are willing to protect your human race. In the world of the primordial, it is very common for weaker races to seek protection from stronger ones, and the witch clan is the strongest race in the primordial world." Zhu Jiuyin believed that the weak human race would certainly agree. Zhu Jiuyin was destined to be disappointed. Although the protection of the witch clan was good, accepting their protection also meant that the human race would submit to the witch clan. The human race, though weak, still had its pride, and the three ancestors naturally disagreed. Chapter 105, Chapter 69. Human Race Catastrophe. 4. The matter of the monster race's ghost vehicle devouring the cultivation of the human race was not widely spread. But the high-ranking members of the monster race were almost all aware of it. After all, Emperor Jun, Taiyi, and the powerful monsters under them were not blind. They could see that after the ghost vehicle's visit, its cultivation had obviously increased a notch. Don't underestimate this small increase. With the backing of the monster race's fortune, it required hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation to achieve. The ghost vehicle was also clever. Rather than hiding it and getting found out later, it was better to proactively inform them, and perhaps Emperor Jun would remember its contribution. The ghost vehicle respectfully bowed to Emperor Jun and Taiyi. After Emperor Jun allowed the ghost vehicle to rise, it recounted the entire incident to him. Upon hearing what the ghost vehicle said, a gleam of greed and ambition flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes. However, he thought that the human race was ultimately created by the Saint Nuwa, so it was not appropriate to go too far. He instructed the lower-ranking monster saints to secretly capture isolated members of the human race or those from remote tribes. Several monster saints nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with a desire for power and greed. However, Emperor Jun overlooked the most crucial point. After tasting the sweetness of easily obtained power, how many monsters would be able to resist such temptation? Chapter 106, Chapter 70. Human Race Catastrophe. 5. The Great Witch Tan Feng collected the body of the young witch and brought it back to Buzhou Mountain for burial, informing ancestor Witch Di Jiang of the matter. The ancestors of the witches took great pride in their unique ancestral witch bodies, of course. They did not believe that anything could easily break through their ancestral witch bodies. Even if there were such treasures, how could they appear in large numbers? Di Jiang, the ancestor witch, paid no mind to what Great Witch Tan Feng reported. After thinking about it, Great Witch Tan Feng also felt that Di Jiang was right. Heavenly treasures have always been limited in number, and the sword in the ghost vehicle's possession should have been bestowed by that fellow Emperor Jun. There were simply not many of them. The two of them later paid a heavy price for their initial arrogance. After the ghost vehicle returned to the heavenly court and healed its injuries, it couldn't wait to boast about its achievements in front of the other monster saints. The bodies of the witches are usually as hard as iron, but before me, the ghost vehicle, they were nothing. With just a light strike, I broke through their defenses, causing their blood to splatter on the spot. As the ghost vehicle bragged about its achievements to the other monster saints and great monsters, two unknown little monsters were reporting their new discovery to Emperor Jun. The two little monsters trembled as they knelt in the Lingxiao Palace. One of them, a blue-faced little monster, said softly, "Reporting to your majesty, we have discovered that weapons refined from the essence of the human race are remarkably effective against the witch clan. The physical defenses of those witch warriors are as fragile as thin paper when faced with human race essence weapons." The other red-haired little monster added, "We saw with our own eyes that a great witch shot with a bone arrow refined from human race essence could not heal its wound and ultimately died in agony." Chapter 107, Chapter 71. Human Race Catastrophe. 6. The monster sent by Emperor Jun quickly returned with news that neither Saint Nuwa nor Saint Sanqing had seen the monsters sent by Emperor Jun. Nor did they reply. The saints are all-knowing and all-powerful. Their failure to respond clearly indicated their tacit approval. Upon learning this, Emperor Jun felt overjoyed, and the actions to capture the human race became increasingly apparent. In the heavenly court, cries of despair echoed continuously, as many members of the human race were having their essences extracted to refine the Witch Slayer sword. At the same time, the large-scale capture of the human race by the monster race also alerted the three ancestors of the human race. For safety's sake, the three ancestors gathered all their people back to the ancestral land and forbade anyone from going out. The news quickly reached Emperor Jun and Taiyi. Emperor Jun sat in the main seat of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, his brow furrowed and a worried expression on his face. The various monsters below were also silent, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. The ancestral land of the human race had a protective formation set up by the heavenly saints, and there were also great witches stationed there. If the monster race could not capture it in a short time, it would inevitably attract that group of barbarians. If the Witch Slayer sword was exposed too early, the Witch clan would be prepared, which would be troublesome. However, if they captured the human race to obtain their essences, They would be unable to refine the Witch Slayer sword, and the monster race would not be able to defeat the Witch clan, leaving Emperor Jun and Taiyi with no hope of becoming saints. Chapter 108, Chapter 72, Witch Monster War 1. The people living in the ancestral land suddenly found that the sky had darkened. When they looked up, they saw numerous monsters shrouding the ancestral land, continuously attacking the protective formation. The sudden appearance of the monsters immediately caused chaos among the human race. Watching the monsters open their bloody mouths one by one, the people were filled with fear. The three ancestors of the human race were also horrified to see the sky full of monster soldiers, and they immediately summoned all the cultivators of the human race and sent people to calm the emotions of their kin. As the protective formation of the ancestral land had been activated, the human race was temporarily safe. The ancestral land of the human race shone with the brilliance of the protective formation, with runes flowing. Hongmeng could see at a glance that this formation was extraordinary, but he was not skilled in formations and could only break it through brute force. Under Hongmeng's command, the monster soldiers quickly formed 3 teams to attack the formation from 3 directions. After a whole 100 years, with a loud bang, the protective formation shattered instantly, and countless lights dissipated into the air. The people of the human race looked on in terror at this scene, screams and cries rising and falling. Once the formation was broken, Hongmeng allowed the monster soldiers to slaughter the human race at will, neither intervening nor helping, coldly watching the tragedy of the human race unfold. Chapter 109, Chapter 73, Witch Monster War 2. The Witch Monster War also greatly damaged the primordial world. The heavenly Dao only wanted to eliminate the witches and monsters, not to destroy the primordial world. Seeing this, the heavenly Dao once again controlled Hongjun and descended onto the battlefield of the witches and monsters to prevent the war from escalating further. The appearance of the heavenly Dao Hongjun radiated a terrifying pressure, and the strong ones from both the witch and monster races immediately felt an invisible force binding them. The demon clans Dijun, Taiyi, and the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan all showed surprise and halted their actions. This war has come to an end. The voice of the heavenly Dao Hongjun echoed like a bell over the battlefield. Although Dijun, Taiyi, and the 11 ancestral witches were unwilling, they did not dare to defy the will of Dao ancestor Hongjun. For 10,000 years, the witch and demon clans are forbidden from conflict. After speaking, the heavenly Dao departed. Once the heavenly Dao left, Hongjun regained control over his body, casting a compassionate glance at the devastated primordial land, silently letting out a sigh. He returned to the purple cloud palace. Meanwhile, the human race also suffered heavy losses. In order to preserve the fire of humanity, the human race split into 3 groups, with Sui Run leading the elites to hold off most of the demon soldiers. The Nesting clan and the Zi clan had no time to persuade them and painfully led half of their remaining clansmen, one team heading towards Buzhou Mountain, and another team advancing westward. Chapter 110, The Battle of the Witch and Demon Clans 3. Qing Yu looked in the direction where Kuan Peng had departed, secretly harboring hatred, but could only set the matter aside for now. The crisis of humanity was not completely resolved. The Zi clan might still be facing pursuit from the demon clan. Qing Yu mobilized her spiritual power and instantly arrived in the west. At the border between the east and west, the Zi clan, accompanied by the human elites, was struggling to resist, while the human boys and girls in front were each holding smaller children and running ahead. The human girl at the forefront spotted Wuzhuang Temple ahead. Her gray eyes lit up with excitement as she shouted, "There are immortal beings there who can save us." Everyone followed the direction she pointed and also saw Wuzhuang Temple. They looked at it with hope, exerting all their strength to rush towards it. At this moment, they had been pursued for more than half a month, already exhausted, with only the belief in survival supporting them to keep running. They had no way to retreat. If they could not find a safe place to land, they would either be killed by the demon clan or die from exhaustion. They did not think too deeply about how the immortal beings inside, whom they had never met, would agree to save them. What if they offended the immortal beings? They only knew that going to Wuzhuang Temple meant hope, a way to live, and that they would no longer be pursued, ensuring the safety of their family and friends. Chapter 111, The Battle of the Witch and Demon Clans 4. After Qingming left, Zhen Yuanzi extracted half of the innate essence from the ginseng fruit tree and infused it into the Dao Jiujiusan Pahulu to nourish the remnants of Hongyun's soul. If Qing Yu saw this, she would surely be very surprised. This innate essence is unique to innate spiritual roots and should not be easily extracted. A careless move could easily lead to a drop in the grade of the innate spiritual root. Moreover, what Zhen Yuanzi extracted was not an ordinary spiritual root. It was one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree. This can be considered a significant undertaking. Hongyun probably used up all his luck in this lifetime to befriend Zhen Yuanzi, as the innate essence of the ginseng fruit tree was continuously extracted. The originally lush ginseng fruit tree visibly withered. Fortunately, Zhen Yuanzi used the earth book to mobilize the power of the earth veins to replenish energy for the ginseng fruit, preventing its grade from dropping. However, its origin was damaged, and it was likely that it would not bear fruit for dozens of yuan periods. In contrast, the remnants of Hongyun's soul in the gourd became increasingly solid. It is believed that before long, Hongyun would be able to regain consciousness and have a chat with himself. Thinking of this, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but smile. Chapter 112. Breakthrough to the Primordial. 1. Qing Yu, dressed in plain clothes, sat quietly at the top of Buzhou Mountain, with spiritual rhythms flowing around her. She closed her eyes, her breath steady, and began to meditate and cultivate. As her cultivation deepened, Qing Yu felt her soul gradually separating from her body, transforming into a wisp of light that floated away. Qing Yu felt that her current state was sudden, wondrous, and novel. She thought perhaps the opportunity for her breakthrough had come, so she did not interfere and let her soul drift with the wind. Qing Yu's soul followed the wind and possessed an injured giant bear. This giant bear had just experienced a brutal battle and unfortunately died. After Qing Yu possessed it, the giant bear was temporarily revived, driven by the instinct to survive. However, it was already battered and bruised, with a broken leg, unable to walk, and blood was flowing out uncontrollably, rendering it helpless. As time passed, Qing Yu could clearly feel her life force gradually ebbing away, her body growing colder. She sensed the struggle of life on the edge of survival, the yearning for life and the helplessness towards death. Then, she possessed a newly born spirit mouse that had just come into being, but due to its congenital deficiencies, it died immediately after birth. Chapter 113. Breakthrough to the Primordial. 2. The golden eye of the great Dao hung high in the sky, emitting vast and majestic light. It calmly gazed down at the tiny figures below, as if evaluating whether Qing Yu was qualified to step into the realm of the primordial great Luo, golden immortal. Thick purple lightning snakes roamed through the clouds, producing deafening rumbling sounds. This was the tribulation of proving the primordial. Once crossed, it would lead to transcendence and entry into the supreme realm of the primordial great Luo, golden immortal. Qing Yu soared into the air, her momentum rising steadily. The purple-black tribulation lightning seemed to sense a provocation, and thick purple lightning snakes, as wide as barrels, descended upon Qing Yu with destructive power. Each bolt of tribulation lightning caused the void to tremble and time to distort. The powerful fluctuations of the tribulation spread like ripples, instantly drawing the attention of various forces. In the purple cloud palace, Dao ancestor Hong Jun slightly opened his eyes and looked towards the location of the tribulation, a clear look of joy flashing in his gaze. However, seeing the powerful chaotic divine lightning, his expression turned to deep concern. The tribulation must be crossed by Qing Yu alone. No one could disturb or assist her. Being attacked by the tribulation lightning would only make it stronger. Chapter 114. Breakthrough to the Primordial. 3. Meanwhile, Qing Yu felt that the power of the chaotic divine lightning was too strong for her to withstand, and reluctantly summoned the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. As soon as the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus appeared, the chaotic divine lightning visibly grew stronger. Seeing this, Qing Yu dared not use too many spiritual treasures for fear of further empowering the chaotic divine lightning. Gritting her teeth, she formed seals with her hands. And the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus shone brilliantly beneath her feet, attempting to resist this terrifying attack. However, the power of the chaotic divine lightning was too overwhelming. Qing Yu struggled to utilize all her strength to drive the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus to barely withstand the blow. The 12th grade pure world White Lotus was riddled with cracks from the attack of the chaotic divine lightning. Before Qing, you could catch your breath. The next chaotic divine lightning struck. Fortunately, the reincarnation umbrella arrived just in time, shielding Qing Yu from most of the damage, or she would have been utterly devastated. However, the remaining power of the chaotic divine lightning was still enough to deal her a serious blow. She was violently thrown back, blood spurting from her mouth, and the 12th grade pure world White Lotus shattered into pieces. Qing Yu consumed thousands of drops of 3 lights divine water to recover from her injuries and picked up the reincarnation umbrella to block the next wave of attacks. With the addition of the reincarnation umbrella, the power of the chaotic divine lightning increased several times. Extra, Xuanqing's journey in the original world of primordial chaos. 3. Junti Saint retrieved the human race bag, which he specially refined. The space within the human race bag would sing the 800 wonderful methods of the West day and night. He believed that those inside, after listening to their Western wonderful methods, would surely flock to the West and serve the West. Junti Saint did not expect to be so lucky. He had come with a thick skin to ask Laozi for a few pills for his disciples, but unexpectedly encountered a good seedling. This child had a restrained aura, clearly a good candidate for practicing their Western wonderful methods. This kid was really something, knowing that Laozi wasn't accepting disciples, yet he still ran to Shouyang Mountain. Look at how he was thrown out by Laozi. It was obvious that Junti Saint regarded Xianqing as someone who would seek to become Laozi's disciple. However, you are very lucky, kid, to meet me, Junti Saint. Today, I, Junti Saint, will personally ferry you to the West out of kindness, so enjoy your luck. Junti Saint was in a good mood after finding a good seedling, and his movements unconsciously quickened. Xianqing, hidden in the human race bag, was annoyed by the incessant singing in his ears. It was his first time witnessing such a lowly method of assimilation and control reminiscent of the demon race, but far inferior. However, since you want to assimilate me, I'll play along and let you know my power. Extra, Xuanqing's journey in the original world of primordial chaos. 4. Jejin Saint and Junti Saint were both shocked and angry upon witnessing this scene. Mount Xumi was originally a holy place for saints, a pure land, but now it was turned upside down, filled with filth and foul odors. A large number of disciples collapsed on ground. They had seen all sorts of scenes while traversing the primordial chaos for tens of thousands of yuan meetings, but they had never seen such chaos before. Their eyes were opened. The more they thought about it, the worse their expressions became, and their anger burned hotter, almost causing a heart attack. Since becoming saints, they had never suffered such a huge loss. The 2 saints glared with wide eyes, flames of anger burning within. They searched the mountain everywhere, wanting to root out the true culprit behind this disturbance and tear him to pieces. Xianqing, hidden in the shadows, curled his lips in a sly smile. He knew that his cheap father, uncle, and second uncle were about to arrive, so he deliberately appeared on a conspicuous peak. Dressed in red, holding the primordial infinite umbrella, he provocatively looked at Jejin and Junti, even making an international friendly gesture. The 2 saints, seeing this, were filled with rage. Especially Junti Saint, who, upon seeing it was Shikong, could no longer hide his anger. Extra, Xuanqing's journey in the original world of primordial chaos. 5. The 3 pure ones looked towards Jejin Saint and Junti Saint, their meaning clear. Xianqing, being clever, immediately made a bold demand. I want the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Flag, the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, the Staff of Blessing, and the Jejin Treasure Banner. Laozi Saint looked at the 2 Western saints with a cold tone. Since my nephew has said so, then hand over the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Flag, the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, the Staff of Blessing, and the Jejin Treasure Banner as an apology. Upon hearing this, Xuanqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 3 pure ones exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, he had the heart of a child. In contrast, Jejin Saint and Junti Saint looked extremely grim. The West was already impoverished, and they hardly had any treasures. Now they were being asked to give up 4 at once, which they could hardly bear. Especially the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, which was the supreme treasure for suppressing fortunes in the West. They absolutely could not give it up. Junti Saint resorted to his old trick, suddenly crying out, "The West is suffering." The 3 pure ones, upon hearing Junti mention mother, were momentarily stunned. They knew Xianqing had a mother. but they did not expect that the person appearing at this moment was her. Extra. Xuanqing's journey in the original world of primordial chaos. 6. The Three Pure Ones. Filled with curiosity and vigilance, slowly led Xuanqing towards the spirit pool behind Kunlun Mountain. The spirit pool's waters were shimmering and clear, with jade stones and spiritual herbs at the bottom radiating a soft glow, surrounded by blooming flowers and fragrant scents. Qingwei stood gracefully by the spirit pool, wearing a moon-white flowing skirt, resembling a blooming lotus by the pool, with an unparalleled beauty, exquisite features, and bright, lively eyes that seemed to hold the stars and the sea. Her long black hair danced lightly in the wind, exuding a pure and ethereal aura that was unforgettable to any immortal. Upon seeing Qingwei, the Three Pure Ones were momentarily stunned. Tongtian Saint, staring at Qingwei, unconsciously reverted to his original appearance. Tongtian Saint had many disciples, and in order to maintain his authority and better teach them, he had always presented himself as an old Taoist with an immortal demeanor. His original appearance was that of a handsome young man in his early 20s, tall and straight, with a face like jade, sword-like brows and starry eyes, a straight and high nose, thin yet beautifully shaped lips, and skin as white as jade, exuding the unique elegance and composure of a sword immortal in every movement. This was the true appearance of Tongtian Saint. Chapter 119, Chapter 79, The Collapse of Mount Buzhou. 1. The heavenly Tao has left, and the Three Pure Ones can act freely. Although the great Tao and heavenly Tao have bestowed merits, proving that Sister Qingwei has successfully attained the mixed yuan, the Three Pure Ones were still uneasy without seeing it with their own eyes. Tongtian suddenly appeared in front of Qingwei, seeing her rosy complexion and that she was safe and sound. With a face full of both surprise and a hint of fear, he said, "Sister, you've finally succeeded. You scared third brother to death just now." Yuan Shi and Laozi arrived shortly after. Yuan Shi checked Qingwei from head to toe, confirming she was unharmed before he finally felt relieved. "Congratulations, sister, on attaining the mixed yuan, but be cautious during tribulations. Inform us in advance so we can protect you. You must not be so reckless next time," Yuan Shi said, his tone lacking blame, only filled with deep concern. Laozi nodded slightly, his eyes full of relief. "Sister, your talent is extraordinary, and you have great opportunities. Now that you have attained the Tao, it is indeed a blessing for the primordial chaos. However, be cautious during tribulations." Qingwei looked at her three brothers, feeling warmth in her heart, and smiled. "Thank you, brothers, for your concern. My success in attaining the Tao is also thanks to your teachings and care." The Three Pure Ones smiled knowingly upon hearing this. Chapter 120, Chapter 80, The Collapse of Mount Buzhou. 2. The battle between the Wu and the Yao was extremely fierce, with the aftermath affecting a wide area. Mount Buzhou, the first mountain of the primordial chaos, was originally unafraid of the battle's aftermath, but now, after Qingwei had just crossed her tribulation at the peak of Mount Buzhou, the impact of the chaos divine thunder had not yet been restored. Coupled with the continuous shockwaves from the battle below, Mount Buzhou was on the verge of collapse, facing the danger of imminent collapse at any moment. The expressions of the Three Pure Ones and Qingwei instantly became extremely grave. Once Mount Buzhou collapses, the balance of heaven and earth would be disrupted, leading to floods, but those were minor concerns. The most important issue was that the world of the primordial chaos would lose its supporting structure, and when heaven and earth merged again, the primordial chaos would revert to chaos, and the world of the primordial chaos would cease to exist. Laozi made a decisive decision, saying, "We can no longer allow them to fight like this. We must immediately stop this war." Yuan Shi and Tongtian nodded, while Qingyu clenched her fists. The four of them transformed into four streams of light and rushed towards the battlefield of the Lich War. However, before they could get close to the outskirts of the Lich battlefield, they were met by a surge of calamity energy that crashed towards them like waves, threatening to engulf them. The Three Pure Ones and Qingyu were well aware of the horror and difficulty of calamity energy once it entered their bodies. They could very well become relentless killing machines like the two Lich clans. Chapter 121, Chapter 81. Qingyu repairs the sky due to the calamity energy. Qingyu could not approach the Lich battlefield, and her own power was not strong enough to stop this war. Qingyu was anxious, but no amount of urgency would change what was meant to happen. The aftermath of the Great War swept through the world like a raging tide, and Mount Buzhou was on the verge of collapse under this force. Before they could set off fireworks, self-destruct, the segment involving Gong Gong's iron-headed child crashing into Mount Buzhou. The mountain had already collapsed prematurely. With a thunderous roar, the towering Mount Buzhou fell with a crash. In an instant, the sky broke open, and weak waters flowed back down, while the earth split into countless ravines, with torrents of flood rampaging, plunging the world into chaos and panic. Seeing this tragic scene, Qingyu was frantic, but there was no time to consider anything else. Qingyu planned to follow the original story of the Primordial era, seeking colorful stones to forge the sky and finding the giant turtle to sever its 4 legs to prop up the heavens. Just as Qingyu took out the creation cauldron, on the other side, in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun could not bear to watch Mount Buzhou collapse and cut off the path of cultivation for all beings in the Primordial era. Hongjun Daozu was willing to burn his own essence blood to gain a moment of shielding from the heavenly Dao, secretly conveying a message to Qingyu. Chapter 122. Chapter 82. Another Qingyu closed her eyes, her consciousness gradually merging with the world tree. At first, she felt her whole body enveloped in a layer of gentle light, as if wrapped in a warm embrace that gently held her, dispelling all her unease. Her primordial spirit slowly intertwined with the veins of the world tree, allowing her to feel the vast and mysterious power of the world tree flowing within her. That power was like a babbling brook, carrying the tranquility of time and the vitality of nature, gently cleansing every inch of her spiritual body, without a hint of pain, but rather an indescribable comfort. The memories within the world tree unfolded before her like a grand scroll. She also saw the past and present of the world tree. It turned out that the world tree was originally called the Hongmeng tree, also known as the Hongmeng world tree. The Hongmeng tree was unique, with only one existing. However, as the Hongmeng world was on the brink of destruction, the Hongmeng tree expended all its power to nurture a seed of the world tree, casting it out of the Hongmeng world, hoping it would one day grow into a new Hongmeng tree. At the same time, she witnessed the magnificent scene of the void evolving into Hongmeng. As the Hongmeng world opened, billions of beings were born, thriving in a prosperous scene. Later, the Hongmeng world shattered and was annihilated, leading to chaos, which birthed 3,000 chaos demon gods, with the demon god Pangu opening up the heavens and becoming the foundation of the primordial era. Chapter 123. Chapter 83. 3 paths of the primordial era. Seeing this, the beings of the primordial era knew that the world was safe. Each of them seized the opportunity to sit cross-legged, grasping the time to comprehend the laws. This was a rare chance to observe the evolution of laws up close, and no one wanted to miss it. The 3 pure ones sensed that Qingyu was unharmed and felt relieved, joining the beings of the primordial era in comprehending the laws. Laozi held a whisk, contemplating the laws of yin and yang, exuding an aura that was profound and mysterious. Yuanshi focused intently on comprehending the laws of cause and effect, with phantoms of causal lines appearing around him. Tong Tian initially wanted to comprehend the laws of the sword or formations, but upon reconsideration, he began to understand the laws of power. He hoped to gain strong power, thinking that this might allow him to protect his younger sister. The Witch Clan, which primarily focused on the laws and physical bodies, was even more in its element at this moment, their bodies radiating light as they comprehended laws related to their attributes. Emperor Jiang, while understanding the laws of space, triggered disturbances in space, with cracks appearing and closing around him. Zhu Jiuyin comprehended the laws of time, causing the flow of time around him to become extremely strange, sometimes rushing by rapidly, and other times coming to a complete standstill. Ru Shou comprehended the laws of gold, his body shining with golden light like a golden war god. Chapter 124. Chapter 84. Plotting in the shadows in the unfamiliar chaotic space. Pangu sat quietly in the chaotic void, meditating and adjusting his breath. Suddenly, Pangu opened his eyes, stood up, and called out, "Dao friend, long time no see." Pangu looked at the approaching Qingyu with a smile, specifically the future Qingyu. The future Qingyu also smiled lightly, replying, "Long time no see, great god Pangu." Upon hearing this, Pangu furrowed his brows and said, "There is no need for such formality between us. Then why do you still call me Dao friend?" The future Qingyu blinked her eyes, filled with laughter, looking at Pangu. Pangu was slightly taken aback, then quickly responded, "Future Qingyu, long time no see. This is our second meeting, Pangu." The two exchanged smiles, and everything was unspoken. "Future Qingyu, they want to meet you too. Do you want to see them?" "Not yet. It's not the right time. When the time comes, I will naturally meet them." Pangu nodded. "By the way, the current outer heaven has already become a part of the primordial world. Remember to tell them to place their things in the outer heaven." "Don't worry, future Qingyu. They have already started acting without me saying anything." Then they're indeed very proactive. Chapter 125. Chapter 85. The conclusion of the witch and lich. 1. At this moment, Qingyu was sleeping at the core of the world tree, with light circulating around her. The future Qingyu estimated that the time was almost right and returned to the world tree. The current Qingyu's small face had fully matured, resembling the future Qingyu, though lacking some of the mature charm. The future Qingyu took out the 36-grade pure world white lotus she had cultivated and fused it into Qingyu's primordial spirit. With a flip of her hands, she took out 15 pieces of Pangu's jade marrow. The 15 pieces of Pangu's jade marrow had been hidden in Mount Buzhou, a final legacy left by Pangu for the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. Fortunately, the future Qingyu was quick-witted and collected the Pangu jade marrow when a world tree appeared to block the thunder tribulation. Otherwise, given the nature of the heavenly Tao, it would have certainly swallowed them all to complete itself, whether for future plans or Pangu's wishes. The future Qingyu intended to hand over these 15 pieces of Pangu's jade marrow to the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. The future Qingyu placed the Pangu jade marrow beside the current Qingyu and whispered in her ear, "I entrust the Pangu jade marrow to you. When you wake up, you will give them to the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. This is the legacy of the great god Pangu, and they are well deserving of it." Chapter 126. Chapter 86. The conclusion of the witch and lich. 2. Tong Tian was very happy to receive the Pangu jade marrow. Seeing that Qingyu still had one piece, he thought it was left for him and did not ask further. Tong Tian exclaimed, "Yea, I have the same Pangu jade marrow as my little sister." Until Tong Tian heard Qingyu say that the last piece was for Sister Hutu, and that she would personally give it to Sister Hutu while also visiting the 6 paths of reincarnation to see Sister Hutu. The remaining ancestor witches agreed. After all, they trusted Qingyue's character. However, Tong Tian was unhappy. His most beloved and beautiful younger sister Qingyue would be gone. Tong Tian directly handed his Pangu jade marrow to Qingyue. Qingyue looked at Tong Tian in confusion. Tong Tian explained, "Little sister Qingyue, you have given us all the Pangu jade marrow, so you have none left. That's why I'm giving you mine." Qingyue looked at the Pangu jade marrow Tong Tian handed her, feeling deeply moved, but she still shook her head and refused, saying, "Although I don't have the Pangu jade marrow, I have other things, look." As she spoke, Qingyue formed seals with her hands, and a 36-petal pure world white lotus slowly emerged around her, radiating a luminous white light. Each petal of the white lotus shimmered with golden alpha, appearing even more mysterious and sacred. Chapter 127. Chapter 87. The conclusion of the witch and demon clans. 3. The merits of opening the heavens cannot simply disappear without reason unless one gives them away. It was clear that Zhu Rong had long since used his heavenly merits to fill his karma, and the same went for the other ancestor witches. The ancestor witches visibly became dejected, while Dijuan and Taiyi slightly curled their lips. After all, it was quite a joyful thing to witness their rival's misfortune. However, Dijuan then thought of his demon tribe and immediately lost his cheer. The demon tribe was no better than the witch tribe. It was just 50 steps laughing at 100. At this moment, more ancestor witches looked at Qingyue, hoping she would help them find a solution. Tong Tian was quite unhappy upon seeing this. Why was everyone looking for his little sister Qingyue? Couldn't they think for themselves? It seemed that most of the ancestor witches didn't have brains. Then Dijuan, couldn't you use your bird brain to think carefully? Bird brains are relatively small. No wonder Taiyi seems so unintelligent, and Dijuan only knows some petty tricks. Unlike me, Tong Tian, who possesses great wisdom. In Tong Tian's view, one should solve the problems they create themselves. Whatever predicament the witch and demon clans found themselves in, they deserved it. On the other side, Qingyue felt immense pressure under the gaze of so many eyes. Chapter 128. Chapter 88. The conclusion of the witch and demon clans. 4. Junior sister. I have lived in the heavenly court for several epochs, absorbing the luck of the demon tribe for cultivation, which is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, although Dijuan has some ulterior motives, he has treated me and my brother with utmost kindness and trust, even when I later stopped caring for the demon tribe. Dijuan still did not cease supplying the demon tribes luck to my brother and me. Dijuan is actually a very good leader. Under his leadership, the demon tribe has developed well. However, Sai, Nuwa's voice was filled with nostalgia and regret. What about the human race? What will you do about them? After a long silence, Nuwa finally said, I owe them. Perhaps I have never been a qualified mother. Hearing Nuwa say this, Qingyue softened her tone and said gently, Senior sister, there's no need to blame yourself so much. The human race has developed to this day through many tribulations. It is not solely your fault. Nuwa smiled bitterly and said, That may be true, but ever since I left, I have enjoyed the offerings of the human race day and night. Yet the human race has faced numerous calamities, and I have never protected them even a bit. It is my dereliction of duty. Qingyue understood Nuwa's difficulties. She had leaked the heavenly secrets and was punished by the heavenly Dao. If it weren't for their master intervening at the last moment to protect Nuwa, she would have been eternally nailed in the chaotic void, unable to escape for life. Chapter 129. Chapter 89. The conclusion of the witch and demon clans. 5. Qingyue felt the gaze of the eye of the Dao in the sky and stood respectfully, awaiting judgment. The golden eye of the Dao looked at Qingyue and the people below, calmly examining them. Soon, countless golden lights of merit fell like raindrops, and a golden pillar of light enveloped Qingyue. The power of merit was warm and magnificent, each strand containing the recognition and reward of the Dao. Qingyue felt her cultivation rapidly increasing, her power of laws becoming more stable, and her primordial spirit growing stronger. However, amidst the merit light, strands of red karma also quietly descended. It was the punishment of the Dao. This was the retribution for her reckless use of the world tree, which nearly led to the destruction of the primordial world, as well as the causal entanglements arising from her efforts to save it. The karma was cold and sharp, piercing Qingyue's primordial spirit, and she realized that she was not without fault. Qingyue took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and operated her technique, using merit to offset the karma. After the karma was offset, Qingyue immediately felt refreshed, no longer burdened. Aside from the witch and demon clans, which the Dao would handle, all other participants received varying degrees of merit from the Dao. Chapter 130. Chapter 90. The conclusion of the witch and demon clans. 6. Under the urging of the heavenly Dao, the witch and demon clans exited the primordial world. Di Jiang brought all the witch tribe members from Mount Buzhou and the Ancestor Witch Hall to the Yuming Blood Sea to find his sister Hutu. Hutu warmly welcomed her elder brothers and sisters, boldly declaring that the Yuming Blood Sea was now the new territory of the witch tribe. Hearing Hutu's words, Mingi silently shed tears. Since the moment Mingi heard the witch tribe's vow to the heavenly Dao, he knew that his Yuming Blood Sea would no longer belong to him. Although Mingi was mentally prepared for this, seeing it come to fruition was still very sorrowful. The Yuming Blood Sea was his birthplace. How could any primordial saint be so miserable? Mingi looked at Saint Hutu and then at the other 11 burly ancestor witches, feeling he couldn't speak, couldn't complain, and certainly couldn't voice any opinions. Feisha, what are you doing? Aren't you going to work? Trying to quietly pass the official duties on to the long-lived Mingi. He silently clenched his fists and forced a stiff smile, saying, Let's get to work now. Let's get to work now. On the other side, Dijuan once again brought the 10 little golden crows in front of Qingyue. Qingyue. Dijuan bowed to Qingyue and then revealed a very bright smile, saying, My useless children say they are very happy to be with you, Your Highness, and are very reluctant to leave you. So they voluntarily wish to pull your carriage. I hope Your Highness will not dislike them. Chapter 131. Chapter 1. The new heavenly emperor once the witch and demon clans left. Only Qingyue and the 10 little golden crows remained. Qingyue collected the little golden crows into the chaos pearl. This time, however, there were no strong winds or thunder waiting for them. With the little golden crows gone, the world became clearer. The world tree is a chaotic spiritual root, with strong defensive capabilities and resilient life force. Qingyue didn't have to worry about the world tree being damaged. Moreover, the world tree now supported the primordial world. Who would be foolish enough to risk such great karma to destroy the world tree? Qingyue's mind silently flashed with the figures of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Two stubborn fools. It didn't matter. After all, they were locked up and couldn't get out. Qingyue left without a hint of psychological burden. Next, she planned to invite Zhang Yuanzi to find Sister Hutu, deliver the Pangu Jade Marrow to her, and conveniently send Hongyun to reincarnate. The power of the World Tree has largely been transferred to the primordial chaos. If I guess correctly, the underground should have awakened by now. With Sister Hutu's presence and the assistance of the World Tree's power, the 6 paths of reincarnation must have stabilized long ago. Moreover, now that the primordial world has absorbed the power of the World Tree, it will develop and prosper even more. If Hongyun were to reincarnate, it would be more beneficial for his cultivation. Chapter 132, Chapter 2. The Jade Emperor of Haotian. 1. Feeling the gaze of his master. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi both looked at Laozi. Laozi slowly spoke. I have only one remaining disciple, Xuan Du, who I will keep to inherit my teachings. So I have no one to recommend. After Laozi finished speaking, Yuan Shi said, I recommend my own disciple, Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi has a noble background, is intelligent, and is a rare, true immortal of fortune and virtue. He is suitable for the position of Heavenly Emperor. Tong Tian also respectfully replied, Master, my disciple Duo has a pure heart, powerful magic, and a deep understanding of the Tao. If he were to be the Heavenly Emperor, he would surely manage the heavenly court well. Upon hearing this, Zhuanti immediately retorted, Master, no. Although Guang Qingzi has excellent fortune and blessings, his cultivation is insufficient. How can he be the ruler of the heavenly court? Duo, while highly skilled, comes from the demon clan and is merely a small rodent. If he were to be the heavenly emperor, it would be difficult to win the people's support. It would be better to choose Mithreya and Yaoshi for my senior brother's disciples. Both have great fortune, wisdom, and determination and are the best candidates for the heavenly emperor. I hope Master can see clearly. In Zhuanti's heart, Guang Qingzi and Duo being from the east and backed by the 3 clear saints, would not be beneficial for the development of the West, nor would it align with the interests of their Western teachings. Chapter 133, Chapter 3. The Jade Emperor of Haotian. 2. After Hongjun Daozi left, the various saints did not immediately disperse. Zhuanti still felt unwilling and quietly signaled to Jean, and the two walked aside to whisper, Senior brother, although we did not seize the position of Heavenly Emperor with the rise of the human race, our Western teachings cannot miss this opportunity. Zhuanti's eyes sparkled with scheming. Jean nodded slightly, agreeing with his junior brother's words. We need to plan early. Yuan Shi saw their actions and coldly snorted, saying to Tong Tian, These 2 saints of the West are ambitious. We must be on guard. Tong Tian smiled disdainfully, thinking, what are we afraid of? If they dare to play any tricks, they will surely suffer. Haotian noticed that several senior brothers and sisters had not left and felt secretly pleased. Remembering what his master had said before, Haotian hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands, and wore a friendly smile. Dear senior brothers and sisters, now that I am the Jade Emperor, the heavenly court has just been established, and matters are complicated with a real shortage of manpower. I hope to borrow some capable hands from you to help manage the affairs of the heavenly court. Although he was addressing everyone present, his gaze was always directed toward the 3 clear ones. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that Haotian was asking them for personnel. Chapter 134. Going to Wuzhuang Temple, Qingyue instantly produced a jade bottle and a fan in her hand. She pointed to the bottle and said, This high-grade, innate spirit treasure, the gathering spirit bottle, can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to assist in cultivation. Then she pointed to the fan and continued, This is the high-grade, innate spirit treasure, the Bailing fan, which can control wind, thunder, water, and fire with great power. Today I will give you these 2 spirit treasures to add a bit of support to the heavenly court. I hope you will use them well. After saying this, Qingyue handed the gathering spirit bottle to Haotian and the Bailing fan to Yaoqi. A look of surprise flashed in Haotian's eyes as he hurriedly received them with both hands, thanking her. Yaoqi also smiled as she received the fan, obediently saying, Thank you, sister. Qingyue nodded slightly and reminded them, Building your own forces is the way to have your own people. You can trust those you use. There are many talented individuals in the world. You can issue recruitment orders to attract them with the resources and status of the heavenly court. After hearing this, Haotian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging What my sister says is very true. I was too hasty before and lacked a plan. I will begin preparations for recruitment. That's good. I hope you can develop and strengthen the heavenly court and not follow in the footsteps of Dijuan. Hao Ian looked firmly at Qingwei and assured her, "Don't worry, sister. I will definitely do better than Dijuan." Chapter 135. Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. 1. In the Purple Cloud Palace, where Hongjun was. Since leaving, Hongjun has been cultivating. More accurately, he has been deducing how to allow the three corpses to merge without relying on innate spirit treasures of the same root. If it weren't for the Heavenly Dao, he wouldn't have passed down this method that cuts off the path of immortals. Fortunately, the primordial world has upgraded now, with denser spiritual energy, and its capacity has greatly increased. There is no need to worry about whether the primordial world can accommodate everything. Hongjun has a premonition that the primordial world will soon enter a golden age of cultivation that will last a long time. During this period, the strength of many beings in the primordial world will undergo a qualitative leap, and various powerful beings will erupt in a spurt. Hongjun also wants to lend a helping hand. As long as the method is successful, merging the three corpses and achieving completeness will allow him to successfully attain the Tao. And the strength of those innate great beings will definitely rise further. By then, it is possible that a few Hunyuan Deluo Jingshuns will be born. As for saints, those are fruit positions, and there are only a few in the world which he cannot influence. However, it is a pity that this is ultimately just a shortcut, slightly inferior to comprehending the laws to attain Hunyuan. Hongjun has also considered having the beings of the primordial world disperse their power and start over. But after years of hard cultivation, how many can bear to start from scratch again? Chapter 136. Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. 2. The momentum of the Heavenly Dao instantly weakened. He is indeed wary of the cause and effect of salvation on Qingwei. If something were to happen to Hongjun, and Qingwei were to get angry, he would definitely not be able to handle it. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao had no choice but to endure and slow down his tone to negotiate with Hongjun. "Hongjun, what do you want?" Seeing this, Hongjun's mouth curved into a faint smile. "That's more like it. If you had done this earlier, we wouldn't have to be so confrontational." The Heavenly Dao coldly snorted, clearly very unconvinced. Hongjun did not care about the attitude of the Heavenly Dao. After all, he had seen much worse attitudes before. Hongjun poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely took a sip, appearing quite carefree, as if savoring the wonderful taste at that moment. "The Heavenly Dao, I endure." After waiting for a long time, Hongjun finally spoke slowly just before the Heavenly Dao erupted. "All things in the world have their fixed numbers. The position of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed not trivial and cannot be easily granted to anyone. Moreover, a position of the Heavenly Emperor cannot repay Qingyue's cause and effect of salvation. Why not use virtue to repay instead?" Hongjun calmly put down the teacup and said. Chapter 137. Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. 3. The thunder outside grew louder, but Hongjun was not intimidated. On the contrary, he leisurely took another sip of tea. Seeing this, the Heavenly Dao was also at a loss. After all, if he really disregarded everything and harmed Hongjun, what if Qingwei really came to settle the score? He did not want to see the Dao so soon again. Since the Heavenly Dao could not scare Hongjun, he withdrew the Heavenly Thunder. What else could he do? He could not really strike Hongjun, nor could he intimidate him. Using the threat of the saint's position, Hongjun could simply disperse his powers and start over. The Heavenly Dao truly had no way to deal with Hongjun this time. Seeing the Heavenly Dao's sincerity, Hongjun held the teacup. He spoke slowly. Since the Heavenly Dao is not just a decoration, why not establish heavenly rules and laws? Once someone behaves recklessly, let the Heavenly Court step in to punish them. The role of the Heavenly Court is to maintain order in the three realms. It is completely reasonable for them to take action. This not only ensures the normal operation of the three realms, but also reflects the inviolability of heavenly rules and laws, indirectly safeguarding the authority of the Heavenly Dao. Don't you think so, Heavenly Dao? Hongjun's words were full of temptation. The Heavenly Dao was silent for a moment, carefully considering what Hongjun said, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Hongjun's words made a lot of sense. Chapter 138. Chapter 8. Journey to the Six Paths of Reincarnation. A gentle breeze and a bright moon revealed 10 golden crows driving an exquisite and luxurious white lotus flower carriage, which landed at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Upon arrival, Bo Huang cleverly transformed into human form to open the carriage door for the people inside. He respectfully called out, "Saint Tan Tian, Lady Qingwei, Wuzhuang Temple has arrived. Please disembark." Saint Tan Tian was the first to get off the carriage, extending his hand to Qingwei. Without hesitation, Qingwei offered her hand to Tan Tian. With Tong Tian's support, she lightly alighted, her light purple skirt curling into a beautiful arc. The two little Taoist boys, Qing Feng and Mingwei, upon seeing that Saint Tan Tian and Lady Qingwei had arrived, immediately stepped forward to bow respectfully and greet them. "We have seen Saint Tan Tian. We have seen Lady Qingwei. You have traveled from afar. The master has prepared tea and snacks inside the temple to welcome your esteemed presence." Saint Tan Tian nodded slightly, while Qingwei smiled and said, "You two little Taoist boys are very polite." After that, guided by Qing Feng and Mingwei, Tan Tian and Qingwei walked into Wuzhuang Temple. Inside the temple, celestial mists swirled, and exotic flowers and plants competed in beauty, with pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly fashion. Not far along the way, they saw Zhen Yuanzi, dressed in an orange-yellow Taoist robe with a red gourd at his waist, already waiting in the main hall. Upon seeing the two arrive, he stood up to greet them with a warm smile. Chapter 139, Chapter 9, Red Cloud enters reincarnation upon hearing this. Zhu Rong immediately retracted the flames from his body. The great shaman and the little shaman behind him followed suit, hiding their axes, hammers, and clubs behind them as well. The killing intent on Zhu Rong's face was instantly replaced by a foolish grin as he scratched his head and looked at Qingwei, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere turned awkward. At this moment, Zhu Rong thought to himself, "What was I supposed to do? How should I behave upon seeing Qingwei? What should I say? My elder brother, second brother, and younger sister didn't teach me this. Damn it, why am I on duty? That blue demon, Gong Gong, went with them to refine Pangu's jade marrow. I want to go too." The ancestral shaman did not speak, and the great shaman and little shaman behind him did not dare to interrupt casually. Even if they did, they wouldn't know what to say since they were all shamans from Zhu Rong's tribe, brought out by him. As both sides fell silent, Tan Tian and Zhen Yuanzi also got off the carriage. Zhu Rong naturally saw the two behind him, whom he also recognized, but he didn't know why they were with Qingwei, especially since Tan Tian was among them, one who had a primordial spirit. He wasn't jealous at all. Just kidding, he was extremely jealous. "I want a primordial spirit too." Zhu Rong cast an unfriendly glance at Tan Tian, glaring at him fiercely. As for Zhen Yuanzi, Zhu Rong completely ignored him. Chapter 140, Chapter 10. Completing the underground path when Hutu was about to pull Qingwei away, Qingwei called out to her, "Sister Hutu, wait a moment. I have something to ask of you this time, and I hope you can help me." Hutu also stopped, turned around, and said, "Sister, go ahead. Whatever it is, I will definitely help." "Sister Hutu, do you still remember Hongyan?" "Of course I remember. He is a well-known good person in the primordial world, sincere and loyal to others. It's a pity he ended up in such a tragic fate." Speaking of Hongyun, Hutu sighed. "Sister Hutu, I hope you can help send Hongyun into reincarnation. This is not difficult, but to send Hongyun into reincarnation, his soul is needed. However, hasn't Hongyun already died and his soul scattered?" Qingwei looked at Zhen Yuanzi behind her, signaling him to hand over the gourd containing Hongyun's soul. Zhen Yuanzi unfastened the red gourd from his waist and handed it to Hutu. Hutu was slightly taken aback, then looked at Zhen Yuanzi, who nodded. Hutu took the red gourd, examined it, and said, "The residual soul inside is severely damaged, but with my power to support it, sending it into reincarnation will not be difficult. Moreover, Hongyun performed good deeds throughout his life, accumulating substantial blessings to enter the path of heavenly beings, becoming a true immortal of virtue." Chapter 141, Chapter 11. Zhen Yuanzi enters the underworld. Qingwei pointed towards the direction of the outer heavens. Hutu looked in the direction Qingwei pointed, but still did not understand her meaning. "Good sister, just tell me directly. I really can't guess." "Sister Hutu, that place once belonged to chaos, and now it has become a part of the primordial world. 3,000 chaotic demons once fought against Pangu in chaos. Most of their spiritual treasures are scattered throughout the chaos. The spiritual treasures of chaotic demons are all chaotic treasures. Even if they are damaged and their grade has fallen, they still contain considerable energy. Moreover, the corpses of chaotic demons are also lost in chaos. As long as we find their spiritual treasures and corpses, we might be able to nourish the primordial world again and perhaps promote its advancement once more. At that time, the underground path could also be completed. If that doesn't work, we can first find someone to share the position of the saint of the underground path. The heavenly Tao has saint positions, so the underground path should have them too. We can distribute the saint positions to stabilize the underground path. There are 9 underground saints, just like the saints of the heavenly Tao, but the underground saints need to merge with the Earth Mother energy. But what kind of person should I look for? Qingwe? Sister Hutu, becoming an underground saint will also be restricted by the underground path, but the power of saints is very strong, as you know. We can exclude those who have the ability and talent to attain the position of the primordial golden immortal. The rest, those who lack strength and aptitude, might not be a bad path. Chapter 142. Chapter 12. Tong Tian and Zhu Rong engage in close combat, watching Jin Yuanzi devotedly handle official business. Hutu and Qingwe did not disturb him and quietly left. After Hutu left, she took a special glance at Jin Yuanzi, and upon looking, she found him very pleasing to the eye. He keeps his promises, has no future, his Tao heart is broken, and has a grudge against the demon race. Emperor Jun and Taiyi killed Hongmeng. This is truly wonderful. The underground saint, and he can be one. And if Jin Yuanzi is reluctant to part with Hongmeng, she could arrange things. When the time comes, they can work together in the underworld and eventually become saints. That would be a lovely tale. However, she still didn't know how Jin Yuanzi felt about their shaman tribe. She would observe him a bit more before making a decision. Qingwe was unaware that, because she brought Jin Yuanzi to work in the underworld, Hutu had already set her sights on Jin Yuanzi and the reincarnated Hongmeng. Afterward, Hutu took Qingwe to stroll around the blood sea of the underworld. Qingwe had rushed through the underworld on her previous visits, and this time she had not had the chance to properly appreciate the blood sea of the underworld. The blood sea of the underworld was very unique, different from other places in the primordial world. However, since it had now become a gathering place for the shaman tribe, the entire blood sea of the underworld was unusually lively. As the two walked, they arrived at an open area where many members of the shaman tribe were gathered, cheering and shouting in unison. Chapter 143. Chapter 13. The 3 immortals Island Hutu initially thought that Zhu Rong would be sad after losing the competition. Just as she was about to comfort her 6th brother, she saw Zhu Rong happily discussing the recent match with several great shamans, showing no signs of disappointment or resentment. It seems I was overly concerned, Hutu thought to herself with a smile. Hutu then walked over to Qingwe and Tong Tian. Noticing Tong Tian was still bare-chested, she reminded him. Saint Tong Tian, you should put on your clothes first. The yin energy in the underworld blood sea is heavy. Don't catch a cold. Only then did Tong Tian realize he was still shirtless and hurriedly conjured up a garment to wear, saying with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder, Taoist friend Hutu." While Tong Tian was getting dressed, Qingwe took a moment to glance at his well-defined 8-pack abs. His physique was quite impressive, a definite handsome man. After Tong Tian finished dressing, he joined the two in leaving the arena. Hutu dutifully took them on a tour of the place. Along the way, Qingwe and Tong Tian enjoyed various beautiful sights. Before they knew it, it was time to part ways. Hutu stood still, holding Qingwe's hand, and said, "Sister Qingwe, remember to visit me often." Qingwe looked at Hutu and replied, "I definitely will, Sister Hutu." Tong Tian clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Taoist friend Hutu, for your warm hospitality. If I need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best." Chapter 144. Chapter 14. Refining the colorful stone. Qingwe sat cross-legged on the mat. The cauldron of creation suddenly ignited with the true sun fire, a sincere offering from the little golden crows, which is the best flame for refining artifacts due to its extreme heat. This high temperature can melt most materials in the world, removing impurities and allowing the properties of the materials to blend perfectly, thus refining powerful and extraordinary spiritual treasures. Qingwe focused entirely on controlling the true sun fire beneath the cauldron of creation, the flames flickering and dancing, illuminating her stunningly beautiful face. With a wave of her sleeve, the prepared materials flew orderly into the cauldron. The moment all the materials fell into the cauldron, the true sun fire gradually coalesced into a brilliant fireball, enveloping the cauldron of creation. Qingwe quickly formed hand seals, guiding the true sun fire to move along specific trajectories. As time passed, the materials inside the cauldron completely melted, transforming into streams of colorful liquid that intertwined and fused. Qingyue observed the swirling spiritual energy within the cauldron. Flicking her fingers, and intricate runes slithered out like spiritual serpents. Merging into the cauldron, the room was filled with brilliant light, and the five-color divine radiance enhanced her already divine beauty. Chapter 145, Chapter 15, Creating Flower Fruit Mountain. Spiritual energy surrounded Qingyue, forming a vortex that continuously flowed into her body. The cauldron of creation evolved into the 3,000 great paths, with one great path rune after another appearing and filling the entire room. After an unknown amount of time, Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with brilliance, and a powerful aura emanated from her body, causing the space in the room to ripple. Seeing this, Qingyue immediately retracted her aura. Looking at the chaotic room, she waved her large sleeve, and the artifact refining room instantly returned to its original state. She had successfully broken through to the 5th layer of the primordial Dao, golden immortal, significantly increasing her strength. Qingyue's breakthrough had unknowingly taken thousands of years. Feeling the surging power within her, she wondered if this was the strength of the 5th layer of primordial Dao. It felt more than 50% stronger than the 4th layer, her strength surpassing the past. After the breakthrough, Qingyue felt particularly joyful, stood up, stretched her muscles, and felt completely refreshed and full of energy. Qingyue took out the colorful stone from her sleeve, already having made a decision in her heart. The journey to the west mentions that Flower Fruit Mountain is located in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent in the Owlai Kingdom. Now that the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and Owlai Kingdom no longer exist, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hinder her from creating a Flower Fruit Mountain on site. Chapter 146, Chapter 16, Beating Jin and Juani. 1. Qingyue thought carefully and suddenly slapped her forehead. It was because she lacked living beings. She released the creatures she had previously collected into her sleeve. As soon as the beings emerged, they saw the newly appeared Flower Fruit Mountain and curiously peered inside. When the first brave little monkey stepped in a Flower Fruit Mountain and discovered there was no danger, the other beings followed suit. In just a moment, Flower Fruit Mountain became lively, with birds and beasts darting about, flying, running, jumping, and swimming, playing and frolicking among the mountain, adding vitality and liveliness to the tranquil mountain, making it seem even more vibrant. However, not long after, Qingyue noticed something was off. The spiritual energy of Flower Fruit Mountain was rapidly dissipating, and the creatures were becoming listless. Qingyue furrowed her brow, calculating with her fingers, and discovered that the underlying spiritual vein was insufficient to support all the creatures on Flower Fruit Mountain and the island. This was difficult. Since one spiritual vein was not enough, she could simply add another. Qingyue formed hand seals, and a mysterious power surged from her fingertips, extending towards the west. She attempted to draw a spiritual vein from the west to solve the current problem of insufficient spiritual energy. After all, the spiritual veins in the west were all repaired by her, so asking for one was absolutely reasonable. Chapter 147, Chapter 17, Beating Jin and Juani. 2. Seeing this, Qingyue didn't even spare a glance at the two, her crimson robe swaying without wind, proud and unyielding. The primordial infinite umbrella continued to rotate slowly, and the purple-golden runes swirled once more, intertwining to form a new Dao character pattern, as if it was about to launch the next round of attacks at any moment. Jin and Juani were filled with horror. They had never witnessed such a powerful attack and never expected Qingyue's strength to have reached such a level. They exchanged glances, seeing despair and unwillingness in each other's eyes. But at this critical moment of life and death, they had to exert all their strength. "Sister, forgive us." The two gritted their teeth, enduring their pain, and summoned the power of the heavenly Dao, instantly replenishing their lacking magical power and healing their injuries. They summoned their saintly forms, and Jin and Juani's saintly forms suddenly enlarged in the air, shining brilliantly like two immortal deities descending to the mortal realm. Their faces became solemn and serious, their eyes flickering with a resolute light. Qingyue looked at the two gathering their power again, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She did not take their resistance seriously. After all, the gap in strength was evident. This was the cruel world of the primordial era, where strength was paramount, and it could not be compensated for by any indomitable will. Chapter 148, Chapter 18, Yin Yang and the Universe. 1. Qingyue successfully drew over the spiritual vein this time, without any obstacles. As the spiritual vein was drawn over, the land instantly became desolate. Qingyue sprinkled a large amount of diluted Sanguang divine water over the land, restoring some vitality to that area. This could also help the underground spiritual vein regrow. Yes, spiritual veins can regrow, but this process takes a very long time and is only limited to branches and tributaries. The main vein cannot be restored. The reason the western spiritual vein was severed was due to the outbreak of the Dao Magic War on the largest and only main vein in the west, leading to its complete destruction and making it irreparable. When a main vein was destroyed, it also affected the other branches and tributaries, gradually leading to the depletion of spiritual veins in the west. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire west dropped several times, making the cultivation path in the west increasingly difficult. With the infiltration of the three light divine water, the underground soil began to loosen, and subtle vibrations heralded the beginning of new life. Nourished by the three light divine water, the spiritual veins of this land could be restored more quickly. After that, Qingyu successfully merged that branch vein into the underground of Huagua Mountain. Instantly, the spiritual energy on the island filled up again, and those languid beings regained vitality. The monkeys climbed to the treetops, chattering about their love for Huagua Mountain. The birds circled in the sky, singing of freedom and joy. Various small animals leaped through the forest, enjoying this new paradise. Chapter 149. Chapter 19. Yinyang and Qiankuan. 2. Qingyu looked at the two groups of indestructible spiritual light before her and sighed. After all, they were her disciples. She needed to take more care and help them transform as soon as possible. After all, such a large Taoist site needed someone to manage it. Moreover, the underworld also lacked manpower. If it weren't for the fear that the little golden crows might be accidentally killed by the witch clan, Qingyu would have wanted to throw them over as laborers. Qingyu had also thought about sending more puppets to work. However, the realms occupied by the underworld and reincarnation were not few. If most of them belonged to her, it would not be beneficial for the balance of the Hongmeng world. Additionally, she already had enough karma on her, and she really did not want to accumulate more. It would be better to let them go to suitable people, which would also help the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation to operate in an orderly manner. Qingyu took out the creation jade plate again, which gently floated above the two groups of indestructible spiritual light, emitting a faint glow and slowly rotating. A mysterious Tao pattern emerged from it and merged into the two groups of indestructible spiritual light, aiding their transformation. Qingyu was not idle either. She used her fingers to form seals and silently chanted incantations, guiding them to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and comprehend the Tao patterns. As time passed, the radiance of the two groups of spiritual light became more and more dazzling, as if they were about to break free from their restraints and transform. Chapter 150. Chapter 20. Hongjun disperses power to rebuild, rewalks the path of Hunyuan. 1. Qingming inspected the Daoist site and found everything to be in order. He then entered seclusion to cultivate. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain's Zixiao Palace, after thousands of years, Hongjun Daozu's research on the cultivation method finally bore fruit. In fact, Hongjun had succeeded 1,000 years ago. He had performed countless calculations, all proving feasible. The reason he waited until now was to observe Fushi, this little white mouse, to see if it worked after his cultivation. If it didn't succeed, Hongjun could continue to improve it. After all, it concerned the Tao path of all beings in Honghuang. Hongjun felt that no caution was too much. He had already harmed the beings of Honghuang once and could not afford to do it a second time. Hongjun named the cultivation method 9 transformations returning to 1 Tao certification method, as long as the method is cultivated to the 9th transformation. The final 3 corpses return to 1, achieving Tao and becoming a sage. Through Hongjun's day and night teachings, Fushi lived up to Hongjun Daozu's expectations and successfully cultivated to the 4th transformation, possessing 40 of a sage's strength. Hongjun felt that this name was a bit of a tongue twister, so he redefined its realm as Sub-Saint, meaning that Fushi now had 40 of Sub-Saint strength. Not bad. Since the path was feasible, Hongjun was ready to proceed with the next step of his plan, to disperse his power and rebuild, to rewalk the path of Hunyuan. Chapter 151. Chapter 21. Hongjun disperses power to rebuild, rewalks the path of Hunyuan. 2. Upon hearing this Niwa felt somewhat reassured, but also knew that Master Hongjuan's decision was not subject to change. She respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple understands. I wish Master all the best and success in achieving Dao." Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and turned to enter the cultivation room. The door of the cultivation room slowly closed, isolating all the external noise. Niwa watched Hongjun leave until the door of the cultivation room was tightly shut and layers of barriers and restrictions appeared. Niwa bowed again to Hongjun before leaving. Hongjun entered the cultivation room and sat cross-legged. "Yangmei, my old friend, since you are here, why not show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the cultivation room fluctuated and a figure slowly emerged. The person was a young man in green clothing, with a handsome face, none other than the great immortal Yangmei. "Old friend Hongjun, after so many years, you are still so perceptive," said great immortal Yangmei with a smile. Hongjun opened his eyes and shook his head slightly. "Old friend Yangmei, you are still as humorous and witty as ever. In this Hongmeng, no one surpasses you in the mastery of spatial Dao. If you didn't want me to find you, how could I have discovered you?" Great immortal Yangmei laughed heartily and waved his hand, producing 2 jugs of wine. "Old friend Hongjun, this is a fine vintage I've kept for many years. Brought here today to celebrate your return to the right path." Chapter 152, Chapter 22. Hongjun disperses power to rebuild. Rewalks the path of Hunyuan. 3. Fushi originally intended to follow Emperor Jun and Taiyi into the chaos. However, he had a good sister, Niwa, who discussed with Emperor Jun, and Emperor Jun decisively agreed to let Fushi leave. Fushi naturally agreed as well. After all, while under Emperor Jun's command, he had always been diligent and responsible. He had never done anything to betray the demon race, the heavenly court, or Emperor Jun. Fushi was at peace with himself. After all, it was Emperor Jun who had first marginalized and suppressed him. Fushi knew that Emperor Jun was venting his anger on him because of his sister's matters, but he had never spoken ill of Emperor Jun. Instead, he worked even harder for the demon race and the heavenly court. Seeing this, Emperor Jun also recognized Fushi's loyalty and no longer made things difficult for him. However, Fushi was still excluded from the core circle of the heavenly court. He had not returned since then, and his relationship with Emperor Jun, Taiyi, and the 10 great demon saints had ultimately faded. Fushi knew that it was their siblings who had wronged the demon race first, but being treated this way had also chilled his heart. Fushi did not regret his encounter with Emperor Jun. He had not misjudged him. Emperor Jun was indeed an outstanding and charismatic emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted so many followers back then. It's just a pity that they could never return to the past. Chapter 153, Chapter 23. Hongjun disperses power to rebuild. Rewalks the path of Hunyuan. For, at this moment, Hongjun, who was the focus of attention among the beings of Hongmeng, suddenly appeared on the surface of the East Sea, tens of thousands of miles away. Hongjun had to undergo his tribulation here. His Taoist sight could not be damaged by the thunder of the tribulation. If it were not for the desire to allow the beings of Hongmeng to witness that this Tao was feasible, Hongjun would have long gone to the chaos to undergo tribulation like Yangmei. Hongjun stood on the vast and boundless East Sea, surrounded by a faint blue aura of creation, contrasting sharply with the surging waves around him. Hongjun looked up at the eye of the Tao in the high sky, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. The eye of the Tao also calmly gazed at Hongjun below. Just as Hongjun was staring at the eye of the Tao, a thick, pillar-like purple tribulation lightning suddenly struck down from the eye of the Tao, carrying a destructive momentum, fiercely crashing toward Hongjun. Wherever this tribulation lightning passed, the void was torn apart, creating dark fissures. Hongjun quickly formed seals with his hands, and the faint blue aura of creation instantly condensed into a shield to wrap around him. The tribulation lightning struck the shield, erupting with a blinding light that illuminated the entire East Sea, evaporating the seawater into vapor. However, Hongjun's shield only trembled slightly and was not breached. Chapter 154, Chapter 24. Hongjun speaks of primordial chaos. 1. Hongjun felt a massive force coming from outside the light barrier, impacting his body. At that moment, his meridians, bones, and even his soul were under unprecedented pressure. But he gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the purple tribulation lightning. In his heart, there was only one belief. No matter what, He had to endure this tribulation, lightning, and successfully attain the path of primordial chaos. As time passed, the purple tribulation, lightning gradually weakened, while Hongjuan's light barrier became increasingly dim. Just when Hongjun was about to exhaust all his magical power, the purple tribulation, lightning finally dissipated into nothingness. At that moment, his light barrier shattered. He had successfully survived the 9 tribulations and attained the position of a primordial great Luo golden immortal, stepping into a new realm. However, Hongjun was severely injured, with wounds deep enough to see bone, his body swaying unsteadily. Sanxing and Qingwei rushed over to support him. Ultimately, it was the strongest among them, Qingwei, who managed to hold up the staggering Hongjun, with Sanxing following closely behind. Hongjun felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and he barely opened his eyes to see Qingyue's worried face. "Master, you did it." Chapter 155 Chapter 25 Hongjun speaks of primordial chaos. 2. Hongjun recounted how he obtained the method to sever the 3 corpses and the reasons he passed it down, explaining everything to the crowd. Hongjun spoke clearly, without any intention of hiding from the heavenly Dao. It was the heavenly Dao's fault, and he was merely a pitiful and helpless accomplice coerced by it. Of course, to prevent the heavenly Dao from causing any more trouble during his teachings, he had specifically brought Qingwei along to give the heavenly Dao a good talking to. "Hongjun, heavenly Dao, didn't expect you to have today, right? The old Dao has been suppressed by you for so long, and now I finally have my say." The listeners were shocked. Some believed, some did not, and some were doubtful. It was well known that the heavenly Dao was supposed to protect the Honghuang and maintain its stability, and they were part of the Honghuang. There was no reason for the heavenly Dao to harm them. However, Hongjun swore an oath of the great Dao, proving that his words were not false, which caused people to believe him. Then, Hongjun elaborated on the differences between severing the 3 corpses and primordial chaos, detailing their advantages and shortcomings. All beings in Honghuang listened attentively, afraid of missing a single word from the Dao ancestor. This time, without the interference of the heavenly Dao, Hongjun spoke freely, without holding back, while also making amends for his previous mistakes. Chapter 156 Chapter 26 Hongjun speaks of primordial chaos. 3. Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat moved. After all, those present were all prominent figures in Honghuang. Who wouldn't want to go further and become stronger? The requirements for primordial chaos were high in terms of aptitude, comprehension, and fortune. None could be lacking. If one rashly pursued primordial chaos, the achievements would far surpass those obtained by severing the 3 corpses. Severing the 3 corpses was a shortcut for those with lower innate talents, a relatively safe and quick path to attaining the Dao. He urged everyone to think deeply and carefully before making a decision, as it concerned their path to the Dao, and no amount of caution was too much. Hongjuan's words were like a cold splash of water, waking them up instantly. The terrifying scene of Qingyue and Hongjun attaining the Dao flashed in their minds, causing them to hesitate. Indeed, if one rashly pursued primordial chaos and later found it inferior to severing the 3 corpses, wouldn't that be a case of losing more than gaining? Those who could come here were not ordinary beings. Although they did not want to admit their lack of talent and ability, they had to face the harsh reality. Among those present, only Sanxing had no worries about failing to achieve primordial chaos. They had the capital and strength for it. Niwa, who created humanity and attained sanctity, had unique insights into the path of creation. Besides, she had not wasted her years in the Purple Cloud Palace. Asking her master for guidance was not too much. With Hongjuan's guidance, Niwa's attainments in the path of creation became even more profound and inscrutable. Chapter 157 Chapter 27 Dispersing Power and Rebuilding Hongjun took out the creation jade plate he borrowed from Qingwei to assist him in teaching the Dao. The creation jade plate evolved into 3,000 great Daos, various Dao runes filling the entire Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun began his teachings. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years passed. Hongjun spoke of the laws, touching on all sorts of principles, endlessly diverse and encompassing. At times, he spoke eloquently, and at times passionately, dissecting the essence of each law with precision. Qingyue sat cross-legged on a mat, listening intently to Hongjuan's teachings. One could only say that your master lived up to his title. He had experienced more than you could imagine. Every word and movement of his contained boundless wisdom and profundity, making each explanation of the laws accessible and awe-inspiring. After listening to Hongjuan's teachings for 30,000 years, Qingyue's understanding of various laws advanced significantly, almost touching the threshold of the 6th level of primordial Great Luo. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had passed. Hongjun stopped teaching. He returned the creation jade plate to Qingyue, who caught it and stored it away. This is merely my understanding and perspective on various laws. Everyone chooses different laws, and thus their paths will differ. Remember, the Tao has no limits. You must rely on yourselves to comprehend and explore to tread further along the path. Chapter 158, Chapter 28, Qingyue manages the 3 teachings. 1. The tribulation lightning struck for an entire month, completely scattering the 3 corpses of Sanqing, Niwa, the Queen Mother of the West, Kunpeng, the River of Darkness, and Gue Xian, reducing their cultivation. At the same time, Qingyue secretly used a recording stone to capture the moments they were struck by lightning. This would be their dark history, and she planned to store it in a separate compartment. After the heavenly Tao finished its work, it did not linger at all, waving its sleeve and leaving without taking a single cloud with it. As for why, the heavenly Tao replied, "What else could I do? I don't want to see that old face of Hongjun again. That damn Hongjun, old bastard, old helper." The following omitted countless mutterings of the heavenly Tao. After the heavenly Tao left, Hongjun and Qingyue reappeared on the back mountain. After enduring a month of tribulation lightning, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, looking disheveled. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair was messy, but their eyes were firm, filled with confidence and faith in the future path. Hongjun waved his dust whisk, and the light blue aura of creation flowed over Sanqing, Niwa, the Queen Mother of the West, Kunpeng, the River of Darkness, and Gue Xian. Like the warm sunshine of spring, brushing over their weary bodies. Their injuries healed in an instant, and their spirits were revitalized. Everyone bowed to Hongjun, thanking their master and Tao ancestor. Chapter 159, Chapter 29, Qingyue manages the 3 teachings. 2. After returning to Kunlun Mountain, Sanqing gathered their top disciples together, instructing them to listen to Qingyue's arrangements and manage the affairs and disciples of the teachings, while they closed themselves off in seclusion, and then hurriedly entered into retreat. Qingyue did not know when they would meet again after this parting. She only had a brief meeting with the 3 of them, asking them to wait outside the Chonglu Palace, a palace built for Qingyue by Tong Tian and named accordingly. Then she followed Sanqing to the Sanqing Palace, intending to bid farewell. Qingyue also lent the Tao of Creation Jade Dish to the 3 Pure Ones. Upon seeing the Tao of Creation Jade Dish, the 3 Pure Ones were somewhat tempted, but they immediately shook their heads in refusal. They felt that as elder brothers, they had already troubled their younger sister enough, and it would be too shameless to use her things again. However, they could not withstand Qingyue's persistent persuasion, especially since they truly needed the Tao of Creation Jade Dish to assist them in achieving the mixed element Tao. So they accepted it. Qingyue smiled brightly as she watched the 3 Pure Ones accept the Tao of Creation Jade Dish. This smile was extremely beautiful and inadvertently tugged at someone's heartstrings. Laozi accepted the Tao of Creation Jade Dish and then took out the secret record of the Supreme Purity Elixir from his sleeve and handed it to Qingyue. "You have helped us a lot, little sister, and I cannot take your things for free. This Supreme Purity Elixir record contains my many years of alchemy insights, and I hope it will be helpful to you." Chapter 160. Qingyue manages the 3 teachings. 3. Qingyue nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject. "Although I am managing on behalf of you, I will not be too harsh on you. In cultivation, it is important to progress step by step. One cannot be impatient for quick results. If you have any doubts in your cultivation, you can come to me for clarification." Upon hearing this, all the disciples showed joyful expressions. Receiving personal guidance from Lady Qingyue was definitely a great help on their cultivation path. Subsequently, Qingyue turned to Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao as the eldest disciples of the Chan and Jie teachings. "You two should also pay more attention to the disciples' cultivation situations and report to me in a timely manner." The 2, upon hearing this, nodded seriously. "We will obey." Qingyue then addressed Xuandu. "Xuandu, although you are the only disciple under Master Laozi's human teaching, you must also strive to cultivate diligently and not tarnish Master Laozi's reputation. Also, remember to visit the human race more often. They all miss you." Xuandu, upon hearing this, showed a touch of emotion in his eyes and respectfully replied, "Disciple understands. I will not disappoint the expectations of my master and uncle, and I will diligently cultivate and study the Tao, while also frequently visiting the human race to remember my roots." Qingyu, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 161. The Turtle Xian acknowledges its master. The Turtle Xian had been practicing diligently for years and did not like to go out. Moreover, the Turtle Xian was extremely skilled in defensive techniques. He could use evasion techniques, but was not very proficient in them, due to a sense of crisis that he had since birth and the fact that he could not transform for many years. His large size made it inconvenient for him to move and hide. Therefore, he had focused almost all his attribute points on defense. It was only in recent years, while searching for Lady Qingyu, that the Turtle Xian began to move around in Hongmeng. However, evasion techniques remained a shortcoming. The Turtle Xian hurriedly made his way and finally arrived at Kunlun Mountain after traveling day and night. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of Kunlun Mountain, eager to meet Lady Qingyu, he learned from Xuandu, who came to receive him, that Lady Qingyu had just left. The Turtle Xian could only resent himself for being too slow and missing the chance to see Lady Qingyu. But when he learned from Xuandu that she would soon return to Kunlun Mountain, his mood shifted from gloomy to sunny, and he decided to wait at the entrance for Lady Qingyu. However, as a guest and a senior, it was too rude to make him wait at the entrance. But Xuandu had nearly worn his mouth out trying to convince the Turtle Xian to come up to Kunlun Mountain, but he was as stubborn as a turtle, insisting on waiting at the entrance. Chapter 162. Turtle Xian and Randing. Although the Turtle Xian had scattered his power to rebuild, he was only at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. However, he had previously slain 3 corpses and was a quasi-saint. His mindset, insights, and understanding of the Tao were all top-notch, far surpassing the disciples of the 3 teachings on Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, Qingyu arranged for the Turtle Xian to supervise and guide their cultivation, while she continued to study the development of the Hongmeng version of the mobile phone. After receiving the task, the Turtle Xian earnestly began to guide the disciples of the 3 teachings. Initially, some disciples were not convinced when Qingyu assigned the Turtle Xian to guide them, as he was relatively unknown. However, the Turtle Xian did not mind their attitudes. Knowing that strength was the best proof, he started with the most basic Tao techniques and gradually delved into deeper cultivation methods. He patiently answered each disciple's questions, using vivid examples and metaphors to make complex and profound techniques easy to understand. As the Turtle Xian's strength and insights gradually became apparent, those disciples who initially held prejudices against him began to set aside their disdain and attentively listen to his teachings. The Turtle Xian felt quite gratified upon seeing this. Under the Turtle Xian's guidance, the disciples' cultivation also saw significant improvement, which further convinced the disciples of the 3 teachings of the Turtle Xian's abilities. Chapter 163. The 2 from the west come looking for trouble. 1. Randing quietly left Kunlun Mountain and headed west. Arriving at the territory of the 2 saints of the west, he sought an audience with the saints Jane and Juanti. Upon learning of Randing's visit, Jane and Juanti paused their discussions. Randing was from Kunlun Mountain. What was his purpose in coming to the west? Although they were surprised and puzzled, they maintained their composure and instructed their disciples to welcome him into Mount Xiumi. Afterward, Jane disrupted the heavenly secrets of Mount Xiumi and erased all traces of Randing's arrival there. When Randing saw the 2 saints of the west, he was about to bow. Before he could do so, Juanti stopped him and warmly invited him to sit down. Randing felt somewhat flattered. He did not expect such warm treatment from the 2 saints of the west, a courtesy he had not even received on Kunlun Mountain. There is no need for excessive formalities, my friend. We both listened to the Tao in the Purple Cloud's palace, so there is no need to be so polite, Juanti said with a smile, his tone filled with sincerity and kindness. Randing was secretly astonished. He had thought the 2 saints of the west would be wary of him since he was from Kunlun Mountain. However, he did not expect Juanti to be so warm, which made him feel a bit grateful. Jane also nodded slightly and said, "My friend, you have come to visit, so there must be important matters to discuss. Please feel free to speak. We will do our best to assist you." Chapter 164. The 2 from the west come looking for trouble. 2. Turtle Xian, my friend. Do not worry. We can help arrange the venue and participants. We have many disciples in the west, and the venue is spacious. Why not hold the competition at our Western Teachings venue? Zhuan spoke with a tone full of friendliness and concern. If Turtle Xian did not know their ill intentions, he might really have been deceived by their appearance. Turtle Xian sneered inwardly, but kept his face impassive. What you said is incorrect, Saint. You have come from afar. How can I let you work so hard? It is better to hold a competition on Kunlun Mountain, where I can show some hospitality as the host. Jane smiled slightly upon hearing this. You are being too polite, Turtle Xian. We do not mind these formalities. Moreover, we have many disciples in the West who need this opportunity to practice. So please do not decline, Turtle Xian. While speaking, he released a pressure of a saint. Turtle Xian felt an invisible pressure coming at him, and his heart instantly sounded alarm bells. The two saints of the West were indeed up to no good. Although he did not know their intentions, he knew he could not let them succeed. Gu Xian's eyes flickered slightly, but his expression remained warm. With the two saints extending such a cordial invitation, he should not have refused. However, since the Empress was currently overseeing the three teachings and the disciples were going to the Western teaching grounds to compete, it was only right and proper to inform his Empress. Chapter 165. Chapter 35. The two from the West who came to fight 3, after settling the Western disciples. Xiandu, Guangqingzi, and Duo Bao gathered at Xiandu Cave. Once everyone arrived, Xiandu activated the formation arranged within the cave. Each of Xiandu, Guangqingzi, and Duo Bao had cultivated for over 10,000 years and had followed the saints for many years, so their insight and perspective were extraordinary. Naturally, they immediately recognized that the visit of the two saints from the West was not merely a simple exchange of skills. After some discussion, Guangqingzi and Duo Bao returned to their respective sects to lead their disciples in intensified training. The three of them unanimously agreed that whoever among the three teachings disciples won first place was acceptable, but it could not be a disciple of the Western teachings. On the other side, in the Kunlun Great Hall, after a round of verbal sparring, the four finally agreed on the competition rules and the judges. The competition would take the form of a challenge arena, with a total of 10 arena masters. Each arena would be guarded by a disciple, and disciples from various sects could challenge them. The victor would become the new arena master until all arenas had determined their final defenders. Then, these defenders would compete against each other to ultimately determine the final winner. Once the rules were announced, Gu Xian nodded inwardly. This rule not only tested the individual strength of the disciples, but also their adaptability and endurance, making it quite comprehensive. Chapter 166. Chapter 36. The Great Competition of the Four Teachings. 1. On the day of the competition, disciples from the four teachings took turns in the arena. With fists howling, sword techniques fierce, and magical treasures flying, creating a dazzling spectacle. Gu Xian, Ran Deng, Jie Yin, and Zhuan Ti acted as judges, each fulfilling their roles to ensure the fairness and justice of the competition. As the competition progressed, the atmosphere on Kunlun Mountain grew increasingly tense and heated. Disciples from the four teachings showcased their strengths on the arena, with each clash eliciting waves of gasps from the spectators below. Gu Xian's gaze was sharp, constantly monitoring the changes in the arena, worried that the two saints from the West might secretly intervene. Although Ran Deng maintained a facade of impartiality, Gu Xian felt something was off about him, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Unable to figure it out, Gu Xian shifted his focus back to the competition. The matches progressed quickly. Within just half a month, the 10 arena masters had already been determined. They were Xiandu, Guangqingzi, Duo Bao, Golden Spirit Holy Mother, South Pole Immortal, Zhu Lu Sun, Zhao Gongming, Methra, Medicine Master, and Earth Store. Each of these arena masters was a standout from their respective teachings. The subsequent matches were even more intense, with the top 10 competing to determine the ultimate victor. To ensure fairness, their next opponents were decided by drawing lots. Chapter 167. Chapter 37. The Great Competition of the Four Teachings. 2. At this time, the disciples below the arena began to discuss among themselves. Shocked by Zhu Lu Sun's strength and disappointed by Zhao Gongming's defeat, especially by Xiao from the Sanshao sisters, who indignantly exclaimed, "What the heck? If it weren't for that Zhu Lu Sun relying on the powerful spirit treasure in his hand, how could my brother, Zhao Gongming, possibly lose?" As soon as Bai Xiao finished speaking, the surrounding disciples of the Jia sect echoed her sentiments. They also believed Zhao Gongming was strong. And if it weren't for the powerful Ling Qiu Palace Lantern and the binding immortal rope in Zhu Lu Sun's possession, The outcome was truly uncertain. At this moment, Yun Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Spirit treasures are also a part of strength. We cannot deny Zhao Deji's strength just because he lost the match. Moreover, Zhu Lusun's strength should not be underestimated. He won the match with his own true skills. Hearing this, Bai Xiao, though still somewhat unwilling, acknowledged that Yun Xiao was right. Spirit treasures were indeed a part of strength, and Zhu Lusun having such spiritual items was also his ability. The competition continued, with the next few matches being equally exciting. The clash between Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Guang Chengzi also drew considerable attention. As the eldest sister of the Jie sect and the foremost female immortal of the Jie sect, Golden Spirit Holy Mother was at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, one small realm higher than Guang Chengzi, and was favored by Tong Tian, who bestowed upon her the dragon and tiger Rui, making her combat power extraordinary. Chapter 168, Chapter 38, The Great Competition of the Four Teachings 3. Next was the most anticipated match. Xiandu, as the eldest disciple of the human sect and the only direct disciple of Laozi, not only had all his Dao techniques taught by Laozi, but also had access to the spirit treasures of the human sect. Although he was one major realm lower than Duo Bao, Laozi had given Xiandu the heavenly Linglong Xianhuang treasure tower, a defensive treasure, to protect him before entering seclusion, making him quite formidable. Duo Bao, as the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, had entered Tong Tian's sect before the three purities became saints and had been personally taught by Tong Tian for several Yuan meetings. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, and his strength was the highest among the disciples of the three teachings, making him equally not to be underestimated. The two stood on the arena and bowed to each other. Xiandu spoke first, his voice clear. Duo Bao, I have long heard of your great name. It is indeed a fortunate event to be able to spar here today. Duo Bao smiled slightly and clasped his fists. Xiandu, you too are a dragon among men. I hope you will show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy around both of them surged, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Just when everyone expected an explosive battle to erupt, the two remained motionless for a long time, staring at each other, neither willing to make the first move. As the two continued to stand still, the disciples below the arena began to whisper, speculating what they were waiting for. Chapter 169, Chapter 39, The Great Competition of the Four Teachings 4. 3 days later, the five had also returned to their best condition. With 5 people, 2 would duel, leaving 1 to be idle. Jie Yin, Zhuan Ti, Gui Xian, and Randeng had already discussed that they would first hold 2 matches to determine 2 winners, while the idle person would compete with the eliminated contestants from the first 2 matches in a 3-person free-for-all to advance. The drawing results quickly emerged. Xiandu against Golden Spirit, Zhu Lusun against Medicine Master, and Methria was idle. Of course, the Western teachings still resorted to some underhanded tactics. Qingyu, write it down first, and we'll settle it later. Zhu Lusun and Medicine Master, one a top disciple of the Chan sect, and the other a core disciple of the Western teachings, both at the late stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, drew the attention of the disciples with their impending battle. The fight was about to begin. Zhu Lusun held the binding immortal rope, his expression serious, while Medicine Master held the Jie Yin treasure banner. As they exchanged glances, a heavy battle intent filled the air. As the battle commenced, Zhu Lusun moved like the wind, and the binding immortal rope transformed into a streak of flowing light, aiming straight for Medicine Master's vital points. Medicine Master reacted extremely quickly, instantly enlarging the Jie Yin treasure banner, with radiant light swirling to form a solid light curtain that blocked the attack of the binding immortal rope. However, Zhu Lusun was not a simple opponent. His figure shifted again, appearing like a ghost behind Medicine Master. The binding immortal rope was instantly retracted and swiftly wrapped around Medicine Master's legs with lightning speed. Chapter 170, Chapter 40, The Great Competition of the Four Teachings 5. Seeing this, Xiandu swiftly dodged, evading the devastating strike from Golden Spirit Holy Mother, while the 7-star sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, slashing towards Golden Spirit Holy Mother. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits snorted coldly, her figure shifting like a ghost to easily evade Xiandu's attack. She waved the dragon tiger Rui in her hand again, and the massive phantom of the dragon and tiger roared towards Xiandu. Xiandu swung the 7-star sword in his hand, unleashing sword chi imbued with the power of the stars, striking at the dragon tiger phantom. The two forces collided, producing a deafening roar. Both sides were violently pushed back a few steps before coming to a halt. They exchanged glances, each filled with intense battle intent. Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, again. Shandu good. The two charged at each other once more, the battle growing increasingly fierce. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the winds and clouds surged. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits unleashed all her skills, with the dragon tiger Rui and the four symbols tower shining brightly, each swing seeming capable of tearing through space. Xiandu was equally formidable, surrounded by the profound yellow energy of the Linglong Xuanguang Pagoda. The seven-star sword shining with starlight, and the sword Qi crisscrossing, neutralizing the Holy Mother's attacks one by one. This fierce battle continued for months, and both sides were utterly exhausted, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Chapter 171. The Great Contest of the Four Teachings. 6. Zhu Yoshuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he carelessly said, "What a joke. Helping my disciples on Kunlun Mountain? How could that be called spitting on them? It's you Westerners who always resort to underhanded tactics." Upon hearing this, Mithriya's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, filled with rage and ready to teach Zhu Lushun a lesson. However, there was no trace of Zhu Lushun left in the vicinity. He had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jian and Zhuanti were equally dissatisfied with this outcome. Zhuanti had given his proof of enlightenment treasure to Mithriya, and they had originally thought they were almost certain to win this time. But unexpectedly, Zhu Lushun had messed things up for them. How could they not be angry? Zhuanti strongly insisted on a rematch. However, no matter how they argued, they were skillfully countered by Gue Xian. Even facing the increasingly heavy pressure from Jian and Zhuanti, Gue Xian did not relent. During this, Zhuanti even signaled Randing with his eyes to speak up. Randing turned away, pretending not to see. He was now the vice leader of the Chan sect and would not take sides with the West. Randing's attitude infuriated Zhuanti, who thought that if it weren't for the fact that they were on Kunlun Mountain, he would have killed Randing on the spot for such audacity. Chapter 172. The Great Contest of the Four Teachings. 7. The competition continued, and both sides' disciples were called to the arena for the final showdown. Zhuanti's loud shout broke the surrounding tranquility, abruptly pulling the disciples from their contemplations back to reality. In the wilderness, interrupting someone's enlightenment or cultivation without a serious matter was considered extremely rude and dangerous. If interrupted carelessly, one could suffer minor injuries, needing quiet meditation to recover. In severe cases, they could even fall into demonic paths. Zhuanti could not have been unaware of this, but he did it anyway, clearly with ulterior motives. Especially since he had deliberately set up a barrier to envelop all the Western disciples, allowing them to meditate undisturbed. It further revealed his hidden intentions. Qingyu did not expect Zhuanti to be so shameless, and her perception of the two from the West was once again refreshed. She made a note of them in her little book. Fortunately, there were outsiders on Kunlun Mountain, so even if the disciples were cultivating and comprehending, they still retained a large part of their attention to observe the outside situation. Upon sensing something was amiss, they quickly snapped back from their meditative states. Even if some disciples reacted slowly, they were promptly awakened by their companions. With Qingyu's covert assistance, the disciples were mostly unharmed. Chapter 173. The Great Contest of the Four Teachings. In Xian Du completely ignored the provocations from the medicine master, leisurely pulling out a purple golden gourd from his sleeve. This gourd was one of the 7 gourds connected to the innate gourd vine, containing endless space, which was later obtained by Laozi and refined into a purple golden gourd. The purple golden gourd flew from Xiandu's hand and hovered in midair, a powerful suction emanating from within, quickly pulling all the flying sand on the arena into the gourd. After absorbing the sand, the purple golden gourd returned to Xiandu's hand. The disciples from the 3 teachings below cheered and applauded as the annoying sand was completely absorbed. The most enthusiastic was Zhu Lushun, who had suffered a setback on the sand and accidentally lost to the medicine master. Now, seeing the medicine master at a disadvantage, he was overjoyed and applauded loudly. The frustration in his heart dissipated considerably. Xiandu's move darkened the medicine master's expression. He had not expected Xiandu to possess such a wealth of treasures, each so powerful. Brother Xiandu, It seems you really intend to hide and not dare to face me in a direct battle, the medicine master said sarcastically as he activated the Jane treasure banner. Launching several energy blades towards the barrier surrounding Xian Du, the energy blades collided with the barrier, producing a deafening sound, and the formation runes on the arena flickered continuously, maintaining its stability. Chapter 174. Qing Yu appears. Xian Du sidestepped, skillfully dodging the medicine master's attack, and then raised his leg to deliver a heavy kick to the medicine master's back. This sudden kick caused the medicine master to wobble and retreat several steps. But relying on the astonishing defense of his indestructible golden body, he quickly stabilized himself. Seeing this, Xian Du immediately seized the opportunity to pursue, his figure accelerating like a white lightning bolt, appearing in front of the medicine master in an instant, and he threw a punch. This punch gathered most of Xian Du's strength. The medicine master felt the terrifying might of the blow, his expression slightly changing, but he gritted his teeth. The indestructible golden body shining brightly as he used all his strength to counter with a palm. When a fist and palm met, energy surged, creating visible ripples that spread outward, kicking up dust. The medicine master was pushed back several steps by Xian Du's powerful strike. A trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his once clean robe had become tattered from their multiple exchanges. Xian Du also retreated a few steps, dust and sweat covering him, his clothes torn in several places, revealing his solid and powerful muscles underneath. After stabilizing himself, the medicine master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Xian Du became even more fervent, the battle intent in his eyes intensifying. Chapter 175. Compensation. As she spoke, Qing Yu lightly raised her fingertip, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure enveloping Junti, making it difficult for him to breathe. Junti's face turned pale. He was well aware of Qing Yu's strength, and the image of him and his senior brother being beaten by her was still vivid in his memory. At this moment, facing Qing Yu's questioning and the approaching pressure, he was filled with fear and unease. Senior sister, Junti, I can't even get a complete sentence out. Jane, seeing this, knew that today's matter was unlikely to end well, so he had to shift his approach to seek peace. Senior sister Qing Yu, our Western teachings have always valued harmony. Today's incident was truly an accident. We are willing to compensate for what happened today and guarantee that such incidents will never happen again. Jane changed his tone, attempting to calm Qing Yu's anger. Qing Yu's eyes flickered slightly after hearing this. After pondering for a moment, she turned to Gui Xian and asked, Gui Xian, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Gui Xian felt a warm current surge of his heart. Everything should be left to the decision of Empress Qing Yu. Qing Yu nodded gently, her gaze once again landing on Jane and Junti. Qing Yu slowly opened her mouth, her voice cool and firm. Since Gui Xian is willing to accept compensation, as long as you voluntarily hand over the 12th grade merit golden lotus and over 100 Bodhi seeds, I will not pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, I will overturn Mount Shimi today. Chapter 176, Section 46. Qing Yu bestows treasures even if Randan had 1,000 times more courage. He would not dare to sit back down and instead stood with Gui Xian behind Qing Yu, one on either side. If it weren't for the special circumstances on Kunlun Mountain, he wouldn't have had the opportunity or qualification to sit with the saints. Qing Yu elegantly took her seat, resting her left leg over her right. Her posture both relaxed and regal. She gently raised her hand, and Gui Xian immediately understood, stepping forward and announcing loudly to the disciples of the four teachings. The competition continues. On the stage, Xuandu and Yaoshi both bowed to Qing Yu, Jane, and Junti on the high platform. Xuandu and Yaoshi, disciples, obey the command. Qing Yu's gaze slowly swept over Xuandu, and the admiration in her eyes was evident. She gently parted her lips, her voice warm yet powerful. In today's competition, whoever wins will receive a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure from this palace. Upon hearing this, the disciples below the stage were thrown into an uproar. Innate spiritual treasures are rare, and high-grade, innate spiritual treasures are even more precious. Even among the disciples of the great teachings, not everyone possesses an innate spiritual treasure. Xuandu on the stage remained expressionless. He could freely use all the spiritual treasures of the human teaching and didn't care whether he had one more or one less. Chapter 177. Section 47. Qin Yu Live broadcasts beating Jane and Junyi. 1. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother did not expect to receive a spiritual treasure herself, leaving her momentarily stunned. But soon, she regained her composure and respectfully accepted the sea-shaking seal, her eyes shining with excitement and gratitude. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother bowed to Qin Yu, saying, "Thank you, Master Ant, for your generous gift." Qin Yu smiled slightly. "You are quite good, with a firm Tao heart and high comprehension. You will surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments on your path of cultivation. Thank you for your praise, Master Ant. I, Golden Spirit, will continue to work hard and live up to your expectations." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's tone was resolute, her eyes sparkling with infinite longing for the future. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and fell silent. At this moment, Guixian stood up again and announced loudly, "Today's competition has concluded successfully. Xuandu has won first place, Yaoshi second, and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother third, along with many other disciples who performed excellently and deserve commendation. I hope you all continue to work hard in the future and live up to your teacher's expectations." "Yes, we will definitely live up to our teacher's expectations." The disciples of Kunlun Mountain responded in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Seeing that the competition had ended, Jane and Junyi wished to bid farewell to Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at Jane and Junyi with a smile, her smile not reaching her eyes, hiding a murderous intent. Jane and Junyi felt a chill down their spines upon seeing Qin Yu smile, as if something bad was about to happen. Chapter 178. Section 48. Qin Yu Live broadcasts beating Jane and Junyi. 2. Senior sister, don't underestimate us. Junyi shouted, and the Seven Treasures mysterious tree once again glowed brilliantly, transforming into countless branches that enveloped Qin Yu like a celestial net. At the same time, Jane's treasure banner emitted dazzling light, forming a massive treasure tower, attempting to suppress Qin Yu within it. Qin Yu chuckled lightly, standing her ground without any attempt to dodge. The creation purple lightning whip in her hand danced like a spiritual serpent emerging from its hole, striking down their attacks with thunder and lightning. "Two younger brothers, your strength is nothing but this." Qin Yu's voice echoed in the chaotic void, filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. Upon hearing this, their faces turned pale instantly, and Junyi's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth. "Senior sister, do not go too far." Junyi roared, his entire body's power surging like boiling water. Jane also widened his eyes, the treasure banner spinning above his head, releasing a brilliant light. The treasure tower seemed to come alive, emitting a series of rumblings as it pressed down towards Qin Yu. Yet Qin Yu remained unfazed. The creation purple lightning whip in her hand seemed to have a spirit of its own, perfectly countering the attacks of the two with each swing. Chapter 179. Section 49. Qin Yu Live broadcasts beating Jane and Junyi. 3. They were just about to express their gratitude, but Qin Yu's next words froze their feelings of gratitude instantly, leaving their hearts feeling cold. "Do not entertain any improper thoughts. If I discover any small misdeeds on you," Qin Yu said, her finger again brushing against the primordial infinite umbrella. Jane's face turned pale, and Junyi staggered back a step. Both Jane and Junyi instinctively swallowed hard. Yes. Senior sister is right. From now on, we will definitely behave ourselves and properly develop the West, teaching our disciples to cultivate. Junyi quickly echoed, "We will remember senior sister's teachings and dare not have any other improper thoughts." Qin Yu slightly nodded, and the primordial infinite umbrella in her hand transformed into a stream of light, disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Jane and Junyi both breathed a sigh of relief. Their lives were spared. Qin Yu's garments fluttered gently in the void, her voice cold as frost. "Remember what was said today. If I find out you dare to act contrary to my words." Before she finished speaking, a brilliant purple gold light suddenly erupted from Qin Yu's body, shaking the entire chaotic void. Jane and Junyi felt an overwhelming pressure rushing towards them, as if it would crush them entirely. Their legs went weak, nearly causing them to kneel on the ground. Chapter 180, Section 50. Guixian's revenge, if it weren't for the fear of mentioning the name of the saint and attracting trouble. The disciples would have long since been unable to hold back their criticism of Jane and Junyi, the two weakest saints. After watching the Holy War, the disciples of the three teachings unanimously believed that Jane and Junyi were the weakest saints. Compared to Qin Yu, their performance was truly subpar. Guoxian observed how invested the disciples were and secretly felt pleased. However, such an exciting scene shouldn't only be for the disciples of the three teachings to watch. It should be shared so that all beings in the wilderness could witness the elegance of the two saints, Jane and Juanti. It's not just about using spiritual awareness to view the contents in the jade slips. Projections could be made for everyone to enjoy together. Especially after seeing how the Empress educated Jane and Juanti, Guoxian was even more determined to lend a hand to the Empress. By the way, he wanted to take revenge on Jane and Juanti. During their time on Kunlun Mountain, they had not stopped making things difficult for Guoxian. The two weakest saints truly thought that Old Turtle had no temper and was made of clay. Guoxian devised a plan in his heart, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He waved his sleeve again, and streams of jade slips flew through the sky like flowing light, heading in all directions across the vast wilderness. Chapter 181, Section 51. Qingyu teaches. Qingyu looked at Guoxian's excited demeanor and smiled, telling him to go down and refine the spiritual treasures. After Guoxian left, Qingyu called for the three boys, Lingyi, Inyang, and Qianquan. Since Guoxian has received the spiritual treasure bestowed by himself, Qingyu naturally will not be biased. Qingyu plans to grant each of the three young disciples a piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The three of them arrived one after another at Qingyu's Changle Palace. Qingyu sat gracefully on the high platform of Changle Palace, surrounded by a faint aura of celestial spirit, which made her appear even more noble and mysterious. Once all three were present, they stepped forward together to pay their respects. Qingyu slightly raised her hand, signaling them to refrain from bowing, and then slowly spoke. You three have been by my side for many years, diligently managing the Taoist temple for me, which has been quite hard work. Today, I shall grant each of you a piece of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure to assist you in your cultivation. After saying this, Qingyu waved her sleeve lightly, and three shining spiritual treasures floated before the three of them. Lingyi, I bestow upon you the flowing cloud feather fan. This fan is light as a feather, yet contains immense power. With a flick, it can unleash sharp wind blades, and in times of danger, transform into wings, allowing you to escape thousands of miles in an instant and avoid calamity. Chapter 182. The concept of the Jade Tablet. Next, Qingyu prepared to delve into entertainment, shopping, and other functions. The forms of entertainment she knew included music, games, short videos, and so on. Although there are various ways to entertain, they are not particularly difficult. Aside from the trouble of researching large multiplayer games, the rest is quite easy. As for shopping, it is even simpler. A shopping platform could be easily established. However, Qingyu faced a dilemma regarding currency. Since they were cultivating immortality, ordinary gold and silver would not suffice. Spirit stones? With the abundant spiritual energy in Hongmeng, one could easily grab a handful from the air. After much consideration, Qingyu believed the best option would be to use merit. Merit not only aids in cultivation and enlightenment, but also dispels karma, enhances luck, and can be used to refine merit treasures, avoiding any karmic retribution. The benefits of merit are numerous, and everyone needs and desires it. In Qingyu's view, merit is undoubtedly the best choice for currency. However, there's also a significant issue with merit. It is difficult to obtain, and the amount acquired is unstable. For example, when doing beneficial deeds for Hongmeng, one person may gain a lot, while another may gain little. Chapter 183. Farewell to Dijun and Taiyi. In this way, Qingyu suddenly obtained the appearances of many characters, which was a delightful surprise. Regardless of which character a player used, the game content remained the same, allowing one to experience the entire process of growing from an insignificant mortal to a powerful being who shakes the world, engaging in cultivation, adventure, and combat. Qingyu had already thought up the advertisement. In real life, if your aptitude and talent are lacking, it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to work hard in the game, anything is possible. Of course, the game would not be open to the disciples on Kunlun Mountain. She understood the allure of gaming from her own student days. Disciples should maintain their discipline and focus on cultivation and studying the Tao. They could listen to music and read novels or watch videos, but games were absolutely out of the question. Therefore, she specifically designed an anti-addiction version of the Jade Tablet for the disciples of Kunlun Mountain. This way, the master would no longer have to worry about becoming addicted to games and neglecting cultivation. if their cultivation was below the Hunyuan Golden Immortal or Quasi-Saint level. They would not be able to download the game. They could also forget about buying other Jade tablets, as Qingyu had already considered this. Each Jade tablet could only be bound to one person and used by only one person. Similarly, one person could only bind one Jade tablet. Chapter 184. Meeting with Ho-Tu as she spoke, a Jade tablet appeared in her palm. Qingyu lightly tapped it with her fingertip, and the Jade tablet projected vivid images, designed based on Dijun and Taiyi. Dijun stared at the image of himself, riding the sun chariot, and scattering stars. Momentarily entranced, Taiyi's eyes also showed a hint of nostalgia. Qingyu smiled gently and turned her fingertip, and the characters in the images began to move. Dijun held the He-Tu and Luo Shu, invoking the great array of the heavenly stars. Taiyi summoned the Chaos Bell, with its bell tolls scattering all enemies. The scene finally froze on the two brothers standing side by side, with countless demon clans bowing behind them. The images of the 10 great demon saints appeared in succession, with Hongmeng riding the clouds, Ing Zhao walking on the wind, and Jiaoying roaring with 9 heads. Each character perfectly replicating the heroic demeanor of the demon clan during its peak. The lower right corner of the image clearly marked the merit exchange, displaying the merit values corresponding to different appearances. What do you both think? Qingyu retracted the image, stating that if they agreed to authorize, each would receive 100,000 merits. Subsequently, for every purchase of an appearance, they would also receive 30% of the merits. Chapter 185. The 12 Ancestor Witch's sister Ho-Tu, please feel free to say anything. There is no need for such formality between us. Ho-Tu shyly spoke. Sister, could you please grant a little more merit? Seeing the elder brothers and sisters suffer from karmic torment, I truly cannot bear it. As she spoke, Ho-Tu unconsciously rubbed the edge of her teacup, causing the tea within to ripple slightly. Qingyu smiled and replied, I thought I was facing a tough problem? It turns out it was this. Sister Ho-Tu, how about this? I will give each ancestor which an additional 20,000 merits, and for every ancestor which skin sold, I will share 40% of the merits with you. Okay? Upon hearing this, gratitude sparkled in Ho-Tu's eyes, and she smiled, saying, Thank you, sister. Then she began to blush. Well, Qingyu asked, what is it? Ho-Tu glanced at Qingyu, took a deep breath, and finally mustered the courage to say, Sister, could you design my appearance to be more gentle? After all, I am now in charge of reincarnation. It would not be good to still appear so fierce as before. She tapped the image of the ancestor, which Ho-Tu in battle, where the figure manipulating the earth's power was raising towering soil spikes. Qingyu understood and smiled, immediately forming a hand seal to change the image. In the new scene, Ho-Tu donned a simple and elegant dress, holding a branch of the other shore flower, with 6 paths of reincarnation spinning slowly behind her, preserving the dignity of the ancestor, which while adding a touch of the compassion of the ruler of the underworld. Sister, does this look good? Chapter 186. Meeting Hong Jun Rusho sighed and said, Actually, we have all come to understand. Daoist Qingyu's Pangu Jade Marrow not only allowed us to condense our primordial spirits, but also provided our witch clan with a way out. Otherwise, how could we have survived until now? Qingyu has great grace towards our witch clan. This deal, aside from allowing our true forms to be used by all beings in Hongmeng, does not cause us any substantial harm. Moreover, we can gain merit and resolve karma. We are not losing out all, Shizi added. So you all agree? Gong Gong's eyes widened, and his voice rose by 8 degrees. He looked around at his brothers and found that even the most irritable Zhu Rong had slumped down in tacit agreement, no longer disputing the matter. Gong Gong suddenly felt like a fool being played, stomping his feet in anger. Good. You all have made your decision and kept me in the dark. Zhu Meng leisurely spoke, chuckling. Who told you that even with a primordial spirit, your reactions are always a beat slow? Gong Gong was so furious he jumped up and down, but no one cared. On the other side, Qingwei wanted to inspect the current situation of the place. After all, the entire underworld was built by her, and she still held the title of the Lord of the Underworld, so she had to manage things. She also intended to find Xinyuanzi and the others. Chapter 187. The establishment of the Hongwang Trading Company soon. Nearly all the great powers of Hongwang signed contracts with Qingwei. Sometimes, even before Qingwei sought them out, they would come to her proactively to negotiate contracts. For example, the two who owed merits to the Tao of Heaven, Jane and Juanti, and the Kuanping demon master, who bore karma. Among them, the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin sent representatives to request that Qingyue add the images of their ancestors, indicating that even if the merits were a bit lower, it would not matter. Qingyue agreed to their request, but she was not a cold-blooded and heartless person. Although the 3 clans had made significant mistakes in the past, they recognized their errors and had reformed, redeeming themselves in their own way. At the same time, they were making efforts to maintain stability in Hongmeng, and Qingyue did not mind helping them a bit. As usual, she granted them 100,000 merits, and later, for every skin sold to them, they would receive 30% of the merits. Seeing Qingyue's generosity, the people of the 3 clans were extremely grateful. They bore heavy karma, making cultivation difficult, and every breakthrough was fraught with danger. It had been tens of thousands of years since a younger generation was born. Without younger generations, their clans had no future, and thus no hope. If this continued, extinction was only a matter of time. Now, with Qingyue's merit assistance, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. They believed that with these merits, younger members would soon be born in their clans. Chapter 188, by Zhe. The Great Steward. 1. The Tao of Heaven sensed that Qingyue established the Honghuang Trading Company, which would benefit the improvement of trade in the Hongwang world and aid its development. Instantly, immense auspiciousness descended. Celestial music echoed from beyond the clouds, and countless golden lotuses bloomed in the void, with colorful rays illuminating the heavens. The branches and leaves of the world tree moved without wind, scattering starlight, which complemented the phenomena of the Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Heaven also bestowed boundless merits, dividing them into 3 parts. 50% fell into Qingyue's hands, which she refined into the merit golden wheel. 20% was integrated into the complex of buildings of the trading company, with each brick carrying an aura of auspiciousness. And the final 30% was infused into the Luo Bao money, which successfully ascended to become a treasure of postnatal merit. In order to improve trade in the Hongwang world, the Tao of Heaven spread the news of Qingyue's establishment of the trading company throughout Hongwang. In an instant, the great powers in various parts of Hongwang felt a response and instinctively looked towards the direction of the World Tree. In the western Shumi Mountain, Jane and Zhuanti displayed expressions of surprise. At the bottom of the North Sea, the Kuanping demon master's eyes sparkled. In the underworld, Mingyi and Xinyuanzi exchanged glances, both recognizing the admiration in each other's eyes. Qingyue was very satisfied with the Tao of Heaven's perceptiveness, feeling that it had suddenly become remarkably understanding. It had not been like this before. Chapter 189, by Zhe, the Great Steward. 2. After hearing this, Qingyue nodded. Finally, our Emperor Jun also hopes that I can assist the Empress, while also atoning for the mistakes we once made. I hope the Empress can give us a chance. Upon hearing this, Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly, but soon relaxed. Upon reflection, it was not surprising that Emperor Jun would do such a thing. Qingyue sighed and said, "You should not say this to me. I certainly know, but words alone are not enough. We will prove ourselves through actions, gradually atoning for the sins we carry." Bai Zhe replied respectfully, his gaze firm and sincere. "What if the human race wants you dead?" Qingyue coldly stared at Bai Zhe, her tone carrying a hint of testing. As soon as Qingyue finished speaking, Bai Zhe and the elite demon clan members behind him all knelt down in unison. Bai Zhe's forehead touched the ground, his voice steady and resolute. "If we are wrong, then we are wrong. If the human race wants our lives, Bai Zhe is willing to offer my own primordial spirit as a sacrifice to quell their grievances. But I ask the Empress to give the demons behind me a chance to reform. They are young demons who only took shape after the Witch Demon War and have never spilled human blood." Qingyue pondered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the elite demon clan behind Bai Zhe. Indeed, as Bai Zhe said, their demonic aura was pure, untainted by bloodshed, clearly belonging to the new generation of demons. Chapter 190. Bai Zhe and Emperor Jun. Bai Zhe nodded solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the contracts that shimmered with golden light. He noticed that intricate Tao patterns flowed on each contract, and the faint shadow of Luo Bao money could be seen floating within. This filled him with even more awe for the foundation of the trading company. Additionally, Qingyue took out a token from her sleeve and handed it to Bai Zhe. This was the steward's token of the trading company. It could activate the protective formation within the trading company, ensuring the safety of you and the company. and could also mobilize some of the forces of heaven and earth to support smooth transactions. But remember, this token must not be used for personal gain. Otherwise, it will result in backlash. Bai took the token with both hands, feeling a weight in his palm. The token was engraved with complex runes, and faint purple energy rose from it. He solemnly stored the token and bowed again. Yes, Empress. Finally, Qinghua looked around at everyone, her tone gentle yet firm. Although I've already said this, I must remind you again that from today onwards, you are all members of the Hongmeng Trading Company. Remember, here, there is no distinction of race, only fairness and integrity. If anyone violates this, do not blame me for being ruthless. As soon as she finished speaking, a vast pressure suddenly descended, causing the air in the entire hall to solidify. Bai felt a slight pause in his breathing, and beads of sweat began to form on his back. The demons behind him turned pale. Chapter 191. The Six-Eared Macaque. After saying this, she pulled out a vibrant green spiritual bamboo from behind and held it high with both hands. The bamboo was completely emerald, with faint spiritual light flowing over its surface, and the patterns of naturally formed runes could be vaguely seen. Upon seeing it, Qinghua realized it was the innate purple bamboo, which grew at the intersections of spiritual veins and endured 3 calamities and 9 tribulations without destruction. Its toughness was comparable to that of profound iron. Her gaze shifted slightly, pointing at the section of purple bamboo, which flew into Qinghua's hand. The moment her fingers touched it, she felt a warm and gentle spiritual power flowing within the bamboo. Upon closer inspection, she found the purple bamboo was tough, with fine textures, and could naturally carry the rhythm of heaven and earth, perfectly merging with spiritual energy, making it a rare material for refining jade slips. Where did this bamboo come from? Qinghua asked softly. The Six-Eared Macaque's eyes lit up with joy at her words, and he quickly replied, reporting to the Empress, this bamboo grows in the Zixia Valley by the East Sea, and it takes 3,000 years to produce one stalk. This little monkey stumbled upon it and knew it was a treasure, so I specially offered it to the Empress. He then respectfully bowed down again. Do you know who I am? And why do you want to worship me as your master? Qinghua gently stroked the purple bamboo, but her gaze fell on the Six-Eared Macaque. The little monkey raised his head, speaking sincerely. This little monkey does not know, but I see the Empress surrounded by a clear aura, walking gracefully, surely a person of great attainment. This little monkey wholeheartedly seeks the Tao, but has yet to obtain the true law. I earnestly request the Empress to show mercy and teach me the immortal techniques. Chapter 192. The purple bamboo forest. The Six-Eared Macaque took the jade slip with both hands, finding it crystal clear, containing profound light and warm to the touch. He carefully tucked it close to himself, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Just as he was about to express his thanks again, he saw Qinghua had already turned and walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. Empress. The Six-Eared Macaque hurriedly followed, but did not dare to get too close, only daring to respectfully follow 3 steps behind. Qinghua did not stop her steps, but her voice carried on the wind. Can you still find the innate purple bamboo from Zixia Valley? The Six-Eared Macaque's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, replying to your highness, although the purple cloud valley is hidden, this little monkey remembers the path. However, he hesitated for a moment, as there is a fierce serpent guarding the valley. Qingyu chuckled lightly. No problem, you just lead the way. In this primordial wilderness, there are very few who can harm your highness. Hearing this, the Six-Eared Macaque felt a bit curious about who this goddess was to have such confidence. He hurriedly followed Qingyu's footsteps, carefully asking, Your Highness, may I ask where your Taoist temple is? The little monkey would like to serve you in the future. Qingyu glanced at him lightly and saw through his thoughts. Chapter 193, Chapter 63. The Six-Eared Macaque and the Golden Crow. Qing Lin's throat rolled, and his dragon horns warmed slightly due to excitement. He took a deep breath and solemnly placed 2 porcelain bottles into his embrace, kneeling on one knee. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. Qing Lin is willing to offer the entire purple bamboo forest. However, after a moment of hesitation, he honestly said, this purple bamboo is transformed from the spiritual roots of heaven and earth, and it only grows 1 stalk every 1,000 years. If we take them all, it may harm the spiritual veins foundation here. If Your Highness does not mind, Qing Lin is willing to serve by your side, specifically cultivating and harvesting the purple bamboo for you. While saying this, he stole a glance at Qing Yu's expression. Qing Yu gave him a half-smile and said, "You are quite clever, much smarter than a monkey, and you guessed my intentions right away. If it were just to take some purple bamboo, it would be enough to casually give Qing Lin something I look down upon. But I want a stable place that can provide a large amount of jade slip materials, which is why I am interested in this purple bamboo forest. Furthermore, I am looking at Qing Lin's skill in managing bamboo." Hearing this, Qing Lin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. "To be able to serve your highness is Qing Lin's utmost fortune." Qing Yu flicked her finger, and a blue light entered Qing Lin's brow. "This is the Taichu Qingmu Ju, perfectly suited for your cultivation. From now on, you will focus on cultivating purple bamboo here, and I will send someone to collect it regularly." Chapter 194, Chapter 64. Qing Yu and the Tortoise Xian 1. The leading youth, barefoot on the white jade-paved ground, with golden pupils, watched the six-eared macaque warily. Seeing that the six-eared macaque was just a small, true immortal, he couldn't help but sneer. Where did this wild monkey come from, to dare to step into the goddess's Taoist temple? Hurry up and get out. As he spoke, the true fire of the sun surged around him. The scorching airwave forced the six-eared macaque to retreat repeatedly. However, the six-eared macaque quickly steadied himself and respectfully bowed to the little golden crows. After clarifying his origins, he respectfully presented the jade slip with both hands. The little golden crows exchanged glances, and the golden-crowned youth retracted his surrounding flames, eyeing the jade slip with suspicion. He reached out, and the jade slip flew into his palm. A sweep of his divine sense revealed it was written by the goddess herself. Humph, since it was arranged by the goddess, we must comply. Although the youth's tone still carried a hint of arrogance, his attitude had softened considerably. He turned to his younger brothers behind him and said, "This mischievous monkey is new here. Xiao Shi, take him to familiarize himself with the Taoist temple and teach him the rules." Xiao Shi, the young and somewhat unwilling one, pouted but stepped forward and waved to the six-eared macaque. "Monkey, come with me, but don't run around or touch anything, or you might get trapped in a formation, and no one will come to save you." Chapter 195, Chapter 65. Qing Yu and the Tortoise Xian 2. Do you know this path is dangerous? The little turtle certainly knew. The Tao ancestor had made it very clear before. Then why do you still want to walk the path of Hunyuan? When faced with the choice of dispersing his power to rebuild or continuing to sever the three corpses, the little turtle had also hesitated. But just thinking of the goddess and the Tao ancestor, both of whom chose to walk the Hunyuan path, made him firm in his decision. The Tao ancestor had even stated that the path of Hunyuan, though perilous, is the path of transcendence. Although the little turtle's aptitude is dull, he has a heart that yearns for the Tao, desiring to achieve transcendence. Moreover, Tortoise Xian paused, his voice growing softer, to follow in the footsteps of the goddess. Even if the road ahead is fraught with danger, the little turtle is willing. Hearing this, Qing Yu was taken aback, letting out a light sigh. Foolish child. Her tone held both reproach and hidden affection. Since you have chosen this path, I will do my utmost to assist you. Qing Yu lightly tapped her finger, and a clear light entered Tortoise Xian's brow. This is my understanding of the Hunyuan path. You should ponder it well. Tortoise Xian felt a tremor in his consciousness, as countless profound principles poured down like a river of stars, shaking his mind. He immediately bowed to the ground, his voice trembling. Your Highness's great kindness. The little turtle will never forget. Qing Yu raised her hand to support him, gently saying, "Get up. Since you have chosen me, I will naturally protect you." Chapter 196. Chapter 66. Kong Xian 1. Bai Zhe was once the most trusted minister of Emperor Jun, the leader of the 10 demon saints, and had handled affairs in the heavenly court for countless years. Although the Hongmeng trading post had only recently been established, Bai Zhe had just taken over its affairs. However, with his past experience managing the heavenly court, Bai Zhe quickly got the hang of it and organized the Hongmeng trading post efficiently. But in recent days, Bai Zhe has been somewhat overwhelmed, as there were long lines in front of the trading post every day, almost all coming for jade slips. What's more, some even offered their treasured heavenly materials and earthly treasures in exchange. Bai Zhe indeed had jade slips on hand. The Hongmeng trading post was established to help beings communicate and promote the formation and improvement of the trading path. Logically, he should take the initiative to trade with them to promote the formation of the trading path in the Hongmeng world. However, The problem was that these jade slips were specifically reserved for internal personnel of the trading post and were non-tradable items. If he rashly refused to trade, it would likely incite public anger and even affect the reputation of the trading post. After all, the jade slips were developed by the goddess Qingyu, and the Hongmeng trading post was also founded by her. That day, the goddess Qingyu distributed a large number of jade slips to various places in Hongmeng. Chapter 197. Chapter 67. Kong Xian 2. As time went on, Kong Xian discovered that there were even deeper and more profound runes hidden within the jade slips. However, they were obscured by layers of formations and restrictions, making them impossible to see. This made Kong Xian a bit dissatisfied, and his curiosity grew stronger. Yearning to explore more of the mysteries within, it felt as if a little cat were scratching inside his heart. If he didn't see it for a day, he couldn't find peace. Thus, Kong Xian attempted to break the previous formations and alter the restriction runes to glimpse deeper secrets. However, each time he broke through a layer, more intricate restrictions would emerge within the jade slips, like an endless maze, leaving him both frustrated and fascinated. Kong Xian concentrated 5-color divine light at his fingertips, attempting to forcibly break open the next layer of restrictions. Then, he triggered the protective mechanism left by Qingyu, also known as the intellectual property protection mechanism. There was a loud bang, and the jade slip exploded. Kong Xian's handsome face was covered in dust. His forehead's vermilion dimmed a few shades. Some of the feathers on his body were singed, which pained the beauty-loving Kong Xian greatly. He could only secretly drop small pearls at night while repairing his damaged feathers, neglecting even the shattered fragments of the jade slip. But Kong Xian was not a bird that would give up easily, since the jade slip was already broken and could not be repaired. Chapter 198. Chapter 68. Kong Xian 3. The jade slips made of Kunlun celestial jade were available in the Hongmeng trading post, and there were quite a few of them. However, these were meant for the staff within the Hongmeng trading post, and only internal personnel could obtain and use them. Once they left the trading post, the jade slips would automatically self-destruct. Bai Zai's voice was calm and unhurried, but his tone was very firm. This was the rule set by the Empress, and no one was allowed to violate it. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, feeling very unwilling in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. After a moment, he returned to his proud demeanor. He lightly snorted and said, "Since that's the case, let us make up the price difference with merit." Bai Zai slightly nodded, lightly tapping the jade book with his fingertip. A golden light flashed, and the value of the tail feathers was converted into corresponding merit and recorded. Then, he waved his hand, and a purple bamboo jade slip slowly descended from the air, hovering in front of Kong Xian. Although this jade slip was not made from the Kunlun celestial jade, it was personally refined by the Empress and contained profound mysteries, sufficient to meet the needs of a fellow Taoist, Bai Zai said lightly. Kong Xian took the jade slip, and the moment his fingertip touched it, a cool spiritual power surged into his body, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He looked down at the jade slip in his hand. Although it was not as magnificent as the Kunlun celestial jade, it felt warm to the touch and was rich in spiritual power, making it acceptable to him. Chapter 199. Merit Bank. On the other side, after Kong Xian left, the Hongmeng Trading Center continued to conduct transactions in an orderly manner. If the amount was insufficient, the customer must make up the price difference or take back their items to stop the transaction. If there was an excess, the Hongmeng Trading Center also had its own procedures and would not take advantage of the customers. In short, all transactions within the Hongmeng Trading Center adhered to one principle: fairness and justice. This fair and just trading method quickly spread throughout the Hongmeng, attracting more and more people to come and trade. Qingyu also felt that the merit of the heavenly Tao on her body was continuously depleting. Although the merit used for trading was merely a drop in the bucket, with countless beings in the Hongmeng, she could not help but worry that her merit would eventually be exhausted. Qingyu quickly thought of a good idea: a bank. Under the guidance of the heavenly Tao, the merit bank would benefit the development of the Hongmeng world and promote the formation and development of the trading avenue in the Hongmeng world. Qingyu's idea was soon recognized by the heavenly Tao. The merit bank would be established by the heavenly Tao, allowing beings in the Hongmeng to borrow merit from the heavenly Tao or to deposit merit in the bank for centralized management. Chapter 200. Kong Tong Seal. One day, Qingyu was giving a lecture to her disciples. Suddenly, she had a feeling. After secretly calculating A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Qingyu said to the disciples below, "Today's lecture ends here. You all go back and contemplate." With that, she lightly waved her sleeve and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. The disciples below looked at each other in confusion, unsure why she, who had clearly said she would lecture for 1,000 years, left hastily after only 100 years. Although they were puzzled, they did not dare to speak ill of Qingyu and followed her arrangement, dispersing. In the next moment, Qingyu appeared at Shouyang Mountain. As soon as Qingyu arrived at Shouyang Mountain, the human Dao Supreme Treasure, Kongtong Seal, sensed her presence and flew out on its own, hovering in front of Qingyu. The Kongtong Seal was a square jade seal that emitted a soft golden light, with the characters Kongtong engraved on it. The brushwork being powerful and containing the principles of the human Dao. The seal was coiled with 9 dragons, and its surface was engraved with the patterns of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, with faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries emanating from it. The inscriptions on the lower side of the seal read, "Commanded by humanity. Everlasting prosperity," a total of 8 large characters. The Kongtong Seal was an extremely special top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. After the emergence of the human race, it would slowly increase in grade and power as the fortune of the human race grew. Chapter 201, Special Festival Extra 1. Welcome everyone to the first dragon boat race of the Hongmeng. I'm the host, Ling He. Today's competition will be broadcast live on the Jade Slips. Now, let me introduce the participating teams. Our participating teams are the Human Teaching Team, led by Laozi, the Chan Teaching Team, led by Yuan Shi, the Jie Teaching Team, led by Tong Tian, the Western Teaching Team, led by Jin, the Monster Race Team, led by Niuhua, the Golden Crow Team, led by Di Juan, the Ancestor Witch Team, led by Di Jiao, the Human Race Team, led by Fushi, the Dragon Race Team, led by Zulong, the Phoenix Team, led by Yuan Feng, and the Qilin Team, led by Shikolin. A total of 11 teams, each composed of elites among elites. Our judges are Dao Ancestor Hongjun, Demon Ancestor Luo, Yangmei Daxian, and Empress Qingyu. Without further ado, let us hear the competition rules. Each team must consist of 12 members, 10 rowers, 1 drummer, and 1 helmsman. No spells or spiritual treasures are allowed. The first team to row from the East Coast to the West Coast wins. Please do not use any means to cheat. If discovered, disqualification will be immediate. Now, take your positions. 3, 2, 1, the competition begins. With the sound of the command, the 10 teams dashed into the EC like arrows leaving the bow. Chapter 202, Special Festival Extra 2. The massive body of the Zulong breached the surface, its sharp dragon horns piercing the bottom of the monster race boat. Niuhua realized it was too late as the boat tilted violently on the verge of capsizing. In a critical moment, Fushi suddenly turned the human race boat's direction, using the bow as a shield to block in front of the monster race team. With a loud crash, the 2 dragon boats collided violently. The human race team used the momentum to spin, surprisingly tossing the flood dragon out of the water. Shenong seized the opportunity to throw a medicinal hoe, accurately striking the flood dragon's vital point. "Brother," Niuhua exclaimed. Fushi stood at the bow, his long hair flying in the wind and rain. "Sister, be careful, this old dragon can't afford to lose." The 2 ancestors of the human race exchanged smiles, and Xianyuan immediately directed the team to regroup. Meanwhile, the Jie Teaching Team took the opportunity to catch up and left them far behind. "Everyone, you need to put in more effort." Tong Tian Master laughed loudly, his drumsticks drawing golden arcs in the heavy rain. The Jie Teaching disciples responded in unison, the Bagua formation changing again, and, as the wooden paddles entered the water, they stirred up streams of golden light. The dragon boat gliding through the tumultuous waves like a swimming dragon. At this moment, the Western Teaching Team suddenly emerged as a formidable force. Jane clasped his hands together, and the phantom of the 12-petal golden lotus blossomed beneath the boat. The cunning 7 treasures' wonderful tree waved gently, causing all raindrops to slide off automatically before reaching 3 feet of the dragon boat. Although they did not use any magical powers, they relied on the protection of the supreme treasures and the Dao rhythm, moving effortlessly through the storm. Chapter 203. Re-entering the Zixiao Palace, the emergence of a human Dao Supreme Treasure could not escape Hongjuan's watchful eye. However, the Kongtong Seal had been in existence for some time now, yet Qingyu had not yet initiated the great rise of the human race. Hongjun pondered quietly. wondering if Qingyu had other plans since the Kongtong seal was tied to the fortune of the human race. He calculated with his fingers, but could not deduce anything. Left with no choice, Hongjun contacted Qingyu through a jade slip, requesting her to come to the Zixiao Palace in person. At that time, Qingyu had just gathered the soul of Suiren and was meditating in her quiet chamber. Upon receiving Hongjun's message, Qingyu's heart stirred. Knowing that her master's summons must be related to the Kongtong seal, she pondered for a moment, then stood up to adjust her sleeves. A flash of clear light passed, and in the next moment, Qingyu's figure disappeared from the Chonglu Palace. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat on the cloud bed, the Dao rhythm swirling around him. Upon seeing Qingyu arrive, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep as an abyss. Disciple, now that the Kongtong seal is in hand, why have you not taken any action? Qingyu respectfully bowed and said, Master, the great rise of the human race requires the right timing, location, and harmony among people. I am currently laying the groundwork in secret, and when the time is ripe, I will surely initiate the prosperous era of the human race. Hongjun nodded slightly, but then changed the topic. The rise of the human race is an inevitable trend. You have always been meticulous and thoughtful in your work, and you're also the most outstanding among my few disciples. I have great confidence in you. What is even more commendable is that you are concerned about the Hongmeng world, compassionate, and not motivated by personal gain. Chapter 204. Chapter 72. Fuxi and Qingwei. Fuxi retracted the complex expression in his eyes and cupped his hands to Qingwei. Thank you, Your Highness, for helping me enlighten my sister. Fuxi, my friend, you need not be polite, Qingwei replied. Sister Nuwa is just overly concerned about you and finds it hard to accept for a moment. Qingwei paused and continued. Since you have decided to reincarnate as a human, do you know your mission? To be honest, I am not entirely clear, but I have been calculating day and night and have concluded that the human race is about to experience a great rise. My mission is related to this rise of the human race. You are quite capable, Qingwei praised. Flattery is just a minor skill, not worthy of Your Highness's praise. Though Fuxi spoke humbly, his eyes were filled with pride in his ability to calculate. Seeing this, Qingwei had her own considerations. However, this was not the place for discussion. From now on, it was better that fewer people knew about her conversation with Fuxi. Fuxi, why not go to Kunlun Mountain for a cup of tea? Fuxi understood instantly and cupped his hands. That is my wish, I dare not impose. Before long, the two arrived at the Changle Palace on Kunlun Mountain. The spirit crane boy personally served them spirit tea and celestial fruits before stepping back. Qingwei poured a cup of tea for Fuxi and herself. Amid the fragrant tea, Qingwei quietly used the chaos pearl to isolate the heavenly secrets of the place. Chapter 205, Chapter 73. Selection of the Imperial Master during these 3 months. Fuxi had been inseparable from Yuhua. In this time, Qingwei took the opportunity to visit the West to discuss the position of the human race's Imperial Master. Though it was called a discussion, it was more of Qingwei unilaterally notifying them. The rise of the human race refers to the entire human race's prosperity. Not just the Eastern human race, but also the Western one. Therefore, the position of the Imperial Master could not be monopolized by the East. Looking at Jane and Junti, who were honest and straightforward, Qingwei generously granted 2 positions of the 5 Emperor's Masters to the West, on the condition that the West must fully support the rise of the human race. This decision surprised Jane and Junti, and they were delighted to find such good fortune, immediately agreeing and promising to send their best disciples to the East to assist the 5 Emperors. Qingwei nodded in satisfaction and discussed some details with them before taking her leave. Qingwei still had the 3 sovereigns and 3 emperors, 6 imperial masters in hand, just right for the human teaching, the interpretation teaching, and the interception teaching, each obtaining 1 sovereign and 1 emperor as their imperial masters. Since the human teaching only had Xuandu as a single seedling, Xuandu alone obtained 2 positions as imperial masters. As for the interpretation and interception teachings, they would need to compete to secure the positions of imperial master. Chapter 206, Chapter 74. Fuxi's Reincarnation. 1. When the bell for the 3rd round rang, the figures ascending the heavenly ladder had decreased by 3/10. The test of the 3rd round had quietly begun among the human tribes. Qingwei waved her wide sleeves, and a water mirror appeared, suspended in the clouds, reflecting scenes of disasters from various places. At the East Sea's shore, a vicious dragon stirred waves. The northern wilderness tribe was attacked by monsters. the southern jungle was filled with miasma, and the disciples needed to choose a place to resolve the calamity without using any spells, divine abilities, or spiritual treasures within 3 days. Taoist Duo Bao was the first to turn into a stream of light and dive into the East Sea, forging a 1,000-zhang dam with ordinary iron. Guangchengzi rushed to the northern wilderness tribe, seeing the monsters rampaging, directing the human race to drive them away with torches. The most surprising was Yuding, who sealed his own powers. He built a herb hut in the southern jungle, personally tasting herbs day and night to detoxify and heal mortals. As the 3 days expired, Qinghua lightly tapped the water mirror with her fingertip, causing ripples to spread across its surface. She saw the human tribe with smoke curling, fishermen singing joyfully, miasma dissipating. And the calamities everywhere had been quelled. A look of approval flashed in her eyes. Qinghua put away the water mirror and called for Xuandu, waiting for all the disciples to return before announcing the candidates for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors imperial masters. The disciples returned one after another, and Qingyue's gaze swept over them, her eyes filled with smiles. Chapter 207, Chapter 75, Fushi's Reincarnation, 2. Hutu helplessly shook her head, yet her eyes were full of affection. It is because you are spoiled that you are so unruly. As she spoke, Hutu gently scratched Qingyue's delicate nose. Qingyue pouted. Sister, if you weren't so unwelcoming, I would leave. She pretended to get up, but was pulled back by Hutu by her sleeve. After not seeing you for a long time, you have learned to throw a tantrum. Hutu pressed Qingyue back in her seat, saying, since you are here, stay and chat with your sister a little longer. Qinghua leaned against Hutu's shoulder and softly said, actually, I came this time to ask for your help. What help? Just say it, and your sister will definitely help you. Then Qinghua told Hutu about the situation. Although Hutu did not like Fushi, the relationship between the Wu clan and the human race was good, and she also hoped for the human race to improve. Moreover, this was also the trend of the Hongmeng world. She could stop it for a moment, but not forever. After thinking for a moment, Hutu nodded in agreement. The two then discussed some details and finalized the matter. After that, Qinghua stayed in the underworld. Since Fushi was going to experience the 6 paths of reincarnation, it would be better to let him come to the underworld himself. When the time came, she would reassemble his human race's primordial spirit and directly send him into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 208, Chapter 76, Fushi descends to the world. Xuandu receives disciples. 1. After Fushi's reincarnation, Qingyue was about to take her leave. She needed to remain at Kunlun Mountain, so she could guide her disciples whenever they encountered problems, assisting the Emperor of Humanity. As Qingyue was about to leave, Hutu used the waters of the Wangchuan River to make her a string of crystal-clear bracelets wrapped around Qingyue's wrist. Sister, what is this? Qingyue looked down at the bracelet swirling with a deep blue glow on her wrist. The coolness that touched her skin seeped into her heart, soothing her spirit. Hutu gently touched the flower on her head. This is a return gift for the flower crown you sent me, made from the beads formed by the waters of the Wangchuan River. It contains a trace of reincarnation power. It is not a precious item, but I hope it can assist you in your plans. Qingyue smiled upon hearing this, gently rubbing the string of crystal beads with her fingertips, feeling the mysterious power within. Sister is so thoughtful. I really like this gift. Qingyue raised her gaze toward the distance. Once this matter is over, I will drink with you again. All right, it's a promise. It's a promise. Qingyue's figure transformed into starlight and gradually disappeared. Hutu stood in place, watching her depart with a gentle smile on her lips. She lightly stroked the flowers by her temples, the petals still retaining the warmth from Qingyue's fingertips. Chapter 209, Chapter 77, Fushi descends to the world. Xuandu receives disciples. 2. Huasu and the tribespeople around him were taken aback upon hearing this. Although they had long suspected that this child was extraordinary, they did not expect to stir the attention of Lady Qingyue. Lady Qingyue is not only the holy master of the human race, but she has also protected the human race since their weak days. Although she later stopped visiting the human race for some reason, the human race still built temples to worship her, holding annual sacrifices to express their gratitude. Lady Qingyue later reshaped the Hongmeng world, saving the entire Hongmeng realm, and is undoubtedly the savior goddess. Her deeds have been widely circulated among the human race. Hearing that the Empress personally sent a celestial elder to assist the future holy emperor of the human race, the members of the Huashu tribe were all extremely excited and bowed to Xuandu. After hearing this, Huashu gently stroked her abdomen and felt a warm current flowing from her palm, as if the fetus inside had sensed it and moved slightly, seemingly responding to Huashu. Seeing this, Xuandu waved his dust lightly, and a clear light swept over the members of the Huashu tribe, helping them up. He said loudly, "This child is born with the luck of the human race and will one day govern the 8 directions, protect the people, and benefit all living beings. However, the road to the Holy Emperor's growth will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties and calamities." After that, Xuandu said to Huashu, "I am willing to stay in the tribe to protect the Huashu tribe leader and ensure the safe birth and growth of the Holy Emperor, to assist and teach him in the future. I hope the Huashu tribe leader will allow it." After speaking, Xuandu solemnly bowed to Huashu. Chapter 210, Xuandu. I'm so difficult. At the moment of Fushi's birth, the powerful beings in the wilderness all turned their attention to the human race to check the situation. But they were all stopped by Qingyue. They would not be so rude as to actively seek out Qingyue's displeasure, and all withdrew their gazes. Niwa sensed Fushi's emergence. Her eyes filled with tears. "Brother, you have finally been born." Then Niwa took out the red embroidered ball, and since she could not go out, she would use it to help her brother. Niwa divided a part of her primordial spirit and attached it to the red embroidered ball, merging the essence of creation into the ball, and then sent the red embroidered ball outside the Huashu tribe. As soon as the red embroidered ball landed, it transformed into a baby girl. The people of the Huashu tribe, passing by, saw a small baby girl lying alone on the grass outside the tribe and immediately felt compassion. They took her in, and a sudden inspiration struck them, naming her Lingua. The people of the Chao clan, upon hearing the baby's cries, turned their worries into joy, revealing happy smiles. The human race had finally welcomed a great prosperity. Soon, the Zi clan helped Huashu walk out, with Huashu holding the newly born baby in her arms. Xuandu said to Huashu, "The master uncle has said, the child's name is Fushi, meaning the opportunity of the earth and the order of all things." Chapter 211, Fushi and Lingua. A child like Fushi, who carries a mission and the luck of the world, will be protected by the wilderness world, and ordinary people cannot calculate his fate. If it weren't for Xuandu being Fushi's teacher, he wouldn't be able to determine Fushi's location. Xuandu hurriedly searched and found Fushi playing with a baby girl about the same age as him, with the 2 little ones holding each other's small hands and speaking in a baby language that Xuandu couldn't understand. This baby girl was the daughter adopted by the tribe shaman, named Lingua. Strangely enough, the usually lively Fushi was surprisingly quiet beside Lingua at this moment. This also intrigued Xuandu, who instinctively began to calculate. Although Xuandu could tell at a glance that Lingua was just an ordinary baby girl, Fushi was destined to be the future emperor of humanity, and his growth path would be fraught with difficulties. For Fushi's safety, it was never too careful. After calculating for a while, Xuandu found that Lingua was indeed just an ordinary baby girl, which put his mind at ease. Xuandu's level was too low to see through it, but Qingyue, who was watching Fushi through the water mirror, immediately recognized Lingua's identity. Knowing that Niwa would not harm her brother, Qingyue did not intervene. At the same time, Xuandu quickly discovered that as long as Lingua was present, Fushi not only stopped causing trouble, but also actively learned to take care of Lingua like his own example. Chapter 212, The Heavenly Emperor certifies the Tao 1. However, Fushi soon discovered that despite doing so much, the population of the tribe was still growing slowly. After careful observation, he found that the infant mortality rate in the tribe was extremely high, and many newborns did not survive their first winter. Worried, he spent days pacing by the river, deep in thought. One day, while walking with Lingua, he saw a mother deer building a windbreak nest for her fawn with hay, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Upon returning to the tribe, Fushi immediately led the tribe's people to build semi-buried houses with branches and hay, ensuring ventilation and moisture resistance, warmth, and cold protection. When winter came, most of the newborns survived the harsh cold. As living conditions improved, the tribe's population began to grow steadily. However, Fushi discovered a new problem. Most of the surviving children were weak and sickly, suffering from congenital deficiencies, and there were even many mentally challenged children, which puzzled Fushi. He immediately decided to investigate. Fushi visited all the families in the tribe with newborns and found that most of the parents of these children were related by blood. Fushi vaguely realized that this might be a significant reason for the children's congenital deficiencies. To verify this hypothesis, Fushi specifically observed the animal populations around the tribe. He discovered that wild animals that made it away from their groups often had stronger offspring, while deer groups that had been inbreeding for a long time had generally weak and sickly fawns. This discovery made Fushi suddenly enlightened. Chapter 213. The Heavenly Emperor certifies the Tao, too. However, the good times did not last long. In the northwest, a great disaster struck as the earth shook. Mountains collapsed, rivers changed course, and the ground opened up with a hideous wound. The natural disaster came suddenly, and in an instant, countless people were buried underground forever. The power of humanity is so weak. In just a moment, countless lives were lost, yet human strength is also incredibly resilient, demonstrating astonishing unity and tenacity in the face of disaster. Fushi immediately organized the survivors for rescue. At Fushi's command, the tribe's warriors quickly assembled into 3 teams. One team was responsible for relocating the elderly, weak, and ill. Another team was tasked with rescuing food and tools. And the last team followed Fushi to the disaster area to investigate the situation. Linghua, you take the women and children to safety first. Fushi turned to his wife and said, his voice steady and firm. Linghua nodded, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. But she knew this was not the time for sentimental feelings. Just as the team was about to set off, a tribesman sent to scout the situation returned, stumbling and covered in blood, shouting, "It's bad. The tribe on the other side of the mountain has been completely buried." As he spoke, he began to cry uncontrollably. Fushi's heart trembled. He remembered that just last month he had exchanged marriage contracts with that tribe, but now those people had forever vanished beneath the dust. Chapter 214. The Heavenly Emperor returns to power. The 2 received their orders and descended the mountain. The spirit crane, carrying the river map and Luo book, spread its wings and flew to the human realm, transforming into a streak of light in the morning sun. The turtle spirit transformed into a palm-sized little turtle, quietly crawling into the grass by the spring where Fushi meditated daily. On this day, Fushi was observing and meditating by the spring as usual when he turned to find a small turtle with blue patterns had crawled beside him without him noticing. The little turtle was looking up at him, its black bean-like eyes sparkling with lively light. The strange patterns on its shell quickly caught Fushi's attention. He bent down to pick up the little turtle, gently stroking the mysterious patterns on its shell with his fingertips. Those patterns appeared chaotic and disordered, but subtly aligned with some kind of rule, as if telling him something. The turtle spirit also withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, allowing Fushi to see more clearly. Fushi, like a curious child, repeatedly turned the little turtle over, continuously touching the patterns on its back. The turtle spirit thought, "Hey, just look, why are you flipping me over and touching me? So rude." Suddenly, Fushi curiously leaned in close to look inside the turtle shell, trying to explore the mysteries within. The turtle spirit, unable to endure any longer, bit Fushi's finger. Fushi winced in pain and loosened his grip, taking the opportunity for the little turtle to retract into its shell and fall to the ground. The turtle spirit was even angrier, glaring at him with a pair of furious eyes. Chapter 215. Chapter 83. The Reincarnation of Swearin. This ceremony left Nuwa stunned for a long time. A hint of sadness flashed in Nuwa's eyes, but she quickly smiled again, gently raising her jade hand. A soft force of creation lifted Fushi up. Nuwa wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Fushi had already made his position and attitude clear to her. From now on, he would only be the human Emperor Fushi and no longer the demon clan, Shi Huang Fushi. Nuwa sighed lightly and returned Fushi's companion spirit treasure, the Fushi Qin, to him. As Nuwa's figure became fainter, she took a deep look at Fushi and said softly, "Take care, brother." Before her voice faded, her figure had transformed into a red embroidered ball and flew back to the Zixiao Palace. Nuwa knew that their sibling bond had completely ended, but at least Fushi was still alive and remembered her, which was enough for her. Nuwa walked to the window, looking towards the direction of the former Buzhou Mountain, recalling when she and Fushi were born together on Buzhou Mountain, cultivating and discussing the Tao there. But now, everything had changed. Buzhou Mountain had collapsed. The demon clan had declined, and the human clan would become the new protagonists of the primordial world. Nuwa thought it was time for her to let go as well. Fushi had found his own path, and she needed to pursue her own path too. Chapter 216, Chapter 84. The Earth Sovereign descends. The human clan's second ancestor of the Lushan clan heard that the Taoist duo Bao from Kunlun Mountain was visiting. Thinking that this should be the immortal who would instruct the future Earth Sovereign of the human clan, they hurried to pay their respects. Upon seeing duo Bao, the two were stunned by his jewel-encrusted attire, wondering to themselves, could this immortal have worn all the treasures of Kunlun Mountain? Although they thought this in their hearts, the two ancestors still maintained a respectful demeanor. They stepped forward and greeted, I am the Chao clan, paying my respects to the immortal. I am the Z clan, paying my respects to the immortal. Duo Bao personally helped the two up, smiling. I am Duo Bao, a disciple of the heavenly teacher from Kunlun Mountain. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed ancestors of the human clan. The Chao clan complimented, so it is the esteemed Duo Bao. I have long heard of your great name, and it is indeed a great honor to see your presence today. The Z clan echoed, esteemed Duo Bao. It is clear at a glance that you are extraordinary and remarkable. Hearing this, Duo Bao laughed heartily, and as he spoke and moved, the ornaments on his chest jingled. You two ancestors are too polite. After some pleasantries, the three entered the main topic. I have come this time to seek the future Earth Sovereign of the human clan. The two ancestors were overjoyed to hear this, and hurriedly informed him in detail about Nu Deng's pregnancy. Chapter 217, Chapter 85. Daily life of master and apprentice. As he spoke, Duo Bao gently placed a golden bracelet on the baby's delicate wrist. The moment the golden bracelet touched Shinnong's skin, it immediately shrank to a suitable size, with mysterious runes appearing on the surface, radiating a soft glow. Shinnong seemed to love this gift very much, stretching out his little hand to curiously touch the golden bracelet, bursting into giggles. Seeing this, Duo Bao's eyes flashed with affection, and he took out a green jade gourd. This gourd contains heavenly dew from the 9 heavens. 1 drop a day can help the Earth's sovereign wash muscles and marrow. The Chao clan laughed. The esteemed immortal is so generous. Shinnong will surely remember this in his heart. Duo Bao waved his hand, smiling. This is all due to fate. When Shinnong is a bit older, I will naturally take him as my disciple and teach him the path of cultivation. I also have high-quality spiritual herbs and fairy grasses here to help the clan leader Nu Deng recover her body. As Duo Bao spoke, he took out a delicate jade box from his sleeve, inside which were neatly arranged various rare, medicinal materials, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The tribe members were all amazed at the sight. The Chao clan carefully collected these spiritual herbs, preparing to brew medicinal meals for Nu Deng. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose outside the tribe. Duo Bao frowned, calculated with his fingers, and his expression changed slightly. Not good. The disturbance of the Earth Sovereign's descent is too great and has attracted some restless evil beings. Chapter 218, Chapter 86. Shinnong certifies the Tao. When Shinnong turned 10 years old, Duo Bao took him to bid farewell to Nu Deng and other tribesmen, and they traveled together to other human clans. Duo Bao understood that Shinnong was the future Earth Sovereign of the human clan and needed to personally experience the hardships and needs of the human clan to truly lead them towards prosperity. The master and apprentice trekked through mountains and rivers, visiting one tribe after another. Shinnong's 9 turns Xianhuang bracelet was filled with various plants collected along the way. At each place, he would carefully observe the daily lives of the locals, noting the growth habits and uses of different plants. In a tribe suffering from drought, Shinnong saw his clansmen gnawing on tree bark to stave off hunger. He squatted down, gently caressing a pale and thin child, his eyes shining with determination. Master, I want to find a way for everyone to be full. Duo Bao looked at his disciple's tender yet resolute profile and nodded with satisfaction. Under Duo Bao's guidance, Shinnong successfully found the 5-headed grain. This 5-headed grain was a divine object given to Duo Bao by Qingwei, meant to be handed to the future human emperor at the right moment. The grain heads were golden all over, each plump and emitting a faint spiritual light. When Shinnong touched the 5-headed grain, it split into 5, transforming into rice, millet, jobs tears, wheat, and beans. Chapter 219, Chapter 87. Shinnong certifies the Tao, too. The human clan obtained more food and gradually broke free from hunger. Every household had surplus grain and products. Shinnong then established markets, initiating trade by bartering goods, laying the foundation for the future commercial development of the human clan. Through Hongmeng's series of measures, the fortunes of the human clan rose steadily. As food became plentiful, the population began to grow rapidly, and the previously scattered small settlements gradually developed into large villages. However, new problems arose with the increase in population density as diseases began to spread among the people. One day, while Hongmeng was handling official business, a clansman rushed in a panic to report, "Great Lord, 3 tribes in the east have suddenly fallen ill, and dozens of people have high fevers that won't subside." Hongmeng immediately set aside his work, taking a shaman and rushing to the eastern tribes. Upon arriving in the epidemic area, Hongmeng found the situation more serious than he had imagined. The patients not only had high fevers, but also exhibited symptoms of skin sores. He immediately organized isolation and instructed the shamans to treat the patients separately. However, traditional herbal medicine proved ineffective, and seeing more and more people falling ill, Hongmeng became anxious. He had to manage various affairs in the epidemic area while also taking care of the patients day and night. Who wouldn't feel heartache for their disciple? Seeing Hongmeng suffer, Duo Bao, who had accompanied him, couldn't bear it. He turned the diluted Sanguang divine water into sweet rain and sprinkled it over the epidemic area. In no time, all the patients recovered. Chapter 220, Chapter 88. The Earth's sovereign returns to position under Duo Bao's careful care. Hongmeng gradually recovered, and after healing, he continued his journey. He traveled through mountains and rivers, tasting various plants, recording the medicinal properties of each type. Sometimes he would faint from poisoning, yet upon waking, he would insist on continuing. During this period, he met the love of his life, the daughter of the Qishui clan's leader, Ting Yao. 3 years later, when the Jade Tablet recorded over 3,000 types of herbs, Hongmeng gradually organized a complete system of herbs, which he named the Hongmeng Benqiao Jing, and began to teach the knowledge of medicine among the human tribes. He instructed his people on how to identify medicinal herbs, how to use them in combination, and how to avoid poisons. Listening was also his most capable assistant, and together they saved countless patients. Under his leadership, the human race not only solved their basic needs, but also freed themselves from the troubles of diseases. The tribes exchanged resources, and human civilization flourished even more. Soon, Hongmeng completed his mission. Hongmeng is the reincarnation of Suiren, who is specially cared for by Qingwei. Apart from suffering a bit while tasting hundreds of herbs, everything else went smoothly for him. It was much easier than it was for Fushi back then. Qingwei, of course, Hongmeng is a domesticated one, and he was personally taught by me. He is different from Fushi, who came to me on his own. Chapter 221, Chapter 89. The reincarnation of Qiyu, therefore. Qingwei planned to set the opponent of this human emperor as those demon clans stained with human blood, letting them lead the demon army to launch a large-scale attack on humanity. At that time, the human emperor would unite the various tribes of humanity, lead them to resist the invasion of the demon clan, and ultimately defeat the demons to certify his status as the human emperor. This idea was good, but war was bound to cause countless deaths, bloodshed, and broken families, which was not the outcome she wanted to see. However, if the human emperor did not return to his position for a long time, the human past fortune could not be fulfilled, and the development of humanity would be hindered, leading to an imbalance in fortune and affecting the stability of the 3 realms. After pondering for a day, Qingwei used a jade slip to contact Yu Chao, Zi, Fushi, and Hongmeng, shared her thoughts with them since this was also a matter concerning humanity, and she wanted to hear their opinions. After their discussion, the 4 reached a consensus. Fushi replied, "We agree, Your Highness. During the ancient times, the demon clan slaughtered countless of our compatriots, and a deep hatred remains unavenged. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity for the human emperor to certify his status, we can avenge our grievances while helping Xianyuan consolidate the fortune of humanity, achieving 2 goals at once." Zi added, "Your Highness, we will also secretly look after during this great war, trying to preserve the lives of our people." Chapter 222, Chapter 90. Xianyuan and Chiyo's birth. Hutu snorted coldly, waving her sleeve, and the entire underworld was suddenly filled with howling winds, and the ghostly energy surged incessantly. A dark light gathered at her fingertips, pointing deep into the void, her voice icy to the bone. "Tao of the earth, if you do not give me an explanation today, there will be no peaceful days in the underworld." From the void, A low humming sound faintly echoed, as if in response or trying to soothe. However, Hotu was not convinced. Her eyes glinted with cold light. Taiyi is my ancestral shaman of the underworld. Even if he bears the karma of humanity, it is not for you to meddle. What exactly do you intend to do? The Tao of the earth did not appear, but strands of profound Tao rhythm flowed through the underworld, as if silently conveying some message. Hotu closed her eyes to sense for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. Then she opened her eyes, her anger slightly subsiding, but still carrying a hint of coldness. So it turns out you are here to help the human path achieve completion? After a moment of silence, Hotu finally sighed. All right, since it concerns the human path, I will temporarily suppress this matter. But if there's a next time, I will definitely settle accounts with you. After her words fell, the underworld gradually calmed down, and Hotu's figure disappeared without a trace. Qingyue sensed the changes in the heavenly mechanism on Kunlun Mountain, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The time has come. Chapter 223, Chapter 91. The Struggle for the Human Emperor, 1. Although it was unclear why Taiyi was reincarnated, his arrival undoubtedly disrupted their previous plans. Subsequent discussions were necessary among Yu Chao, Zi, Fushi, Shinong, and others. To clarify the reasons behind this, Qingyue specifically contacted her sister Hotu, who was far away in the 6 realms of reincarnation. After inquiring, Qingyue learned from Hotu that all of this was orchestrated by the Tao of the earth, aiming to integrate all human fortune and promote the awakening of the human path as soon as possible. Since ancient times, the human race intermarried with the shaman clan, giving birth to many half-blood children of humans and shamans. These children were jointly recognized by both clans, thus gathering the fortunes of both. Taiyi was the strongest among the half-bloods. As long as the next human emperor could defeat Taiyi, he could reclaim the human fortune from them, thoroughly integrating the human fortune and laying the foundation for the awakening of the human path. However, she was simply too strong to bridge the gap between him and the next human emperor. The Tao of the earth used some means to have Taiyi reincarnate so that the victory would not be too far apart. After listening to Hotu's explanation, Qingyue understood that this was purely a historical legacy issue. Now that she understood the course of events, things would be easier to handle. Chapter 224, Chapter 92. The Struggle for the Human Emperor, 2. After Qingyue and Yu Chao, Zi, Fushi, Shinong, and others discussed again, they decided to proceed according to the original plan. However, the approach changed. Originally, they intended to use external pressure to force the tribes to unite against the demon clan. And then, with their support, Xianyuan would unify the major human tribes to resist the demon clan and ultimately certify his status as the human emperor. But now there was an additional variable, Taiyi. If Taiyi were to be made Xuanyuan's opponent, they would compete for supremacy, and the eventual victor would become the human emperor, while the loser could also become the ancestor of the human warriors. This was also a viable option. However, neither Qingyue nor Yu Chao, Zi, Fushi, Shinong, and others wanted to see infighting among humans. Humanity could die in battle, from illness or from old age, but they must not perish in internal conflict. Therefore, they ultimately decided to have Xianyuan and Taiyi each lead human warriors to combat the demon clan, determining who was more qualified to certify as the human emperor based on military achievements, casualties, and post-war reconstruction. This way, they could avoid infighting among humans and stimulate the potential of both leaders, cultivating true strong warriors for humanity. After both sides agreed, they ended the communication and returned to prepare. 20 years later, both Xianyuan and Taiyi had grown into the new generation of leaders of humanity. Chapter 225, Chapter 93. The Struggle for the Human Emperor, 3. This news quickly spread throughout the human tribes. When Taiyi learned of this matter, he was furious. He smashed the stone table beside him with a punch, and the 9 long knives in his hand emitted a piercing, buzzing sound, causing the surrounding warriors to retreat. Why should he, who led his people to expand their territories, forge weapons, and train elite warriors, and had made great contributions to humanity, be treated this way? In terms of strength and achievements, what was lacking in me? Taiyi, compared to Xianyuan, his eyes turned red, and a murderous aura surged around him like a solid substance. The 9 long knives at his waist vibrating violently, emitting a bloodthirsty buzz. The 81 warriors below felt their leader's anger and knelt on one knee in unison, shouting, "We are willing to follow our leader to seek justice." At At the same time, Xianyuan was at the altar of the Yoshiong tribe, burning incense and praying. He wore plain linen clothing and looked solemnly at the rising green smoke. Guang Chengzi stood beside him holding a whisk, softly saying, "Qiyu has a fierce temperament. This matter may be difficult to resolve amicably." Xianyuan sighed lightly. "Although he and I have different ideologies, we both seek the welfare of our people. If we could talk face to face." Just then, a scout rushed in, reporting that Qiyu was leading 30,000 human soldiers towards the ancestral land. Chapter 226. Chapter 94. Lu Er achieves great merit. 1. As soon as the words fell, thunderous cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, and the leaders of various tribes knelt on one knee to express their submission. Meanwhile, Qiyu had already returned to the camp with his army. He stood in front of the bronze casting sand table, surrounded by 81 generals standing solemnly. The area filled with red flags on the sand table was the recent gathering place of the Northern Demon Clan. The order was given, and Chiyo's voice was cold and hard as iron. All warriors should practice the new formation, and the weapon shop would forge weapons day and night. He grabbed a red flag and fiercely planted it in the center of the sand table, since they believe that benevolence and righteousness can govern the world. Let reality prove who is right and who is wrong. Who will be the next human emperor? At the same time, while Yu Chao, Zi, Fushi, Shinnong, and others secretly prepared supplies to resist the Demon Clan, as well as during the rapid growth of Xianyuan and Qiyu, Qingyue was also busy plotting against the Demon Clan. She sent the six-eared macaque to infiltrate the 10,000 Great Mountains to act as an insider. It was to adapt to circumstances and take the opportunity to incite conflicts between the Demon Clan and the Human Clan, prompting the Demon Clan to attack the Human Clan. After all, only when the Demon Clan actively attacked the Human Clan could the Human Clan occupy the moral high ground and have a legitimate reason to retaliate and eliminate them. Chapter 227. The Six-Eared Macaque's Great Contribution. 2. The nine-headed snake was the most gluttonous. When the people in the cave had eaten everything, it would go to the territories of other great demons to steal food. The six-eared macaque took advantage of this and controlled the body of the nine-headed snake to visit the caves of various demon kings one by one. Upon arriving at each cave, it used 1,000 illusion pearl to cast illusions, making the guards see the nine-headed snake bringing several small demons for a visit. The nine-headed snake relied on the strength of its powerful brother and often went to the territories of various demons to steal food. So the other demons were already used to it. They turned a blind eye and let it pass. After all, it was just some humans and livestock, right? It was simple to eat and then catch more later. Taking advantage of this convenience, in just 3 days, nearly 1 million humans from over a dozen demon territories were secretly collected into the Qianquan bag by the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque directed the nine-headed snake to the territories of weaker, great demons, specifically targeting those demon kings who had friendly relations with Shangliu. After rescuing each location, it would use the 1,000 illusion pearl to create the illusion that the nine-headed snake had eaten all the humans. Of course, there were other great demons on the island, but their strengths were not weaker than Shangliu's, and some were even stronger. They raised more humans and ate more. They might not give Shangliu face and allow the nine-headed snake to rampage in their territories. The nine-headed snake didn't dare to go, and the six-eared macaque didn't have enough confidence to rescue them, so it could only helplessly give up. Chapter 228. Exterminating the demons. Just as the horde of demons was about to invade the tribe, the ground suddenly lit up with golden formations. Oh no, it was a trap. There were traitors among the demon clan. The bat's spirit screamed and tried to escape into the sky, but was hit by a golden light and fell. The crocodile spirit turned to flee, but was entangled by vines that appeared out of nowhere. It was the soul-eating thorns created by Shinnong. My magic power. The crocodile spirit let out a terrified scream as the spiritual power within it was rapidly draining away. A dignified voice echoed in the air. You wretches harm countless humans. Fushi stood in midair holding the river map and Lo Shu, declaring, today, we will take revenge for them. As soon as the words fell, the innate 8 trigrams formation drawn by Fushi appeared on the ground, illuminating the entire area as bright as day. Look! The wolf spirit suddenly pointed at the center of the tribe, where Yu Chao was walking slowly with a giant axe, each step shaking the ground. Behind him followed 300 cultivators holding long swords, each with flames of vengeance burning in their eyes. Zi also emerged from the shadows, her threads gleaming coldly in the moonlight. These threads are woven from the hair of the humans you harmed. With a flick of her finger, countless threads suddenly tightened, instantly slicing several small demons into pieces. Chapter 229. The Death of the Nine-Headed Snake. 1. Are you crazy? The green lion's spirit howled in pain and struggled, but saw a trace of sinister intent flash in the nine-headed snake's eyes. Good brother, lend me your demon core. The nine-headed snake's poisonous fangs suddenly exerted force, and the green lion spirit's demon body shriveled at a visible speed. It struggled madly, but saw the head in the middle of the nine-headed snake suddenly split open, and with a blood-curdling mouth, it forcibly tore out and swallowed the green lion spirit's demon core. Boom! The violent demon power exploded within the nine-headed snake, and its 9 heads simultaneously howled at the sky, with blood light bursting from the gaps in its scales. The wounds began to heal rapidly, and where its tail swept across, mountains and rocks shattered, forcibly tearing a larger gap in the soul-locking Great Formation. The recovering 9-headed snake did not choose to confront them head-on, but suddenly whipped its thick tail, stirring up a cloud of sand and stones to obscure vision. It immediately escaped through the gap. The 9-headed snake wasn't foolish. It had noticed that the strongest among them had yet to make a move. If they did, its life would be forfeit today. The remaining demons, seeing the 9-headed snake flee, also turned into black smoke and scattered in all directions. However, just as they were about to rush out of the gap, Fushi finally moved. He pressed his hands against the strings of the Fushi chain, and with a clear sound, ripples of sound spread out. Chapter 230. The Death of the Nine-Headed Snake. 2. But before the two could worry for long, Taiyi took out the 9-headed snake's spine and used the secret methods of the witch clan to forge it into 9 uniquely shaped long knives. Then he precisely stabbed the tip of each knife into the 7 inches of the snake's head. The blood patterns on the knife blades suddenly shone like the scorching sun, refining the demon's soul within. Taiyi held the 9 newly forged demon knives, and as the blood patterns flowed on the blades, they emitted a buzzing sound, faintly echoing the 9-headed snake's wails. Satisfied, he lightly flicked the blades, and amidst the crisp sounds of metal striking metal, those wails gradually transformed into whimpers of submission. Good weapons. He crossed 2 of them behind his back while the remaining 7 floated around him, like bloodthirsty guards. A thunderous drumbeat suddenly resonated from the direction of the Geely tribe, and 81 bare-chested warriors rushed over. The leader saw the ground covered in snake corpses, and the eyes of everyone looking at Taiyi grew even more fervent. The warriors knelt on one knee, pounded their chests with their right hands in salute, and shouted, "Leader is mighty." Countless birds were startled into flight in the distant mountains and forests, and the smell of blood in the air attracted several vultures to circle above. But they hurriedly fled upon sensing the powerful aura remaining on the battlefield. Brothers, let us carry this snake demon's corpse back. Tonight, we shall hold a victory feast. Taiyi raised his arm and shouted, and the 9 demon knives returned to their sheaths in response. The warriors cheered as they lifted the snake corpse, the scales of the snake scraping against the ground, making an unpleasant sound. Chapter 231. Infighting among the demon kings. 1. At the same time, a deafening toad croak came from the eastern marshes, as the 3-legged golden toad king soared into the sky amidst the poisonous mist. Its back was covered with countless pus-filled blisters that exploded one after another, splattering venom that corroded passing birds into white bones. My dear grandson, everywhere it passed. Even the air turned an eerie purple-green. On the western side, the earth began to tremble, and the mountain pig demon king shouldered a giant bone club, leaving enormous footprints on the ground with each step. That little brat is only 3,000 years old. Tears hung from the mountain pig's tusks. I only went to eat a few human children to strengthen myself. Before it could finish speaking, it swung the bone club and smashed half a mountain peak. If I don't get an explanation today, old pig will tear down your den of 1,000 poisons. The pressure from the 17 kings caused the heavens and earth to change color, and the vegetation within 1,000 miles withered completely. Just as the tension reached its peak, the stone door of the cave suddenly exploded, and amidst the flying debris, 9 giant serpents entwined in poisonous mist burst forth. Xiang Lu's true form coiled atop the skull throne, his 9 pairs of snake eyes coldly scanning the demon kings, each head exhaling different-colored poisonous flames. My brother has also died, and since you all have come to seek justice, why not join me in attacking the human tribes and settling blood debts with blood? Chapter 232. Chapter 100. Infighting among the Demon Kings 2. The two of them toasted and enjoyed their drinks. After several rounds of dishes and drinks, old AO, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me? I remember back then when I asked you to go out for a walk, you wouldn't move an inch. That was all in the past. Now I have successfully transformed and am following beside Lady Qingwei. The lady saw that I had been trapped in the cave for too long, my Dao heart covered in dust, and that I needed to experience the world to break through my bottleneck. She specially sent me down the mountain to travel, and here I am. I've come to see you. Gue Xian put down his wine cup, a look of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. Gue Ming, the old ancestor, showed a hint of interest upon hearing this. I have long heard of the lady's reputation. Old AO, being able to follow beside her now is indeed not a small blessing. As Gue Ming spoke, a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. Gue Xian chuckled lightly. Being able to follow beside the lady is the greatest fortune in my life. Suddenly, Gue Xian's expression turned serious, and he reminded, old friend, things aren't peaceful here lately. No matter who calls you, you should decline. Why is that? Gue Ming suddenly sat up straight and inquired. Gue Xian pondered for a moment, but ultimately did not tell him. Seeing this, Gue Ming did not ask further. In the world of the primordial chaos, he knew well what could be said and what could not. What could be known and what could not be known was the same. Chapter 233. Chapter 101. The demon scheme. The fox charm played by Gue Xian quickly eased the tense atmosphere in the room. She lightly waved a fan made of human bones, her gaze carrying a hint of seduction as she spoke. Instead of fighting here, why not join forces to give the human race an unforgettable lesson? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the cave shifted dramatically. The demon kings all showed signs of contemplation. Even the irritable Qing Lion King fell silent. Xiang Lu's 9 heads slightly swayed, surrounded by poisonous mist, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The current human race is not like the human race of ancient times. Not only do they have 2 mixed Yuan golden immortals stationed, but they also have Lady Qingwei backing them, making them hesitant to act recklessly. Otherwise, they would have already attacked the human race to avenge their juniors, and they wouldn't have come to Xiang Lu to seek justice. Gue Xian, being wise, quickly saw through their thoughts. Noticing this, the fox charm's lips curled into a barely noticeable cold smile. Are you all afraid? She deliberately elongated her tone, as her fan lightly waved, scattering points of phosphorescence. Although the human race has strong figures, our demon race also has 3 quasi-saint powers. Moreover, she suddenly lowered her voice, covering her red lips with her fan. That one who has been stationed at Kunlun Mountain, meditating on the Tao and rarely concerned with worldly affairs. If we act quickly, there may still be an opportunity. Chapter 234. Chapter 102. The conflict between humans and demons. 1. After the demons left, Gue Xian immediately contacted the 6-eared macaque. After some communication, they decided to work both openly and covertly to incite the demons' hatred towards the human race. However, they couldn't let the demons attack the human race too soon, as the current strength of the human race was still somewhat weak and not fully prepared. Of course, they wouldn't help the human race, nor would they help the demon race. Once the war between the 2 races was instigated, they could withdraw successfully and leave the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, and the plan progressed very smoothly, all unfolding as Qingwei had envisioned. At this moment, Qingwei was half-dressed, leaning against the edge of the bath, her delicate fingers lightly brushing against the petals floating on the water surface. The scene inside the 1,000 Fox Cave was reflected in the water mirror before her. A slight smile played at the corners of her mouth, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. Next, these wretches must pay the price for their past actions. Afterward, Qingwei sent a message to Gue Xian and the 6-eared macaque, instructing them to directly inform Yu Chao, Ziyi Fushi, and Shin Nong about the intelligence they had gathered and the progress of their plans, without needing to report back to her. This battle was not only a revenge for the human race against the demon race, but also a crucial battle to prove themselves to the beings of the primordial chaos. It must be led by the human race itself. Chapter 235. The conflict between humans and demons. 2. Within 2 years of Xian Yuan becoming the common master of the human race, due to the external threat of the demon race, Xian Yuan quickly unified the various tribes of the human race in order to better and faster convey and implement policies. He established an official system named after clouds and created a historical officer system, forming a preliminary national governance structure. He also invented footwear and ordered Sangjia to create characters. He promoted well-digging techniques to solve water issues and formulated various social rituals, including funerary rites, to construct an early ethical system. However, the good times did not last long. 2 years after Xianyuan became the common master of the human race, the war between humans and demons completely erupted. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, within the 1,000 Fox Cave, led by the 3 great demon lords, various demon kings gathered on both sides, discussing how to deal with the human race. The cave was illuminated by flickering flames, reflecting the fierce faces of the demons, and the air was thick with tension and murderous intent. After 3 days and nights of discussion, it was finally decided that in half a month, each of the 3 great demon lords would lead a team, splitting into 3 routes to simultaneously attack the human race's territory, striking with overwhelming force to crush the still-growing human race in its cradle. After the meeting ended, the demon lords and various demon kings left one after another, leaving only the fox charm, played by Gue Xian, in the 1,000 Fox Cave. Chapter 236, Chapter 104. The conflict between humans and demons. 3. The Blood Moon Wolf Lord led 6 major demon kings, 24 minor demon kings, and tens of millions of demon soldiers charging from the north, leaving withered grass and cracked earth in their wake. They were the first to step into the human race's border, unaware that they had fallen into a carefully laid trap. When the demon army entered the territory of the human race, the waiting Taiyi raised his blood knife, shouting to the 81 warriors, "Form ranks. Let these beasts experience the might of the Jiuli warriors." Taiyi rode atop a beast of iron, leading the charge, wielding a large knife as if entering a realm devoid of demons, and where he passed, demon heads rolled. The 81 brothers followed closely behind, forming the Jiuli battle array, resembling a sharp blade piercing straight into the demon army's heart. The Wu clan warriors were even more ferocious. Every swing of their weapons raised a mist of blood, making the usually cruel demon soldiers appear like lambs awaiting slaughter before them. Blood stained the entire plain. Seeing the situation turned dire, the mountain pig demon king attempted to flee, but was caught up by Taiyi in a single stride and cleaved in half with a single blow. Witnessing this, the Blood Moon Wolf Lord let out a furious roar and pounced toward Taiyi. The Blood Moon Wolf Lord was a quasi-saint capable of killing 2 corpses. This strike, even without using all his strength, still bore 50% of his power, far beyond what the newly entered Luo Golden Immortal Taiyi could withstand. At this critical moment, a golden light descended from the sky, and Fushi effortlessly intercepted this fatal blow. Chapter 237, Chapter 105. Xianyuan proves the Tao. The human soldiers bathed in this golden aura felt a surge of power coursing through their bodies, their weapons radiating a faint golden light. They chased after the fleeing demon race like tigers entering a flock of sheep, staining the sky with demon blood. At this moment, the powerful beings across the primordial chaos, watching the live broadcast through jade slips, changed color. They no longer saw the human race as prey awaiting slaughter, but as a rising new overlord. Xianyuan looked at the battlefield scene, a light smile on her lips. After this battle, the pattern of the primordial world would be completely rewritten. Xianyuan lightly tapped the jade slip with her fingertip, and the image of Xianyuan holding the slaughter-witch sword was enlarged and frozen in place, with golden luck coiling around the sword like a dragon or snake. With every demon killed, the human luck grew stronger, while the demon luck diminished. Wherever the human sword pointed, the demon army collapsed like a tide. The once lofty demon kings finally showed fear in their eyes. This is the backlash of luck. Back then, we fed on the human race. Now we are being devoured by the human race's luck. A demon king screamed in terror, but his voice was drowned out by the deafening sounds of battle. He fled in panic, but it was too late. The last thing he saw was a gigantic headless body crashing down. It was his own demon body. His head was severed by Xuanyuan's sword, tracing a tragic arc in the air. Chapter 238. The Return of the Human Emperor. 1. In terms of governance, I may not be as good as you, but I have managed the Jiuli tribe well, making it prosperous. In terms of combat, I am even more valiant, having repelled demon invasions multiple times and achieved great military merits. Why did Shinnong choose you instead of me? But now I understand. Because you carry the hopes of the human race in your heart, and not just your own tribe. The human race should not be divided into Jiu, Li, or Xiong. When the demons rampaged, the fallen warriors shed the same blood. Qi looked seriously into Xuanyuan's eyes. So Xianyuan, I recognize your identity as a human. Xianyuan was slightly taken aback, then cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your recognition, Brother Qiyu. I will continue to work hard. Qiyu snorted lightly and then said, But don't be too happy. I will not give up the position of human emperor. You must defeat me to become the human emperor. Xianyuan laughed heartily upon hearing this, startling the night birds resting in the forest. He stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and a strong battle intent ignited in his eyes. Good. Once our injuries are healed, let us have a fair match in the Zhuolu wilderness. It's a deal. Xianyuan took off the wine pouch from his waist and tossed it to him, saying, Come, try this. It's a 1,000-year-old brew from Kunlun Mountain that I begged my master for a long time to get. Chapter 239. The Return of the Human Emperor 2. On this day, Xianyuan and Qiyu arrived at the Zhuolu wilderness at the same time. Both arrived alone, without bringing anyone else. On the vast plain, the morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the dewdrops on the grass blades sparkled with tiny lights in the morning sun. The two stood 10 zhang apart, their gazes meeting like lightning in the air. Xianyuan unsheathed the sword at his waist, solemnly inserting it into the ground. There was no need for the slaughter which soared in this battle, and it should not be pointed at human compatriots. Qiyu was taken aback upon hearing this, then jumped off his mount, Hua Hua. With a thought, the 9 large knives at his waist and back flew out and were all inserted into the ground. Since you're not using the slaughter witch sword, then I will not use my mount or weapons either. Qiyu patted Hua Hua's neck, and Hua Hua barked and ran off to a distance. Xianyuan took a deep breath, a faint golden light radiating from his body. Brother Qiyu, please give me guidance. Qiyu grinned, his muscles tensed, and the veins on his bronze skin bulged. Just as I wish. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Guang Qingzi occupied the best vantage point to watch the battle. Following Qing Yu's instructions, he used a jade slip to record their combat scenes. Beside him was Duo Bao, who had come down to join the excitement. He squatted on a treetop, a blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Now, this is interesting. Chapter 240. The Return of the Human Emperor 3. Xianyuan, the human of the human race, unified all tribes and ended tribal division. He invented boats and carts, made footwear, built palaces, established a calendar to guide agriculture, and ordered Song Jie to create writing. Now that his merits are complete, he should become the human emperor. After Qing Yu announced this, the Kongtong seal emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Xianyuan. In an instant, golden light filled the sky, celestial music resounded. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, auspicious clouds swirled, and boundless merits descended. Through this merit, Xuanyuan's realm skyrocketed, reaching the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. As Xuanyuan's master and the human emperor, Guang Qingzi also received a large amount of merit, and his cultivation reached the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. After Qing Yu arrived, she also conferred Qi Yu as the ancestor of the human soldiers. Qi Yu of the human race improved metal smelting technology, refined farming tools, invented weapons, and created battle formations. His achievements were remarkable, and he should be the ancestor of the human soldiers. Since talking with the ancestral witch, Qi Yu had also realized that the witch clan was his family, and so was the human race. He would protect the witch clan and also safeguard the human race. The ancestral witches fully supported Qi Yu's decision, with just one small request, that Qi Yu bring back more meat every time he returned, as the Blood Sea was barren and there were few living beings to eat. Chapter 241. The Human Emperor's Sword After the 3 Left. Qi Yu picked up the 9 large knives stuck in the ground and jumped onto the bear. He enthusiastically invited Xianyuan. Let us go drink. Today, the Jiuli tribe has plenty of strong liquor. Xianyuan responded joyfully, picked up the slaughter witch sword, and followed closely behind. At the Jiuli tribe's bonfire banquet, the girls and boys danced boldly. The drums sounded like thunder, and the firelight reflected the joy on everyone's faces. Xianyuan took the wine bowl that Qi Yu handed him. The amber liquid shimmered enticingly in the firelight. He raised it high and drank it all at once, a warm current rushing down his throat and spreading through his limbs. He exclaimed, "This is good wine." Qi Yu laughed heartily upon hearing this and filled his cup again. This Jiuli strong liquor is brewed from 1,000-year spirit fruits. It has a strong kick. Xianyuan was not to be outdone. downing 3 large bowls in a row, prompting cheers from the surrounding Julie warriors. Seeing this, Qiyu shouted, "Good." Xianyuan is indeed straightforward. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, both of their faces were flushed with drunkenness. Xianyuan looked at Qiyu across the table and suddenly felt a rush of warmth, saying, "Brother Qiyu, how about we swear brotherhood? From now on, we will share our hearts and lives." Qiyu was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "Good. Today Qiyu, recognize you as my brother." Chapter 242, 2 rolling balls. At this moment, Duo Bao rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon seeing the cub in Qingyu's arms, his eyes lit up. "Master, this is the one I wanted, right?" He reached out to take it. Qingyu stepped aside, raising an eyebrow. "What's the rush? Bring me the 9-turn golden elixirs first." Duo Bao instantly showed a cat-like, distressed expression, pulling out 3 jade bottles from his sleeve, his face full of pain as he handed them to Qiyu. "This is my savings from 300 years." After seeing Qiyu take the jade bottles, Qingyu finally handed over the cub in her arms to him, who knew that the little guy, upon entering Duo Bao's embrace, immediately struggled to jump down, baring its teeth and growling at him. Duo Bao hurriedly held it, smiling wryly. "Little ancestor, I traded 3 bottles of golden elixirs for you. Can you show me some respect?" Qiyu burst into laughter upon seeing this. It seems this little one recognizes its master. Saying this, Qiyu handed over the other cub in his arms to Qingyu. "Your Highness, this one is specially picked for you. It is the most gentle and well-behaved." Qingyu received the cub, and the little guy immediately affectionately rubbed against her cheek, emitting a satisfied purring sound. Qingyu's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she softly said, "You really know how to win people's favor." After bidding farewell to Qingyu turned to walk towards the Chonglu Palace, cradling the young cub in her arms, while Duo Bao followed behind, the little one still squirming and messing up his robe. Chapter 243, Chapter 111. The 3 pure ones emerged from seclusion. Time passed quickly. On this day, the Sanqing Palace, which had been silent for a long time, finally showed signs of activity. Qingyu sensed the familiar fluctuation of spiritual power and immediately flashed to the front of the Sanqing Palace. The primordial 5 elements flag had already been put away by her. The grand doors of the Sanqing Palace swung open with a loud bang. 3 Taoists, an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and a young man emerged from within. They were the long-unseen 3 pure ones. Laozi was dressed in a plain robe embroidered with mysterious yin-yang fish patterns. His hair and beard were all white, yet his face was peaceful, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. His gaze was deep as a chasm, seemingly able to see through all things in the world. Each step he took appeared in harmony with the rhythm of nature. Yuan Shi stood tall, wearing a Taoist crown and draped in a celestial robe, exuding a cool and detached aura, surrounded by a faint celestial energy that highlighted his authority with every gesture. His eyes were stern, as if he could discern all truths and illusions in the world. But a trace of gentleness flickered in his gaze upon seeing Qingyu. Tong Tian was also tall and robust, clad in a green Taoist robe that fluttered in the wind, with faint runes shimmering on his sleeves, emanating a sharp and powerful aura. His eyes sparkled like cold stars, and his presence was as sharp as ever, seemingly able to break through all shackles of the universe. Chapter 244, Chapter 112. The 3 pure ones achieved the Tao of Hunyuan, facing the 7th thunderbolt of calamity. Tong Tian's eyes flashed with seriousness. He clasped his hands together, and the sword formation above his head instantly shrank, transforming into a massive green longsword. The sword shimmered with a fierce sword energy, pointing directly at the vortex above. Under Tong Tian's command, the green long sword shot towards the calamity thunder, its light shattering, the thunder light dissipating. Tong Tian's figure stood firm amidst the explosive aftermath, surrounded by a swirling sword energy, exuding an overwhelming momentum. The residual power of the 7th thunderbolt had not yet faded when a deafening roar echoed from the chaos. The 8th thunderbolt was already brewing in the vortex, and within the purple-black lightning, the patterns of the great Tao's laws faintly emerged, as if to completely annihilate the one undergoing the tribulation. This time, the calamity thunder transformed into 3 giant dragons, each containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, charging towards the 3 pure ones. The Taiyi diagram suddenly expanded, transforming into a sun and moon wheel that blocked the sky, slowly rotating above Laozi's head, with the yin and yang energies flowing incessantly, resisting the onslaught of the calamity thunder. The yin-yang wheel collided with the thunder dragons, erupting in blinding light, tearing apart the chaotic energy and shaking the void. Laozi staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet remained composed, continuously forming seals with his hands. The brilliance of the Taiyi diagram grew ever more dazzling, ultimately wearing down the power of the thunder dragons bit by bit. Chapter 245, Chapter 113. The Three Pure Ones discuss the canonization of gods. 1. After achieving the Tao, the Three Pure Ones returned to Sanxian Island with their disciples. Immediately after successfully achieving the Tao, the Three Pure Ones went to visit their master, Hongmeng, on Yujing Mountain, at the Zixiao Palace. The mountain was shrouded in immortal mist, and the palace was layered with clouds, making it nearly impossible for ordinary beings to approach without the owner's permission. However, the Three Pure Ones held a special status, evidently not falling under this restriction. Before long, they arrived in front of the Zixiao Palace. Laozi slightly raised his hand and lightly knocked on the palace door, a crisp sound echoing in the tranquil mountain. After a moment, the palace doors slowly opened, and a gentle light spilled out from within. The Three Pure Ones adjusted their robes and respectfully stepped into the palace. Inside, Hongmeng sat atop a cloud platform, emanating a deep and mysterious aura. The Three Pure Ones hurriedly approached to pay their respects, speaking in unison, "Disciples greet Master." Hongmeng nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze, and slowly spoke, "You have achieved Hunyuan, which is both the favor of the great Tao and your own hard work. I hope you will uphold the great Tao and protect the Hongwang in the future." The Three Pure Ones responded in unison, "We will obey Master's teachings. We will do our utmost for the stability of the Hongwang." Hongmeng revealed a slight smile, waving his sleeve to produce 3 spheres of light, which contained his insights and experiences over the years, hoping they would be of help to them. As he spoke, the spheres of light slowly floated towards the Three Pure Ones. Chapter 246, Chapter 114. The Three Pure Ones discuss the canonization of gods. 2. Once one realizes the true self, what is there to fear from old shackles? Breaking the old shackles, today one knows who they are. The Three Pure Ones were enveloped in a growing brilliance, manifesting the shadow of Pangu amidst the thunder tribulation. At the same time, they understood that the great Tao not only tested their cultivation, but also their Tao heart. They saw the shadow of Pangu slowly raise its hand amidst the thunderlight, the edge of the Pangu axe slicing through the river of fate, shattering all images of predetermined futures. This severed their fateful shackles, and the Three Pure Ones took their first step towards transcendence. The Three Pure Ones stayed inside for a very long time, long enough that they lost track of time themselves, but outside, only a brief moment had passed. When the thunderclouds dispersed, the Three Pure Ones emerged, having successfully achieved the Tao of Hunyuan. They also saw Qing Yu, and when the Three Pure Ones saw her again, they felt as if it had been an eternity. However, the 3 of them tacitly chose not to tell Qing Yu about what had happened, not wanting her to become involved and unwittingly entangled in karma. Even though they all knew that Qing Yu was the only variable in this matter and the key to breaking the shackles of fate. Accomplishing all this was no easy task. Qing Yu was their beloved little sister, who had helped them immensely, and they owed her far too much. Chapter 247, Chapter 115. The Three Pure Ones discuss the canonization of gods. 3. Yuan Shi snorted coldly. "Our little sister has always been meticulous. This jade slip, as a medium for communication among the disciples of the 3 teachings, naturally requires protection. But you always so careless. What kind of behavior is that?" Tong Tian, upon hearing this, was not angry, but instead smiled as he leaned towards Yuan Shi. "Second brother, you're right. By the way, our little sister's array skills have indeed improved significantly. Even I fell for it." Laozi lightly coughed to interrupt their bickering. "All right, let's not mention the jade slip for now. Since the disciples are getting along well, we shouldn't interfere too much. Next, let us discuss the matter of canonizing gods. Now, all disciples of the 3 teachings are virtuous individuals. If we forcefully make them undergo tribulation, it would make us, as their teachers, seem unkind. However, we must also be wary of those who are disloyal and may betray the teachings in the future." Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he nodded. What elder brother says is very true. How about this? Let us each provide a list, categorizing them into 3 types. Those with deep roots and good character will be one category, and we must protect them and ensure their safety during the tribulation. Those with shallow foundations and poor character will be another category, allowing them to undergo trials in the canonization battle. If they can change for the better, we will give them a chance. If they remain obstinate, they will face their tribulation in due time. Chapter 248, Chapter 116. The birth of the Yu in the blink of an eye, for the 5 emperors had already emerged. In Qin, you had also conferred titles to 4 human emperors, Zhuansu, Diku, Yao, and Shun. Now, only the last of the 5 emperors, Yu, remained. Gun was the husband of Nuwa, and he was assigned by Shun to control the floods, leaving behind only the pregnant Yoxin. Not long after Gun left, Jinling, following the guidance of the talisman, found Yoxin. At this time, Yoxin had finished her household chores and, as usual, was sitting quietly at the door, gazing into the distance, waiting for Gun's return. Gun often went out to manage the waters, and each time he left, it would be for a long time. Yoxin had only spent 5 days with Gun. Now, Gun had gone out to manage the waters again, and this time it had been over 4 months. Yoxin had gotten used to waiting for Gun's return every day. She originally thought she would return disappointed today, but unexpectedly, she was greeted by a beautiful fairy. Jinling's garments flowed elegantly, her brows and eyes like a painting, surrounded by a faint aura of immortality, which was incongruous with the humble thatched cottage. "May I ask what brings you here, fairy?" Yoxin asked cautiously, unconsciously placing her hand on her slightly rounded abdomen. Jinling smiled gently, her gaze falling on Yoxin's belly. Noticing the purple aura swirling around, faintly hearing the sound of a dragon's roar, and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. This should be the person she was destined to assist in becoming the emperor of humanity. Chapter 249. Jinling accepts a disciple. Jinling handed a swaddled infant to the exhausted Yoxin and took out a crystal-clear elixir, the Guyuan Dan, which could help the lady restore her vitality. After Yoxin took the medicine, she immediately felt a warm flow surge through her limbs, and her complexion visibly became rosy. She looked at the sleeping baby in her arms and softly said, "Please, fairy, bestow a name upon my child." Jinling gazed thoughtfully at the lingering auspicious clouds outside the window and mused, "Heaven bestows auspicious signs. The purple aura comes from the east. This child should inherit the virtues of water and soil, continuing his father's legacy of managing the waters. Let us name him Yu, to continue his father's work and symbolize the peaceful management of water and soil." Yoxin softly repeated the name Yu, her eyes sparkling with warmth. She lowered her head to gently stroke the baby's tender face, murmuring, "What a good name. May he truly fulfill the fairy's words and complete his father's unfinished business. I will stay here temporarily to protect him, and when he turns 3, I will begin to teach him the ways of governing the country and ensuring peace." Meanwhile, far away in Yushan, Gun seemed to sense something and looked up towards home. He saw a golden light descending from the clouds amid the swirling purple aura, precisely enveloping the house where Yoxin was. Gun murmured to himself, "My son has been born." His eyes were filled with both comfort and deep guilt. Chapter 250. Taiyi proclaims the Tao. 1. After bidding farewell to Yoxin, Jinling and Yu headed to Yushan to find Gun. After all, Emperor Shun had ordered Gun to assist his son in continuing the flood management efforts. And now that Yu had come of age, having mastered the techniques of flood management, it was time for the father and son to complete this great task for humanity together. Jinling rode on clouds, bringing Yu to Yushan, where they found Gun. Gun lived in a simple thatched hut deep in Yushan. Emperor Shun, considering that Gun's son was the next human emperor, took special care of him, occasionally sending people to deliver supplies. Under Emperor Shun's care, although Gun's hair had long turned gray, he remained spirited and his eyes bright. He had never given up on the belief in flood management. He studied water veins every day and calculated flood management methods every night. With the walls of his hut covered in river charts drawn with charcoal and the ground piled with miniature terrain models made of clay. Even the pottery bowl he used for meals contained different colored fine sand to simulate the flow of water. When Jinling's clouds descended in front of the hut, Gun was squatting by a stream beside the hut, adjusting a delicate water gate model. Hearing the commotion, he slowly raised his head, and upon seeing the familiar features of the young man, Gun's eyes instantly turned red. Those eyes truly resembled those of his wife, Yoxin. Chapter 251. Taiyi proclaims the Tao. 2. Following the direction pointed by his son, Gun's brows gradually furrowed. Years of experience in flood management allowed him to immediately identify the problem. The riverbed was silted, and the water flow was obstructed. If not addressed promptly, there would surely be a breach during this year's flood season. Jinling nodded in approval, saying, "Although I have taught you the techniques of flood management over the years, your practical experience is ultimately more extensive." As they spoke, the clouds had already landed by the Yellow River. The villagers, who had received news in advance, were waiting there and knelt to pay their respects upon seeing the three of them descend. An elderly man with white hair stepped out from the crowd, trembling as he held a bamboo slip. "My lord, this is the water situation record from the past decade." You took the bamboo slip and reviewed it with his father, discussing how to manage the flood. The father and son quickly formulated a flood management plan. They exchanged smiles, their understanding as if they had been partners for many years. Gun turned to the crowd of onlookers and said, "There is no need to panic. We already have a plan." In the days that followed, the father and son led the people in construction day and night. Gun put his years of research into practice, while he used the techniques taught by Jinling to assist. They dug new river channels, built sturdy dikes, and set up intricate water gates at critical points. Chapter 252. Taiyi proclaims the Tao. 3. Nu Jiao smiled sweetly, her 9 tails gently swaying. Not at all, it was merely a coincidence. Besides, I gained merit afterward and advanced in cultivation. She winked playfully and said, "What about you? Quickly tell me how you once wreaked havoc as an evil flood dragon." "That's a long story. Then make it short. That year, I was with my master. Since that night, the relationship between the two grew increasingly close. Nu Jiao discovered that although Yu was the leader of the human race, he was never arrogant and always treated ordinary people with kindness. Yu was amazed by Nu Jiao's vast knowledge. She not only excelled in spells, but also had extensive studies in astronomy, geography, medicine, and divination. As the flood management project progressed, the tacit understanding between Yu and Nu Jiao increased day by day. Their feelings were noticed by Jinling and the leader of the Tushan clan. Seeing that the two were well matched, Jinling secretly acted as a matchmaker. Moreover, Nu Jiao was the princess of the Tushan 9-tailed fox clan, destined to inherit the leader's position. So there was no need to worry about her being unable to handle the fate and being harmed by it. One day, Jinling called Yu over and meaningfully said, "Disciple, I see that you and that Tushan Nu Jiao are quite compatible. The 9-tailed fox clan is an ancient demon clan, and if you can form a bond with the human race, it will benefit both clans." Chapter 253. Subduing Wuziki Gue Xian smiled and said, "The water vein of Tongbai Mountain secretly aligns with the 8 trigrams. I can assist you in stabilizing the water eye." He manifested an image of a turtle shell in his palm, vaguely revealing the contours of the mountains and rivers. The 6-eared macaque scratched his ear, playing with the iron rod in his hand. "Wuziki and I are both part of the 4 chaotic monkeys. I would like to meet him and see whose abilities are greater." Hearing this, Yu was overjoyed and clasped his hands, saying, "With the assistance of both of you, this matter will surely be accomplished with half the effort." Jinling nodded slightly and said to Gue Xian and 6-eared, "In that case, let us set out immediately." The group set off at once, heading straight for the depths of Tongbai Mountain. Along the way, Gue Xian used the turtle shell to deduce the direction of the water veins and quickly pinpointed Wuziki's hiding place. Yu and Nu Jiao followed Gue Xian's instructions to divert the floodwaters, cutting off Wuziki's source of power. The 6-eared macaque perked up his ears, carefully listening to the sounds in the mountains, and suddenly shouted, "Quickly retreat. He is just below the deep pool ahead." No sooner had he spoken than the pool suddenly erupted, and a green shadow shot up into the sky. Wuziki stood on the waves, his snow-white teeth glaring, golden eyes flashing like lightning, holding a 4-seas iron rod, glaring at the crowd, his voice like thunder. "Why are you destroying my home and disturbing my cultivation?" Chapter 254. Chapter 122. The return of Emperor Yu after the matter of Wuziki came to an end. You continued to lead the people in opening mountains and digging canals. With everyone's united efforts, the great undertaking of flood control was completed in just 3 years. The once rampant floods transformed into gentle streams, rushing into the sea along the newly opened river channels. The human race was also freed from the disaster of water. The people rejoiced, singing and dancing with joy. Yu's success in controlling the floods earned him the support of the masses and countless followers. Seeing this, Emperor Shun also emulated his predecessors and abdicated the position of the human race's supreme leader to Taiyi. The same location, the same process, only the people were different. In the presence of everyone, Emperor Shun personally handed over the mysterious jade, symbolizing the position of the human race's supreme leader, Taiyi. After that, he went to the ancestral land of the human race, silently guarding the people alongside others. You took the jade, filled with mixed emotions. He understood that this was not just a transfer of power, but also a continuation of responsibility. He turned to face the thousands of citizens, raised the jade high, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, thanks to the trust of Emperor Shun, Taiyi will not disappoint the people's expectations and will protect the prosperity of our human race." The people applauded and cheered loudly. Nu Jiao stood at the front of the crowd, her eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. She softly murmured, "Husband, you have finally done it." After the coronation ceremony, Yu devoted himself to governance and implemented new policies. Chapter 255, Chapter 123, The Awakening of Humanity in the Purple Cloud Palace. Looking at Qingyue's actions, Hongjuan's eyes were filled with satisfaction. On the western Shumi Mountain, Jane and Juni thought, "Sister, your high virtues continue to guide your disciples and develop the West." On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi stroked his beard and nodded, while Yuanshi praised him. And Tong Tian laughed loudly. Little sister's actions should serve as a model for the Hongwang. Nuwa looked towards the direction of the 9 provinces. Her fingertips, surrounded by the energy of creation, sighed lightly, and a red embroidered ball blossomed with radiant light. A force of fate quietly integrating into the fortunes of the human race. At this moment, in the heavenly court, Hao Hian gazed down at the realm, observing the flourishing fortunes of the human race, secretly calculating how to appropriate them for himself. Everyone present was shocked. Shinnong couldn't help but step forward. "Master Uncle, what are you?" Qingyue smiled slightly. "The human race can now stand on its own. It is time for this holy master to retire." Then, Qingyue's figure gradually faded in the golden light, leaving behind a lingering voice in the heavens and earth. The human race must strive for self-improvement. Fushi looked in the direction she disappeared, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He turned to everyone and said, "Though the Holy Master is gone, her will endures. We must remember her teachings. The human race must strive unceasingly and stand proudly in the Hongwang." Chapter 256, Chapter 124, A Family State, 1. The heavenly Tao fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The calamity indeed seemed a reasonable explanation. As the embodiment of the rules of Hongwang, it could naturally sense the signs of an impending calamity. Since the creation of heaven and earth, calamities have been an inevitable cycle, each accompanied by a reshuffling of the heavenly and earthly patterns. If what Hongjun said is true, it could explain the unease in its heart. "Hongjun, you have reminded this heavenly Tao." The voice of the heavenly Tao carried a hint of contemplation. This calamity was indeed unusual, even making the heavenly Tao feel a sense of strangeness. Seeing the heavenly Tao being swayed by himself, Hongjun felt secretly pleased but still maintained a respectful demeanor. The heavenly Tao is wise. However, I believe that while calamities are part of fate, if we can provide some guidance, perhaps we can reduce unnecessary losses. Then tell me, how should we guide it? Hongjun lightly waved his dust, and a scroll of Hongwang appeared in the void, stating that the onset of calamity is due to entangled causes and effects, with karma hard to dissipate. If part of the cause could be resolved in advance, it might lighten the calamity. The heavenly Tao stared at the scroll, deep in thought. If this is the case, I will leave it to you to handle. The old Tao will do his utmost. Hongjun bowed in response. After the heavenly Tao departed, subtle ripples arose in the space within the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 257, Chapter 125, A Family State, 2. The month-long period quickly arrived, and leaders from various human tribes gathered in the capital to discuss the new supreme leader of the human race. During this time, Yu's son Qi traveled between the tribes, secretly winning people's hearts. He inherited the wisdom and courage of the Yu in flood control, adding a bit of political maneuvering. Whenever the night was quiet, Qi would stand alone in front of the Holy Master Hall, gazing at the square seal in Qingyue's hands, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His father was too conservative. Qi traced the carved words on the stone tablet in front of the hall, repeatedly rubbing his fingertips over the words self-improvement, believing that the so-called abdication was merely a modest phrase from the strong. If the human race truly wanted to rise, they should establish an unchanging legacy for generations. On the day of the council, everyone jointly nominated you, son Qi, to which you solemnly said, "Everyone, this is not appropriate. Although Qi is my son." The abdication system prioritizes talent over bloodlines. If we abandon public interest for personal reasons, wouldn't it contradict the Holy Master's teachings? Let's choose someone else. Upon hearing this, Qi's eyes flashed with a shadow, but he quickly replaced it with a humble smile and stepped forward. "Father, you are right. My qualifications are indeed insufficient for such a heavy responsibility. How about we let the tribes nominate capable individuals again?" Chapter 258, Chapter 126, A Family State 3. Back when he was controlling the floods, a sudden mountain flood broke out. That day, the rain was particularly heavy, and the water was particularly fierce. Countless citizens were swept into the raging waters. To save them, you led people tirelessly to rescue those caught in the flood. At that time, Nu Jiao was already pregnant, and you kept her home for the sake of her health. Perhaps it was the bond between husband and wife. One day, Nu Jiao suddenly felt unsettled and insisted on searching for you despite her maid's persuasion. When she arrived, the dam was just about to collapse under the flood, and at the critical moment, Nu Jiao used her last bit of spiritual power to protect the nearby citizens, but she ended up giving birth prematurely. Nu Jiao had been overly worried during her pregnancy, and after exhausting all her magical energy, it was destined that this child could not be saved. However, she could not bear to let the child leave just like that, so she used her last ounce of strength to give birth to Qi, but she forever closed her eyes. By the time you found her, Nu Jiao was already on the verge of death, only able to entrust the swaddled Qi to him before she closed her eyes forever. That disaster took Nu Jiao away, leaving only this child who resembled her. Chapter 259. Heading to the new domain, Qi was very unwilling, but what could he do in his reluctance? He had tried every method, but none worked. In the end, he could only helplessly accept the reality. At this point, Qi was already very ill, feeling that his time was near. The thing he was most worried about before dying was still his kingdom and people. He strained his sick body, gathering Taikong, Qi's son, and his important ministers to his bedside, hoarsely instructing them. After giving his instructions, he called his other children one by one to discuss his last wishes. His gaze lingered on the faces of his children, eventually settling on Taikong, trembling as he handed over the mysterious jade. Remember, the fortunes of the Xia dynasty must be protected with blood and fire. After saying this, Qi sent them all away. He did not want them to see him die. That night, Qi looked through the window at the starry sky. He suddenly recalled what his father Yu had said in his childhood. The throne of the human emperor is not an honor, but a responsibility. At that time, he was too young to understand, only feeling that his father, as the human emperor, was so majestic and great, thinking that one day he would become the human emperor like his father and benefit countless citizens. He succeeded and became the emperor of humans, but he was different. Chapter 260, Chapter 128, The Demon God of Emotions. Qin Yu's fingertips traced mysterious trajectories in the void, opening a safe path for the two of them. The laws here were chaotic, and deductions were ineffective, so Qin Yu could only lead Gue Xian around aimlessly, hoping for luck. As they went deeper, the ground began to show crystalline formations, each reflecting a rainbow of colors. Gue Xian suddenly stopped, staring in shock at his feet. These crystals were actually solidified laws. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu also bent down to take a look, lightly touching those colorful crystals and immediately feeling the profound Tao rhythm contained within. These were all fragments of laws. Then she released her divine sense to explore the surroundings, but as soon as her divine sense was released, a sense of stagnation surged in like a tide, as if she were sinking into an invisible quagmire. Qin Yu frowned slightly. The power of laws in this area was too chaotic, and her divine sense was suppressed to less than 30% of its original strength. But even when her divine sense was suppressed to this extent, it remained powerful. Qin Yu's divine sense spread out like ripples, searching for the source of the law fragments in the chaotic mist. The colorful crystals became increasingly dense as they advanced, ultimately forming a dazzling crystal forest at the end of the canyon. In the forest, each crystal column reached a height of 100 zhong, with mysterious runes flowing on their surfaces. Chapter 261, Chapter 129, Encountering Tong Tian 1. However, this time his curiosity was simply uncontainable, so he decided to perform a calculation. Moreover, Tong Tian was confident that, given his relationship with his younger sister, she wouldn't blame him once she found out. As his fingertips moved, red causal lines intertwined into a web in front of Tong Tian, ultimately pointing towards the new domain, before the causal lines abruptly stopped. Tong Tian frowned slightly, and as he performed the calculation again, he found the heavenly secrets were a complete chaos, with no clues to follow. New domain? Tong Tian muttered to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That was a newly opened world, shrouded in chaotic energy, which ordinary immortals could not easily tread upon, and even the heavenly Dao could not penetrate. How could his younger sister suddenly go there? Tong Tian's heart was filled with doubts, but more than that, he was worried about Qing Yu's safety. Although the new domain was filled with countless opportunities and might even contain inheritances left by chaotic demon gods, it was also fraught with dangers. The chaotic energy could erode an immortal's body, and with the slightest misstep, one could damage their foundation. Not to mention those remnants of chaotic demon gods lurking in the shadows. A small mistake could lead one into a situation of no return. With this thought, Tong Tian could no longer sit still, transforming into a streak of blue light and rushing towards the new domain. In an instant, he crossed countless mountains and rivers. As he approached the boundary of the new domain, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became chaotic, and the chaotic energy surged like a tide, forming violent whirlpools. The blue robe on Tong Tian fluttered in the chaotic gale. Chapter 262, Chapter 130, Encountering Tong Tian 2. After Qing Yu extinguished all those pink light spots, the blood-red crystal column suddenly trembled violently, and the pink vertical pupil suddenly contracted, bursting forth with countless pink light threads. Qing Yu's pupils constricted. She sensed an immense power awakening. The pink vertical pupil slowly transformed, and a blurry figure suddenly appeared, an existence condensed from pure emotions, lacking a fixed form, yet displaying countless appearances in every moment. The figure sometimes morphed into a stunning beauty, captivating with a glance, sometimes transformed into an elderly man, his eyes holding the weight of 1,000 years. In an instant, it became a naive child, hiding a deep abyss behind an innocent smile. Each form emitted heart-pounding emotional fluctuations, as if all the joys and sorrows of the world were condensed in an instant. Qing Yu frowned in silence, her hand changing the spell again. The pure world white lotus emitted an unprecedented brilliance, and around the lotus platform appeared 36 golden halos, each imprinted with different Dao patterns. At this moment, Qing Yu was facing not only the remnant soul of the demon god of emotions, but also the purest, most primal laws of emotions in the world. The blurry figure suddenly froze, transforming into a handsome man clad in a pink robe. He gently raised his hand, and his fingertips condensed into a dancing blood-red butterfly, with the wings flowing with patterns of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wherever the butterfly passed, even the air rippled with enchanting waves. Chapter 263, Chapter 131, Illusion Refining Heart. Qing Yu and Tong Tian were fully focused on countering the frontal assault of the man in the pink robe. Yet they did not notice the ground beneath them was quietly changing. The rosy light of the pure world white lotus, the sword energy of the Qing Ping sword, and the beams of pink runes intertwined. The energy storm generated by the collision of their powers continuously accumulated in the enclosed space, and the entire crystal cluster space began to emit cracking sounds from being overwhelmed. The shattered crystal fragments fell to the ground, absorbed and strengthened by the formation. The fiercer Qing Yu and Tong Tian's attacks became, the happier and more excited the remnant soul of the demon god of emotions felt, seeing that it was almost time. The remnant soul deliberately revealed a flaw to them. Qing Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the 36-grade pure world white lotus shone brightly, transforming into a golden streak of light, rushing directly towards the man's chest. Tong Tian also abruptly changed the momentum of his sword, with the Qing Ping sword transforming into a blue rainbow aimed straight at the opponent's throat. The 2 fatal attacks struck the remnant soul of the demon god, and its figure dissipated like foam, vanishing from sight. After defeating the remnant soul of the demon god, The entire space also returned to calm, and the distorted and deformed scenes gradually returned to normal. But would it really be that simple? Suddenly, Qing Yu felt a wave of heart palpitations. The petals of the pure world white lotus began to tremble, as if issuing a warning. Chapter 264, Chapter 133. The First Life, 1. Qing Yu couldn't afford to rest, turning her horse around and galloping towards the city. She had to return to Liangzhou before Pei Tongtian's army and bring the news of the approaching reinforcements to the soldiers and civilians in the city. Qing Yu raised her whip high, and the steed charged out of the city gate like an arrow. The north wind howled past her ears. Her fingers, tightly gripping the reins, had long turned red from the cold, yet she dared not relax for a moment. 3 days later, Qing Yu finally appeared on the hillside outside Liangzhou city, having taken a shortcut. By this time, the Xiongnu had breached the outer city of Liangzhou, and her father was leading the defending troops to retreat to the inner city, struggling to hold on. Qing Yu looked at the distant Liangzhou city, where flames were soaring into the sky, her heart torn. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Qing Yu stealthily approached the inner city wall. The defending General Wang Wei spotted Qing Yu and, thinking she was a spy from the Xiongnu, was about to draw his bow and shoot. "It's me, Uncle Wang," Qing Yu called out in a low voice towards the city wall. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Wei focused and looked closely, only to discover it was the young lady. Wang Wei had originally been the bodyguard of Qing Yu's family, and since the previous general and deputy general of Liangzhou had both died in battle, Song Yi had temporarily appointed Wang Wei to the position of defending general of Liangzhou. It wasn't because Wang Wei was particularly capable, but because he was deeply favored by the Song family and was loyal to them and her father. Having lived in Liangzhou since childhood, he was extremely familiar with the terrain and with a bit of martial skill. Her father decided to let Wang Wei temporarily take on the role of defending general. Chapter 265, Chapter 134. The First Life, 2. That night, a celebration banquet was held in Liangzhou city. Although it was a celebration, the dishes at the banquet were extremely simple, consisting only of coarse grain pancakes and wild vegetable soup. The portions were also limited, as Liangzhou city was in dire need of food. The Xiongnu suddenly invaded, and this year's crops were destroyed by the flames of war before they could be harvested. Song Yi looked a bit embarrassed as he faced Pei Tongtian. The latter had traveled a long distance to provide aid, while he, the governor of Liangzhou, could only offer such simple food, which made him feel guilty. However, Pei Tongtian didn't mind at all. He picked up a piece of coarse grain flatbread and chewed it heartily, his eyes filled with determination. "Uncle Song, you need not worry. As a military general, I have long been accustomed to rough meals and sleeping outdoors. At this moment, being able to share a drink with everyone here in Liangzhou is already a great honor. Moreover, although food is scarce, our hearts are not scattered. As long as we unite as one, we will certainly be able to repel the Xiongnu and restore Liangzhou." After saying this, he raised his head and drank the wild vegetable soup in one go. The soldiers of the Xuanjia army followed suit, raising their heads to drink the soup. Seeing this, Song Yi's eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. He also raised the ceramic bowl high, his voice choked yet firm. "What General Pei said is absolutely right. Although Liangzhou is barren, it has never lacked the blood of brave warriors and indomitable will. Today, we may welcome you with coarse grains and wild vegetables. But in the future, when we have repelled the bandits and rebuilt our homes, we will definitely treat every hero with fine wine and delicacies." Chapter 266. Looking at Tongtian's figure disappearing around the corner, Qing Wei suddenly lifted her skirt and chased after him. "Wait!" Tongtian stopped at the sound. Qing Wei halted 3 steps away from him, the tassels of her silver hairpin shimmering with tiny points of light. Taking a deep breath, Qing Wei took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. There are many poisonous creatures in the Eagle Beak Cliff, and the miasma is thick. The powder inside this bottle can drive away toxins. Please take it with you, General. She handed over the porcelain bottle, her fingertips trembling slightly. The roses in the Eagle Beak Cliff can counteract the miasma's poison. If you encounter danger, you can chew the petals. If you get lost inside, follow the sound of the stream, and you will surely find a way out. Qing Yue's voice was soft yet firm, like a wisp of orchid in the night wind. When she raised her eyes, there were tiny stars flickering in them. "General, this journey is perilous. You must return safely." Pei Tongtian took the porcelain bottle, his fingertip lightly brushing against her palm, seeming both accidental and intentional. He said softly, "I will keep Miss Song's medicine close to me." After saying this, he solemnly tucked the porcelain bottle inside his armor, where the lingering bitter scent of wound medicine remained. Then, he turned and leaped onto the warhorse brought by his personal guard. Under the moonlight, the dark patterns on his armor shimmered with a ghostly light, like a dormant beast. Chapter 267. At this moment, a bloody massacre was taking place near the Eagle Beak Cliff. Tong Tian led 1,000 light cavalry, traveling through the night to bypass the Eagle Beak Cliff and appear behind the Xiongnu camp. The hooves were wrapped in cloth, silently approaching in the darkness before dawn. Tong Tian raised his right hand, and the cavalry behind him immediately halted, the entire unit blending into the night like ghosts. Although the Xiongnu were numerous, Tong Tian showed no fear. He squinted his eyes, using the faint starlight to observe the Xiongnu soldiers near the campfire, some dozing off while the patrolling sentries were also drowsy. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Tong Tian's mouth. "Fire arrows!" With his command, 1,000 fire arrows pierced the night sky, falling into the Xiongnu camp like shooting stars. The dry cowhide tents ignited instantly, casting a red glow across half the sky. The Xiongnu awoke in a panic, trampling over each other as their warhorses neighed and broke free of their reins. "Kill! Leave none alive!" Tong Tian shouted, and the cavalry behind him simultaneously tore off the cloth from their hooves, mounted their horses, and charged straight into the Xiongnu camp. The iron cavalry surged into the camp like a tide, blood and flesh flying amidst the clash of blades. The Xiongnu hastily prepared for battle, but it was too late. Tong Tian led his troops directly to the central tent, sweeping his spear, and the heads of the Xiongnu rolled to the ground. Chapter 268. Qingyue quickly walked out of her room, her skirt fluttering in the wind. She instructed Yinglan to fetch her cloak, her fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. The streets were already filled with many citizens, all cheering and celebrating General Pei's triumph. Qingyue weaved through the crowd, her heart pounding like a drum, her ears filled with the excited chatter of the people. "I heard General Pei captured the Xiongnu prince alive. This will surely give us in Liangzhou a good release of our grievances. General Pei is truly our guardian deity." Qingyue's steps quickened, and she almost broke into a run toward the city gate. A large number of soldiers and citizens had gathered at the city gate, all eagerly awaiting the hero's return. Qingyue pushed through the crowd, climbed up the city tower, and gazed into the distance. There, dust was rising, and the sound of hooves was getting closer. The cold light of armor shimmered under the sunset like stars. Qingyue's gaze eagerly searched for that familiar figure. Finally, she saw Tong Tian riding on a warhorse, his presence commanding, with a neatly lined-up cavalry behind him. And at the front of the line, a Xiongnu man bound tightly was being escorted forward. Tong Tian seemed to sense something and looked up, meeting Qingyue's gaze from afar. Chapter 269. After the soldiers in charge of the escort received their orders, they dragged Ashina Wu away. His wild laughter gradually faded, but the street was still filled with a stifling oppression. Afterward, the noisy crowd gradually dispersed, and more people voluntarily went to reinforce the city walls. Young men carried stones, women transported sandbags, and children did whatever they could. Everyone did their utmost to protect their homeland. In times of crisis, the human race always appeared particularly resilient and strong. Qingyue also took Tong Tian back to the courtyard she had prepared for him long ago. As they walked, Qingyue couldn't help but recall Ashina Wuwei's words, her fingertips slightly cold, unconsciously clenching into a fist. Tong Tian noticed her unease and said, "Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can harm you, and Liangzhou will surely be safe." His voice was steady and powerful, as if carrying a reassuring strength that made Qingyue's tense fingertips relax a little. Qingyue looked up at him and saw the dark circles under his eyes, which made her heart soften. "You must not have rested well for a long time. You must take care of yourself, too," Qingyue replied softly, her voice tinged with concern. Chapter 270. After returning to her room, Qingyue found it hard to sleep. She had a separate large courtyard, and wanting to see the distant scenery, her father had someone build her a 3-story pavilion. By pushing open the intricately carved wooden window on the top floor, she could overlook the entire view of Liangzhou. Unable to sleep, Qingyue got up and climbed to the pavilion to enjoy the scenery and dispel her worries. Gently pushing open the carved wooden window, a cool breeze swept in, carrying the unique chill of the outer regions, blowing away the loose strands of hair by her temples. She looked at the torches on the distant city wall, flickering like stars. Beneath those faint lights were countless citizens working tirelessly throughout the night, using their flesh and blood to build the last line of defense for Liangzhou. At this moment, Yinglan quietly came up, holding a fox fur coat, and gently draped it over Qingwei. "Miss, the wind is strong at night. Be careful not to catch a chill." Qingwei wrapped herself in the fox fur, her gaze still fixed on the distant city wall. "Yinglan, do you think we can hold Liangzhou?" "We definitely can," Yinglan replied without hesitation. Qingwei nodded slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Tongtian's residence across the way. There was a faint candlelight still flickering, appearing particularly warm in the night. He must be studying military affairs again. Qingwei sighed softly, recalling his weary yet resolute gaze from a day. This seemingly cold and distant man was, in fact, more attentive and gentle than anyone else. Chapter 271, Chapter 141st Life 8. Tong Tian and Song Yi had long received the scout's reports. Song Yi was standing on the city wall, his aged face appearing particularly resolute under the firelight. "Send the orders down. The entire city is on alert." Song Yi's voice was hoarse, yet powerful, instructing the children to hide in the tunnels, archers to prepare, and logs and stones to be in place. While Pei Xianji's armored troops were responsible for the city gate's defense, the soldiers quickly assembled, the sound of metal clashing ringing in the air. Tong Tian, clad in armor, stood atop the city gate, his gaze piercing as he looked into the distance. On the horizon, the dust raised by the Xiongnu cavalry could be vaguely seen, like a dark cloud pressing down. The Xiongnu army was approaching, and Ashina Yeta, riding on horseback, looked at the walls of Liangzhou with contempt in his eyes. "Send the order, attack the city." The war drums beat, and the Xiongnu cavalry surged toward the city gate like a tide. Fire! A rain of arrows poured down, causing many Xiongnu cavalry to fall, but the subsequent troops continued to charge fearlessly. The horse traps, pits, and stakes played a significant role. It could not stop the Xiongnu's frenzied assault. Logs and stones crashed down from the city walls, and screams echoed continuously. Tong Tian held a long spear, patrolling back and forth at the city gate, ready to confront the enemies attempting to breach the city. Chapter 272, Chapter 141, First Life 9. The ground below was littered with corpses, smoke filling the air. Tong Tian led the troops back into the city, his armor stained with the enemy's blood. He quickly climbed to the city tower, and the moment he locked eyes with Qingwei, both saw the relief of surviving a disaster in each other's eyes. "Thanks to your golden juice," Tong Tian said hoarsely, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Qingwei shook her head, the loose strands of hair at her temples sticking to her cheeks from sweat. "It's just some despicable tactics." She looked down at her trembling hands. Dirt still lodged beneath her nails. "As long as we could defend Liangzhou, I am willing to use any dirty method." "This method is quite clever," Tong Tian said, gazing at the retreating Xiongnu army outside the city, his voice low and firm. "On the battlefield, where life and death clash, how can there be distinctions of high and low, noble and base? If it weren't for this golden juice, what would be hanging on the flagpole now would be the heads of Liangzhou's common people. That would be an even more brutal scene." Tong Tian turned to look into the city, where smoke was rising from cooking fires and the sounds of children playing could be faintly heard. "You protected them." Qingwei followed his gaze, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She let out a long breath. "But the Xiongnu will not give up easily. They're like a pack of wolves on the grasslands, becoming even more frenzied when wounded." Chapter 273, Chapter 142, First Life 10. After this episode, the atmosphere at the banquet became subtle. Tong Tian raised his wine cup high and said loudly, "Warriors, today we are fortunate to have His Highness the Sixth Prince and General Hui here, which is indeed a blessing for Liangzhou. Come, let us drink to this cup." Everyone echoed in response, and amidst the clinking of cups, it was as if nothing had happened earlier. The bright moon hung low in the west, and the banquet was coming to an end, the city of Liangzhou returning to silence. Late at night, Song Yi went alone to the Sixth Prince's central military tent. The guards outside were strict, and the torches flickered in the night wind, casting long shadows. Song Yi showed his jade pendant to the guards and was quickly led into the tent. "Lord Song has arrived," the Sixth Prince said without looking up, his finger gently tracing the sand table. The terrain of Liangzhou was precarious. No wonder it could withstand the Xiongnu cavalry. Song Yi, neither humble nor arrogant, cupped his fists in greeting, and went straight to the point. "Your Highness summoned me late at night. I wonder what urgent matter there is." Only then did the sixth prince lift his gaze, the candlelight casting varying shadows in his eyes. He signaled for the attendants to leave, and soon only the two of them remained in the tent. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them, the jade pendant at his waist making a crisp clinking sound. During the Crown Prince's regency, withholding military pay for the border troops is truly disheartening. Chapter 274, Chapter 143, First Life, 11. The two conversed for half the night, until the east began to lighten. After sending off General Hua Song, he stood alone in the courtyard, lost in thought as he gazed at the gradually brightening sky. The morning wind carried the unique chill of the border, stirring up gusts of wind and sand, yet it could not dispel the weariness between his brows. "Husband, it's time for breakfast," Bai Mian reminded softly. Song Yi came back to his senses and saw his wife Bai Mian holding a bowl of hot porridge at the corridor. He forced a smile, but when he took the porridge bowl, he felt his fingertips were icy. "Last night was busy with military affairs, worrying you." He took a sip of the hot porridge, warmth sliding down his throat, dissipating some of the chill in his heart. Bai Mian gently patted Song Yi's shoulder and said softly, "Did something happen with General Hua's late-night visit?" Though she did not inquire about military politics. Having grown up in a prominent family, she had a keen intuition about the political climate. But Song Yi did not want Bai Mian to worry. So he brushed it off in a few words, instructing her to go out less and be careful with her diet before hastily leaving. Bai Mian hesitated, ultimately just nodding gently and draping a thick cloak over Song Yi's shoulders, watching him leave. For more than a month, things had been relatively peaceful under the strict watch of Song Yi and General Hua. Chapter 275, Chapter 144, First Life, 12. The strategist Taiyi took advantage of the night to sneak into Tong Tian's tent. Just as the strategist approached Tong Tian's large tent, he was pinned to the ground by a hidden guard. The cold blade pressed against his neck made him tremble all over. "Who goes there?" The guard shouted sternly. I am Taiyi, the strategist of the CF family, with urgent matters to report to General Tong Tian." The strategist lowered his voice, trembling slightly, for it concerned the sixth prince's conspiracy. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them quickly entered the tent to report. Before long, Tong Tian, clad in armor, stepped out, his face appearing as sharp as a knife under the moonlight. "Bring him in." Inside the tent, the candlelight flickered, and Tong Tian sat at the table, polishing his sword. Upon seeing the strategist enter, he did not lift his head and said, "Speak. Visiting so late. For what reason?" Taiyi knelt down with a thud, revealing the sixth prince's plan to bribe generals and threaten their families. By the end, he pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice trembling. "The sixth prince has already sent people to watch over the women of the Song family. If the general does not prepare early, there may be unforeseen disasters." The blade's edge of Tong Tian's sword glinted coldly in the candlelight as he slowly raised his gaze, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Is this true? I am willing to stake my life on it. Every word is true." Taiyi's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, yet his voice was remarkably firm. "I have the sixth prince's handwritten secret letter as evidence." He then took out a sealed letter with wax and presented it with both hands. Chapter 276, Chapter 145, First Life, 13. Tong Tian stood up, looking down at him from above. "I can help you and ensure your family's safety." Tong Tian took out a roll of parchment from his bosom. "As long as you tell me the troop deployments, grain reserves, and marching routes of the various Xiongnu divisions, especially the movements of your bastard brother." Yue's breath quickened, and a fierce struggle flashed in his eyes. But when he thought of the tragic fate that his family might face, he finally nodded in despair. He explained the distribution of the troops of various tribes, the locations of grain storage, and even the character weaknesses of the tribal leaders in a hoarse voice. Tong Tian took note of everything and carefully marked it on the map. When Yue finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. The Crown Prince, indeed, knew how to recognize the situation. "Rest assured, Tong Tian, I've always kept my word. From today on, you're my honored guest." An honored guest in the prison. Tong Tian lightly clapped his hands, and immediately a servant brought in food to serve Yue. After obtaining the information he wanted, Tong Tian continued to send scouts to the grasslands to gather intelligence. Chapter 277, when the army marched to the Blackwater Canyon, the sky was already nearing dusk. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were steep, as if they had been carved by knives and axes, allowing only 3 riders to pass side by side. The sixth prince was about to give the order to set up camp when he suddenly heard a scout report from ahead. "Your Highness, a Xiongnu tribe has been discovered ahead." The sixth prince took out the map, looked at the photo, and a glimmer of wild joy flashed in his eyes. "Heaven is helping me." The sixth prince excitedly tightened the reins and ordered the army to advance lightly, ensuring they would capture this tribe before dark. The army surged into the depths of the canyon like a tide, trampling this small tribe under their iron hooves. The sixth prince further indulged his soldiers in burning, killing, and looting. Watching the tents ablaze and the Xiongnu women and children fleeing in all directions, his smile grew increasingly ferocious. Just after setting out, the sixth prince had already wiped out a Xiongnu tribe, which made him even more proud. Following the map, the sixth prince continued to march north, sweeping away countless Xiongnu tribes along the way. The same atrocities were continuously carried out, with the screams of the Xiongnu intertwining with the cheers of the soldiers. Every night, the sixth prince would order captured Xiongnu women to be sent into the camp, where they were wantonly humiliated. His personal guards followed suit, leaving no grass behind, not even sparing infants in their cradles. Chapter 278. After dealing with the sixth prince and his personal guards, Tong Tian led the army to attack various Xiongnu factions. Tong Tian's army descended like divine soldiers, sweeping across the grasslands with the force of thunder. Taiyi led elite cavalry straight into the enemy's heart, wielding a spear and splattering blood wherever he went. Tong Tian's army was unstoppable, annihilating countless Xiongnu tribes in just a few days. The lowly scouts, who had once been slaves, now picked up weapons and shouted as they charged at the nobles who had oppressed them. "Kill! For the grasslands, for the cattle and sheep, for freedom." A scar-faced slave swung a curved knife and beheaded his former master. The cries of vengeance echoed across the grasslands, and blood stained the entire field. As Ashina was just gathering the remnants of the Xiongnu, he led his army straight to the Xiongnu royal court, killing the old Khan and his brothers and sisters. Tong Tian then brought his troops to kill them. Ashina knew that his army had just gone through a great battle and was in no condition to withstand Tong Tian's iron cavalry. Standing in front of the royal tent, he looked at the billowing dust rising in the distance, a flicker of despair and madness flashing in his eyes. "Send the order down. Set fire to the golden tent." Ashina suddenly shouted harshly. "Since we can't hold it, let's burn it clean. Even if I can't have it, I won't leave it for others." Chapter 279. Since learning that the sixth prince was going to make a move against the Song family, he had increased the number of people to protect the safety of Song Yi's family. However, Qing Yue seemed to sense something otherwise. She wouldn't have come out to see him off before he left. But it was not surprising that his future wife was so clever and beautiful that she could detect abnormalities. It was already past midnight, and the lights in the loft had long been turned off. The person he had been thinking about day and night was no longer in the loft. But he couldn't help but look back again and again. This journey was fraught with danger, and he had long prepared for the worst, but he had no regrets. As he turned his horse to leave, the gate of the Song residence slowly opened, and Qing Yue, dressed in plain clothes, walked out from the courtyard, her skirt gently swaying in the night wind, like a blooming night-blooming cereus. Holding a dim yellow lantern in her hand, the weak light illuminated Qing Yue's delicate face. But a hint of unmasked worry was evident between her brows. "It's so late. Why aren't you resting?" Tong Tian pulled on the reins, his voice low and gentle. Qing Yue looked up at him, her eyes filled with countless unspoken words. In the end, she only said softly, "Be careful on the road." Then she handed him a safety talisman, embroidered with exquisite lotus patterns, glowing faintly gold in the candlelight. Chapter 280. After returning to Chang'an, shortly afterward, the Pei and Song families held a grand wedding. The old emperor's health was deteriorating, and to avoid the two families being in mourning, the Pei and Song families had started preparations early. Although the time was a bit rushed, nothing essential was missing. On the day of the wedding, Chang'an was festooned with lights, and a 10-mile bridal procession filled the streets of Chang'an, attracting the entire city's citizens to watch. Tong Tian, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, rode a tall horse at the front, his youthful spirit evident in his demeanor. He occasionally turned to look at the bridal sedan chair behind him, his eyes filled with tenderness that seemed about to overflow. Inside the sedan chair, Qing Yue, adorned with a phoenix crown and a flowing wedding gown, held a red apple tightly in her hands. Amidst the thunderous sound of drums and gongs, her heartbeat was even faster than the rhythm of the drums. The bridal sedan chair came to a steady stop in front of the Pei residence, and Tong Tian eagerly dismounted, walking briskly to the front of the sedan chair amid the kind laughter of the crowd. He took a deep breath, gently kicked the sedan door. His voice filled with uncontainable joy. "My wife, we are home." The matchmaker handed over a red silk cloth, and Tong Tian carefully helped Qingyue down from the sedan. Through the veil, Qingyue could feel the warmth of his palm and the slight tremor. As they crossed the fire basin, Tong Tian quietly reminded her, "Be careful of the steps." Chapter 281. Qingyue had long since gotten used to the gazes of those around her. After all, who could help it if she was born so beautiful? After verifying her information, signing her name, and scanning the code to join the class's QQ group, Qingyue dragged her suitcase toward the girls' dormitory, the sunlight casting a slender shadow behind her. At the bottom of the dormitory building, several senior sisters were distributing new student manuals, and they couldn't help but glance at her a few more times when they saw her. "Classmate, do you need help?" A senior sister with a ponytail enthusiastically approached her. "Thank you. I can manage myself," Qingyue politely declined. Pushing open the door to dorm 3004, she found two roommates already tidying their beds. Upon seeing someone enter, they both looked up, a hint of amazement flashing in their eyes. "Hello, I'm Su Yuyu from music department," the short-haired girl greeted first. "I'm Su Xiao, also from the literature department." The girl with glasses adjusted her frames. "I'm Qingyue from the physics department." She placed her suitcase against the wall, sunlight filtering through the curtains and casting mottled shadows on her. "Physics department?" Su Yuyu widened her eyes in surprise. That was Beat University's flagship major, and she heard that only 5 girls were admitted this year. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria. The originally noisy cafeteria quieted down a bit, and many girls secretly glanced toward the door. "Oh my god, isn't that Tong Tian?" Su Yuyu exclaimed in a low voice, almost dropping her chopsticks. Qinyu followed the gaze of the crowd and saw a tall boy standing at the entrance of the cafeteria. He was dressed simply in a white shirt and black casual pants, yet his naturally cool demeanor couldn't be concealed. Sunlight poured through the glass door onto him, outlining his perfect profile. Upon seeing Tong Tian's face, Qinyu was momentarily stunned, not expecting that the person she met during the day was actually him. "It really is Tong Tian. How did he come to the cafeteria? Didn't they say he has social anxiety?" Su Xiao exclaimed. Tong Tian scanned the cafeteria as if looking for something. When his gaze swept over Qinyu's table, it happened to meet her eyes. In that instant, the noise in the cafeteria seemed to be muted, and everything around them became blurry. Tong Tian slightly pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just withdrew his gaze and walked straight to the food counter. "Oh my god, he actually came to the cafeteria?" Su Yuyu excitedly grabbed Su Xiao's arm. "And didn't he just look over here?" Tong Tian felt his heart racing uncontrollably, the heat in his ears spreading all the way to his neck. He nervously picked up a piece of rib, but his hands were shaking so badly that the rib fell back onto the plate with a thud. The sound startled both of them, and they couldn't help but laugh. "Does the senior usually shake this much when doing experiments?" Qinyu teased, winking playfully. "No, that's not it." Tong Tian awkwardly waved his hand. "It's just that the cafeteria is a bit hot today." Qinyu noticed that he had beads of sweat on his forehead, so she took out a pack of tissues from her bag and handed it to him. "Here, wipe it." When Tong Tian took the tissue, their fingertips brushed against each other, and they quickly withdrew their hands as if shocked. The tissue fluttered down onto the table like a white butterfly. "Sorry," Tong Tian stammered, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. "It's okay." Qinyu lowered her head, her long hair falling to cover her flushed cheeks. She secretly glanced at the boy across from her, only to find Tong Tian carefully picking up the tissue and putting it away, his movements gentle as if handling a precious treasure. Laughter suddenly erupted in the dormitory, and Tong Tian's ears turned red from the teasing, but he didn't argue back, just lowered his head and fiddled with his phone. As soon as he opened his phone, he found that his messaging app was flooded with 99 unread messages, from class groups, lab groups, and various chats. Tong Tian ignored them and clicked on his chat window with Qinyu. After adding Qinyu on the messaging app and the other platform, Tong Tian quickly pinned her chat box to the top, so he found it easily. Tong Tian's fingers lightly tapped on the screen. "Are you there, girlfriend?" After sending the message, he stared at the screen with a silly smile, completely ignoring his roommate's teasing. His phone vibrated, and Qinyu's reply popped up. "Yes." "Boyfriend," smiley face. Remember, bring a jacket tomorrow. The cinema's air conditioning is very cold. After sending that, she felt it was too verbose and quickly added a cute sticker. Got it, you too. Tontian thought for a moment and added, what do you like to drink? I'll buy it in advance tomorrow. Taro bubble tea, 3 points of sugar. By the way, I heard that a new popular dessert shop opened next to that cinema. Do you want to try it after the movie? That night, Chinyu sent a voice message. Tontian hurriedly plugged in his earphones, and the sweet voice of the girl came through the earphones. Good night. Have sweet dreams with me in them. That good night was like a mint candy, bursting in Tontian's heart, cool and sweet. He hugged his phone and fell onto his bed, burying his face in the pillow and laughing quietly, completely unaware that his 3 roommates were creeping up on him. Oh, come on, just let me die from the sweetness. Go to sleep. Tontian grabbed a pillow and threw it at his roommates. But he couldn't hide his smile. He sat up, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen to reply, but he kept deleting and changing his mind, and finally sent a simple, you too. The next morning, at dawn, Tontian woke up early, getting out of bed quietly so as not to wake his 3 sleeping roommates. He stood in front of the wardrobe, repeatedly selecting clothes. He picked up a dark blue sweatshirt and held it up to the mirror, then shook his head and put it down, feeling it was too dull. He then took a light, gray knitted sweater, but thought it wasn't lively enough. In the end, Tontian chose a light gray sweatshirt paired with black casual pants, even tousling his hair a bit, practicing his smile in front of the mirror to ensure he looked both natural and sunny. During breakfast, Tontian's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone to see it was a call from Professor Zhang. Tontian frowned, hung up without a second thought, and quickly switched his phone to silent mode. What's wrong? Is there something urgent? Chinyu asked with concern. It's nothing, just an old man calling. Don't pay attention to him. Tontian turned his phone face down on the table, picked up his chopsticks, and served Chinyu a piece of well-cooked beef. Here, try this, it's just right. Chinyu bit into the piece of beef, and the tender meat juice burst in her mouth, making her squint her eyes in satisfaction. The steam from the hot pot lingered between them, and their relationship gradually warmed up. While they were sweetly enjoying their meal, Professor Zhang's mood was not so pleasant. The old professor was fuming, slamming his phone down on the desk. This kid actually dared to hang up on me. Tongtian's report had been submitted yesterday, and Professor Zhang stayed up all night to read it. The report was perfect, simply impeccable. The more he read, the more proud he felt, glad that he had recognized Tongtian's talent early on and brought him into his team before those unworthy people could snatch him away, especially his rival, Old Li. If Old Li had taken Tongtian, he would have been upset for 3 days straight. Since there was still some time before the movie started, the two of them began a stroll around the shopping mall. Girls can never resist beautiful clothes, shoes, and bags, and Chinyu was no exception. Her attention was caught by a light blue dress in a shop window, and her steps involuntarily slowed down. Do you like it? Tongtian asked softly, following her gaze. Chinyu nodded, then shook her head. Forget it. I have enough dresses in my closet. Tongtian had already taken her into the store to try on clothes for free. The clerk warmly welcomed them and helped Chinyu choose the right size. When Chinyu walked out of the fitting room, Tongtian's eyes lit up as the light blue skirt swayed gently with her steps, complementing her snow-like skin, making her look like a blooming bluebell. So beautiful, Tongtian exclaimed sincerely. Chinyu twirled in front of the mirror, thinking she looked pretty good herself. The skirt spread out like petals. Seeing that Chinyu liked it, Tongtian decisively pulled out his phone and said, I'll take this one. Wrap it up. Wait. Chinyu hurriedly stopped him. It's too expensive. But Tongtian had already completed the payment through the QR code, saying, consider it an early birthday gift for you. He leaned closer to her ear and said in a low voice, the way you look in this dress is worth this price. Chapter 288, Chapter 157, Second Life. 8. The 2-day check-in period was over, and the 2-week military training for university was about to begin. Tongtian understood that Chinyu would have a hard time during the training, so no matter how busy he was or how bad Professor Zhang's mood was, he always prepared and delivered Chinyu's breakfast, lunch, and dinner to her dormitory early. Tongtian thought, I've done the experiments, completed the data, and finished the report. No one can stop me from seeing Chinyu. If that old man dares to deduct my credits, I'll just go to Professor Li. Chinyu just finished her morning drill training, her cheeks flushed from the sun. After returning to the dormitory, she indeed saw a familiar figure. Chinyu's eyes brightened as she jogged over. Why are you here again? Didn't you say the lab is busy lately? No matter how busy it is, I can't let you go hungry. Tongtian smiled as he handed over the meal box, casually wiping the sweat from her forehead with a tissue. Was training tiring today? I brought sunscreen spray. Remember to reapply later. Xingyu felt warm inside and was about to speak when she suddenly heard her roommates teasing from behind. Oh, it's dog food again. Her face turned even redder as she hurriedly pulled Tong Tian to hide under the shade of a tree. Tong Tian, however, didn't mind and said loudly, I want the whole world to know that my Xingyu is loved. Under the sunlight, the laughter of the two young people was particularly crisp, making even the cicadas sound gentle. Chapter 289, Chapter 158, Second Life. 9. As Xingyu walked out of the library, the afterglow of the sunset cast a warm golden hue over the campus path. She looked down at the business card in her hand, her fingertips gently stroking the embossed gold lettering, feeling especially joyful. She took out her phone, eager to share the good news with Tong Tian. At the same time, Tong Tian had finished organizing the experimental data and stepped out of the lab. Just as he retrieved his phone from a locker, a new message popped up on the screen. Tong Tian opened it to see a message from Xingyu. I received Professor Li's invitation. I can go to his lab tomorrow. The joy was evident in her words. Tong Tian's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile as he quickly typed back. That's great. Your talent shines like gold, and it has finally been recognized by a talent scout. After sending the message, Tong Tian added, See you at the cafeteria tonight. Let us celebrate properly. Okay. By the way, Professor Li also invited me to the academic salon next week, and I could bring my boyfriend along. If you're free, let's go together. Xingyu's message carried a hint of shyness and anticipation. When Tong Tian saw this message, his heart raced involuntarily. He took a deep breath, paused his fingers on the screen for a few seconds, and then replied seriously, It would be an honor. Chapter 290, Chapter 159, Second Life. 10. Xingyu's days in the lab were fulfilling and busy. Before she knew it, the day of the academic salon arrived. That morning, she specially wore the new blue dress she had bought, repeatedly adjusting her collar in front of the mirror. Tong Tian also finished organizing the experimental data early and wrote a leave request for Assistant Wang to hand to Professor Zhang. Assistant Wang looked at the somewhat brazen leave request in his hand, feeling conflicted. Leave request, requester, Tong Tian reason, accompanying girlfriend note. If you don't agree, I'll go to Professor Li and accompany my girlfriend every day. In the end, Assistant Wang reluctantly handed the leave request to Professor Zhang. Surprisingly, after reading it, Professor Zhang burst into laughter, scribbled his approval, and casually tossed it into his drawer. Assistant Wang was shocked to see Professor Zhang laughing heartily, thinking to himself, This is bad. The professor has gone crazy because of Tong Tian. Professor Zhang was known for being strict and stern in the academic world, nicknamed the Quantum Tyrant. And he hated students being late or taking leave, especially for personal matters. But today, he not only didn't get angry, but was also so happy. Assistant Wang was already planning to brew Professor Zhang a cup of calming tea and bring him some blood pressure medication when Professor Zhang, still chuckling, stroked his chin and sighed, being young is great. Back when I was chasing Qian Qian, I did the same thing. Chapter 291, Chapter 160, Second Life. 11. Tong Tian's presentation was the 8th one. He walked confidently onto the stage, his tall figure appearing particularly upright under the spotlight. His words were concise and powerful, with every conclusion supported by rigorous experimental data and vivid examples. Soft murmurs of admiration came from the audience, and several senior professors began to exchange comments. Professor Zhang sat in the front row, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. But he quickly returned to a serious expression. After the presentation, applause surged like a tide. Old Zhang, your student is truly exceptional. Professor Zhang nodded slightly, but the pride in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Not bad, just barely qualified. Soon, more than 10 presentations ended. Next, they entered the free communication session, and the venue became lively. Xingyu noticed that her phone had dozens of new friend requests, with many scholars approaching her to discuss her research achievements, including some industry authorities. Xingyu handled it with ease, politely responding to each one, but she occasionally glanced around for Tong Tian. At that moment, Professor Zhang approached her and said kindly, Girl, come chat with me in my lab next week. Professor Li, upon seeing this, immediately squeezed over like a protective hen, saying, Old Zhang, don't try to poach her. Chapter 292, Chapter 161, Second Life. 12. Under the arrangement of the reception staff, everyone arrived at the hotel and were thoughtfully placed on the same floor. Due to the time difference between the two countries, It was only when everyone settled their luggage that it gradually got dark outside. The snowflakes falling outside sparkled under the streetlights, and the entire city seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dreamy gauze. Qingyu changed into a cream-colored turtleneck sweater and put on a red cashmere coat. Adjusting her hair in front of the mirror, Tong Tian knocked on the door and entered, holding a delicate silver necklace. "This is for you," he said softly. "It matches your outfit perfectly." Qingyu was pleasantly surprised as she took it, her fingertips touching the small blue sapphire pendant on necklace, which reflected a soft glow under the light. "Help me put on." She turned around and gathered her long hair to one side. Tong Tian gently brushed his fingers against her nape, carefully fastening the necklace, and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Tonight, you look so beautiful that it's hard to look away. Are you ready? The organizing committee has arranged a welcome dinner in the hotel banquet hall, and Professor Lee asked us to go over early." Qingyu turned around, her fingers lightly caressing the necklace, her eyes filled with a smile. "Wait for me for 5 more minutes. I need to touch up my lipstick." Chapter 293, Chapter 162, Second Life, 13. Qingyu leaned against the railing, softly marveling at the view before her. "It's so beautiful. It feels like the whole world has quieted down." Tong Tian stood behind her, adjusting her coat. "No beauty can compare to the light in your eyes." Qingyu turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "You learned these sweet words online, didn't you?" Tong Tian chuckled softly and leaned closer to her ear. "That's because you like to hear them." Qingyu let out a gentle hum, but her lips couldn't help but curve upward. She deliberately turned her head away from him. "If you say that, I feel embarrassed." Tong Tian took the opportunity to rest his chin on her shoulder and laugh softly. "What's wrong? Are you shy? I say it every day. You should be used to it by now. But every time I hear it, it still feels a bit sweet." Tong Tian's breath was warm, his voice low and magnetic. "Then from now on, I'll say it just for you." Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, but she still tried to remain composed. "You just know how to talk." "If I didn't know how to talk, how could I pursue my wife?" "Don't you think so, wife?" Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently pushed him. "Who is your wife?" But Tong Tian didn't back down. Instead, he held her hand firmly. "You are." Chapter 294, Chapter 163, Second Life, 14. In the morning, Qingyu and Tong Tian woke up early. They decided to explore the city before their flight. They strolled along the city streets, basking in the soft morning light. The unique architectural styles of the buildings along the street made them stop and admire. In a small shop, Qingyu was drawn to a hand-painted nesting doll. Seeing that she liked it, Tong Tian bought it without hesitation and handed it to her, saying with a smile, "Consider it a memento from this seminar." The two continued on, arriving at a bustling market. The market was lively, with the aroma of various delicious foods wafting through the air. Tong Tian pulled Qingyu through the crowd, tasting local delicacies. Afterwards, they took a leisurely walk in the park, enjoying the rare tranquility. Time passed unknowingly, and soon it was time to head to the airport. They returned to the hotel to pack their bags and went to the airport with the others. Their luggage was simple, so they quickly got everything ready. Shortly after boarding the plane, Qingyu leaned against Tong Tian's shoulder and fell asleep. Tong Tian looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and a gentle sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. He gently closed his eyes, falling asleep alongside Qingyu. Chapter 295, Chapter 164, Second Life, 15. Upon entering the house, Tong Tian was still troubled by Mr. Shen's words, thinking he must find an opportunity to prove himself. Mr. Shen was considering how to make this young man think twice about easily marrying his precious daughter. Qingyu was secretly giving Tong Tian signal from the side, indicating that he shouldn't take it to heart. Everyone settled in the living room, and Mrs. Shen warmly brought out fruits and snacks. Tong Tian, being observant, stood up to take the fruit platter from Mrs. Shen's hands, smiling as he said, "Annie, you're too kind. I can handle it. Please sit down." Mr. Shen watched Tong Tian's attentive demeanor and deliberately snorted, "Humph, what good is being able to serve a fruit platter? A man needs to have his own career." "Kid, I heard from you that you study physics. Where do you work, and what are your future plans? Don't just talk. Show some real substance." Mr. Shen continued to press. Mrs. Shen then pulled Qingyu into the kitchen to help, leaving space for the two men. Hearing this, Tong Tian immediately sat up straight. "Uncle, I'm 20 years old with a master's degree. I currently work in the B University laboratory and was recently promoted to the research director of the lab, with an annual income." Chapter 296, Chapter 165, Second Life, 16. Qing Yu looked at Tong Tian with suspicion, feeling that something significant had happened between them. At the dinner table, Mr. Shin still maintained his composure, but his gaze occasionally fell on Tong Tian, secretly observing his every move. Tong Tian behaved very appropriately, not only carefully serving Qing Yu food, but also engaging in polite conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Shun, answering smoothly. Mrs. She noticed her husband's unusual behavior, and was curious but didn't ask too many questions. Watching Tong Tian's natural and considered actions, Mr. Shin had to admit that this kid was indeed attentive to Qing Yu. His attitude towards Tong Tian softened a bit, and he even suggested that Tong Tian stay at their home for a few more days. Tong Tian happily agreed. After dinner, Tong Tian volunteered to help clear the dishes. At this time, Mr. Shun called Qing Yu aside and said quietly, Yu, I still need to observe him more. This concerns your lifelong happiness, so I can't be careless. Qing Yu pouted, Dad, Tong Tian is really good. Please don't make it hard for him. Mr. Shun patted her head, silly girl. Dad is doing this for your own good. In the following days, every time Tong Tian went on a date with Qing Yu, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. Chapter 297, Chapter 166. Second Life, 17. Qing Yu leaned on his shoulder and suddenly seemed to remember something, lifting her head. Wait, those wealthy ladies you introduced me to for blind dates all thought I was gay. Tong Tian winked proudly. This move kills two birds with one stone. It not only wards off unwanted advances, but also allows me to marry the girl I love. It's just that my parents have shed quite a few tears at night. Qing Yu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, pinching Tong Tian's arm. You're too cunning. Don't worry, they're all straight guys. Tong Tian smiled and pinched her nose. The ones I found are all my college classmates. They sacrificed quite a bit to help me. You have no idea how much effort I put in to get them to agree to take those intimate photos. Qing Yu couldn't help but imagine the awkward poses of several big men and let out a soft laugh. The roses in the garden gently swayed in the breeze, and the sunlight cast a warm golden glow over the two of them, adding a layer of warmth to this affectionate moment. They're in such a hurry to get us married. Could it be they're afraid you'll change your mind? Smart. Tong Tian kissed her forehead lightly. My mom secretly told me yesterday to hurry up and marry you home, lest the night be long and dreams many. Chapter 298, Chapter 167. Second Life finished. In the blink of an eye, Qing Yu turned 25 and Tong Tian was 27. On May 20th of this year, they went together to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Along the way, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves and fell upon them, as if blessing this beautiful moment. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were quite a few people in line, but in their eyes, there was only each other, filled with joy at the thought of soon stepping into the halls of marriage. Finally, it was their turn. The staff smiled as they processed their paperwork. When they received the two bright red marriage certificates, Tong Tian tightly held Qing Yu's hand, his voice trembling slightly. From now on, you are my rightful wife. Qing Yu's eyes reddened, and she nodded, for a lifetime. As they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they looked at the marriage certificates in their hands, happiness radiating from their faces. The next day, May 21st, they would hold a magnificent and grand Chinese wedding. Before dawn, Qing Yu was gently awakened by the makeup artist, beginning her careful preparation. Dressed in a dragon and phoenix robe embroidered with peonies and wearing a phoenix crown and veil, she looked like a classical beauty stepping out of a painting. On the wedding day, the banquet hall was adorned in resplendent gold and jade. Lanterns and decorations filled the space, and red silk fluttered. Friends and family beamed with smiles, waiting for the newlyweds to enter. Chapter 299, Chapter 168. The Third Life, 1. The old servant abandoned the child in the wilderness, holding the weak baby boy. The old servant hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to abandon the child in the territory of the wolves. He took off his outer robe to wrap the baby tightly and murmured, "Little master, I can only take you this far." After saying that, he gently placed the baby at the entrance of a hidden cave. The cave was dry and warm, and one could faintly hear the distant sound of flowing water. The old servant took one last look at the sleeping baby in the swaddling cloth, trembling as he took out half of a jade pendant from his bosom and carefully placed it in the swaddling cloth. It was something the master had secretly given him before leaving. The distant sound of wolves howling made the old servant's heart tighten, and he immediately turned and left, his figure disappearing into the vast night. The baby's cry was particularly weak, as if it could be swallowed by the howling mountain winds at any moment. Deep in the cave, an elderly Taoist was meditating. Upon hearing the baby's cry, he frowned slightly. Following the sound, he stepped outside the cave and saw the baby's small face frozen red under the moonlight, still stubbornly waving its little hands. The Taoist felt a surge of compassion and bent down to pick up the baby. The child in the swaddling cloth seemed to sense the warmth and stopped crying, looking up with clear eyes at the Taoist. Chapter 300, Chapter 169. The Third Life, 2. Qingyue's first birthday celebration was lively, grand, and magnificent. The Gui Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness, and his fingers tightly gripped the jade cup, turning slightly pale. Beside him, the eldest princess Rong Qingyao managed a forced smile, lowering her head to eat snacks, concealing her unwillingness and jealousy. The gentle and jade-like face of Xian Sujun always wore an appropriate smile, but when no one was watching, he discreetly glanced toward the Gui Jun, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The second princess, Rong Qingli, looked adoringly at the empress on the high platform, but when she lowered her head, her eyes darkened, and the handkerchief in her sleeve was tightly clenched, then quickly released, her face quickly adopting a compliant smile. Zhenjun looked at the lively scene on the platform with a smile, occasionally whispering to the palace maid beside her, yet her eyes concealed a hint of loneliness. If her own child were still around, they would be this age. She subconsciously touched her flat abdomen, recalling the child who could not be born, a wave of sorrow rising in her heart. Zhou Shijun quietly observed the reactions of everyone in the hall, silently lowering her presence. She tightened her hold on the fourth princess, Rong Qingyu, who was happily playing with her father's jade pendant, completely unaware of the commotion in the palace. Chapter 301, Chapter 170. The Third Life, 3. Xian Sujun was carried down by the palace maids in a flurry, causing chaos in the hall. The ministers exchanged glances, lowering their heads and remaining silent. Feng Jun quickly approached, whispering a few words in the empress's ear. The empress nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Today's banquet ends here. All ministers may leave." Hearing this, the ministers bowed and exited. In the inner chamber, the agonizing groans of Xian Sujun came intermittently. Basin after basin of blood water was carried out by little attendants, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. The imperial physicians entered and exited with grave expressions, occasionally gathering to discuss countermeasures. Inside the hall, Xian Sujun's groans gradually weakened. The empress's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Feng Jun stood by, his expression complicated, but he still gently held the empress's hand, softly comforting her. "Your Majesty, Xian brother is blessed by fate. He will be fine." The empress nodded slightly, but her gaze remained fixed on the inner chamber. At this moment, the Gui Jun pretended to be anxious and leaned over, saying, "Your Majesty, Xian Sujun's condition is indeed strange. Could it be that someone is trying to harm him?" The empress shot him a cold glance, not responding. The Gui Jun's heart sank, secretly pondering whether the empress had begun to suspect him. Chapter 302, Chapter 171. The Third Life, for the sixth prince felt it was inappropriate for his sister to sleep here alone. So he asked Lu Yi to stay and take care of Qingyue while he went to find some palace maids to look after his sister. Lu Yi initially disagreed, but could not resist the third prince, so she had to agree. As the third prince was leaving, he glanced at the jade osmanthus cake on the table and reached for a piece. Taking a bite, he found it not very tasty, so he spat it out, put the cake down, and left. Lu Yi, the little attendant, watched the third prince leave and then stood guard by Qingyue's small bed. Shortly after the third prince left, he found 2 palace maids and was just about to send them to Kuinning Palace to look after Qingyue when he suddenly felt dizzy, his legs going weak. And then everything went dark as he collapsed to the ground. "Your Highness!" the 2 palace maids exclaimed, rushing forward to help the third prince up. The third prince's face was pale, dark red blood seeping from the corners of his lips, his breath faint. "Quick, call the imperial physician. The third prince has been poisoned." One of the palace maids screamed. The little attendants who rushed over were thrown into chaos, quickly carrying the third prince into the side hall, while the palace maids hurried to summon the imperial physician. The scream also startled the sleeping Qingyue, who let out a loud cry. Chapter 303, Chapter 172. The Third Life, 5. At this moment, in the side hall of Kuinning Palace, the 5-year-old third prince lay on the couch with a bluish-purple complexion, his small body twitching intermittently. The imperial physicians surrounded him, silver needles and medicine jars scattered everywhere. Liang Sujun, seeing this, shoved aside the palace maids blocking his way and stumbled to the front of the couch. His fingers trembled as they brushed against the third prince's pale cheek, tears silently falling. His trembling fingers touched the third prince's cold face, tears falling silently as he choked out gently, "Your father is here. Open your eyes and look at father, all right?" The only response was a deathly silence, with only the hurried footsteps of the imperial physicians and the soft clinking of medicine jars. The empress, witnessing this, felt her heart wrench. She asked in a deep voice, "Imperial physicians, what is the third prince's condition?" The leading physician wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed, replying, "Your Majesty, the third prince has been poisoned with arsenic. Fortunately, the dosage is still low and was discovered in time. I have used mung bean and licorice soup to induce vomiting, and I am currently administering needles to expel the poison." The imperial doctor hesitated, glancing at the third prince Qingzi's pale lips. The toxicity of arsenic was severe, and the prince was still young. It was likely that Liang Sijuan, upon hearing this, nearly fainted. He turned around and knelt heavily at the feet of the empress, his forehead hitting the ground and drawing blood. "Please, your Majesty, save Yuer. If anything happens to him, I will not live." Chapter 304, Chapter 173, The Third Life, 6. Liang Sijuan remained kneeling by the bedside, holding the third prince's small hand tightly, tears silently streaming down his face. He murmured softly, "You must hold on. Your father is here with you." The empress looked at the third prince's pale face and felt her heart ache. Suddenly, the prince's fingers moved slightly, and Liang Sijuan joyfully exclaimed, "Yuer." The doctors hurried forward to check, and, after a moment, the leading physician let out a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, the third prince's pulse is becoming stable. The toxicity has been controlled." The empress's tense expression finally relaxed, and a glimmer of comfort flashed in her eyes. "That's good. Do everything possible to ensure the third prince's complete recovery." Liang Sijuan was overwhelmed with joy and tears, thanking heaven and earth that Yuer was safe. Meanwhile, on another front, after several days of investigation, new developments emerged. The coroner discovered a pouch containing arsenic in the sleeve of the horse milk seller. From a small palace servant, it was learned that they had seen Yulan, who was close to the Guijun, visit the horse milk seller's residence. Furthermore, arsenic was found in a secret compartment in Xian Sijuan's Jingren Palace. In the flower bushes of the Guijuan's Changchun Palace, red flowers that caused Xian Sijuan's miscarriage were also discovered. Chapter 305, Chapter 174, The Third Life, 7. One day, Tong Tian secretly left the mountain while his master was away, but little did he know he would never see his master again. When Xian Ji Dao Ren returned, he called for Tong Tian several times, but received no response. After calculating with his fingers, he sighed, "It is difficult to go against the will of heaven." Xian Ji Dao Ren gazed at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Fate brings people together and pulls them apart like water. Ultimately, it cannot be avoided. Well then, let this child's destiny be shaped by his own endeavors." Saying this, he turned and left, continuing his wandering journey. After descending the mountain, Tong Tian got lost and nearly fell into the hands of kidnappers. If it weren't for his quick wits and speed, he would have long been caught by thieves. He stumbled his way back home, which took him half a month. However, when he arrived, the place was already deserted, leaving only a dilapidated thatched hut swaying in the wind. Tong Tian stood there in a daze. A wave of inexplicable loss and unease surged in his heart. He hurriedly approached and pushed open the door of the hut, but the inside was empty. The master who used to affectionately call him disciple had vanished without a trace. Tong Tian panicked, calling out loudly for his master, his voice echoing in the empty valley, but there was no response. The wind rustled the dry leaves on the ground, making a sound as if mocking his helplessness. Chapter 306, Chapter 175, The Third Life, 8. Thus, Tong Tian followed Miss Chio's merchant caravan, traveling south and north, experiencing the customs and culture of various countries. In the snowy northern Qiji Kingdom, the spring-like southern Zhao Kingdom, and the sandy Dawan Kingdom, they finally arrived at the prosperous Xian Yu Kingdom 2 years later. Xian Yu Kingdom was the wealthiest and most flourishing of the four nations, with bustling shops lining the streets and crowds of pedestrians. Miss Chou's caravan often collected local specialties from various countries and sold them in Xianyu Kingdom for a hefty profit, and then sold goods from Xianyu to other nations, making another significant profit. One day, the caravan arrived at the capital, Fenglin City of Xianyu Kingdom. As soon as they reached Fenglin City, Tong Tian bid farewell to Miss Chou and left the caravan. Miss Chou felt a bit reluctant, but understood Tong Tian's carefree nature, so she did not insist on keeping him. Instead, she handed him a heavy silk pouch. This is your reward for protecting the caravan over the past 4 years. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to find me. Tong Tian took the pouch, thanked her with a fist salute, and turned to leave. The streets of Fenglin City were bustling with voices. Following his inner guidance, he walked to the high wall outside the palace. The towering palace wall cast a long shadow in the sunset, and the golden armored guards atop the city tower glinted with cold light. Chapter 307, Chapter 176, The Third Life. 9. San Quan did not dare to sit with Qin Yu, opting instead to sit beside the coachman. The carriage slowly moved along the bustling streets, the wheels rolling over the bluestone slabs with a rhythmic sound. Qin Yu looked out through the gauze curtain at the bustling crowd, the aroma of freshly roasted Longjing tea wafting from the tea houses, mixed with the sweetness of candied chestnuts. Qin Yu suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous pastry shop at the corner, saying, "The sweet chestnut cake from that shop is the most delicious. Would you like to try it?" Tong Tian smiled and replied, "I love sweets the most." Qin Yu immediately instructed the coachman to stop and personally got off to buy some. Just as San Quan was about to follow, she stopped him with a glance. In front of the pastry shop, Qin Yu asked the owner to pack 2 portions of the freshly made sweet chestnut cake. After receiving the cakes, Qin Yu returned to the carriage, opened one of the packages, and held a piece of cake up to Tong Tian's lips, saying, "Try this." Tong Tian smiled and took a bite. The sugar dust clung to the corners of his lips, and Qin Yu pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve, reaching out to wipe the sugar off his lips. The action was so practiced, as if she had done it countless times before. Afterward, the two locked eyes, and the air in the carriage seemed to freeze. The sounds of vendors and children's laughter outside grew distant and blurred, leaving only the sound of their breaths intertwining. Chapter 308, Chapter 177, The Third Life. 10. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Tong Tian discreetly placed the peeled shrimp into her bowl. The shrimp meat was cleaned perfectly, placed in a small dish, and pushed toward her. Qin Yu's lips curled slightly as she picked up the shrimp and put it in her mouth, the fresh and sweet taste blooming on her tongue. She then naturally picked up a piece of lamb chop for Tong Tian, saying, "Try this." Everyone at the table had different expressions, but they only thought the two were close and did not think much of it. During the meal, the old man frequently served Qin Yu, filled with concern in his words. Qin Yu responded while subtly pushing several dishes that Tong Tian loved toward him. This small gesture caught the attention of Marquis Chung In, who furrowed his brow but said nothing. After a few rounds of drinks, the old man suddenly sighed. "Qin Yu, you are now the esteemed Taiyi. Yet your marriage has not been settled for a long time. The ministers in the court are discussing it." Qin Yu paused slightly with her chopsticks in hand, then looked up with a smile. "Grandfather, I am only 14. There is no rush. There are many young girls engaged at 14, and, as the Taiyi, you should make plans early." Qin Yu noticed Tong Tian's fingers tremble slightly and discreetly pressed down on his sleeve, smiling. "Grandfather, there is no need to rush. Let's discuss it after I come of age." Chapter 309, Chapter 178, The Third Life. 11. After the dark guard was dismissed, the Empress gazed thoughtfully out the window. The stars in the sky were twinkling, with the Z-Way star and the 7 Killers star shining particularly bright and close. Remembering how Yuer had always been aloof since childhood, keeping her distance from everyone, it was indeed unusual for her to be so close to a man of unknown origin. The Empress gently stroked the jade ring in her hand, a complex look flashing in her eyes. When Yuer was young, she always stood alone on the palace wall, gazing into the distance, her cold eyes seeming to see through all the world's affairs. Nowadays, could it be that I see a stranger in a different light? Perhaps it is a fated connection? "Someone come in." The Empress suddenly spoke. A young attendant immediately entered the hall. "Your Majesty, what do you command?" Summon the director of the Astronomy Bureau to enter the palace immediately. Meanwhile, Qing Wen and Tong Tian returned to the East Palace. The East Palace was brightly lit, and the young attendants had already prepared hot water and snacks. The furnishings in the hall, while not luxurious, exuded elegance everywhere. Qingwei and Qingwei stepped into the hall together, lightly waving their sleeves, signaling everyone to withdraw. Sanquan stepped forward, just about to speak in persuasion, but Qingwei spoke first. Sanquan, you may leave now. No need to serve tonight. Sanquan was taken aback, hesitated to speak, and finally bowed his head and replied, Yes, Your Highness. He turned to leave, his back appearing particularly lonely. Chapter 3:10 Sanquan nearly dropped the brocade robe in his hands, stammering, Master? Tong Tian turned around, the corners of his lips slightly raised. What? You don't recognize me after just one night? Sanquan came to his senses and hurriedly bowed. It was my eyes that were lacking. This is the new robe His Highness specially prepared for you. Tong Tian took the brocade robe, lightly stroking the fabric with his fingertips. It was a dark brocade robe, with cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread at the collar and cuffs, understated yet luxurious. This fine cloud brocade is quite a bother to acquire, he remarked. His Highness said to change into this and go to the main hall for breakfast. Sanquan lowered his head, not daring to look more. Understood, you may leave now. After Sanquan withdrew, Tong Tian gazed at himself in the bronze mirror for a moment, lightly touching his Adam's apple with his fingertip, causing his originally smooth neck to show masculine features. He nodded in satisfaction and adjusted a few details before donning the brocade robe. In the main hall, Qingwei was practicing calligraphy. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Tong Tian in a dark brocade robe with a jade belt lightly tied at his waist, exuding the sharpness of a sword drawn from its sheath. Qingwei's hand holding the brush paused slightly, and a drop of ink spread out on the rice paper, forming a sea of ink peonies. Chapter 3:11 After leaving the Taiyi hall, Tong Tian gently held Qingwei's hand and whispered, It's nothing. We have plenty of time ahead. As they turned around the corridor, they unexpectedly bumped into a group of palace attendants in brocade clothing. The leading woman in purple raised her phoenix eyes slightly and said, Oh, isn't this the crown princess? This is my advisor, Qingwei replied indifferently. Elder sister, are you going to pay respects to Mother Empress? The Grand Princess's gaze swept over Tong Tian and smiled. Sister, you have good taste. But Mother Empress despises men interfering in politics, so you must be careful. With that, she led her attendants away. Qingwei's eyes grew cold, her fingertips tightening slightly. Tong Tian noticed her emotional fluctuation and gently squeezed her palm. Don't mind it. Some people are just jumping clowns. They won't last long. Qingwei took a deep breath to suppress her displeasure. The Grand Princess was ambitious and had long coveted the position of Crown Princess. Over the years, she had made numerous moves both overtly and covertly, and had repeatedly tried to undermine Qingwei, but all had been dealt with by her. If it weren't for the Empress's face, she would have died long ago. However, her patience was limited. If those who dared to act recklessly did not restrain themselves, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless and cutting off the roots. A hint of sharpness flashed in Qingwei's eyes, but soon her expression returned to calm. Chapter 3:12 That night, the Grand Princess's residence suddenly caught fire. Although the flames were extinguished in time, several valuable paintings and calligraphies in the residence turned to ashes. What was even more bizarre was that the fire started in the Grand Princess's favorite study, and on the wall of the study hung a half-burnt phoenix painting. The Grand Princess was furious, her face turning ashen, but she could not find any clues. The next day, during the morning court, Qingwei appeared as usual, as if last night's incident had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, the Grand Princess wore a gloomy expression, frequently casting glances at Qingwei, but never daring to erupt. After the court session, Qingwei immediately went to see Tong Tian. Qingwei pushed the door open and saw Tong Tian grinding ink at the desk, sunlight streaming through the window, casting fragmented shadows on his side profile. Qingwei rushed forward and recounted the situation in the court in detail, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Tong Tian chuckled. Is Your Highness satisfied with last night's effect? More than satisfied. You should have seen her face. It looked like she swallowed a fly. This is just the beginning. We have already found evidence of the Grand Princess embezzling funds in the Ministry of Revenue. Once the timing is right, we can expose it all at once. All right, I'll follow your lead. On this day, the director of the Astronomy Bureau was heading to the Taiyi Hall to pay his respects to the Empress. Chapter 3:13 At this moment, Sanquan finally caught up, leaning against a pillar, gasping for breath. Your Highness, you ran too fast. Before Sanquan could catch his breath, he saw his master and young master Luo already sharing almond tofu without a care. He wisely retreated behind a pillar, serving nearby. I will thoroughly investigate today's matter. I apologize for not being able to protect you. Qing Yue's fingers gripping the porcelain spoon turned pale, the sweetness of the almond tofu melting on her tongue. But it couldn't suppress the surging anger in her heart. Tong Tian offered a piece of lotus cake to Qing Yue's lips, chuckling softly. Don't blame yourself. If anyone needs protection, it should be me protecting you. Someone wants to use my assassination to draw you into the game. You mustn't fall for it. Qing Yue was slightly taken aback, then understood Tong Tian's meaning. She raised her eyes to look at him, her gaze firm. I won't let them succeed. I will definitely root out the mastermind behind this. Tong Tian nodded with a gentle smile, feeling warmth in his heart as he looked at Qing Yue's serious demeanor. In the following days, the secret guards intensified their investigation and discovered that the person was one of the many young attendants assigned to the East Palace by the Empress Dowager not long ago, with the selection made by the Empress Dowager's personal attendant, Huayang. However, the Empress Dowager was her biological mother and would never harm her, even if she disliked Tong Tian. She wouldn't go so far as to act ruthlessly. Chapter 314. Before long, it was time for the autumn hunt. The royal hunting ground was filled with banners flying, as the Empress brought together the princesses and civil and military officials. Qing Yue wore a plain white riding outfit, understated yet dignified. Tong Tian followed closely behind in a dark outfit, a sword at his waist reflecting cold light in the sun. The Grand Princess wore a luxurious purple robe, surrounded by attendants, drawing attention from the officials. In the autumn hunting ground, the Grand Princess Rong Qingyao deliberately galloped past Qing Yue's side, causing Qing Yue to sidestep. However, the dust kicked up by the horse's hooves still clung to the hem of her clothes. Tong Tian's eyes glinted coldly, just as he was about to teach her a lesson. Qing Yue raised her hand to stop him. She gently brushed off the dust, her gaze calmly looking into the distance. It's nothing, Qing Yue said with a faint smile, though a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. The prey has yet to enter the net. There is no need to rush. Deep in the hunting ground, the horn sounded. The Empress led the way into the forest, followed closely by the princesses. Qing Yue and Tong Tian walked side by side, maintaining a leisurely distance. Once the autumn hunt began, everyone showcased their riding and archery skills. The Grand Princess was eager to outshine Qing Yue, and when she spotted a target, she hastily shot an arrow, but repeatedly missed, causing laughter among the crowd. Qing Yue, however, took her time, drawing her bow and shooting without fail, hitting multiple targets. The Empress watched Qing Yue's steady performance, a flash of admiration appearing in her eyes. Chapter 315. Your Highness, please calm down. The strategist stepped forward quickly and whispered, Your Highness. A small inability to endure will disrupt the grand plan. Although the Crown Princess is pleased today, it does not mean she will laugh until the end. The Crown Princess suddenly turned around. What other plans do you have? Your Highness, since it has come to this, why not go all out? The strategist smiled coldly and made a gesture of cutting his throat. Taking advantage of the dark night and strong winds, we can rebel directly. As long as the Emperor and the Crown Princess die, this world will belong to you. A flicker of hesitation flashed in the Crown Princess's eyes. Raising an army to rebel, how easy is that? If we fail, it would be a disaster. The strategist, however, was unconcerned. He leaned closer to the Crown Princess and lowered his voice. Your Highness, you are already despised by the Emperor, and the Crown Princess is increasingly favored. If you do not take a risk, you may never have another opportunity. Moreover, we have secretly gathered a considerable force. As long as the plan is thorough, we have a great chance of winning. The Crown Princess clenched her fists, her mind in turmoil. After a moment, she steeled her resolve and said, All right, I will go along with your words. But we must act cautiously and cannot afford any mistakes. The strategist nodded. Your Highness can rest assured, I will make arrangements immediately. We will launch the attack 3 nights from now. Due to the Crown Princess's rebellion, the Empress lost her appetite for the autumn hunt and ordered an early return to the imperial capital the next morning. On the way back, the Empress remained silent, and Qing Yue did not disturb her, quietly accompanying her on horseback. The autumn wind was bleak along the way, and outside the carriage, the autumn scenery was desolate, with falling leaves adding to the sense of sorrow. After returning to the capital, the Empress seemed to age significantly overnight. She lost interest in state affairs and locked herself in the Taiyi hall, rarely going out. She handed over state matters to Qing Yue and issued an edict appointing her as regent. After receiving the edict, Qing Yue immediately cleaned up the court. identifying and dealing with officials involved in the crown princess's rebellion. The court suddenly had many fewer officials, but most were minor officials below the fourth rank, which did not shake the foundation of the court. After consulting with the empress and obtaining her consent, Qingyue quickly promoted a group of capable and pragmatic newcomers to fill the vacancies. Although most of these young officials came from humble backgrounds, they were all eager to make progress and handled matters efficiently, injecting a breath of fresh air into the court and sweeping away the previous decay. The efficiency of the court's operations improved by more than 50%. One day, the empress suddenly felt inspired and went to chat with the elderly residents of the harem. Upon closer inspection, only Zhou Shijun and Empress Feng remained in the palace. When Jun had passed away 3 years ago, the Degui Jun, who had grown up with her, had died over 10 years ago, as did the Xian Su Jun. Liang Su Jun had died 7 years ago during childbirth, and the newly born ninth princess had also passed away a month later. Jin Jun had long since passed due to illness from longing. Every 5 years, a new batch of young people was selected to enter the palace, but those vibrant faces always seemed to wither away in an instant within the deep palace. Very few could remain. Zhou Shijun's hair had turned white at the temples, and fine lines had formed around her eyes. Though Empress Feng was well maintained, she could not hide the weariness etched between her brows. Looking at the two companions who had been with her for many years, the empress couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Once, during the late emperor's southern tour, he contracted a severe illness and unfortunately died suddenly. Before passing, he designated her as the next empress. She had only been on the throne for 16 or 17 years, with a shaky foundation. Dark currents surged in the court, and all eyes were on her, wanting to pull her down from the phoenix throne. Fortunately, with the strong support of Empress Feng's family, she was able to establish her footing in the court. It turned out that those aristocratic families were dissatisfied that Qingyue's new policies had touched their interests and were attempting to seize power amidst the chaos. According to reports from the Shadow Pavilion, the vast majority of aristocratic families in the court were involved in this palace coup and had secretly gathered nearly 500 private soldiers, preparing to launch a coup while Qingyue's army was engaged in a fierce battle with the Beiki kingdom. At this moment, if Qingyue returned to the capital to defend the throne, the northern defense line would surely collapse. If she continued to hold her ground, the capital would likely fall. This sudden change caused the atmosphere in the military tent to freeze, and the generals looked at Qingyue, waiting for the commander's decision. The candlelight cast shadows on Qingyue's young and resolute face, and the small red birthmark on her brow appeared even more vivid in the firelight. Her long fingers gently tapped the edge of the sand table, making a crisp sound. Report. A scout covered in snow stumbled into the military tent. The vanguard of the Beiki army has reached 30 miles away. Tong Tian stepped forward. Your Highness, I am willing to lead the light cavalry to intercept them. Qingyue raised her eyes to look at the swirling snow outside the tent, a cold smile curling on her lips. No, we will split our forces. Qingyue traced the winding mountains on the sand table with her fingertip. Tong Tian, lead 30,000 elite troops to continue holding the line and must delay Xiao Hanshuang's main force. I will take 200,000 iron cavalry to rush day and night to the capital. After I leave, all matters in the army will be arranged by Tong Tian. Once I quell the internal strife, I will return immediately to provide support. As night fell, Qingyue's army had quietly approached 10 miles outside the capital, in a pine forest. The left envoy of the Shadow Pavilion jumped down from a treetop, kneeling on one knee to present a secret letter. Your Highness, the arrangements inside the city are complete. Our people have infiltrated the residences of the rebel leaders and the city gate guards. Zhou Shijun and the fourth princess have also been arranged. Qingyue lightly pinched the letter, and after reading it, she tucked it away and whispered to General Lin, "Proceed according to plan." "Yes, Your Highness." Then Qingyue drew her sword, the blade cutting through the night sky, and turned to look at the silent iron cavalry behind her, their dark armor glinting coldly in the moonlight. This battle concerns the fate of the great Zhou. Everyone, follow me, Qingjun. Soon, Qingyue led 200,000 iron cavalry quietly approaching. As night fell, the gates of Fenglin City were tightly closed, and the patrolling soldiers on the city walls were completely unaware of the impending danger. She raised her hand and waved, and a signal arrow shot through the night sky. 3 red lanterns immediately lit up on the city walls, signaling that the Shadow Pavilion had succeeded. Hidden spies silently dealt with the city gate guards. With a faint sound of a mechanism, the heavy city gate slowly opened. Attack! At Qing Yue's command. The iron cavalry surged into the city like a tide. The sound of hooves was like thunder, waking the sleeping Fenglin city. Wang Shiyu's confidants hurried to the secret chamber, only to find the guards scattered on the ground, and the secret chamber door wide open. The Empress and Feng Jun had long since vanished. The confidants quickly ran back to report this news to Wang Shiyu. At the same time, Qinghua launched the final charge with her army. Her red cloak stood out vividly in the firelight, and wherever her sword pointed, the rebel forces fell like waves of wheat. An elite squad followed closely behind, rushing straight for the main gate of the palace. "Your Highness, be careful," General Lin suddenly shouted. A poison arrow was shot down from the city tower. Qinghua dodged to the side and threw her sword back, pinning the archer to the tower. "Break down the door," Qinghua commanded, and the battering ram struck the palace gate heavily. Meanwhile, a great fire suddenly broke out on the west side of the palace. It was the right envoy of the Shadow Pavilion leading assassins to create chaos. On the palace city wall, Wang Shiyu was anxiously waiting. When she heard that the Empress and the Phoenix Queen were gone, her legs went weak, and she fell straight onto the cold floor tiles, as the sound of the palace gate being violently smashed open echoed in her ears. At the moment the palace gate collapsed, Qing Yue stepped in, holding a blood-stained long sword, with the fierce Xuanjia army behind her and the retreating rebels in front. 3 days later, when the first ray of morning sunlight rose, the sound of horns came from afar. The army was already ready to march. Qing Yue took one last look at the towering palace walls, turned around, and mounted her horse. The crimson cloak fluttered in the wind, and the jade peace token at her waist glowed with a warm radiance in the morning light. "Set off!" With a command from Qing Yue, she raised her whip, and the warhorse neighed as it charged forward. Behind her, 300,000 iron cavalry surged out of the city gates like a tide, galloping towards the northern border, kicking up dust like a winding giant dragon. The Empress, the Phoenix Queen, and the civil and military officials stood on the city wall, watching the army disappear into the distance. After Qingming had gone far, the Empress could no longer hold on. Her figure swayed, almost collapsing. The Phoenix Queen hurriedly supported her. At this moment, the Empress's face was pale, and beads of sweat trickled from her forehead. The Phoenix Queen anxiously wiped her with a handkerchief, gently held the Empress's hand, and whispered, "Your Majesty, you must take care of your health." The Empress patted her hand, forcing a smile. "It's an old problem. It's nothing." The Empress struggled to stand straight, but her gaze remained fixed on the receding dust, hoping that Yuerer would return safely. The Phoenix Queen's eyes grew warm, gripping the Empress's hand tighter. Qing Yue traveled day and night, finally arriving at the northern border 5 days later. At this time, Tong Tian was defending the city, refusing to go out, and holding the Fengxi Pass to buy time for Qing Yue. After Tong Tian employed surprise attack tactics to burn the enemy's food supplies and killed one of their veteran generals with cunning, they faced the enemy's frenzied counterattack. Although Tong Tian was brave in battle and possessed exceptional military talent, frequently employing ingenious strategies, they not only stabilized the northern defense line, but also took the initiative to strike, killing 5 enemy generals and severely damaging the morale of the enemy troops. However, Xiao Hanzhuang, seasoned in battle and with a keen eye, was not easy to deal with. After cutting down a few soldiers who spread rumors and disturbed the army's morale to boost their spirits, she quickly discovered the weakness of Tong Tian's troops: insufficient manpower. After testing the waters, Xiao Hanzhuang roughly grasped the situation inside Fengxi Pass. There were currently about 200,000 soldiers in Fengxi Pass, while she had nearly 500,000, with the enemy weaker and herself stronger. Xiao Hanzhuang immediately ordered the entire army to advance, using a human wave tactic to exhaust Tong Tian's arrows and stamina, aiming to forcibly take Fengxi Pass. With supplies in the army becoming increasingly urgent, Xiao Hanzhuang knew that if they could not resolve the battle quickly and occupy Fengxi Pass to utilize its supplies, the army would surely mutiny after a while. Tong Tian pondered for a moment and suddenly ordered, "Send the order down, dismantle the houses in the city, gather wood to make simple catapults, and prepare rolling stones and fire oil." It was reinforcements. A deafening cheer erupted from the city wall. The weary faces of the defenders reignited with hope, and even the injured soldiers struggled to rise, gripping their weapons tightly. Xiao Hanzhuang's expression changed drastically. and she quickly turned her horse around, readying the rear troops to face the enemy. But it was too late. Qingyue's cavalry had already pierced into the enemy's flank like a sharp knife. This elite force, having accumulated rich experience in quelling rebellions, was now unstoppable. Seeing this, Tong Tian immediately ordered, "Open the city gates. All troops charge." The heavy city gates slowly opened, and the defenders, who had been holding their breath, shouted as they rushed out. The two armies flanked Xiao Hanshuang's forces, instantly throwing them into chaos. Qingyue led the charge, her spear cutting through the enemy ranks. Her gaze met Tong Tian's in the air, and they tacitly charged towards the enemy's central tent together. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Xiao Hanshuang was about to retreat when Tong Tian shot her horse's leg with an arrow, causing her to fall to the ground. Xiao Hanshuang rolled up awkwardly, only to see Qingyue's spear aimed directly at her throat. Xiao Hanshuang immediately threw 3 poison darts from her sleeve. Qingyue dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, it was a feint. Xiao Hanshuang took the opportunity to mount the warhorse led by her personal guard. "Stop her!" Tong Tian shouted. Dozens of archers shot their arrows at once. But Xiao Hanshuang was already prepared, grabbing 2 personal guards to shield her, using the rain of arrows as cover, disappearing into the smoke-filled battlefield. Qingyue's sword tip lightly grazed his neck, leaving a small blood mark. "Very good. I appreciate your toughness." A cruel smile curved Qingyue's lips as the sword tip suddenly turned, accurately severing the tendons in his right hand. The deputy quickly stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth to prevent his screams from alarming the enemy troops. The Dawon soldier writhed in pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his inner shirt, but he could only emit muffled whimpers. "This is just the beginning." Qingyue leisurely crouched down, waving the sword tip in front of him. "Next, I will slice the flesh from your body piece by piece until you tell me the information I want to know. I wonder how many times you can withstand it?" Fear finally surfaced in the Dawon soldier's eyes, but he stubbornly turned his head away. Qingyue let out a cold laugh, lightly flicking the sword tip, causing a blood mark to appear on the Dawon soldier's left arm. Blood dripped through the gaps in his armor onto the snow, resembling bright red plums. The deputy handed over a bag of salt, and Qingyue grabbed a handful and sprinkled it on the wound. "I will ask one last time. Where's your main force?" The Dawon soldier nodded frantically, making indistinct whimpers from his blocked mouth. Qingyue led an army of 100,000 towards Xinjiang Pass. Halfway there, a scout knelt on one knee to report. "Your Highness, the enemy at Xinjiang Pass seems to have sensed the movement and is tightening their defenses. The western gate is the weakest, but over a dozen crossbows have been added to the city wall. Additionally, we just received a secret report that the second princess of Dawon is leading 50,000 elite troops to reinforce Xinjiang Pass." The second princess of Dawon? Just in time. A cold smile crept across Qingyue's lips. "Send the order down. The entire army should accelerate and ensure we reach the western gate of Xinjiang Pass before sunset." Qingyue gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the warhorse immediately surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, with the army following closely behind. When the army arrived at Xinjiang Pass, the setting sun cast a bloody hue over the city walls. Qingyue raised her hand to signal the army to stop. She saw shadows on the city wall, with soldiers moving rolling logs and stones. Qingyue squinted her eyes, preparing fire arrows and fire jars to destroy those crossbows first. Light cavalry lay in ambush behind, ready to charge in and control the key routes as soon as the city gate was breached. Qingyue's orders were quickly relayed. As night fell, torches lit up one by one at Xinjiang Pass. Soon, a letter and a blood-stained turquoise earring were delivered to the hands of the Dawon king. Meanwhile, the city tower of the Xianyu kingdom was adorned with war trophies, and the banner of the Snow Wolf King fluttered in the wind, stinging the eyes of every Dayuan soldier. Inside the Dayuan royal tent, the middle-aged queen of Dayuan saw the earrings and the letter, and her expression instantly darkened as if it could drip water. She felt heartache for her daughter, but was also wary of the strength displayed by the Xianyu kingdom this time. After much hesitation, she decided to send a peace envoy. Another scout rushed back. "Your Highness, the Dayuan king has sent envoys to request negotiations." Qinyu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Oh, they are quick to come." She turned to look down from the city and indeed saw a group of people approaching slowly while waving a white flag. "Let them come up." Qinyu waved her hand. A moment later, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing was brought up to the city tower. Respectfully bowing, she said, "Your Highness, the Crown Princess of Xianyu, my king offers 100,000 taels of gold and 30,000 fine horses as ransom, and requests that you release the second princess." Xianyu chuckled softly. 100,000 taels of gold and 30,000 fine horses? That's far from enough. The envoy was momentarily taken aback, and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Your Highness, my king is proposing this condition in light of the long-standing friendship between our two nations, and we hope you will show mercy." Chapter 327. Chapter 196. Third Life, 29. After learning of Beiqi's request for peace, the Empress entrusted the entire matter to Qin Yu specifically sent the most frugal, stingy, and silver-tongued negotiator from the Shadow Pavilion, known as Qian Duo, to handle the negotiations. Qian Duo, who usually split even a single copper coin in half to spend, had a knack for words and could turn the dead into the living. When she received the order, she was squatting in the accounting room, fiddling with an abacus. Hearing that she was to engage with the Beiqi envoy, her eyes sparkled, and she rubbed her hands together, saying, "This time, I must make that group of Beiqi barbarians pay through the nose." Under Qian Duo's silver tongue, the Beiqi envoy suffered defeat after defeat. The sound of the abacus beads clicking resonated as she forcibly increased the compensation amount from Beiqi by 30. 3 days later, when the Beiqi envoy left with their heads down, they were left weak in the knees. Thus, the Beiqi war came to an end, and Qin Yu returned to court with Tong Tian. 10 days later, when the army returned to Fenglin City, it was just in time for the beginning of spring. The Grand Army marched into the city, warmly welcomed by the citizens on both sides. The Empress even directly issued a decree to marry Qin Yu to Tong Tian. Feeling that her health was deteriorating, the Empress wanted to see her beloved daughter married before her death. As for Tong Tian, she trusted Qin Yu's judgment and had made arrangements in advance. Chapter 328. Chapter 197. Third Life. And, however, the strength of the Xianyu kingdom also aroused the wariness of other countries, and Beiqi secretly allied with Taiyi, waiting for an opportunity to act. A year later, Qin Yu and Tong Tian went south to inspect and prepare for the upcoming transition from rice to mulberry. But at that moment, news of the Empress's passing suddenly arrived, and it was very unexpected. Qin Yu and Tong Tian immediately turned back, rushing back to Fenglin City overnight, riding hard without stopping at any relay station. When they arrived at the imperial city, it was already dark, the palace gates were tightly closed, and only the mourning flags fluttered in the wind. Qin Yu suppressed her sorrow and rushed to the Empress's mourning hall. Inside, the candlelight flickered, and the Empress's coffin quietly rested in the center, surrounded by palace maids dressed in mourning clothes. The Empress's attendants and children all knelt in the center, with 2 spots clearly left for Qin Yu and Tong Tian. The palace maids brought mourning clothes for the two, and Qin Yu knelt before the coffin, silent tears streaming down her face. Tong Tian silently held her hand, offering silent support. As a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day, Qin Yu ascended to the throne in front of the Empress's spirit, witnessed by all the ministers. 7 days later, during the Empress's funeral, Qin Yu wore mourning clothes and personally supported the coffin. Paper money filled the air, and the funeral procession stretched for miles, with citizens kneeling along the path, their cries echoing. Chapter 329. Chapter 198. Waking Up. Fourth Life, Republic Era. Fifth Life, 1970s. Sixth Life, Future Interstellar, ABO. Seventh Life, Cultivation. Eighth Life, Western Fantasy. Ninth Life, Barbaric Beast Era. 10th Life, Apocalyptic World. In every life the two would meet, get to know each other, fall in love, and walk hand in hand, radiating the most brilliant light. In the misty reign of the Republic Era, he was the son of a warlord, and she was a young lady returning from studying abroad. Under the lights of the bustling foreign concessions, Tong Tian stood in the rain holding an umbrella, while Qin Yu hurried past with a stack of new books. As their eyes met for a brief moment, it felt like a lifetime. In the 1970s, the wind blew across the fields where the educated youth were sent to the countryside. Tong Tian wore a straw hat, writing poetry on the ridge, while Qin Yu hummed softly nearby. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, intertwining inseparably. In the interstellar ABO world, he was a cold alpha commander, and she was an unexpectedly awakened omega scientist. The moment they met, alarms blared suddenly. Tong Tian quickly shielded Qingyu behind him, his military boots crushing the glass on the ground, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at the opposing alphas. Who dares to move her? In the brutal cultivation world, he was the sword master, whose cold blade swept across 14 states. She was the heir of the Miaoying Valley, known for her healing hands. On the day the Demon Lord besieged the Medicine King Valley, Tong Tian came with his sword, its energy stretching for 30,000 miles, firmly protecting Qingyu behind him. Chapter 330, Chapter 199, The Heavenly Pearl, 1. Seeing this, Qingyu sighed softly and turned to Gui Xian, saying, "Let's go. Continue searching for the remnants left by the god of magic." As she spoke, Qingyu flipped her palm, and a heart-shaped crystal on the ground flew into her hand. Tong Tian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The heart-shaped crystal shimmered with colors, its touch slightly cool, with golden runes circulating within, each containing the purest emotional power in the world. This was the source crystal of the god of love, containing the purest essence of love. Qingyu gazed at the crystal, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the delicate patterns on its surface. The golden runes seemed to respond to her touch, flickering on and off as if in reply. Tong Tian frowned tightly. The emotional power contained in the crystal was too pure, even making him, a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian, feel a sense of heart palpitation. Tong Tian instinctively stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "This item is dangerous. It is better to leave it in my care." However, Qingyu tucked the crystal into her sleeve, raising her eyes with a hint of mischief. "What's wrong? The esteemed leader of the Jiejiao is afraid of this little crystal? Besides, I'm stronger than you. This item should be kept by me." Qingyu's lips curled up slightly, her fingertips lightly tapping the surface of the crystal in her sleeve, causing the golden runes to dart around like fish. Chapter 331, Chapter 200, The Heavenly Pearl, 2. But unlike the stone man, the runes on the stone door were moving, constantly changing rather than being static. At this moment, the stone door opened a small crack, from which a wisp of ghostly blue light emerged, as if inviting them to enter. Qingyu stared at the crack, a hint of unease rising in her heart. Turning to look at Tong Tian beside her, she sensed that the aura behind this stone door seemed related to the god of magic, but it felt somewhat strange. Tong Tian nodded slightly, still holding the Qing Ping sword, the cold light on the sword reflecting his stern face. Since they were here, they had to get to the bottom of it. Gui Xian swallowed hard, gripping the divine staff tightly. "Your Highness, why not let little Gui go ahead to scout the way?" Qingwei shook her head, lightly flicking her fingertip, sending a phantom of a pure white lotus floating towards the crack in the stone door, attempting to probe the internal situation. However, as soon as the white lotus touched the beam of light, it was instantly swallowed up like a cow entering the sea. Indeed, something was amiss. Qingyue's gaze sharpened, and she gathered her magic power again in her palm, the purple lightning whip coiling around her wrist, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Tong Tian no longer hesitated. Raising his hand to wave, the four swords of extermination hovering around the stone door, the power of the sword formation sealing the space and suppressing time, to guard against unknown dangers from within the stone door. Chapter 332. Expressing intentions, Qingwei formed seals with both hands, and the pure white lotus emitted 36 layers of halos, firmly protecting the three of them. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the rune barrier on the surface of the gray pearl finally shattered. A vast aura of the laws of control surged out like a tide, causing the entire passageway to begin to collapse. Tortoise Xian seized the opportunity. The golden patterns on its shell lit up entirely, and under the protection of Qingwei and Tong Tian, it finally took the control pearl into its hands. "Let's go." Tong Tian lifted Tortoise Xian, and Qingwei waved her sleeve to open a spatial passage. Just as the three of them rushed out of the passageway, the ruins behind them completely collapsed, turning into a chaotic vortex. Standing in a safe place, Tortoise Xian held the slightly trembling control pearl, his eyes filled with gratitude, thanking the princess and sage Tong Tian for their assistance. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength, he would have found it difficult to obtain this treasure. "Since you are my person, I will certainly plan for you," Qingwei said with a slight smile, pointing at the control pearl and continuing. "The control pearl contains the laws of the controlling demon god. You need to comprehend it well. In the future, you will surely attain the Tao of Hunyuan. Thank you for your guidance, my lady." Little Turtle will definitely focus on comprehension after returning, striving to attain the Tao as soon as possible. Tong Tian put away the 4 swords of extermination, saying lightly, "This treasure is rare, so do not be negligent." Chapter 333, Wedding Preparations 1. As he spoke, Tong Tian suddenly remembered something and asked nervously, "Will the child affect you?" The higher the child's aptitude, the greater the consumption on the mother during gestation, and I am worried. Qingwei extended her index finger to his lips, smiling gently. "It's fine. Don't forget that I am a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, and I also have the world tree. This little consumption is truly nothing." Qingwei softly reassured him, her fingertip gently brushing over Tong Tian's tense brows. Only then did Tong Tian's taut nerves relax slightly, and he hugged Qingwei tightly, filled with affection, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. "You've worked hard, my lady." Tong Tian rested his chin gently on Qingwei's head, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. "If that's the case, I will prepare for our grand wedding, ensuring it is splendid and wrong the entire Honghuang be shaken. Go to Yujing Mountain and invite Master to officiate the wedding. Also, do I need to inform elder brother and second brother? I will go personally. By the way, I will ask elder brother how to take care of a pregnant partner and child. I will also seek out the world's top heavenly materials and treasures to properly nourish you and the child." Tong Tian chattered on, his eyes shining with enthusiasm, like a silly father. Chapter 334, Wedding Preparations 2. Yuanshi glanced at him and said lightly, "Since we are holding a wedding, we cannot be careless. The entire Kunlun Mountain must be well arranged, and we should widely invite the powerful beings of Hongwang to witness. Leave this matter to me to arrange. I will ensure that your wedding becomes a grand event in Hongwang." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian was overjoyed. Second brother is the best. Yuanshi's lips twitched slightly. Unable to restrain himself, he raised his hand and lightly tapped Tong Tian's head. "Stop flattering." Tong Tian covered his head, but smiled like a child. Tong Tian's silly smile made Laozi also chuckle involuntarily. Seeing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, but couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. "All right, don't linger here." Yuanshi waved his hand. "Hurry back and accompany your little sister. The wedding matters will be taken care of by me and elder brother." Tong Tian repeatedly agreed, turning into a streak of clear light and disappearing into the sky. "Going back to accompany my lady." After Tong Tian left, Kunlun Mountain began to prepare for the wedding in full swing. Laozi repeatedly calculated auspicious dates and selected good times. Finally, it was decided for the 9th day of the 9th month, 3 months later, on the double 9th festival. This day signifies the harmony of heaven and earth, the fusion of yin and yang, making it the most suitable for marriage, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is at its most abundant. Yuanshi personally took up the brush, using innate purple energy as ink and innate spiritual jade as paper, writing hundreds of invitations. Chapter 335, Wedding Preparations 3. The fairy ladies carefully arranged the tassels on Xingyue's wedding gown. This wedding gown was also designed by Yuan Shi himself, made of 9-colored silkworm silk, with every thread shimmering like stars, and the flowing sleeves seemed to be surrounded by auspicious clouds. "Is my little sister satisfied?" Yuan Shi stood with his hands behind his back, watching his bright and captivating little sister in the mirror with a gentle gaze. Qingwei gently brushed her fingers over the spiritual light flowing from the phoenix crown, her lips slightly curling up. Second brother's craftsmanship is indeed excellent. Hearing this, Yuanshi's expression showed a hint of satisfaction. After a moment's thought, he added, "If that brat Tong Tian dares to let you down, you must inform me. As your brother, I will not let him off lightly." Just as they were speaking, a commotion suddenly arose outside the hall. It turned out that Tong Tian had secretly slipped out of the Shanqing Hall, transforming into a breeze and heading straight for the Yuqing Hall, looking dashing in his wedding attire. "Second brother, you are being too formal." Tong Tian stepped into the hall, his gaze landing directly on Qingwei, filled with deep affection. "My feelings for Qingwei are as clear as heaven and earth. How could I let her down?" Chapter 336, The Wedding the Next Day. Laozi and Yuan Shi early changed into festive red robes and arrived at the Shanqing Hall. Laozi wore a deep red Taoist robe, with a golden silk jade belt around his waist, looking particularly solemn. Yuan Shi wore a dark-colored brocade robe, with cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs, exuding an air of authority mixed with joy. Tong Tian was repeatedly checked by his two brothers in front of the copper mirror, with Yuanshi readying the tassels of the jade pendant at his waist 3 times. This wedding attire is made of 9-colored silkworm silk. You mustn't wrinkle it, Yuanshi said while brushing off non-existent dust from Tong Tian's shoulder. Laozi took out a brocade box from his sleeve and solemnly handed it to Tong Tian. This is the heart knot I crafted for you. When you perform the rites, you and Qingyue will each hold one end, symbolizing an everlasting bond. Tong Tian received the brocade box and carefully tucked it into his chest. Thank you, elder brother. Just as the words fell, melodious fairy music sounded from outside the hall, and Tong Tian's eyes brightened as he couldn't help but tiptoe to look. Yuanshi cleared his throat, and Tong Tian immediately straightened his back, though he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. It's time. Let's set off, Laozi said with a smile while stroking his beard. Tong Tian took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, turned to his 2 elder brothers, and bowed seriously. Thank you, elder brothers, for your arrangements. I will be going now. Chapter 337. Hongjun, officiating Tong Tian, held Qingyue's hand and walked slowly towards the wedding carriage, where golden lotuses bloomed and spiritual flowers danced in the air. Slow down, Tong Tian gently reminded, assisting Qingyue onto the wedding carriage. The newlyweds have arrived. Let us set off. With the officiating fairy's command, the wedding procession set off grandly. The grand wedding of the saint was certainly extraordinary. Auspicious clouds laid out a red carpet stretching tens of thousands of miles, and the sounds of phoenixes and dragons echoed continuously. As the wedding car passes by, celestial music drifts through the air, heavenly maidens scatter flowers, and the sky is filled with radiant light and auspicious colors. The wedding car will traverse the vast 9 heavens and 10 earths for a full 9 days, symbolizing that their love can withstand the tests of heaven and earth, lasting forever. Inside the wedding car, Tong Tian and Qinyu sit side by side. Through the thin, red veil, Qinyu can feel the burning gaze of the person beside her. She bites her lip and softly asks, "What are you looking at?" Tong Tian chuckles lightly, looking at my wife. Such simple 4 words are spoken by Tong Tian with an air of ambiguity and affection, causing Qinyu's ears to flush. In the blink of an eye, the 9 days pass, and on the day of September 9th, the wedding procession returns to Kunlun Mountain. At the mountain gate, Xiandu, Guangqingzi, Qi Jingzi, and other disciples of the Chan sect are responsible for the reception. They courteously guide the guests to their respective seats, their attitude respectful yet dignified. Chapter 338. Chapter 207. Chaotic movements. Pangu, time, reincarnation, destiny, cause and effect, order, life, and the 5 elements. Many demon gods gather once again. Pangu speaks, fellow Taoists. It has been a long time. The other demon gods respond, Pangu Taoist friend, we have been well. Time, elderly, asks, is this gathering for that great matter? Pangu, with a profound gaze, surveys everyone and says, the calamity of the gods is approaching. We must prepare. Reincarnation raises an eyebrow at Pangu and asks, what should we do? Instead of answering reincarnation's question, Pangu asks, have your inheritances been properly placed? All the demon gods nod in unison. Reincarnation smiles and says, not long ago, that little girl and your primordial spirit incarnation, Tong Tian, just took away the inheritances of the god of love and the god of command. Upon hearing this, Pangu looks at Hongqing, god of love, and Yutian, god of command. Hongqing nods and smiles lightly. Yutian answers gloomily, yes. Time Youth adds, if the inheritance is released but no one inherits it, it is useless. Destiny, with fingers entwined around the thread of fate, says softly, the chaos is dangerous and vast. It is common for them not to come. Reincarnation asks, what about the new domain? As far as I know, the new domain is right within the Hongmeng world. Chapter 339. Chapter 208. The Great Calamity is about to begin. 1. In recent years, chaotic beasts have repeatedly invaded the borders of Hongmeng, leaving destruction in their wake. The Jade Emperor Haotian dispatched golden immortals to guard, temporarily driving back the chaotic beasts. However, the threat of the chaotic beasts has not truly been eliminated. Their numbers are increasing, and their attacks are becoming more intense, even devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and eroding the earth's veins, leading to a gradual deterioration of the cultivation environment in Hongmeng. On the sky curtain of the Hongmeng border, strange blood-colored patterns often appear, as if foretelling some ominous sign. Even more disturbing is that the areas ravaged by chaotic beasts have begun to breed strange black mist, causing any living being that comes into contact with it to fall into madness. The various clans of Hongmeng are in a state of panic, speculating whether this is a sign of the impending calamity, and are seeking self-preservation strategies. Some large clans have activated protective mountain formations and closed their doors, while others secretly send envoys to the heavenly court for assistance. Hongjun knows all of this clearly, but remains silent, even subtly fanning the flames. At this moment, Hongjun looks at the lotus pond in the Zixiao Palace, lightly tapping with his fingertip, causing ripples on the water surface, each ripple reflecting the suffering of the myriad clans of Hongwang. Hongjun sighs lightly. The calamity has arrived, and all beings are in tribulation. Yet tribulation can also be an opportunity. It depends on whether they can seize it. Chapter 340. Chapter 209. The Great Calamity is about to begin, too. Seeing this, Laozi strokes his beard and smiles. All right, this matter is settled. Third brother, you can rest assured and stay in Kunlun Mountain. I will find a new venue with second brother and then invite you to visit. Have my brothers found venue? Tong Tian asked seriously, hiding his playful expression. Yuan Shi lightly brushed his sleeve and said calmly, not yet, but there are many immortal islands in the East Sea. I plan to find a place rich in spiritual energy to establish our Chan Sex venue. As for the elder brother, Laozi smiles slightly. I enjoy tranquility. Shouyang Mountain is just to my liking. Second brother, why not go to Golden Ao Island? The island is rich in spiritual veins, with rare flowers and plants everywhere. It would be suitable for second brother to establish a teaching. While saying this, Tong Tian's eyes show a hint of complexity. He has indeed encountered Golden Ao Island, and during his proof of Dao, he saw that his venue would be on Golden Ao Island. However, he did not expect that now. While he is in Kunlun Mountain, second brother wants to seek another venue. Yuan Shi naturally also knows about Golden Ao Island. After all, in his vision of the future, it was indeed the venue of third brother Tong Tian and left a very deep impression on Yuan Shi. The island is filled with demons and monsters, a sight truly unbearable to look at. Chapter 341. Chapter 210. The Great Calamity is about to begin. 3. At this moment, the three purities in Bio Palace also wear frowns. Yuan Shi holds the three treasures jade rui, his expression grave. This calamity is not to be underestimated, and the matter of sealing the gods may change. Laozi slightly nods and says, indeed, the chaotic beasts are rampant, and the cause and effect of Hongwang are in disorder. The previously decided matters should also be changed. What the two elder brothers said is very true, but the beast calamity is no ordinary matter. If it continues to develop, it may shake the foundation of Hongwang. It would be better to first unite to suppress the chaotic beasts and then discuss the matter of sealing the gods. Tong Tian's eyes glint like lightning, and the Qingping sword in his hand emits a faint dragon's roar. Laozi shakes his head, waving his hand lightly. No, the chaotic beasts were born to fulfill the calamity. Forcibly suppressing them will only backfire and intensify the calamity. In my opinion, we should follow the trend and observe the changes. Yuan Shi nods in agreement. The elder brother's words are reasonable. However, we can also secretly lay out plans to provide our disciples with a glimmer of hope. If the disciples can seize the opportunity amidst the calamity, it may not be a misfortune. Tong Tian ponders for a moment, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. If that's the case, let our disciples go down the mountain to experience and temper their Dao hearts amidst the calamity. If they have the opportunity, they can advance further. If they fall due to the calamity, it is also fate. Chapter 342. Chapter 211. The Great Calamity is about to begin. 4. After Taibai Jinxing left Shumi Mountain, he returned to the heavenly court to report. As Taibai Jinxing stepped into Lingxiao, he saw the Jade Emperor sitting on the nine-dragon throne. Upon seeing Taibai Jinxing return, the Jade Emperor put down the documents in his hand and looked intently. Did your journey go smoothly, my dear minister? Taibai Jinxing bowed and saluted, his sleeves still carrying the sandalwood scent of Shumi Mountain, reporting to your majesty. The three purity saints and the two western saints have all agreed and will soon arrive in the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled, and he lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon chair. Good, good. The saints are indeed wise, prioritizing the welfare of the people. After a moment of hesitation, Taibai Jinxing added, however, It seems that the Yuan Shi Saint is quite dissatisfied with your decree, as he extinguished it on the spot. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor smiled instead of getting angry, saying meaningfully, no matter, as long as they are willing to come. Saying this, he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked to the front of the hall, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the sky. Sent a message down to prepare for the peach banquet immediately. I want to personally host the saints. Soon, auspicious clouds suddenly gathered outside the hall. Purple chi came from the east, celestial music resounded, and celestial fragrance wafted as the three purities saints arrived together. Following that, golden light illuminated everywhere. Golden lotuses sprang from the ground, and auspicious colors filled the air as the two saints, Jin and Jinti, also arrived in the heavenly court. Chapter 343, Chapter 2:12, The Great Calamity Approaches. 5. How Hien stubbornly led dozens of heavenly soldiers to besiege the chaotic beasts. Although they temporarily repelled the chaotic beasts at the edge of the primordial world, they paid a heavy price. More than half of the heavenly soldiers were lost, and the vitality of the heavenly court was severely damaged. Most seriously, due to the large number of chaotic beasts dying, their corpses turned into rolling black mist, polluting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, eroding the earth veins, and damaging the primordial barrier. The originally stable laws of heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic. The trajectories of the stars were misaligned, and the seasons were in disarray. The human realm experienced frequent disasters, with floods ravaging the land, barren earth for miles, and the populace displaced. For the safety of the primordial world, Qingwei, who had just returned to Kunlun, hurried back to the world tree without even having the chance to speak a few words with Tong Tian. She needed to purify the spiritual energy, repair the earth veins and the primordial barrier, and stabilize the laws of heaven and earth. Chaotic beasts were formed from chaotic energy and some fragmented laws. As time passed, the primordial world would gradually dissolve their origin and turn it into its own nourishment. However, now that a large number of chaotic beasts have been exterminated, the chaotic energy and the power of the laws released in a short time far exceeded the tolerance limit of the primordial world. If not handled promptly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qingwei stood at the top of the world tree, lightly raising her hand, and a shimmering blue light enveloped her. With her eyes closed in concentration, she used her own source power to guide the power of the world tree to purify the chaotic energy and repair the primordial world. Chapter 344, Chapter 213, The Great Calamity Approaches. 6. Shortly after Qingwei awoke, Laozi and Yuanshi arrived together as previously arranged. When the two entered the Heart Union Palace, the lingering spiritual energy in the hall had not yet fully dissipated. Seeing the two come in, Qingwei tried to sit up, but Tong Tian pressed her back down. Just lie down and don't move, Tong Tian said in a tone that brooked no argument, while gently tucking her blanket. Qingwei smiled helplessly and had to lie back down obediently. Yuanshi, seeing the affectionate exchange between the two, felt a flicker of relief in his eyes. Is little sister feeling better? Yuanshi's gaze fell on the jade bed and noticed Qingyue's complexion was still somewhat pale. He frowned slightly and made a mental note against Hao Yin. It's nothing serious, just excessive depletion of spiritual power has affected the fetus. It's already no big deal. Upon hearing this, Laozi stepped forward, placing 3 fingers on Qingyue's wrist, and a strand of Taisu immortal energy flowed into her body. After a moment, Laozi retracted his hand and stroked his beard, saying, the fetal breath is stable, but the fetus is extraordinary and requires a large amount of spiritual power for nourishment. The mother has exhausted too much and needs to recuperate well. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of elixir from his sleeve. This is the 9 transformation nourishing essence pill that my elder brother refined not long ago. Taking 1 each day will help little sister recover her vitality. Chapter 345, Chapter 214, Hao Yin reports to the Purple Cloud's Palace. 1. After returning to the heavenly court, the Taibai Jinxing limped into the Lingxiao treasure hall, crying to Hao Yin about his experiences. Hao Yin's face darkened, and he crushed the jade cup in his hand. How audacious of Tong Tian! The officials in the hall fell silent, and the queen mother of the Yao Qi quickly advised, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. After all, the leader of Tong Tian is a saint, and this matter needs to be considered carefully. Hao Yin snorted coldly. Consider carefully? His disciples dare to treat the heavenly court's envoy like this. clearly showing they do not regard the heavenly court or me in their eyes. I am the lord of the heavenly court. How can I allow Tong Tian to humiliate me like this? In the primordial world, calling upon the name of a saint will naturally invoke a response from the saint. Just as Tai Bai Jinxing and the Queen Mother of the Yao Qi were about to stop him, it was already too late. As soon as Hao Yin finished speaking, the entire heavenly court suddenly shook violently, and a thunderous sword sound echoed from the 33 heavens. Hao Yin's expression changed drastically as a blue sword light tore through the sky, heading straight for the Lingxiao treasure hall. Under the impact of the sword aura, the glazed tiles in the hall began to fall, and the celestial officials hurriedly summoned their spiritual treasures for protection. Just as the long sword was about to take Hao Yin's life, it abruptly halted in front of the hall, transforming into a black long sword suspended in midair, the tip just inches away from Hao Yin's brow. Chapter 346. Hao Yin reports to the Purple Cloud's Palace 2. Hao Yin's gaze suddenly sharpened as if he had grasped the last straw for survival. He suddenly grabbed the wrist of the Queen Mother of the Yao Qi with such force that she frowned slightly. You're right. As long as I achieve an unparalleled merit, there may be a turn of events. The Queen Mother of the Yao Qi hesitated to speak, but helplessly advised, but previously, when we dispatched troops to attack the chaotic beasts, more than half of the heavenly soldiers were lost, and the heavenly court is unable to fight again. Your Majesty, please think it over. After hearing this, Hao Yin's expression changed slightly, and he felt a wave of frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A clever plan that could not only expand the heavenly court's manpower, but also suppress the influence of the three teachings, killing two birds with one stone. After devising a method, Hao Yin immediately set off for the Purple Cloud's palace. The crying child gets the milk. Although Hao Yin looked down on Jane and Juni, he had to admit that their methods were indeed effective. After all, they gained the lotus seeds and obtained the primordial purple energy by crying, ultimately becoming saints. At that time, as the gatekeeper disciple, Hao Yin knew this all too well and still remembered it clearly. Since they could do it, then, as the disciple of the Lord, it was only right for him to seek help from the Lord when bullied. Outside the Purple Cloud's palace, Hao Yin adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and an expression of grievance instantly appeared on his face. Chapter 347. Hao Yin reports to the Purple Cloud's palace 3. Hao Yin trembled with anger, and the golden light of the decree in his hand flickered due to his fluctuating power. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Tong Tian suddenly retract his smile, his eyes sharp as a knife. Hao Yin, my disciple has already given you what you wanted. What more do you want? Do you really think that relying on the master's decree allows you to do whatever you want in my Bo Palace? Before Tong Tian's words fell, the sky above Kunlun Mountain suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and countless strands of blue sword energy flickered within the clouds, resembling swimming dragons. Hao Yin was startled and took a half step back from this sudden pressure. At that moment, the decree in Hao Yin's hand suddenly flew out, unfolding in midair, and the patterns flowed to reveal the phantom of Hongjun. Hongjun's voice came from the decree, Tong Tian, do not make things difficult for Hao Yin. Seeing this, Tong Tian's sword aura dissipated instantly. He clasped his hands towards the decree and said, Master, please see, I have acted according to the decree. These Taoist children possess the true teachings of my Jie sect and are indeed suitable for the heavenly court. If that's the case, then Hao Yin can take them back. After saying this, the phantom gradually faded away. Hao Yin stood there in a daze, his face alternating between blue and white. He had intended to use this opportunity to suppress Jie's sect, but did not expect to be outmaneuvered by Tong Tian. Now, finding it hard to backtrack, he could only grit his teeth and accept this group of wooden puppets. Chapter 348. Hao Yin reports to the Purple Cloud's palace 4. Yuanshi Tianzuan slightly nodded, Huanglong. With Yuanshi Tianzuan's soft call, a yellow-robed Taoist stood up from the back seat of the hall. Disciple is here. Are the disciples from the Chan sect assigned to the heavenly court ready? Replying to Master, they are waiting outside the island. After saying this, the Huanglong Zhenren respectfully bowed to Yuanshi, then turned to Hao Yin and said, Please, Master Uncle, follow me. Hearing this, Hao Yin's eyes lit up, thinking that finally someone was sensible. He immediately followed Huanglong to the cloud platform outside the island. Upon arrival, Huanglong let out a loud dragon roar. As the sea's surface rippled, Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals leaped out of the water, forming ranks. Although these water beings had transformed, the vast majority still retained characteristics such as scales and fishtails, with some even unable to fully transform due to their shallow cultivation. Master, look. The yellow dragon real person pointed to the densely packed water beings below. These are the East Sea beings I have enlightened for the Chan sect, totaling 84,000, all of whom can serve in the heavenly court. Hao Yin's face instantly turned pale. How could these water beings, who couldn't even fully transform, be entrusted with important duties in the heavenly court? Just as he was about to explode in anger, the yellow dragon real person added, Master, although these water beings have shallow paths, if nurtured, they will surely become capable assistants for the heavenly court in the future. Chapter 349, Chapter 218. The opening of the investiture of the gods. 1. Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti exchanged glances and spoke in unison. All disciples of our Western sect have made a grand vow to revive the West, and we truly cannot spare any manpower. Although the 3,000 phantoms have no combat power, they can chant scriptures day and night, pray for blessings, protect the peace of the heavenly court, and purify its negative energies. That is also a merit. Hong Jun turned to Nuwa and Qin Yu. What about you two? Do you have any comments? Nuwa gently brushed her hair and said softly, Master, I do not take in disciples or establish a sect, so I truly have no one to send. Hao Yin has not asked me for anyone either. I'm not aware of this matter. However, if the heavenly court needs assistance, I can send 3 clay figurine avatars to help. Qin Yu chuckled lightly. Like my sister Nuwa, I do not take in disciples or establish a sect. I only have one named disciple and a few children, so I truly cannot spare manpower. However, if the heavenly court needs it, I can send some spiritual fruits and immortal brews to help the immortals of the heavenly court improve their cultivation. Although Hong Jun had long known that his disciples would make excuses, he still felt a hint of helplessness after hearing their justifications. Hong Jun sighed lightly. I understand that you are reluctant to let your disciples suffer in the heavenly court. However, the heavenly court concerns the fortune of the Honghuang world and is crucial for maintaining the order of the Honghuang. It cannot be left unattended. Chapter 350, Chapter 219. The opening of the investiture of the gods. 2. After speaking, Hong Jun looked at everyone again. Before you leave, each of you may leave an avatar in your Taoist place to guide your disciples through the tribulation. But remember, the avatars must not interfere with the investiture of the gods process. At that moment, Laozi suddenly spoke, Master. The conflict between the Shang and Zhou is merely a change of human dynasties and is not part of the investiture of the gods. It does not need to be addressed. Laozi slightly nodded and fell silent. Everyone had different thoughts, each contemplating their arrangements moving forward. Once Hong Jun finished speaking, everyone bid farewell and hurried back to their own Taoist places. This investiture of the gods, concerning the fate of the Honghuang, had now begun. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Qin Yu gathered at the Bo Palace to discuss the investiture of the gods. 3 days later, Laozi and Yuan Shi left Bo Palace to return to their respective Taoist places. Tong Tian looked at Qin Yu with concern, my lady. The chaos beast tied in 500 years. Qin Yu gently pressed her finger against Tong Tian's lips and said softly, Husband, there is no need to worry. I have a plan. Tong Tian grasped Qin Yu's hand tightly, but utilizing the world tree would undoubtedly consume a large amount of mana, and you are pregnant. The little one in your womb is also restless, constantly drawing on your mana. Should we get rid of it? Chapter 351, Chapter 220, Jiangxia and Shengongbao. 1. With the joint efforts of all races, 3 solid defensive lines were built at the borders of the Honghuang. As time passed, the 500-year deadline approached. Qin Yu emerged from her retreat, her strength reaching the late stage of the 8th layer of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Tong Tian sensed Qin Yu's aura and immediately abandoned his disciples to meet his beloved wife. Looking at Qin Yu, his eyes were filled with heartache, accompanied by a deep sense of self-blame. If he were only a bit stronger, perhaps Qin Yu wouldn't have to work so hard. Although Tong Tian concealed it well, Qin Yu, bound by their Taoist partner contract, could sense his emotions. Qin Yu reached out to smooth Tong Tian's tightly furrowed brow and said softly, Husband, there is no need to blame yourself. As husband and wife, it is our duty to protect the Honghuang. Just then, a sudden movement came from her abdomen. A soft blue light appeared on her belly, and a childish voice emerged, Dad, Mom, I want to help too. Both Qing Yu and Tong Tian were taken aback, then exchanged smiles. Tong Tian carefully placed his hand on Qing Yu's abdomen, his voice filled with joy. "You've gained consciousness." The childish voice carried a hint of pride. "I've long gained consciousness. I just didn't want to disturb Mommy while she was cultivating. Now that Mommy has emerged from her retreat, I can finally speak." Chapter 352, Chapter 221, Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao 2. The moment they arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the investiture of the gods' list and the god-slaying whip in Qing Yu's hand reacted, emanating a faint golden light. Qing Yu raised her gaze towards the mountain gate, a glint of understanding flashing in her eyes. It seemed that what was meant to come had finally arrived. Qing Yu's fingertip lightly brushed over the investiture of the gods' list, and two names faintly appeared, Shen Gongbao and Jiang Zia. Both were individuals of strong will and were among the tribulation beings during this calamity, bearing great fortunes. They quickly passed the 7-tier heart-testing arrays trial. Because they were tribulation beings, they naturally drew the attention of Qing Yu and Tong Tian. Originally, Qing Yu had considered bringing them directly up, but after some thought, she decided to wait and see how their dispositions were before making a decision. After all, such an important matter as the investiture of the gods could not be taken lightly. And the investiture of the gods list and the great god list could not be entrusted to those with ulterior motives. If they could not even pass a small heart-testing array, then even with their tribulation fortunes, they would not be worthy of holding the significant responsibility of the investiture of the gods. Fortunately, they did not disappoint her and successfully passed the trial. In Bo Palace, Qing Yu and Tong Tian played chess. Qing Yu gently picked up a white jade chess piece and placed it on the board, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 353, Chapter 222, Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao 3. 3 days later, Qing Yu kicked Tong Tian, who was lazily lounging on the couch, off, saying irritably, "Can't you get up? Your disciple is coming to pay respects today. Are you still going to lie in bed?" After speaking, she conjured a wisp of breeze with her fingertip, lifting the Taoist robe by the bed and throwing it on Tong Tian's face. Tong Tian lazily caught the clothing, rolled over to get out of bed, and grabbed Qing Yu's slender wrist, pulling her back into his embrace, nuzzling her face and acting spoiled. "Just let me lie down with you for a little while longer." Qing Yu was both amused and exasperated, pushing him hard. "You, a dignified sage. How can you be so undisciplined?" Tong Tian, however, was unyielding, holding her tightly and murmuring, "The time spent with my lady always feels too short. I can't bear to part with it. Besides, those two little kids aren't half as important as you." Qing Yu, helpless, pretended to be angry. "If you delay your disciple's important matter, just wait and see how I deal with you." Only then did Tong Tian reluctantly let go and get up. The jade crown on the table automatically gathered his loose long hair, and his dark Taoist robe automatically donned itself without wind, instantly restoring his dignified sage appearance. Qing Yu also donned a moon-white long skirt, her 3,000 strands of hair pinned up, with a green cloud hairpin slanted in her hair, looking elegant and ethereal, completely different from her previous playful demeanor. Chapter 354, Chapter 223, Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao 4. The three of them stepped onto the clouds, passing through layers of clouds. On the way, Bi Xiao occasionally pointed out the various immortal mountains and beautiful scenery, and from time to time, one could see spiritual birds and strange beasts playing in the mountains. Jiang Zia was absorbed in the sights, but Shen Gongbao noticed a mountain peak in the distance shrouded in purple mist, with pavilions and towers faintly visible. "Sister, what is that?" Shen Gongbao couldn't help but ask. Bi Xiao followed his gaze and replied, "That is the Zixiao Peak where Master Duobao resides. Once your cultivation improves and you break through to become a Daoyuo, golden immortal, and an inner disciple, you can also find a mountain on Kunlun Mountain to establish your own cave paradise. Outer disciples can only cultivate at the spirit veins at the foot of the mountain." As she spoke, Bi Xiao pointed to another mist-covered valley, which was the Yuling Valley designated for outer disciples. Although the spiritual energy there was not as rich as that of the inner sect, it was still sufficient for cultivators below the golden immortal realm to practice. As she finished speaking, auspicious clouds slowly descended at the entrance of the valley, revealing 3 ancient characters carved into the mountain wall. Yuling Valley. On either side of the valley entrance stood 2 statues of green jade cheilants, each holding a spiritual pearl in their mouths. emitting a soft glow. Bixiao took out a jade slip from her sleeve, waved it in front of the statues, and the restrictions at the valley entrance rippled open like water. Chapter 355 originally. In response to the impending Fengshan calamity, the sages spared no effort in cultivating disciples and enhancing their strength to help them survive the catastrophe. However, as the calamity approached, the sages in the wasteland felt an underlying sense that this disaster was related to the ascension of the wasteland world. This feeling grew stronger and led them to alter their original plans and make adjustments. After all, during the last calamity of the witch and demon, the emergence of the world tree caused the wasteland world to ascend a small tier, shattering everyone's perception that the wasteland world was fixed and unchanging. It turned out that the wasteland world could also be ascended, and the benefits of this ascension far exceeded expectations. The concentration of spiritual energy in heaven and earth increased. The once exhausted spiritual veins regained vitality, and even the gestation speed of innate spiritual treasures accelerated significantly. The most crucial aspect was that helping the world to ascend could also earn merit, and it was merit of the Tao. Those who assisted in the emergence of the world tree had, more or less, gained some merit of the Tao, which was the best proof. The merit of the Tao was something even the sages coveted. If it weren't for his master instructing the sages to stabilize the wasteland world in the chaos beyond, Yuanshi would have considered personally intervening. Chapter 356. At the same time, under the diligent management of the Western teachings, the number of disciples surged. Especially those disciples who failed the Jiao test flocked to the Western teachings. Among them was a long-eared rabbit. Seeing the increasing number of disciples, Zhuanti showed a broad smile, secretly calculating how to preserve his disciples while gaining more merit during this great calamity. Jane lectured daily, imparting the exquisite teachings of the West. Although these disciples had varying talents, under Jane's careful guidance and their diligent practice day and night, they gradually grasped some essence of the Western teachings, and their strength rapidly improved. On the Jie side, although Tong Tian did not deliberately recruit disciples, the flow of disciples continued unabated. Duo Bao, Jinling, and other direct disciples taught the Jiao teachings to newly initiated disciples. Among them, Shengong Bao, although of average talent, was diligent in his practice and good at socializing, quickly standing out among the Jiao disciples. Jiang Zia, despite his hard work, struggled with his cultivation due to his poor foundation, making progress painfully slow. Even in a place as rich in spiritual energy as Kunlun Mountain, he saw little effect and was unable to draw energy into his body for a long time. Chapter 357. Time flew by. The Fengshan calamity and the chaos beast tide arrived as expected, and the wasteland earth suddenly changed dramatically. The sky abruptly cracked open with dark seams, and countless chaos beasts surged out like a tide, their roars resounding through the 9 heavens. They were engulfed in twisted black mist, and wherever they went, flora withered. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost entirely devoured. At the moment the calamity struck, disciples above the golden immortal level from the 4 teachings gathered at the peak of Kunlun Mountain as commanded by their masters. Laozi Yuanshi, Tong Tian, Jane, Zhuanti, and others left a projection in the Taoist temple, while their true selves immediately went with Hongjun to stabilize the chaotic boundary. Qinghua also went to the world tree and sent a message for Gue Xian to bring his 3 disciples, 2 monkeys, and 10 birds to the border along with the disciples of the 4 teachings, providing them with plenty of talismans for protection. At this moment, Jiang Zia stood on the command platform at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, looking down at the dense mass of disciples from Xianmen, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Although he wore the purple gold battle armor bestowed by Tong Tian and had the god-striking whip given by Qinghua at his waist, he could still feel the skeptical gazes around him. What right does a mere mortal, who isn't even a terrestrial immortal, have to command us? A long-eared rabbit was the first to speak up, its sharp voice particularly grating in the crowd. Chapter 358. Fellow disciples set off immediately to the wasteland border to resist the chaos beast tide. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, transforming into beams of light and shooting towards the battlefields in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Zia, junior brother, Duo Bao, arrived on a cloud, holding a mirror in his hand. This is the Qinquan mirror that master asked me to pass to you. It is said to have the ability to see the past and future, reflecting all phenomena in the world. It can help you control the battlefield. Thank you, senior brother. Duo Bao smiled, vanished, and headed for the border battlefield. Jiangxia solemnly took the Qinquan mirror, its surface rippling like water, reflecting the battle situations across the wasteland. As the chaos beasts were most numerous and ferocious in the east, Jiangxia deployed the majority of the Jiejiao disciples to the eastern battlefield. The mirror showed a dark tide of beasts continuously crashing against the eastern defenses, causing mountains to collapse and rivers to reverse. The Jiejiao immortals worked together to set up the 10,000 immortals formation, golden light soaring into the sky, temporarily blocking the beast tide outside. The Holy Mother of Jinling summoned the Four Symbols Tower to suppress the four directions, while Zhao Gongming's 24 bright pearls transformed into a dazzling river of stars, grinding the incoming chaos beasts into powder. The 9 curves yellow river formation formed by the 3 Shao sisters shone brilliantly, quickly reducing hundreds of chaos beasts to ashes. Chapter 359 on the southern battlefield. A giant beast resembling a centipede crawled out from the cracks, its 1,000 legs sharp as blades, each segment of its body bearing a hideous human face. Those twisted faces emitted mournful wails, and wherever the sound waves passed, rocks shattered, causing disciples with slightly weaker cultivation to bleed from their 7 orifices and perish or be placed on the function list. On the western battlefield, a gigantic furry hand emerged from the cracks, its fingers like towering pillars, and in the palm was a gaping maw dripping with corrosive venom that eroded the earth. The fur was actually writhing tentacles, densely entangled, with each tentacles and bearing countless small, tooth-filled mouths greedily devouring everything around. Wherever the tentacles passed, even space was gnawed into tiny black holes. On the northern battlefield, a massive, triangular mound of flesh emerged from a crack, its surface covered with countless writhing tumors. Foul-smelling mucus continuously seeped from the tumors, causing the grass and trees in its wake to wither, and the ground was corroded into bottomless pits. A careless touch of the mucus would result in instant dissolution, even for the great Luo Jingxian. Even more terrifying, this mound of flesh was continuously splitting and proliferating. Each piece that fell would quickly expand into a new individual, and before long, the northern battlefield was filled with writhing, flesh mound monsters. Chapter 360, Chapter 229, The Great Calamity of the Canonization 5. Inside the World Tree, Qingwei gently touched her lower abdomen, apologizing. I'm sorry, Howard. The Hongmeng is in imminent danger, so you must arrive early. Mother, I understand. For the sake of all beings in Hongmeng, I am willing. A tender child's voice echoed from within Qingyue's belly. Qingyue's palm glowed with a soft green light, guiding Qinhao out from her belly. A green glowing sphere slowly floated out, and within the green light, the outline of a curled-up infant could be faintly seen. Qingyue then took out the 36-grade Pure World White Lotus and placed the glowing sphere on the lotus platform for nurturing. The premature arrival would greatly impact the child, and Qingyue felt guilt-ridden, but the urgency of the situation left her no room for hesitation. The glowing sphere trembled gently on the lotus platform before settling down, motionless, falling into a deep sleep. The 36-grade Pure World White Lotus emitted a soft light, enveloping the glowing sphere, and the lotus petals gently closed, forming a natural barrier. Qingyue opened a space crack, sending the lotus platform inside, whispering, "Go, find your father Tongtian. He will take good care of you." As the space crack slowly closed, a hint of reluctance flashed in Qingyue's eyes, soon replaced by determination. On the other side, Tongtian sensed Howard's aura and asked his elder and second brother to help stabilize the Hongmeng boundary, then tore through the void, racing along the bloodline's guidance. Chapter 361, Chapter 230, The Great Calamity of the Canonization 6. The newly arrived chaos beasts feared the green light emitted by the World Tree, lingering at the periphery and daring not to approach easily. The cultivators of Hongmeng were also confronting the chaos beasts within the green light. Jiangxia wanted to lure some chaos beasts into the green light to eliminate them one by one, but before the plan could be executed, the next moment, these monsters charged forward recklessly, as if receiving some command. Their sharp claws tore through space. In the chaotic, poisonous mist they spewed instantly corroded the grass and trees along their path into ashes. Even with the protection of the World Tree, The cultivators were struggling to resist, but as time passed, the Chaos Beast's offensive grew fiercer, and the situation became increasingly dire. A Chaos Beast resembling a giant whale opened its abyss-like maw and devoured dozens of cultivators along with the space they occupied. Another creature, covered in sharp spikes, rolled through, causing cultivators to explode into nothingness in its wake. The defense line gradually showed signs of weakening, and the cultivator's magical power was rapidly depleting, with spirit-replenishing pills and rare materials already running low. If this continued, the front line would inevitably collapse. Shen Gongbao once again went to gather reinforcements, thinking of the ancient three clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. Chapter 362 Chapter 231 The Great Calamity of the Canonization, 7, with a command from Emperor Jiang. A thunderous battle roar echoed from deep within the underworld, as countless Wu clan warriors surged forth from the depths of the netherworld, armed with giant axes and heavy hammers. Their bodies were enveloped in bloodthirsty energy, scattering even the underworld's gloomy winds. Except for Hutu, who had to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation. The other 11 ancestral witches led the Wu clan army to the front lines, emptying the entire underworld in an instant. At the same time, Shen Gongbao, along with reinforcements from the Dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, and Wu clans, arrived one after another. Shen Gongbao returned to the front lines and immediately reported the good news to everyone. Upon hearing that reinforcements were on the way, Jiang Ziya's eyes lit up, and he quickly ordered an adjustment to the battle formation. The cultivators of Hongmeng swiftly changed their formations, making space for the impending strong reinforcements. Just as the Chaos Beasts launched a new charge, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly resonated from the eastern sky. A 9-clawed golden dragon burst through the clouds, leading tens of thousands of dragons, their scales reflecting dazzling golden light in the sunlight. The southern immortal volcano erupted with towering flames, and a fire phoenix soared, followed by elite members of the Phoenix clan, their tail feathers as brilliant as shooting stars. The northern ground shook violently as the Qilin stepped onto the clouds, followed by tens of thousands of Qilin warriors, surrounded by auspicious clouds, each step resonating with the Earth's veins. Chapter 363, Chapter 232 The Great Calamity of the Canonization, 8. A chaos demon god watched the brutal scene in Hongmeng and frowned, saying, "Isn't this a bit too cruel for them? Only the elite survive the test of time. This is Hongmeng, and it's what we need," another chaos demon god replied indifferently, his expression calm and devoid of any emotion. Inside the core of the world tree, Qingwei suddenly threw the innate 5 elements flag into the air, which instantly transformed into 5 beams of light, appearing in Jiang Ziya's hands. Without hesitation, Jiang Ziya formed the innate 5 elements great formation with the 5 elements flag, causing 5-color divine light to shoot into the sky, intertwining into a magnificent celestial canopy above the battlefield. "Change formations! Quickly change formations!" Jiang Ziya shouted sternly, as the 5 elements flag emitted dazzling 5-color divine light. 365 star flags responded and swiftly changed formation, with the Zhoutian star array morphing and resonating mysteriously with the 5 elements great formation. The power of the stars and the power of the 5 elements cascaded down like a waterfall, continuously flowing into the cultivators below. The cultivators radiated brilliant light, and the abundant magical power invigorated them. At that moment, countless golden runes suddenly appeared on the world tree, showering down on the battlefield like a meteor shower, coalescing into a layer of golden battle armor on the cultivators. Chapter 364 Chapter 233 The Great Calamity of the Canonization, 9. A Great Opportunity. Di Huang Taiyi's eyes sparkled, and the chaos bell in his hand suddenly grew larger. The surface of the bell displayed the phantoms of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, as if bearing the weight of the entire Hongmeng world. Di Huang Taiyi charged forward towards the 1,000-winged giant beast. The clang of the bell reverberated, and the 1,000-winged giant beast let out a mournful howl as its body, as hard as divine iron, was crushed into a massive bloody hole. The residual power of the chaos bell unleashed countless chaotic sword energies, shredding the giant beast's thousands of flesh wings, and half of its body was ground into powder. On the western battlefield, Zhu Rong watched Taiyi's mixed featherbird steal the spotlight and scoffed. This scruffy creature is making quite a show. Gong Gong coldly laughed. What's wrong? Red Ghost. Are you envious? Oomph. Zhu Rong snorted, flames surging around him. I will achieve the Tao sooner or later. Saying this, Zhu Rong leaped up, flames engulfing the heavens. Disgusting things die. Just then, Hutu in the Six Paths of Reincarnation saw Taiyi achieve sainthood and shine on the battlefield, feeling that their Wu clan could not fall behind. Especially not behind the Demon Clan. Chapter 365, Chapter 234, The Great Catastrophe of Sealing the Gods. End. Just as the giant worm was cut into 5 segments, the severed flesh suddenly began to writhe violently. Each piece of the remains grew new mouths and, right before everyone's eyes, split into 5 smaller worms. Jiang Ziya's face changed dramatically. This monster could actually split and regenerate. At the same time, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the northern battlefield. The chaotic giant beast, which had been suppressed by the 3 clans, was frantically regrowing its severed tentacles and quickly restored its complete form. It forcefully pushed up the Dao character divine pattern and regained its freedom. The 3 clan leaders simultaneously spat out a mouthful of essence blood, suffering severe backlash. Ha! A piercing cackle suddenly rang out from the western battlefield. The decayed, giant tree that had been split by the phantom of Pangu wriggled its roots violently, and the broken trunk reassembled as if it were alive, while the blood-red vines regained vitality. The ants heard the decayed, giant tree emit a hoarse whisper, and a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth opened on the trunk. Did you think you could kill me like this? On the eastern battlefield, the giant beast with 1,000 wings and myriad eyes, although half its body was obliterated by Taiyi, the flesh at the wound was still writhing frantically, quickly growing new wings and eyeballs. Chapter 366, Chapter 235, World Ascension. But all this was nothing to fear under the great power of the World Tree. Golden symbols floated from the core of the World Tree. These symbols were transformed from the creative power derived from the essence of the World Tree, and each symbol contained immense strength, shining even more brilliantly than the stars. The golden symbols spiraled from the center of the trunk, spreading to every branch and root of the World Tree, and eventually reaching every leaf's vein, gradually extending to every corner of the primordial world, wherever the golden symbols passed. The chaotic laws of the world were reshaped, and the world's veins became clearer and more stable. The chaotic energy transformed into pure spiritual energy, nourishing the primordial world. The cracks between the sky and the earth slowly healed, and the earth regained vitality, with tender green shoots sprouting. The inverted mountains and rivers returned to their original positions. The sun, moon, and stars resumed their operation, and day and night alternated in an orderly manner. The beings that had been corrupted by chaotic energy gradually returned to normal under the nourishment of the golden symbols. The World Tree once again reconstructed the primordial world, sorted out the primordial laws, and saved the primordial realm. Even though many people had seen it before, they were still shocked by this earth-shattering spectacle. Not to mention those cultivators witnessing this scene for the first time. They looked up at the towering World Tree with eyes full of awe and reverence. Chapter 367, Chapter 236, Follow-up Matters. 1. After the sealing of the gods, the situation in the primordial world underwent significant changes. First of all, the human race. The emperor of the human race was replaced. It was no longer Dxin, but his son Wu Gong. The situation was, how should I put it, a bit dramatic. Simply put, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with the 4 ancestors of the human race, took millions of cultivators to the border of the primordial world to hunt. They left Dxin, this resentful emperor, to handle the logistics. Although the cultivators did not eat or drink, they needed magical artifacts, elixirs, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various cultivation resources. Moreover, the consumption of war was logistics, and taking cultivators to war was even more so. The key was that the ones leading the charge were their ancestors, the true ancestors whom Dxin had to worship and offer incense to every year. Dxin dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Whatever the ancestors lacked, he would send it over at the first opportunity, without the scheming and disruption of the saints, as well as the seduction of the fox demon. Plus Dxin's clear mind and the assistance of many wise ministers, he remained the wise and martial emperor. Dxin was overwhelmed daily, dealing with various conflicts, coordinating supplies, and soothing the people's hearts, to the point that he couldn't even take care of his harem. After laboring for most of his life, he had only 3 consorts and 3 children, all of whom were with Queen Jiang. Chapter 368, Chapter 237 Follow-up matters. 2. Among the 4 great vassals, Dongbo Marquis Jiang Huanchu was his father-in-law, who not only helped significantly when he ascended to the throne, but whose daughter, Queen Jiang, also bore him 3 sons. Out of emotion and reason, Dxin should not touch him, nor did he intend to, so he directly skipped over him. Babel Marquis Chong Ho, who was a good brother who grew up with him, the kind that could share the same pants. Previously, he even donated half of his fortune to help him. Although Dxin wanted money, he valued loyalty even more, so he naturally wouldn't act against his close friend. Thus, he skipped over him as well. Finally, only the unfortunate South Bo Marquis Yi Chong-yu and West Bo Marquis Ji Chong remained. Dxin weighed the options between Yi Chong-yu and Ji Chong, ultimately locking his gaze on West Bo Marquis Ji Chong. Ji Chong had over 90 children. His family background must be substantial. If his family were thin, he wouldn't be able to support so many children and consorts. Look at himself. A dignified emperor with only 3 children and 3 consorts. Although a large part of the reason was due to his busy schedule, thinking about Ji Chong, who was enjoying himself in his fief, not only having numerous wives and concubines, but also a bunch of offspring, while he was busy every day like a dog, made Dxin increasingly furious. Chapter 369, Chapter 238 Follow-up matters. 3. Bo Yikao looked at the so-called evidence, convinced that Dxin had secretly conspired to harm his father. Outraged, Bo Yikao did not wait for the palace servants to report and directly barged into the royal palace hall, questioning Dxin. He did not notice a strand of red light quietly entering his body. Bo Yikao glared angrily at Dxin and scolded, "Foolish monarch, my father was loyal and devoted. Why did you lay such a poisonous hand?" Dxin, seeing Bo Yikao daring to be so disrespectful, felt anger rise from his heart. Bold Bo Yikao, do not speak recklessly. Would this king do such a despicable thing? Bo Yikao, however, did not believe him at all and continued to denounce him. The evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to quibble? If you do not return my father today, I will not rest until I have my revenge. At this moment, the strand of red light was causing chaos within Bo Yikao, making him increasingly impulsive. Just as tensions escalated, Baigon hurriedly arrived and quickly advised, "Young master, calm your anger. The king has indeed not been unkind to West Bo Marquis. I hope you do not act impulsively to avoid causing a disaster." Bo Yikao, however, with red eyes, turned to Baigon and said, "Do not make excuses for him. My father is missing, and he cannot escape blame." Dixin, seeing Bo Yikao so stubborn and unyielding, coldly snorted, "Since you do not believe, this king will investigate to find out the truth. If anyone dares to act under my nose, I will not let them off lightly." Chapter 370, Chapter 239 Follow-up matters. 4. Meanwhile, Jiang Huanchu's son Jiang Wenhuan and Yi Chong-yu's son Yi Shun also learned of their fathers' deaths. Along with this news came evidence that Dxin had killed their fathers. Jiang Wenhuan and Yi Shun saw this evidence and were filled with rage and grief. Jiang Wenhuan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. "My father devoted his life to loyalty and patriotism, never having any second thoughts. How could Dxin be so ruthless? He must pay with blood for blood." Yi Shun was also full of sorrow and anger. "If I do not avenge this grudge, Yi Shun, vow not to be human." The two immediately organized their troops and simultaneously issued proclamations to expose the cruel actions of Emperor Xin to various lords, calling for a joint uprising against Zhou. Due to Emperor Xion's previous reforms that touched many nobles' interests, they were already dissatisfied with him. And now seeing Jiang Wenhuan and Yi Shun raising their arms and calling out, they responded one after another. When GFA learned of Jiang Wenhuan and Yi Shun's actions, he was overjoyed and immediately wrote to the two, agreeing to raise the banner of righteousness together to attack the tyrant. The two promptly replied without hesitation after receiving GFA's letter. Soon, various forces gathered outside Shichi City, banners waving and horses neighing. GFA stood on a high platform, looking at this grand coalition with immense pride in his heart. Chapter 371 Subsequent Events. 5. How Ian's reason against the human emperor was purely due to his displeasure with him. A human emperor without cultivation, in the strength-oriented world of the primordial era, why should he be on par with the heavenly emperor? A mere ant. How could he be above oneself, the Jade Emperor? He should be the son of heaven, forever bowing to the heavenly court. But unfortunately, Hao Yian's calculations were destined to fail. Because the Morning Star not only saved the human Emperor Xian, the queen, the concubines, and the Prince Wu Gong, but also saved the loyal subjects of Shangtang. Emperor Xian carried the fortune of the Shang dynasty. As long as he was alive, GFA could never inherit the position of human emperor. The Morning Star was a trusted aide of Hao Yian and an important minister of the heavenly court. Logically, he should not betray Hao Yian. However, Hao Yian's schemes against humanity would inevitably provoke revenge from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as the 4 ancestors of humanity after his death. Hao Yian was the Jade Emperor and also the Dao ancestor's disciple, so he wouldn't be in trouble for the sake of the Dao Master. But to quell the anger of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the 4 ancestors of humanity, this executor would certainly be pushed out to take the blame. Thus, the Morning Star took the risk to save Emperor Xian and the others, leaving himself a way out. However, this also meant he betrayed Hao Yian and would surely face Hao Yian's furious revenge afterward. Therefore, the Morning Star planned to seek refuge with the future heavenly emperor after the calamity of canonization, even though this heavenly emperor had yet to be born. But there must be something extraordinary about someone destined to become the heavenly emperor. Chapter 372. Subsequent events. 6. Fushi spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over GFA and the others. Ji Chang's face turned pale as he trembled and said, "Your Majesty, this matter started because of me. I am willing to bear all the blame alone, just asking for mercy for my son GFA and our clan." GFA hurriedly inquired what had happened. Ji Chang recounted his experiences to GFA in detail. Upon hearing this, GFA's face turned ashen, staggering back a few steps, looking at his father in disbelief. "Father, how could you do this?" GFA's voice trembled, filled with pain and disappointment. The righteous war he was proud to turn out to be a complete scam. Those so-called atrocities were merely lies meticulously woven by the heavenly court. What disappointed him the most was that his respected father would collude with the heavenly court, intending to overthrow the legitimacy of humanity. "No, this isn't true." GFA knelt on the ground, clutching his head with both hands. Ji Chang sighed deeply, tears in his eyes, saying, "As a father, I had no choice. The heavenly court threatened the lives of my clan. If I did not comply, the Ji family would face annihilation." Fushi watched coldly, the Kongtong seal in his hand glowing slightly. "Ji Chang, you sacrificed the fortune of humanity to save your clan's lives. This crime must be punished. Today, I will cleanse the door for humanity." Chapter 373. Subsequent events. 7. Emperor Xian, you cannot, nor can I. So it's safest to kill them all. Your Majesty, could you give them a chance? Exile them to the borders, never to step into the Central Plains again? Emperor Xian still felt reluctant, tentatively asking. "No," Fushi replied firmly. "Emperor Xian, as the human emperor, you must prioritize the overall situation of humanity. Everyone must pay for their actions. If you let them go today, and tomorrow the fortune of humanity is taken, you and I will be eternal sinners." Fushi's words thundered in Emperor Xian's ears. Emperor Xian clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. The wind on the city tower howled, as if mourning the impending slaughter. "Convey my will." Emperor Xian closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. "The entire Ji family is to be executed immediately." "Wait." The Morning Star hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty, there may still be room for negotiation." Fushi frowned slightly, looking at the Morning Star. "Morning Star, what do you have in mind?" The Morning Star replied, "Although the Ji family has treasonous intentions, as the human emperor said, they have been loyal for generations, contributing greatly to the Shang dynasty. If we execute them all, it may chill the hearts of the people and not be entirely beneficial for the fortune of humanity." Chapter 374. Subsequent events. 8. After experiencing these events, especially nearly burning to death, Emperor Xian increasingly felt he owed his family. He recalled all those years spent on state affairs, neglecting time with his loved ones. After returning to Chaoga, Emperor Xian began to intentionally carve out more time to accompany Queen Jiang, Consort Yang, Consort Huang, and Wu Gong. He no longer buried himself in memorials all day as before, but would stroll in the imperial garden with the queen, consort Yang, and consort Huang in the afternoons, listening to them talk about palace trivialities. To his only son, Wu Geng, Emperor Xan was no longer just strict in his teachings, but would also accompany him in studying and practicing martial arts, sharing his own experiences from his youth. After the calamity ended, having asked Yin Jiao and Yin Hong and learned they wanted to continue cultivating with their master, Emperor Xian respected their wishes and passed the throne to Wu Geng. Wu Geng then became the new human emperor. After Emperor Xian abdicated, he lived a leisurely life. Days passed comfortably, but he missed his son. He wondered what those two rascals, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, were doing. It had been so long since the canonization calamity had passed. Didn't they think to come back and see their old father? Queen Zhang also missed her eldest and second sons, and new Emperor Xian felt the same. But he was a bit too proud to bring up. Chapter 375, Subsequent Events, 9. Emperor Xian looked at his sons in their disheveled state, frowning slightly. But when he caught a glimpse of their thin faces, a flicker of heartache flashed in his eyes. Queen Zhang was already tearful, quickly stepping forward to embrace both sons. You've lost weight, gotten darker, but you've grown up. Queen Zhang tenderly stroked their cheeks, her voice slightly reproachful. Why didn't you take care of yourselves? Yin Jiao's eyes turned red as he softly replied, I worried, mother. Yin Hong, like a child, buried his head on his mother's shoulder, secretly wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. Emperor Xen cleared his throat and feigned seriousness, saying, How can a cultivator be so reckless? Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong immediately straightened their backs and stood properly. Seeing this, Queen Zhang gently tugged at Emperor Xian's sleeve, giving him a reproachful glare. The children have finally come home. Don't put on a stern face. Emperor Xian nodded slightly, but having been strict with the children for so long, he truly didn't know how to express his concern. With Queen Zhang facilitating, the atmosphere between father and son gradually warmed. The family engaged in a lively exchange, sharing their experiences over the years. However, despite Yin Jiao and Yin Hong's attempts to mask their words, Emperor Xian still sensed something amiss. Chapter 376. Chapter 245. A few subsequent matters, 10. Next, there were matters regarding the Tao of Heaven, the Tao of Earth, and the Tao of Man. After the Great Desolation upgraded, both the Tao of Earth and the Tao of Man were also completed. Now, there were complete versions of the Tao of Earth and the Tao of Man. The first thing they did after the completion was to confront the Tao of Heaven aggressively. The Tao of Earth and the Tao of Man declared, Damn the Tao of Heaven, for the grudge of absorbing my source. I must seek an explanation today. On the other side, the Tao of Heaven, trapped in the Zixiao Palace by Hong Jun, had also broken free and was angrily seeking out Hong Jun for retribution. The Tao of Heaven said, Damn that old Hong Jun. I came to discuss the matter of the canonization tribulation with him, and he dared to set a trap to imprison me. Today, I will make him taste the flavor of divine punishment. The formation within the Zixiao Palace could only hold the Tao of Heaven for a moment. Hong Jun did this to prevent the Tao of Heaven from causing trouble and disrupting his plans. Besides, he had calculated that once the Tao of Heaven broke free, the canonization tribulation would also come to an end. After all, as the saying goes, one does not fear a godlike opponent, but fears a pig-like teammate. This Tao of Heaven had some scheming, but was still a bit naive. His methods were too immature, and he was no match for Hong Jun. Therefore, he often fell for Hong Jun's tricks, and, after being tricked, even gave Hong Jun a good person card. At this moment, Hong Jun remained in the Zixiao Palace, completely unconcerned about the Tao of Heaven seeking him out. Chapter 377, Chapter 246. A few subsequent matters complete. Next, there were matters concerning the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as the Witch and Demon clans. Although the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with the Witch and Demon clans, participated in the canonization tribulation with the help of the Tao of Man and the Tao of Earth, earning a measure of merit. This merit was insufficient to offset the karma on their races. Therefore, they still had to return to face punishment. The Dragon clan returned to suppress the sea eyes of the four seas. The Phoenix clan returned to suppress the immortal volcano in the south. The Qilin clan returned to suppress the earth veins. The Witch clan returned to suppress the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Emperor Jun, along with Taiyi and the others, worked tirelessly to operate the great array of the stars in chaos, supplying spiritual energy to the Great Desolation. Although this merit could not completely offset the karma on their races, it did make their lives much easier. At the very least, the younger generation's cultivation was no longer as difficult as before. Then, there were matters regarding Yuhua and Gue Xian. They successfully took the final step with the help of the merits of the Great Tao, advancing to become Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Of course, those who participated and survived also received rich rewards. Moreover, with the advancement of the Great Desolation world, the world's capacity increased, allowing for more Hunyuan saints or saints of heaven, earth, and man to exist. Additionally, there was the matter of Jiejuan and Junti. Chapter 378. Chapter 1. The move to the west, 3 beams of golden light descended from the origins of heaven, earth, and man, transforming into 3 ancient seals that floated before Chunhao. The heaven seal was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. The earth seal depicted mountains, rivers, and the state. And the man seal inscribed the myriad forms of life. The 3 seals resonated with each other, emanating a pressure that suppressed the heavens. Tong Tian chuckled softly. Good boy. Just formed and already obtained 3 supreme treasures. Yuan sure smiled and nodded. Born extraordinary, your future achievements are limitless. Laozi's gaze was profound as he calculated with his fingers, saying with a smile, How'er will inherit the teachings of the 3 pure ones and create a prosperous era for the Great Desolation. Chunhao blinked his emerald green eyes and stretched out his chubby little hands to stack the 3 seals together. The 3 seals merged into a golden Great Desolation seal. As soon as the Great Desolation seal took shape, it resonated with the Great Desolation's heavens and earth. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, auspicious clouds swirled, and purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles, while 9 colored rays of light penetrated the clouds, condensing into 3 layers of canopies above Chunhao's head. Each layer of canopy was formed from the innate rhythm of the Tao, corresponding to the ultimate principles of heaven, earth, and man. The great powers of the Great Desolation felt a sense of resonance and simultaneously looked towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. In the heavenly court, in the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Ian stood in the center with a gloomy expression, and the dragon chair he sat on had cracks for being squeezed. Chapter 379. Chapter 2. Layout for the west. Upon seeing this, Hong Jun slowly said, You need not worry too much, although the west is the first line of defense. The Great Desolation is one body, and all sides will extend a helping hand when the time comes. What you need to do is to accumulate strength in the tribulation. Perfect your teachings, and gather the beings of the west. Nuar raised her eyes and asked, May I ask, Master, what is the origin of this outer celestial demon? Why do they invade the Great Desolation? The secrets cannot be fully revealed. After the rise of the west, discussions will be held. You should focus on the matters at hand. Dong Huang Taiyi, the avatar, frowned slightly and asked, Master, does the rise of the Western Demon Clan require participation? The Demon Clan's karma has not dissipated. You may send suitable individuals into the tribulation to resolve that karma. Then, Hong Jun turned his gaze to Hutu, the avatar, saying that the underworld's reincarnation must also cooperate. Huda nodded slightly in agreement. Hong Jun scanned the saints present and asked, Do you have any questions? If not, the discussion ends here. You may disperse and prepare well. When the tribulation begins, act according to the plan. The saints in the hall all bowed and withdrew. But only Tong Tian remained standing in place, his brow furrowed. After everyone dispersed, he stepped forward and said, Master, I still have one thing unclear. Chapter 380. Chapter 3. Expounding and stopping disciples to the West Junior Brother. Although this time I suffered some minor injuries, I finally achieved my wish. Jiejuan gently touched his swollen cheek, and golden light flashed around him as his injuries gradually healed. Junti rubbed his darkened eye sockets and sighed. Senior brother, Sanxing really showed no mercy. But for the rise of the West, it is all worth it. In the Bio Palace, Tong Tian looked at the 2 departing figures, shook his numb wrist, and thought, These 2 have such thick skin, they can still smile after being beaten. Yuan Shi snorted coldly. If it weren't for Big Brother stopping me, I would have made them taste the power of the Panga banner. Laozi took a sip of tea and said calmly, The beating has been done. The anger has been vented. Now it's time to handle serious matters. You should select those disciples with a connection to Buddhism and send them to the West. Tong Tian moved his wrist, his anger still unresolved. Big Brother, Are we really sending disciples to the West? These are all disciples that I and second brother have painstakingly cultivated. Do we really have to hand them over? Yuan sure echoed yes. Big brother, these disciples are the fruit of our labor. How can we just give them to the West? Laozi set down his teacup, his gaze calm yet firm. A great calamity is approaching. Can we afford to lose big over small? Chapter 381, Chapter 4, Treasures Entering the West, 1, at Shiryang Mountain. In the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi was once again refining alchemy in front of the Bagua furnace. The 3 flavors of true fire burned fiercely within the furnace, illuminating his calm expression. The purple qi in the cauldron was misty, and the 9-turn golden elixir had taken shape. Then, Laozi quickly gestured with his fingers, and the flames in the furnace suddenly condensed. 9 golden elixirs spun out of the cauldron. Laozi waved his sleeve, and the golden elixirs flew into the gourd one by one. Xiandu, the great master Xuandu, entered in response, respectfully bowing, Master. He handed over the gourd of golden elixir, saying, This gourd of golden elixir is to be delivered to my junior brother Qinhao at Kunlun Mountain. He is just transformed, and his foundation is still shallow. He needs this elixir to stabilize his Dao foundation. Xuandu took the purple gold gourd with both hands and was about to take his leave when he heard Laozi say, Wait, does Master have any other instructions? Xuandu paused in his steps. Forget it. I will go in person to check on Howard. Master really likes the junior brother. Laozi nodded with a smile, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. After all, he calls me uncle. Hearing this, Xuandu couldn't help but smile. Regarding Chunhao, the only descendant of the 3 Qing lineage, Master, second uncle, and third uncle are particularly attentive to him, treating him as if he were a precious treasure, afraid he might fall if held too tightly, and worried he might melt if held in their mouths. Chapter 382, Section 5. Duo Bao enters the West, too. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of comfort, but more so with reluctance. After a long silence, Tong Tian sighed. All right, since you have made up your mind, I will not say more. Suddenly, Tong Tian raised his hand, and a blue light entered Duo Bao's brow. This is a fragment of my primordial spirit's mark. It will protect you. Should you encounter danger, I will come to your aid at once. Duo Bao Daoist solemnly bowed, tears in his eyes. Master, take care. Once I complete my mission, I will return to the Jiajiao and continue to serve you. Tong Tian looked at the kneeling Duo Bao, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After a long time, he slowly helped Duo Bao up. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. But you must be careful in the West. If you suffer any grievances, be sure to send word to me. I will seek justice for you. Duo Bao's eyes were filled with tears as he choked out, I will remember Master's teachings. Tong Tian turned away, waving his hand. Go, quickly. If I look at you one more time, I fear I will be unable to stop myself from keeping you here. Duo Bao Daoist bowed heavily 3 times, his forehead pressed against the cold jade ground for a long time, without rising. Chapter 383, Section 6, Qingwei Awakens, 1. Qingwei had been asleep within the world tree for over 500 years. Sensing that his beloved wife had awakened, Tong Tian, who was teaching his son, directly tossed Chunhao into the Juxian sword array, tearing open a space crack to wait outside the world tree. Chunhao, stinky dad, you forgot about me. I want to see mommy too. The branches and leaves of the world tree gently swayed in the breeze, radiating a soft glow. Tong Tian stood under the tree, his gaze fixed intently on the world tree, his tall figure appearing particularly upright in the dappled light and shadow. His dark robe fluttered in the wind, and the green sword hanging at his waist emitted a faint humming sound, as if responding to its master's inner joy. Suddenly, the leaves of the world tree rippled with golden waves, and a familiar figure slowly emerged. Madam, Tong Tian softly called, his voice filled with uncontainable joy. Husband, Qingwei replied, her cool voice carrying a hint of drowsiness from just waking up. Qingwei came barefoot, her pure white skirt fluttering in the wind, and her hairpin swaying lightly with each step, causing ripples in the surrounding laws. Upon seeing Tong Tian, Qingwei's lips curled slightly, and her eyes sparkled with gentle smiles. Tong Tian quickly stepped forward and embraced her tightly, as if wanting to meld her into his bones and blood. Chapter 384, Section 7. Qingwei Awakens 2. Tong Tian lightly coughed. Father is teaching you the sword path. Liar. Qinhao raised his tearful big eyes. Second uncle said that dad hated practicing the most back then. Ahem. Tong Tian hurriedly interrupted. The green sword in his sleeve warningly hummed. Qingyue gave her husband a knowing glance, lightly tapping her fingers to help Chen Hao change into new clothes and retie his disheveled hair. The little guy tilted his face up, allowing his mother to fuss over him, and didn't forget to stick out his tongue and make a face at Tong Tian. All right, stop messing around. Qingyue pinched her son's chubby cheeks. Your dad is doing this for your own good. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian immediately straightened his back, proudly raising an eyebrow at his son. Oomph. Chen Hao turned his face away in defiance. He's just bad. Tong Tian pretended to be angry, pretending to reach for him, scaring Chen Hao into quickly burrowing into Qingyue's arms, mumbling, "Mommy, save me." Qingyue smiled as she protected her son, saying to Tong Tian, "You, at your age, still act like a child." Tong Tian awkwardly withdrew his hand, mumbling softly, "This kid is really getting more and more unruly." Chen Hao poked his head out from Qingyue's embrace, made a silly face, and retorted, "Who's unruly? It's you who keeps bullying me." Chapter 385, Section 8, Heavenly Court Banquet, 1. As soon as the words fell, the 5 arrived at the South Heavenly Gate. The guarding celestial soldiers saw the 3 Qing and Qingyue arriving and hurriedly bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the Taiyi Saint, the Yuqing Saint, the Shanqing Saint, and the Lady Qingyue, the Master of Heaven and Earth." The celestial soldiers' voices were uniform, echoing through the clouds. Chen Hao curiously poked his little head out, surveying the resplendent South Heavenly Gate. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, 9 coiling dragon jade pillars stood tall, each wrapped with vividly alive golden dragons. And the spiritual pearls embedded in the dragons' eyes sparkled brightly. "Is this the South Heavenly Gate? It doesn't seem as grand as Daddy's Bo Palace." Chen Hao muttered quietly, unable to hide his curiosity. Yuan Shi chuckled upon hearing this, saying, "This heavenly court is merely a place of superficial splendor. How can it compare to our Taoist temple?" Before he finished speaking, a sound of celestial music rang out, and a group of celestial maidens gracefully approached, holding flower baskets and scattering celestial flowers everywhere. The celestial maidens wore colorful robes, and as their garments fluttered, they brought with them a fragrant breeze. The leading purple-clad fairy bowed gracefully. "I pay my respects to the saints and the master of heaven and earth. The lady of the Yaoqi Golden Mother has specially sent me to welcome you. The peach banquet is ready. Please follow me to the Yaoqi." The group nodded slightly and followed the purple-clad fairy. Chapter 386, Section 9, Heavenly Court Banquet, 2. This matter began with Duobao heading to the Western Buddhist sect to become the Buddha of Enlightenment. Ever since Duobao, it was the Buddha of Enlightenment, arrived in the West, Jane and Junti had entrusted all matters of the Buddhist sect to him. Jane and Junti either closed themselves off to enhance their cultivation in preparation for the upcoming calamity or were planning the grand undertaking of the Western flourishing. At this time, the sect had just separated from the Xianmen and established itself as a Buddhist sect. Although it had separated from the Xianmen, traces of the Xianmen could still be seen everywhere in the sect. In order to distinguish between the Xianmen and the Buddhist sect and to demonstrate the Buddhist sect's independence, the Buddha of Enlightenment implemented sweeping reforms in all aspects of Buddhist doctrine, attire, and more. This included new regulations such as shaving heads, prohibiting killing, prohibiting theft, prohibiting lust, and prohibiting consuming meat. Jane and Junti had reviewed these reforms and calculated that they were indeed beneficial for the Western flourishing, so they nodded in agreement. However, they did not expect that the matter of shaving heads would also fall upon the 2 saints. They still remembered the Buddha of Enlightenment respectfully standing before them at that time, hands together, saying, as the ancestors of the Buddhist sect, "You 2 saints should set an example and be a model for all disciples." Chapter 387, Chapter 10, Selection for Journey to the West, 1. Jiuyin and Juni talked about their plans for hundreds of years. Qingyue thought their plan was brilliant, but in the end, it was still the journey to the West. The same 81 tribulations, the same quest for scriptures in the West, the same Monkey King and Tang Sung. However, Zhu Beiji, Sha Hashang, and the White Dragon Horse had changed. Zhu Beiji became Yang Jian, Sha Hashang became Neza, and the White Dragon Horse became a Qilin. Moreover, these selections were not random. They were significant. First, Tang Sung was originally the 6-winged golden cicada, one of the 5 fierce insects of the primordial era. The 5 fierce insects are 6-winged golden cicada, blood-winged black mosquito, mosquito Taoist, multi-eyed golden centipede, nine-tailed earth scorpion, and nine-headed worm. The six-winged golden cicada enjoys the juice of spiritual plants, but due to its kind heart, it only takes what it needs, never harming the roots of the spiritual plants. When it sees a spiritual plant injured, it uses its own spiritual power to heal it, seeing its pure and principled nature. The Buddha accepted it as the second disciple and bestowed upon it the name Golden Cicada. At the same time, it was also chosen as the destined person for the journey to the West Tribulation. This selection was not a hasty decision, but a well-considered one. On the journey, others would see that if even one of the 5 fierce insects, the six-winged golden cicada, could be transformed, how powerful must the Buddhist teachings be? Chapter 388, Chapter 11. Selection for Journey to the West. 2. Just as Hao Yin was in a dilemma, Taiyi Jinxing, who was then Hao Yin's trusted aide, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I observe that Yang Jian and his siblings possess semi-divine bodies and exceptional talents. If properly cultivated, they could become pillars of the heavenly court in the future. However, heavenly rules must not be violated." The Jade Emperor sighed, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of the dragon throne, a look of struggle flickering in his eyes. "Your Majesty, it is indeed a taboo for immortals and mortals to fall in love. But if they are immortal to immortal, it does not count as defying heavenly rules." Taiyi Jinxing cautiously observed Hao Yin's expression. Seeing Hao Yin's demeanor soften, he continued, "There are many divine objects in the heavenly court that can help mortals shed their mortal bodies and ascend to immortality. As for the children, it would be better to take them into the heavenly court for proper guidance. This way, it not only preserves the sibling bond, but also does not violate heavenly rules." Upon hearing this, Hao Yin's brows relaxed slightly. This method was quite clever. However, since Yao Ji had violated heavenly laws first, if there were no punishment, it would be hard to convince the masses. Taiyi Jinxing's eyes turned, and he offered another plan. "Your Majesty might as well impose a small punishment as a warning. Once Yang Tianyu has successfully cultivated, and the storm has passed, reuniting them would not be too late." After pondering for a moment, Hao Yin finally nodded, agreeing with his minister's words. But he reminded, this matter must not be made public to avoid gossip. Chapter 389, Chapter 12. Selection for Journey to the West. 3. Yang Jian nodded firmly, a mature determination visible on his youthful face. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to master his abilities as soon as possible to protect his family and safeguard the people. At that moment, a sound of a celestial crane echoed outside the cave, and Yu Dingjinren calculated with his fingers, smiling, "Taiyi Jinxing has arrived." Sure enough, moments later, Taiyi Jinxing appeared riding a crane. He first bowed to Yu Dingjinren, then cupped his hands to Yao Ji, saying, "Fair Yinhua, I have come at the Jade Emperor's command to discuss matters." Hearing this, Yao Ji's expression changed slightly, instinctively placing Yang Jian behind her. Yang Tianyu rushed over, firmly protecting his wife and children, his gaze warily fixed on Taiyi Jinxing. Yu Ding waved his whisk and coldly looked at Taiyi Jinxing, saying, "If you have come to take someone, please leave." Taiyi Jinxing hurriedly waved his hands, smiling bitterly. "Jinren has misunderstood. I have not come to take anyone, but at the Jade Emperor's command, I am here to resolve misunderstandings." Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? I saw with my own eyes how you bullied my disciple and his family. How could there be any falsehood? Jinren, please calm down. There are indeed other hidden circumstances. His Majesty has sincere feelings for Fairy Yinhua, but the fairy has not understood the deeper meaning. Chapter 390, Chapter 13. Selection for Journey to the West. 4. Mother, when will you come back? The youngest Yang Chan asked, grabbing Yao Ji's sleeve. Yao Ji squatted down and hugged Yang Chan, saying, "Soon, once Mother finishes her work, I'll be back." Yang Jian stood by, frowning. He felt that things were not that simple. His mother had been secretly wiping her tears these days, and his father often stared blankly at the sky. Yang Jian quietly tugged at his older brother Yang Jiao's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, I feel something is wrong." Yang Jiao, 2 years older than Yang Jian, vaguely guessed something but just shook his head, saying, "Don't think too much. Mother will be back soon." Yao Ji took a deep look at the 3 children and then glanced at her husband, Yang Tianyu. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's feelings without words. Yao Ji turned and rode the clouds away, her clothes fluttering as a single tear fell with the wind. After Yao Ji left, Yang Jian waited long without seeing his mother. All he heard was that Yao Ji had violated heavenly laws and was suppressed under Peach Mountain. Since then, the Yang family practiced harder, wanting to become stronger quickly to rescue their wife and mother. Yang Tianyu tirelessly refined the 9, turned golden pill day and night, hoping to ascend to immortality soon and reunite with Yao Ji, so she would no longer suffer. Yang Jiao and Yang Chan had no master-disciple connection with Yuding. But when Yao Ji left, she left them with cultivation methods, with Yuding guiding them. In their diligent practice, their cultivation speed was not slower than Yang Jian's. Chapter 391, Chapter 14, Selection for Journey to the West. 5. Children, be careful. This demon dragon's strength is not inferior to mine, Yang Tianyu warned loudly. At this, the 3 children changed their expressions. If it was not inferior to their father, it meant that this demon dragon was also a Deluo golden immortal. Indeed, the demon dragon was a Deluo golden immortal, but after escaping from the heavenly court, it had been injured by Yao Ji's magical treasure, and its strength was severely diminished, barely capable of exerting the power of a Taiyi golden immortal. However, compared to Yang Tianyu, this weak Deluo, it was still much stronger. The demon dragon suddenly flashed and broke through the barrier, clawing towards Yang Tianyu. Yang Tianyu dodged to the side, but was still grazed by the dragon's claw, and several blood marks instantly appeared on his arm. Seeing this, the 3 siblings, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan quickly drew their weapons and attacked the demon dragon. But the demon dragon's skin was tough, and the siblings were too weak. Their attacks were merely a tickle to the demon dragon. The demon dragon snorted disdainfully, flicking its tail, sending the 3 of them flying. Yang Tianyu looked at his injured children, anxious and furious, roaring as he charged at the demon dragon again. Yang Tianyu was a Deluo born from the 9 turned golden pill, having spent years in closed-door cultivation refining the golden pill, without receiving proper high-level cultivation education. And his practical experience was almost 0. Chapter 392, Chapter 15, Selection for Journey to the West. 6. Because Neza's outer membrane was not violently cut open by Li Jing's sword, but naturally fell off after Neza absorbed all the innate spiritual energy within the amniotic sac. Neza's foundation was even deeper than originally destined. The fallen layer of innate amniotic sac transformed into a scarlet belly band, automatically wrapping around Neza, faintly radiating 7-colored glow. At this moment, Taiyi Jinren had arrived above Chantang Pass, and amidst the clear cries of the celestial crane, a white-bearded Taoist descended gracefully, holding a whisk. Congratulations to General Li on this auspicious child. Li Jing hurriedly stepped forward to bow, respectfully saying, I did not know the immortal was visiting, and I failed to welcome you properly. I hope the immortal will forgive me. Taiyi Jinren stroked his beard and chuckled. No harm done, no harm done. However, his gaze remained fixed on the child in Lady Yin's arms, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He calculated with his fingers and found that the child's foundation was even deeper than he had expected. This child is destined to be connected with me. I wish to take him as my disciple. What do the 2 of you think? Taiyi stated directly. Li Jing and Lady Yin exchanged a glance, both having prepared for this moment. After all, their first 2 sons had been taken by immortals in similar fashion. But they did not expect this time to come so quickly. Though the couple felt reluctant, they understood that such a celestial fate was rare. And if their child could enter the immortal sect, it would surely benefit his future. Chapter 393, Chapter 16, Selection for Journey to the West. End. Li Jing was taken as a disciple by Ran Deng, becoming a disciple of the Chan sect. His father suddenly became his senior brother. When Neza saw his father, he was very happy, but he became unhappy when he realized his father did not bring his mother along. Dad, why didn't you bring Mom with you? Neza pouted, his face full of grievance. Li Jing smiled wryly. Neza, your mother, as the general's wife, needs to stay at Chantang Pass to handle various matters. She cannot come. Then why don't you resign from your position as general and come with Mom to accompany me in my cultivation? Neza persisted, his eyes shimmering with tears. Li Jing squatted down and gently patted Neza's head. My dear, I also want to reunite with you and your mother, but the calamity of the Fengshan is approaching. As part of the Hongmeng, I must work hard to protect it. Chantang Pass is not only a crucial military location, but also our home. Your mother stays behind, not only to protect Chantang Pass, but also to protect our home. Once the Fengshan calamity is over, we will go home to visit your mother. All right? After hearing this, Neza wiped his tears and mumbled, "Then you have to promise me that once the Fengshen calamity is over, you must take me back to see Mom." Chapter 394, Chapter 17, Calamity of the Journey to the West. 1. Halfway through his flight, he remembered that Xuandu had forgotten about him, and he instantly became furious, turning around and flying back. Kong Xian thought, "It's him who forgot about me. Why should I be the one to find him? He should come and find me." The more he thought about it, the more correct it seemed. So, Kong Xian waited at the southern immortal volcano for Xuandu to come find him. However, after waiting for a long time, Xuandu did not show up. Clearly, Xuandu had forgotten about this beautiful little peacock again. Kong Xian was angry and went out to find Xuandu. This time, he was determined to make Xuandu remember him. Meanwhile, Jane and Juanti, after leaving the Feng clan, took a trip to the Qilin clan. From the Qilin clan, they brought away a batch of young Qilin disciples. Due to the damage to the western earth veins, they had sought help from the Qilin clan, asking them to help sort out the earth veins and see if there was any chance of recovery. Unfortunately, the western earth veins were utterly shattered and could not be repaired. Although the Qilin clan could not help, they were willing to assist. And Jane and Juanti remembered this kindness from the Qilin clan. Therefore, they left a position for the Qilin clan to ride on and chose Shilin as their mount. As long as Shilin carried Tang Sung to the west to obtain scriptures, once the task was accomplished, he would receive a share of merit, which would not only resolve his karma, but also help him advance in cultivation. Chapter 395. Chapter 18. Calamity of the Journey to the West. 2. Hao Qian gazed deeply at Jane and Juanti and said in a deep voice, "Sirs, this commotion in the heavenly palace. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Jane sighed lightly and pressed his palms together, saying, "Do not blame us, Brother Hao Qian. This calamity is not directed at the heavenly court, but is intended to temper that monkey. If your majesty can cooperate in this act, we in the West are willing to offer 3 9-turn golden pills as a gift to assist you in breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian." Juanti quickly echoed, "Moreover, our Buddhist sect is also willing to come to the heavenly court free of charge to teach for 3 days, enhancing the cultivation of the heavenly immortals. In this way, the strength of the heavenly court will surely increase, and its status in Honghuang will become even more stable." Upon hearing this, Hao Qian's face twisted in anger. If he could, he would really want to kill the two of them. Were 9-turn golden pills something so high and mighty? They seemed to be, but for someone at the peak of Hunyuan Jingxian like Hao Qian, they were akin to candy, useful, but not very much. And to assist me in improving my cultivation? That was complete nonsense. As for giving lectures? Does the heavenly court lack combat power? Not at all. Lectures for just 3 days? Every celestial in the heavenly court has cultivated for many years, with deep foundations. Who needs these 3 days of lectures? Chapter 396, Chapter 19. Going to the underworld, Qingwei. Seeing that Jane and Juanti had gone to the underworld, also went to the underworld to see Sister Hutu. It had been a long time since she had seen Sister Hutu, and she wondered how she was doing now. Qingwei did not go alone. She was followed by Tong Tian and Chen Hao. Tong Tian was there to accompany his wife, while Chen Hao simply wanted to have fun. Feeling embarrassed to visit empty-handed, Qingwei instructed Tong Tian to catch a few notorious big demons as gifts for Sister Hutu. Tong Tian calculated with his fingers and soon knew the locations of a few big demons, instantly disappearing from spot. In just a moment, he returned with a few critically injured big demons. These big demons were entangled with karma and were evidently not good beings. Qingwen nodded in satisfaction and stored them in her sleeve. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, a dark blue spatial vortex appeared in front of the three, and the cold atmosphere of the underworld rushed towards them, with the faint sound of the river of forgetfulness echoing in the background. The three stepped into the spatial vortex, and, in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the underworld. At this moment, Jane and Juanti had just finished discussing the monkey's disturbance in the underworld with Hutu. After receiving the approval of Qingwei, Hutu readily agreed. It was just a disturbance in the underworld, not in reincarnation. As long as the 6 realms of reincarnation were not affected, it would not matter even if the monkey turned the underworld upside down. Chapter 397, Chapter 20. Hao Qian advocates, by the way, this is my son Chen Hao. You haven't met him yet. Saying this, Qingwei called over Chen Hao. Huda looked at the delicate and beautiful Chen Hao, and her heart was filled with joy as she quickly hugged him, smiling and teasing. Oh, this child is really handsome, much better than his father. Gulme, let Ani have a good look. Your father, Tong Tian, shouldn't be making such personal attacks. Hutu gently caressed Chenhao's little face, her eyes full of affection. Chenhao was not shy at all. He blinked his big, watery eyes and sweetly smiled at Hutu, revealing 2 small dimples. In a soft voice, he said, I met Ani Hutu. Ani is so beautiful. Hutu was melted by this soft voice, and she took out the Pangayu Sui that Qingyue had given her before. The Pangayu Sui helped Emperor Jiang and the others give birth to their primordial spirits, and Hutu had kept it since she had obtained her primordial spirit. Originally, she planned to keep it for emergencies, but upon seeing Chenhao, Hutu was overjoyed and directly handed it to him. Little Chenhao, this is a good thing. Ani will give it to you. Qingyue saw this and hurriedly said, Sister, this is too precious. How can it be given to a child? Hutu waved her hand, saying, My sister's child is my child. This thing is useless here with me. It's just right for Howard. Chapter 398. Chapter 21. Chenhao ascends the throne. 1. But later, I was blinded by power and status, losing my true self. Once, I wanted to showcase my ambitions, to establish a powerful heavenly court like Emperor Jun, commanding all the tribes of the wilderness to bow down and lead them towards supreme glory. For this, I treated the wise with respect, recruited talented individuals, negotiated with various forces, and even plotted secretly. The heavenly court, under my hands, grew stronger day by day. But having ambition without strength is like a tree without roots. It is ultimately difficult to last. If I were a sage, perhaps everything would be different, and I would not have suffered humiliation from those 2. Hao Yin smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with loneliness. Yaoqi looked at him with concern and softly comforted him. Senior brother, let the past be the past. Now, we have returned to Zixiao Palace. Away from disputes. Isn't that a good thing? After hearing this, Hao Yin sighed deeply. Junior sister, do you think I made a mistake from the beginning? Hao Yin murmured as he looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. Yaoqi fell silent. Was it a mistake? From the perspective of the heavenly court, everything senior brother did was for the heavenly court, and thus there was no mistake. But from the perspective of the myriad tribes of the wilderness, those schemes indeed harmed many, and surely that was wrong. Chapter 399. Chapter 22. Chenhao ascends the throne. 2. Tong Tian turned to Chenhao, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Son, do you want to practice with your father? Chenhao cautiously took a half step back. Father, you wouldn't want to take this opportunity to teach me a lesson, would you? Tong Tian laughed heartily, ruffling Chenhao's hair with his big hand. How could that be? It's just a friendly spar. Don't you always say you're very impressive? Let your father see your skills. Then it's settled. You can't use the power of a sage to bully me. Don't worry. Father will suppress his strength to match yours. Chenhao nodded. Okay. After saying this, Chenhao flashed and rushed to the center of the arena first. Tong Tian was not in a hurry and leisurely followed. As soon as he stepped into the arena, Chenhao unleashed all his skills, various divine abilities bursting forth like splendid fireworks. Tong Tian responded easily while still offering pointers. This move's force is off. This move needs to be faster. Though Chenhao was at a disadvantage, he grew braver with each battle, his little face turning red. The surrounding Wu clan members gathered around, shouting encouragement. Just as the fierce battle was in full swing, Qingyue and Hutu returned from their outing. Hutu looked at the father and son in the arena and smiled at Qingyue. Look, both the big and little ones are having a great time. Chapter 400. Chapter 23. Meeting event. Tong Tian gently patted Qingyue's hand and comforted her telepathically. Madam, since Master has arranged this, there must be a deep meaning. Although Howard is young, he is exceptionally gifted, and with us elders protecting him, nothing will happen. Qingyue nodded slightly. Although she still had worries in her heart, she could only suppress those thoughts. She planned to give Howard some extra lessons after returning, emphasizing topics like the thick black theory and wolf tactics. With herself and Tong Tian around, she was sure that Howard would not be bullied. She was just afraid that the child was too young and naive to be deceived. After Hong Jun made the arrangements, he announced the meeting was adjourned. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Qingyue returned to Kunlun Mountain to discuss Chenhao's ascension 3 days later. Following them were Jiejing and Junti, who needed to rediscuss the matter of the monkey causing trouble in the heavenly palace with the 3 pure ones. Previously, under Hao Yin's heavenly court, Jiejing and Junti could easily manipulate the court. Now that it was Chun Hao's turn, they had to rethink their strategies. After all, this little ancestor was the precious one of the three pure ones in Qingwei. If they angered him, even the entire Mount Shumi would face consequences. And even passing dogs would have to suffer the repercussions. Inside the Yushu Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones, Qingwei, and the two saints from the west sat separately. Chapter 401. Chapter 24. The Co-Masters of Heaven and Earth the next morning. The Kunlun Mountain was filled with radiant light and the cries of celestial cranes. Tong Tian personally set up the 9-tiered heavenly steps, with white jade railings entwined with golden dragons. As celestial maidens held jade cups of divine nectar waiting for guests along the way. The grand hall was already filled with millennia-old red sandalwood tables, each adorned with innate spiritual fruits, divine nectar, and 9-turn golden pills. As time passed, various powerful beings arrived one after another. Chen Hao, dressed in a golden cloud robe and wearing a purple golden crown, sat on the jade throne beside Tong Tian. The little guy's face was flushed with excitement, yet he maintained a dignified demeanor, bowing to the guests like his elders. Tong Tian and Qingwei introduced Chun Hao to the assembled immortals one by one. Qingwei gently said, "Dear friends, this is my son, Chun Hao. We specially arranged this banquet today for you to meet Hao, and I hope you will take care of him in the future." Chun Hao stood up obediently, cupping his hands in greeting, his voice clear. Chun Hao sees all the seniors and thanks everyone for gracing us with your presence today. The assembled immortals praised the little boy for his politeness. No wonder he is the son of a sage. He has an extraordinary demeanor. Such poise at such a young age. He will surely become a great figure in the future. The three pure ones have successors, which is indeed a joyful occasion. Chapter 402. Chapter 25. The 48 heavens, all ministers may rise. The voice was not loud, but clearly reached every corner of the wilderness. Chun Hao's gaze swept over the crowd below, softening slightly when it touched the three pure ones in Qingwei, before adopting a serious expression again. From today, I will govern all beings in the wilderness and uphold the order of the wilderness. I hope everyone will work together and contribute to this grand cause. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens, earth, and humanity congratulated him, and golden spiritual rain suddenly descended upon the vast land, with every drop containing pure, innate spiritual energy and a hint of the profound aura of the great Tao. Where the spiritual rain fell, withered trees regained spring. Stubborn stones turned to jade, spiritual beasts awakened their intelligence, and even the most ordinary weeds began to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The beings in the wilderness bathed in the spiritual rain suddenly gained enlightenment and advanced in their cultivation. Some even broke through their bottlenecks on the spot. Those who had long stagnated at the great Luo golden immortal level were also faintly grasping the opportunity to break through. The weaker spiritual creatures broke through multiple realms in succession, showing significant improvement in their cultivation. At this moment, the entire wilderness world radiated unprecedented vitality, as if welcoming a grand baptism. Taiyi jinxing below rolled his eyes and shouted, "The Emperor is benevolent, benefiting all living beings. This is a blessing for the wilderness." Chapter 403. Chapter 26. Yangmei and Hongjun Yujing Mountain, Zixiao Palace. "Old friend, you have come." Hongjun sat on a cloud bed, smiling as he looked toward a certain spot in the void. "Old friend, it's been a long time, and your style remains the same." A green figure slowly appeared. It was the immortal Yangmei. He lazily leaned against a pillar, playing with a silver thread formed from the laws of space with his fingertips, and said with a smile, "You old Taoist know how to pick the right time to show up." Yangmei casually leaned against the jade pillar, playing with a green willow leaf with his fingertips. "You old Taoist really know how to pick your timing, waiting for me to bring gifts before making an appearance." Hongjun stroked his beard and smiled. The spatial laws in the three heavens are something even the three purities might not fully comprehend. "You are quite generous." Yangmei raised an eyebrow and scoffed lightly. "That is my disciple. Why would I be stingy? Are you not afraid that child cannot bear it?" The willow leaf at Yangmei's fingertips suddenly transformed into dots of green light and dissipated as he casually dusted off his sleeves. "My disciple is not an ordinary person. My disciple will definitely achieve greater heights than your three disciples in the future." Were a few insights worth? Hongjun did not refute. Instead, he smiled and countered, "Your disciple is not also my disciple? Don't forget, Qingyue was the first to pay respects under my teachings. A glint of mischief flashed in Hongjuan's eyes. Chapter 404. Chapter 27 Dividing the Three Realms. 1. Disciple Qingyue pays respects to Master. Disciple Tongtian pays respects to Master. Now that you are here, have a seat. Hongjun turned around and conjured 2 cushions, gesturing for the 2 to sit. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Once the 2 were seated, Hongjun slowly began to speak. Since the Pangu opened the heavens, the wilderness has experienced ferocious beasts, the Longhan era, Dao, and Demon, Witch, and Monster, the sealing of the gods, and 6 great calamities. Soon, we will face the journey to the West Calamity. Each calamity sees countless beings fall, and the creatures of the wilderness have it so hard. After saying this, he sighed heavily. Qingyue and Tongtian exchanged glances, and both stood up. Tongtian clasped his hands in respect and said, Is Master worried about the journey to the West Calamity? If there is anything that I can assist with, please let me know, and I will do my utmost. Qingyue felt that Master had specifically summoned her, and it could not be as simple as just for the journey to the West Calamity. Master must have deeper intentions. Qingyue speculated in her heart, but respectfully said, I do not know what Master wishes to instruct, but please say it without hesitation. We will surely do our best. Hongjuan's gaze was deep as he looked at the 2 and slowly spoke. Every calamity sees countless beings fall, and it deeply worries me. Chapter 405. Chapter 28 Dividing the Three Realms. 2. After leaving the Zixiao Palace, just as Qingyue was about to head to the World Tree, Tongtian gently pulled her back. Qingyue turned around, looking at Tongtian with curiosity. Madam, wait. This matter is very significant. It should not be shouldered by you alone. Tongtian stepped forward, grasping Qingyue's wrist. His eyes filled with concern. I know my own strength is limited, but if we join forces with Big Brother and Second Brother, perhaps we can lessen some of your burden. Qingyue's gaze flickered slightly, and she lightly pressed her fingertip against Tongtian's palm. All right. Qingyue and Tongtian returned to Kunlun Mountain, and soon after, Laozi, Yuanshi, Nuwa, Incarnation, Qingyue, Jin, Zhuanti, Vixian, Hutu, Incarnation, and Dongwang Taiyi, Incarnation, gathered at Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian, being straightforward, did not like to beat around the bush and directly relayed Master Hongjuan's words to them. Upon hearing this, Laozi, Yuanshi, Nuwa, Incarnation, Qingyue, Jin, Zhuanti, Vixian, Hutu, Incarnation, and Dongwang Taiyi, Incarnation, all wore grave expressions. Inside Bo Palace, there was a moment of silence. Laozi took out the Taiyi diagram and silently began to deduce. Everyone's gaze turned to Laozi, waiting for the results of the deduction. Chapter 406. Chapter 29 Dividing the Three Realms. 3. At the moment when the barrier of the 3 realms was solidified, all beings returned to their respective places. Those above, earth immortal, whether willing or not, were all guided to the heavenly realm. Similarly, those below, earth immortal, but above Qi refining stage were guided to the cultivation realm. In the human realm, only the ordinary mortals and common plants and animals without intellect remained. The former underworld, now the netherworld, remained unchanged as before. Qingyue stood on the clouds, gazing at the orderly 3 realms, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Thanks to all of you, my friends, for your assistance in this achievement. Laozi stroked his beard and smiled. It is merely a small effort on our part, but you, little sister, have consumed the most of your essence. You should take good care of yourself. After saying this, he took out a gourd containing the 9-turn golden pill for restoring essence and handed it over. I have improved the formula. It is your favorite sweet orange flavor. A loving look flashed in Laozi's eyes. Taking this will help you quickly recover your magical power. Tongtian quickly took the gourd and said, Thank you, Big Brother. After that, Tongtian gently twisted open the gourd stopper, and a sweet orange fragrance wafted out. Tongtian carefully poured out a golden pill and brought it to Qingyue's lips. Madam, please take it quickly. Qingyue smiled and obediently swallowed the pill. In an instant, a warm current rose from her dantian, and her originally pale complexion instantly turned rosy. Chapter 407. Chapter 30 Schools of Thought Contend. 1. After the division of the 3 realms, the beings of the wilderness initially found it somewhat uncomfortable. But as time passed, they gradually adapted to their new lives. The heavenly realm was filled with celestial energy and swirling clouds. with the gods of the heavenly court performing their duties to maintain the order of heaven and earth. The human realm was vibrant and full of life, with mortals establishing their own civilizations and kingdoms. The netherworld was deep and mysterious, with ghostly messengers traversing back and forth, capturing souls, and judging the good and evil of the deceased. Hutu presided over the 6 paths of reincarnation, maintaining the balance of life and death. The cultivation realm was abundant in spiritual energy, with beautiful mountains and rivers. Here, there were the paths of longevity that mortals yearned for, as well as the side techniques that the heavenly realm looked down upon. Various sects flourished, with cultivators either hiding in deep mountains or traveling the world, each pursuing their own fate. At the same time, the division of the 3 realms also had a significant impact on the structure of the wilderness. The first to be affected was the human race, as they no longer had an emperor. Ever since Xian Yuan gathered the luck of the human race and attained the title of human emperor, a prerequisite for the next human emperor to ascend was to gain the recognition of the human race's luck. Only those recognized by the luck of the human race could unify the hearts of the people and become the true human emperor. Conversely, if the emperor lacked virtue, he would be abandoned by the luck of the human race, losing the qualification to lead the human race, and thus could not become the emperor. Chapter 408. Chapter 3100 Schools of Thought Contend. 2. Not long after Fushi and the others left, Tong Tian arrived just in time. Tong Tian's handsome face was beaming with a bright smile. "Madam, everyone has left. Why don't we continue what we were doing earlier?" After saying this, he reached out to wrap his arms around Qing Yue's slender waist. Qing Yue sidestepped to avoid him, lightly tapping his forehead with her fingertip. "You always so unambitious. Have no drive at all. Madam, you are wronging me." Tong Tian covered his forehead, feigning grievance. "Isn't it because I want to explore the dual cultivation path with you?" Qing Yue's ears turned slightly red upon hearing this, and with a flick of her hand, a breeze pushed Tong Tian back 3 zhang. "Smooth talker, I am going into seclusion. I will not emerge until I break through to the 9th level of the Hun Yuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Do not bother me anymore." Seeing this, Tong Tian dared not say more and could only retreat with a bitter expression. "Sigh, with Madam working so hard, how can I fall behind? It seems I must also put in more effort." Tong Tian turned to look at the rolling clouds over Kunlun Mountain, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, the Qingping sword flew into his hand like a streak of light. "Since Madam is going into seclusion, I will go to the new domain for some training. When I return, I will surely make Madam see me in a new light." Chapter 409. Chapter 32. The 100 Schools of Thought. 3. In the Heavenly Court. Chen Hao saw his father and both uncles each sending a small strand of their primordial spirit into reincarnation, and he decided to join in the fun. He thought about what kind of sect he should establish. Remembering the emperor's teachings from his mother, he suddenly had an idea. Why not establish the Wangba sect? Promoting benevolent governance through the kingly way and intimidating the small and unscrupulous with the Badao approach. The two would complement each other, surely ending the chaotic times, unifying the world, and creating an era of peace. Chen Hao immediately sent out a strand of his primordial spirit into reincarnation. The Earth Mother sensed Chen Hao's primordial spirit, smiled slightly, and gently pointed, arranging this strand of spirit into a noble family in the Qin state. At the same time, on the Western Spirit Mountain, the 2 saints, Jin and Juanti, were discussing the Tao. Suddenly sensing something, they calculated with their fingers and exchanged smiles. "You fellows are in good spirits," Jane said with a smile. "In that case, our Buddhist school cannot fall behind." Juni nodded. "Brother, that's a great idea. Observing the suffering of beings in the Western world, they need the Buddha's teachings to be saved. Why don't we also send out a strand of our primordial spirit into the world to spread our Western marvelous teachings?" Jane clasped his hands together, showing compassion. "Good. Since the Eastern saints have established the 100 schools, our Buddhist school should embrace compassion and establish the Buddhist teachings to guide beings out of the sea of suffering." Chapter 410. Chapter 33. The Birth of the Stone Monkey. The 100 Schools of Thought is a brilliant era in human history. And in this brilliant era, the calamity of the Langjia has finally come into being. There's a celestial island in the East Sea, and on the island stands a celestial mountain called Huagua Mountain, where a colorful stone contains a stone monkey. Every day, the stone monkey absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After enduring thousands of years of wind and rain, one day, it suddenly exploded, and a monkey sprang out of the stone. At the moment the stone monkey came into the world, the calamity of heaven and earth once again spread, signifying the official start of the journey to the West Calamity. After knowing that the calamity had been born, Chan Hao took a slight glance, but only looked once, and then there was no more. It was just a newly born monkey. I'm a master of heaven and earth, and can easily kill it countless times. Since the ruler of the heavenly court is Chan Hao and not that soft persimmon Haotian, there naturally was no ridiculous incident where the heavenly court's Ling Shao palace shook at the birth of the stone monkey. Chun Hao merely instructed lightly to send a local deity to keep an eye on it. Then the music and dance continued, as if that earth-shattering birth was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Chapter 4:11 Chapter 34 Monkey Brother seeks a master following the winding mountain path. The air was fragrant with exotic flowers and rare beasts could be seen everywhere. The stone monkey was full of curiosity and faintly hoped to find the way to immortality here. The mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, and a small stone path could be faintly seen winding upwards. The stone monkey followed the path and climbed up the steps, arriving at a magnificent palace complex. The palaces were resplendent, with glazed wind chimes hanging from the eaves, producing crisp and pleasant sounds in the gentle breeze. The white jade plaque at the front of the hall bore the three ancient characters Qianghua Palace, with a powerful brushstroke that seemed to flow with the essence of the Tao. Just as the stone monkey was hesitating, the palace door suddenly opened silently. A young boy dressed in an Inyang fish robe stepped out, holding a whisk, with clear features and an extraordinary demeanor. The visitor was the Inyang boy under Qinghua. The boy smiled slightly upon seeing the stone monkey standing at the door. Friend, have you come seeking immortality and the Tao? The Inyang boy smiled faintly, lightly raising his whisk, performing a standard bow, and said, You have traveled a long way. What brings you here? The stone monkey imitated the Inyang boy's gesture, awkwardly bowed, and replied with a smile, Disciple comes from Huagua Mountain in the east, seeking the art of immortality. Please guide me, immortal boy. Chapter 4:12 Chapter 35 Seeking the Master Bodhi 1. Qinghua taught the stone monkey for 3 days. After 3 days, the stone monkey came to pay respect to his master. Master, did you call for me? Qinghua sat calmly on the lotus platform, closing his eyes to nourish his spirit. After a moment, he spoke lightly. You have been here for a few days? The stone monkey did not understand why the master asked this, but still respectfully replying to master. It has been more than 3 days. Oh, so 3 days have already passed. Qinghua slowly opened his eyes to look at the stone monkey, feeling the thick aura around him and secretly satisfied. 3 days may seem long or short, but to a sage, it's just a flick of the fingers. However, in these 3 days, the stone monkey was able to absorb the essence of the other 3 chaotic monkeys. The stone monkey was attracted by the essence of the other 3 monkeys. So Qinghua gave the essence of the 3 monkeys to the stone monkey, hoping he would become stronger to face the upcoming calamity. As compensation for extracting the essences of Lu Air, Wu Zhiqi, Yuan Hong, and others, Qinghua provided them with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to replenish their missing essences and granted them a great fortune. As for whether they could grasp it and understand how much, that depended on their own fortunes. Disciple, have you gained any insights in these 3 days? The stone monkey pondered for a moment and honestly replied, Master, in these 3 days I have been in closed-door meditation as you instructed, feeling that time has passed slowly, which is quite difficult to endure. Chapter 4:13 Chapter 36 Seeking the Master Bodhi 2. In these 3 days, aside from helping son Wukong integrate the essences of the other 3 monkeys, Qinghua taught him nothing else. It was not that she did not want to teach, but son Wukong's fate had already been arranged. If she intervened too much, it would disrupt the calamity and cause even greater disasters. Therefore, Qinghua erased son Wukong's memories of these 3 days, making him think it was just a grand dream. However, after all, as a master, Qinghua left the 9 turns mysterious origin skill for son Wukong. Currently, this skill is sealed within son Wukong's primordial spirit, and whether he can break the seal and obtain this skill depends on his own fortune. Most of the primordial power of the Chaos Demon Ape was also sealed by Qinghua. There was no choice. The monkey was too weak now, and it was hard to ensure that he wouldn't attract those with ulterior motives. Once Sun Wukong's cultivation improved, the seal would gradually be lifted. Qingyue also secretly left 3 life-saving talismans within Sun Wukong's body. These talismans would not manifest normally and would only trigger in life and death situations, serving as a little token of her intention as a master. Meanwhile, Bodhi Patriarch discovered that the monkey from his Buddhist school was missing, and he was quite anxious. Bodhi Patriarch calculated with his fingers and found that the heavenly secrets were obscure and difficult to discern, even for someone of his cultivation. Chapter 414, Chapter 37, The Great Havoc in Heaven. 1. A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, big brother, for your guidance." Saying this, he dashed towards the northern mountain path. Sun Wukong's figure was agile as a monkey, and in a few leaps, he disappeared into the misty mountain path. The woodcutter watched his departing figure, picked up his firewood again, and hummed a tune as he continued on his way. Following the woodcutter's directions, Sun Wukong hurried on his way. Before long, he saw the 3 ancient pines. Ahead was a cave, its door tightly shut, with the inscription, "Inclined moon, 3 stars, cave above." Sun Wukong was filled with joy and hurriedly knocked on the door. A short while later, the door creaked open, and a celestial boy poked his head out, frowning and asking, "Who is it?" Sun Wukong quickly smiled and said, "Celestial boy, I am from Huagu Mountain, here to seek the Bodhi Patriarch as my master, in search of the way to immortality." The celestial boy sized him up and said, "You wait here. I will go report to the master." Sun Wukong stood anxiously outside the door, his heart full of anticipation. After a long while, the celestial boy came out and said, "The master calls for you to enter." Sun Wukong tidied his clothes and followed the boy into the crescent moon 3 stars cave. Time passed swiftly, and 10 years later, Sun Wukong successfully advanced to become a golden immortal. Although it was said to be 10 years, in reality, Sun Wukong had only spent a mere 3 years in serious cultivation. Chapter 415, The Great Havoc in Heaven. 2. The monkeys watched in amazement, clapping their hands in delight. At that moment, the old white ape suggested, "Your Majesty, you possess great powers, but how can you act without a proper weapon? I've heard that the East Sea Dragon Palace is filled with treasures. Why not go there to find a weapon that suits you?" Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Old ape, you are right. I have been worried about not having a suitable weapon to play with." Saying this, he did a somersault and flipped to the entrance of the water curtain cave, turning back to the monkeys and saying, "Wait here. I will go to the East Sea Dragon Palace." Before he finished speaking, Wukong performed a water avoidance technique and dove straight into the East Sea. Outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were dozing off when suddenly they saw a golden light break through the water, startling them into hurriedly raising their weapons. Wukong grinned and said, don't panic, don't panic. I am Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of Flower and Fruit Mountain, your Dragon King's old neighbor. Today I have come to visit the East Sea Dragon King. Aren't you going to report this?" The shrimp soldiers and crab generals exchanged glances, and the leading crab general mustered his courage to say, "You bold monkey, how dare you trespass into the Dragon Palace? Quickly retreat. What an ignorant little crab. I, old Sun, kindly inform you, and you dare to act all high and mighty." After saying that, he lightly blew, and the crab general was instantly flipped over several times, his steel fork breaking into 2. Chapter 416, The Great Havoc in Heaven. 3. At this moment, Wukong had returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain, and the monkeys saw their king and immediately cheered and surrounded him. The old white ape, seeing Wukong's joyful expression, smiled and stepped forward to ask, "What treasure did the king obtain? Why not take it out for us to see?" Upon hearing this, Wukong took out the golden cudgel from his ear and held it in his palm. The monkeys crowded around, curiously looking at the golden cudgel in Wukong's hand. Seeing this, Wukong chanted, "Big, big, big." The golden cudgel responded by growing larger, transforming into a giant pillar that pierced the clouds. The monkeys were so shocked that they took several steps back, looking up in awe and gasping in amazement. Wukong laughed heartily and shouted, "Small, small, small." The golden cudgel then shrank to the size of a sewing needle and was placed back in Wukong's ear. "What a treasure! What a treasure!" The monkeys cheered and clapped in excitement. The old white ape smiled and said, "Now that the king has a good weapon, how can you not have a fine outfit to match it?" Hearing that the other 3 sea dragon palaces also held many treasures, Why not go ask for a few items to dress up? Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands and laughed. Old White Ape is right. I will go visit the other Dragon Kings now. Chapter 417. The Great Havoc in Heaven. 4. Wukong's soul returned to his earthly body, and he suddenly opened his eyes, performing a somersault to soar into the clouds, heading straight for the southern heavenly gate. At this time, the celestial beings of the heavenly court had long been waiting, just for the monkey to come. The previous calamities Jiang Zia, now the prime minister of the heavenly court, donned armor and led a multitude of generals, surrounding Wukong with 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Jiang Zia shouted angrily, "Bold monkey, how dare you trespass into the heavenly court? Someone take him down." Before he finished speaking, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers shouted in unison, their swords and spears forming a forest, gleaming coldly. Wukong, however, grinned, twirling the golden cudgel in his hand, and shouted, "Come on, just what I need to stretch my muscles." With a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging into the enemy ranks. Since this was a performance in collaboration with the Western Buddhist sect, the heavenly soldiers did not unleash their true strength, but they could not appear too weak, as it would disgrace the heavenly court and displease the saints and emperors. Wukong fought fiercely with the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, wielding the golden cudgel with great vigor. The heavenly soldiers seemed imposing, but were actually holding back at every turn. Amidst the flashing blades and shadows of swords, Wukong grew braver with each battle, his staff dancing like a dragon, and wherever he went, heavenly soldiers retreated, yet no one was truly injured, maintaining their formation perfectly. Chapter 418. The Great Havoc in Heaven. 5. Seeing this, the morning star of Venus remained unperturbed, still smiling as he said, "This is a gift from the emperor, considering the face of Tathagata Buddha. Now that you are trapped here, if you wish to achieve something in the future, this is a rare opportunity. Not to mention this 9-turn golden pill can wash and refine your marrow. Even this 9,000-year-old peach is a boon for longevity and assists in cultivation. If you do not eat it, wouldn't that be a pity?" Hearing this, Wukong's heart wavered slightly, but he still insisted. "How do I know if what you say is true? Are you trying to deceive me?" The morning star of Venus shook his head helplessly. "Great sage, just look at this golden pill, radiating light, and the fragrant peach. How can they be ordinary items? Moreover, the emperor and Tathagata Buddha have reached a consensus. How could they harm you?" Wukong stared at the celestial pill and peach, swallowing hard, but his pride made him unwilling to submit to the heavenly court, turning his head away and ignoring them. Seeing this, the morning star of Venus knew that mere words would not convince Wukong. So he placed the celestial pill and peach on a nearby stone table, stepped back a few paces, and said, "If the great sage does not believe, I will not persuade you further, but this opportunity is fleeting. Do not regret it later." Wukong's eyes were fixed on the celestial pill and peach on the table, his heart in turmoil. Chapter 419. The Great Havoc in Heaven. Finished, Wukong struggled in the 8 trigrams furnace, every moment feeling like purgatory. The Samadhi true fire not only burned his flesh, but also tempered his primordial spirit. At first, he could curse loudly, but soon his voice grew weaker. Not because the pain had lessened, but because his throat was burned raw. Wukong curled up in the fire, his fur charred, skin cracked, and golden blood seeping out only to be evaporated by the flames. "You all wait for me." Wukong gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, yet he still refused to yield. The old lord outside the furnace heard this clearly and stroked his beard with a smile. What a tough nut. The Samadhi, true fire, burned fiercely, never stopping for a moment. Wukong sat cross-legged, enduring the excruciating pain, and began to circulate the remaining magic power within him. Since he could not escape, he might as well fight with all his might. As time passed, he was astonished to find that the originally violent medicinal power gradually became docile under the tempering of the true fire, slowly merging with his own magic power. The old lord sensed the change in the furnace and showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Not bad. He is not wasting his talent. What a pity. You are the future protector of the Buddha. If you were not, your monkey nature would surely be favored by my third brother." Chapter 420. Saint is not a title that can be given to just anyone. Wukong's eyes widened in anger, his fur bristling. "Don't try to label me. What is that Chinhao kid? How dare he judge me?" Jiang Zia frowned, thinking that this monkey was so arrogant that he would surely suffer later. For his little senior brother was not someone who would easily take a loss. Jiang changed the incantation in his hand, and the binding immortal rope suddenly tightened, making Wukong grunt, but he still held his head high and refused to bow. Take him away. With a command from Jiang, two heavenly soldiers escorted Wukong to the Lingxiao Palace. Along the way, Wukong's eyes darted around, secretly contemplating a way to escape. Meanwhile, he couldn't keep his mouth shut, chatting up the heavenly soldiers one moment and cursing the faults of the heavenly court the next. Jiang, unable to endure his chatter, waved his whisk and cast a silent spell on Wukong. Suddenly, Wukong was left speechless, only able to glare anxiously. The group arrived outside the Lingxiao Palace, surrounded by auspicious clouds and radiant energy. Golden-armored deities stood solemnly in front of the hall, exuding authority. The gatekeeper, seeing Jiang escorting a monkey with a face like a thunder god, immediately bowed and stepped aside, saying, "Please enter, Prime Minister. The Emperor has been waiting for a long time." Jiang nodded slightly and led Wukong into the hall. Chapter 421, Chapter 44, Just a Day as an Official. And already settled at Wuji Mountain, 1. Shun Gongbao appeared sincere, which made Wukong somewhat believe him. Shun Hao's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, and the other celestial officials chimed in, praising the position of the horse manager as being highly esteemed. Wukong was flattered, completely forgetting the pain from being struck by lightning, and grinned, "That's great. I'll reluctantly take on this horse manager role." Little did he know, the horse manager was merely a minor official in charge of horse care in the heavenly court. The celestial beings, seeing him fall for it, stifled their laughter. The Venus star suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "If that's the case, bring the new horse manager to the Horse Management Bureau to take office." Two heavenly soldiers led Wukong away. As he walked, he turned back and shouted, "Once I settle down, I must treat you all to drinks." As Wukong walked further away, the hall erupted in laughter. Shun Hao said, "This monkey is quite amusing." Inside the Horse Management Bureau, Wukong stood dumbfounded in front of the stable full of heavenly steeds. This is the position that manages 100,000 horses? Wukong grabbed the collar of the guiding heavenly soldier, pressing his golden staff against the soldier's throat. The soldier trembled in fear. Teach this Horse Management Bureau really does manage 100,000 heavenly horses. Chapter 422, Chapter 45, Just a Day as an Official, and already settled at Wuji Mountain, 2. Shun Hao waved his hand, and the water mirror shifted to show another scene. Old monkeys peacefully lying in the arms of their descendants, closing their eyes amidst the fragrance of blooming peach blossoms, while younger monkeys mourned around the body. New lives were continuously born. Young monkeys leaped on the treetops, and older monkeys taught the young ones how to pick fruits. The entire monkey troop followed the laws of nature, and the flower fruit mountain remained vibrant and full of life. Shun Hao put away the water mirror. Do you understand now? This is the way of nature. The longevity you were given is not a blessing, but a curse that brings endless suffering. Wukong stared blankly at the fading water mirror, his eyes gradually calming down. He lowered his head and said nothing. Shun Hao noticed and raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was feeling down. That shouldn't be. This stubborn monkey usually never gives up so easily. Just as Shun Hao was puzzled, Wukong suddenly looked up. "Little kid, call me Emperor." "Emperor Little." Shun Hao shot a cold glare at the stubborn monkey and made a sound of acknowledgement. Wukong grinned and said, "Your Majesty, since you have so many golden elixir peaches in the heavenly court, why not send me some, so that my monkey descendants can have a taste?"